The discovery about him came in July, and their fury simmered all through August. By September, they made their move too early, too reckless. The hit was botched, but somehow it turned into a blessing in disguise. Nobody even flinched. They slipped past security like ghosts, positioning themselves just 100 feet from where he stood, delivering his speech. The silenced shot missed by a hair, maybe even grazing his perfectly styled hair, because he casually smoothed it back like a man bothered by a breeze. The moment played on loop in newsreels later, his hand brushing his head, no pause, no alarm. The bullet, gone. No impact, no ricochet, just a silent streak vanishing into the open plains beyond. No screams, no chaos. As if it never happened. They didn't take a second shot. Their hands weren't steady anymore. A failure, sure, but also a wake-up call. October was spent regrouping, sharpening their skills, refining their plan. This time, it wouldn't be rushed. It would be precise, calculated, laced with the kind of fear that sharpens focus. No room for mistakes. Then November arrived, and everything flipped. Reacher set his empty coffee cup down, still warm, watching the dregs swirl like muddy water. "When's the deadline?" he asked. "Yesterday," she replied. He slid out of the booth, towering over her. "I'll call in 10 days. To say yes or no. To tell you how it went. I'll already know." "Fine. Then I'll tell you where to wire my money." Her eyes flickered shut, a smile tugging at her lips. When she opened them, there was something like relief. "You're easier to convince than I thought." Reacher shrugged. "Joe always said I can't resist a challenge." And Joe was usually right. For a second, silence hung between them. Then she stood abruptly, trapping him beside the table. A handshake turned into lingering contact, then an impulsive kiss on his cheek, soft lips, electric, against his skin. "A handshake wasn't enough," she murmured. "Not for this. And you almost became family." He didn't answer. Just stepped back, her perfume clinging to him as he walked away. 10 days. That's all he had to figure out how to take down the fourth most protected man alive. The wheels had been set in motion earlier that morning when Froelich strode into work. 13 days post-election, 7 days after someone first whispered assassination. Decision made. She hunted down her boss, intercepting him mid-stride, file tucked under his arm. Impatience written all over his face. No time for delays. Not anymore. She inhaled sharply, her body language screaming urgency as she insisted they talk immediately off the record, behind closed doors. Stuyvesant hesitated for a fraction of a second before pivoting on his heel and leading her back into his office. The door clicked shut with deliberate precision, not loud enough to draw attention, but with enough finality to remind her this wasn't part of his usual routine. That subtle sound carried the unspoken weight of office politics. This better be worth my time. At 55, Stuyvesant was a seasoned veteran, coasting toward retirement with the quiet confidence of a man who'd never lost. His sharp suits always Brooks Brothers, never a wrinkle hid the softening edges of age, though his posture still carried the disciplined stance of someone used to command. He'd joke about his name like the last Dutch bigwig in New York, or the cigarettes nobody smokes anymore, but there was nothing outdated about his reputation. No failures, no missteps, just results. Froelich, 20 years his junior, stood with the restless energy of someone who just sprinted off a championship field. Athletic, bright-eyed, her short blonde hair slightly tousled like she'd been too busy winning to bother with a mirror. She wasn't just competent. She was the kind of person who made competence look effortless. His office was a study in control, pristine white walls, halogen lights, a window half-shuttered against the dull sky outside. His desk, a sleek slab of modern minimalism, held nothing but the file he'd just set down, edges aligned with military precision. "You look nervous," he observed. "I am," she admitted. "I need your permission." "For what?" "Something unconventional." She didn't fidget, but there was a tension in her voice. "I want to bring in an outsider." Stuyvesant adjusted the file again, fingertips tracing its spine like he was measuring its worth. "You think that's smart?" She stayed silent. "Got someone specific in mind?" "Someone solid." "Who?" She shook her head. "Better if you don't know." His lips twitched modern workplace etiquette. Check before he rephrased. Were they recommended? "By a reliable source." "Internal." "Not anymore." He exhaled through his nose, shifting the file again parallel to the desk's edge, then back, as if the motion could recalibrate his thoughts. The air between them hummed with unspoken stakes. "Let me throw this out there," he began, leaning back in his chair. "I promoted you 4 months ago. That's not exactly yesterday. Bringing in an outsider at this point. People might see it as you doubting yourself. Wouldn't you agree?" Froelich didn't hesitate. "I can't let that stop me." Stuyvesant exhaled sharply. "Maybe you should care. This could backfire on you. 6 guys wanted your job. If this gets out, they'll be circling like sharks, whispering behind your back for the rest of your career. Because suddenly you're questioning your own decisions." She folded her arms. "Some decisions need second guessing." At least that's how I see it. You see it?" His tone dripped skepticism. "No, I know it. There's no other way." Silence settled between them. Stuyvesant studied her before finally muttering, "I don't like this." Froelich's jaw tightened. "Trust me, neither do I. But it has to happen. That's my call." The office air grew heavy. Stuyvesant stayed quiet, fingers drumming the desk. "So do I have your approval?" Froelich pressed. He shrugged, almost dismissive. "You shouldn't even be asking. Just do it and deal with the fallout later." "Not how I operate," she shot back. "Fine. Then keep it quiet. No paper trail. Obviously. Loose ends make for sloppy work." Stuyvesant gave a vague nod. Then the bureaucrat cut to the chase. "What's this gonna cost us?" "Minimal. Maybe just expenses. We've got history." His eyebrows lifted. "This could derail your career. No more promotions. The alternative ends it completely." "A beat." "I chose you," Stuyvesant said quietly. "Anything that hurts you hurts me too." "I get that, sir." "Then take a damn breath and tell me this isn't just some panic move." Froelich inhaled, held it for a solid 10 seconds, then met his gaze. "It's necessary." Stuyvesant grabbed his file and stood. "Do it." The second the strategy meeting ended, reality hit her like a truck. Getting permission had felt like the hard part until now. Actually finding the guy? That was the real nightmare. All she had was a last name and a half-remembered story from 8 years ago, whispered between sheets by a lover who might have been joking. She wasn't even sure she'd been fully listening. So she scrapped the unreliable details, focused on the name alone. She scrawled it in bold letters across a yellow legal pad, then immediately crossed it out. Too personal, too many ghosts. Unsub worked better. Cold, clinical, just like training. An unknown subject to track down, nothing more. Her edge. Access. Civilian databases were child's play compared to what she could pull up. Unsub was military, that much she knew, so she dove into the National Personnel Records Center in St. Louis. Every service member, past or present, was in there. 3 hits popped up. One name was wrong, definitely not him. Another was too old by decades. That left the third. No other options. She copied the birth date and social security number onto her pad, fingers steady. Then paused. The name stared back at her, dragging up a memory she'd buried years ago. A dusty roadside bar outside Fort Bragg, neon buzzing, his laughter cutting through the hum of Ida DC on the jukebox. She shook it off. Focus. This wasn't about the past. It was about survival. She tapped the details icon, fingers flying over the keys as she entered her password. The screen flickered, then displayed a condensed military service record, not what she wanted to see. The unsub had left the Army 5 years prior with an honorable discharge after 13 years. Final rank, Major. Decorations included a Silver Star and Purple Heart, their citations hinting at bravery under fire. She scribbled notes on her yellow legal pad, drawing a thick line to mark the transition from military life to whatever came next. Time to check the basics. She pulled up the Social Security Master Death Index, no point chasing a ghost. The search returned nothing. At least the unsub was still breathing, according to government records. Next stop, the National Crime Information Center. No arrests, no convictions, just a footnote mentioning an inactive FBI file. Interesting, but not alarming. She stretched, refilled her coffee, and dove into the Bureau's database. The file was locked, but the header flags told her enough: no active investigations, no warrants. Just a dusty old record. Now for the real headache. The DMV database spat back nothing. No license, no photo, no address. Who the hell doesn't drive in America? She tried the VA next, no benefits, no forwarding address. Oz records? Zilch. No taxes filed in 5 years. No legal employment. Fine. Time to bend the rules. She launched unauthorized banking software, fingers hovering over the keys. If the unsub had so much as a forgotten savings account, she'd find it. She punched in the social twice, once as son, once as taxpayer ID, and hit search. Meanwhile, 18 miles away, Jack Reacher hunched his shoulders against the Atlantic City wind. November here was a far cry from L. Sunshine. The ocean air clung to everything, cold and briny, kicking up debris and plastering his jeans to his legs. 5 days ago, he'd been in California, and now he was seriously regretting leaving. The West Coast had its flaws, but at least it wasn't trying to freeze him to death. The desert heat had faded into memory, replaced by the gentle ocean winds of the East Coast. No more biting salt spray, just warm, soothing air. Maybe he should have stayed out west. Or maybe he should have just bought a damn coat. Either way, he wasn't built for standing still. He'd hitched a ride out of L. with an elderly blues singer and her brother, crammed into their ancient Buick Roadmaster. The trunk was stuffed with suitcases, a battered Yamaha keyboard, and a crackling PA system, just enough gear for a washed-up musician's last shot at Atlantic City. The old woman had a voice like honey and bourbon, the kind that should have landed her on a stage in Memphis decades ago. Instead, she was belting out Dawn Penn covers to steady her nerves while her brother, White, knuckled the wheel like it was trying to escape. 5 miles in, Reacher took over driving before they all ended up in a ditch. The car was a symphony of rattles and groans, the power steering long dead, but at 50 miles an hour, the chaos somehow harmonized into a bluesy rhythm. The radio flickered between staticky AM stations, each one fading just as the old woman found the melody. Her brother, silent as a ghost, asleep in the back seat. 3 days of nonstop driving later, they rolled into New Jersey like a traveling jukebox on its last legs. The gig was in a dingy lounge 8 blocks from the boardwalk, the kind of place where the manager eyed the till more than the talent. Reacher made sure to loom near the register, counting heads and cash with the subtlety of a wrecking ball. The manager didn't like it, started making hushed phone calls, shooting Reacher dirty looks. But Reacher just smiled, cold and steady, and stayed put through every set. By Monday, the chill in the air matched the one in his bones. He was ready to move on until the old keyboard player finally spoke up. "Mon ax you to stick around," he mumbled, eyes watery with hope. "Manager's gonna stiff us sure as sunrise. But if we get paid, we got gas money for New York. Maybe even a shot at B. King's Place." Reacher stayed quiet. The old man squinted. "You worried 'bout trouble?" "'Cause yeah, this kind of joint's bound to have some shady types lurking." Reacher almost laughed. "What are you?" the old man pressed. "Some kind of boxer?" "No. Wrestler, then. Like on TV." Reacher just shook his head. The old man shrugged. "Well, you're big enough, that's for damn sure." Outside, the wind picked up, carrying the distant hum of the boardwalk. Laughter, music, the faint promise of something better. Reacher exhaled. Maybe one more night wouldn't kill him. The old man's voice was rough, his words slipping through the gap where his front teeth should have been. "Big enough to hip us out, if you wanted." Reacher stayed silent, his expression unreadable. The guy squinted at him, curiosity getting the better of him. "What are you, anyway?" "Ex-military police," Reacher answered. 13 years in the army. You quit. Close enough. No jobs for guys like you after?" "Nothing I'd take," Reacher said. The wind howled between them, sharp enough to cut through denim. "You got a place in L." "I don't stay in one spot," Reacher said. The old man grinned, nodding like that made perfect sense. Road folks ought to stick together. Help each other out. Simple as that. "Heap each other," Reacher echoed dryly. He glanced down the street, where the ocean air was turning his jeans into a second skin. "It's freezing here." "Damn right," the old man chuckled. "But a coat fixed that." For a second, Reacher let himself imagine warmer options, some cheap motel in La Jolla, cold beer under a sky full of stars. Or maybe New York, where an old blues singer could get her big break, a record deal, a spread in Rolling Stone. But reality snapped back fast. He turned away from the highway, hunched against the wind, and headed east toward the nearest clothing store. Meanwhile, across the country, M. Frulish was staring at a bank record in disbelief. Out of thousands of FDIC-insured institutions, only one account was tied to Unsub, a basic checking account in Arlington, Virginia, less than 4 miles from her desk. She scribbled the details onto a notepad, then grabbed her phone and called a contact on the other side of the agency. "Get me everything on this account. Fast. And keep it quiet." Hanging up, she drummed her fingers, itching to act but forced to wait. Back on the coast, Reacher pushed into a discount store, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. Racks of clothes stretched into the distance, women's on the left, kids in the middle, men's on the right. He bypassed the flimsy jackets up front, remembering an old army saying, "A good coat's like a good lawyer, it covers your ass." Near the back, he found what he needed: thick canvas coats with flannel linings, heavy enough to fight off the cold. Need help? A saleswoman appeared behind him, bright-eyed and eager. These hold up in this weather. Absolutely. She launched into a pitch about moisture-resistant fabric and sub-zero insulation, her enthusiasm almost contagious. Reacher grabbed an olive texel off the rack. I'll take it. Not even gonna try it on? He shrugged into the coat. The shoulders were snug, the sleeves a hair too short. You need a 3XLT, she said, already scanning the racks. Trust me, you'll thank me later. Reacher. Yeah, probably. The saleswoman eyed him up and down. You look like a 50, she said. A 50 what? Chest size. He shrugged. Never checked. Height around 6'5". Close enough. Weight? Somewhere between 240 and 250, he admitted. She nodded. Definitely big and tall territory. Try this 3XLT. The jacket she handed him was the same drab shade as the XL he'd grabbed earlier, but it fit way better loose in the shoulders, sleeves hitting just right. How about pants? She called, already flipping through a rack of sturdy workwear, sizing him up with quick glances. She pulled out a pair that matched the muted tones of the coat's lining. And these shirts, she added, darting to another display of flannels in every color imaginable. Layer a tee underneath and you're golden. Got a preference? Something plain, he muttered. She arranged the coat, pants, shirt, and a basic tee on the rack. The muted greens and tans actually worked together. Good, she asked, upbeat. Yeah. He hesitated. You got underwear? Over here. She pointed to a bin of bargain boxers. He grabbed a plain white pair, then fished out socks mostly cotton, speckled with earthy tones. All set? She asked again. He nodded, and she led him to the register, scanning each tag with practiced ease. Total comes to $189 even. His eyes flicked to the digital display. Thought this place was cheap. Honestly, that's a steal, she said. He exhaled, dug into his pocket, and pulled out a wad of crumpled cash. Counted out $190. The change left him with $4. Meanwhile, Froehlich's contact called back within half an hour. Got an address for you, the guy said. 100 Washington Boulevard, Arlington, Virginia. Zips 2031, 1500. Froehlich scribbled it down. Thanks. That should do it. You might want more info. Why? You familiar with Washington Boulevard? Froehlich paused. Runs up to Memorial Bridge, right? It's basically just a highway. No buildings. One. Big one. A couple 100 yards off the east side. What? The Pentagon, the guy said flatly. This is a fake address, Froehlich. One side's Arlington Cemetery, the other's the Pentagon. No private mailboxes, no number 100. Zip code's Army HQ inside the building. Postal Service confirmed it. Fantastic, Froehlich muttered. You tell the bank. Kept it quiet like you asked. So, back to square one? Maybe not. This whole thing's weird. 6-figure balance. But it's just sitting in a checking account, no interest. Customer only touches it through Western Union, never walks in. Calls with a password, wires cash wherever. No ATM card. Nothing. No checks either. Western Union only. Never heard of that. Any records? All over the map, 40 states in 5 years. Small withdrawals, random deposits, always through Western Union. Middle of nowhere, big cities, no pattern. Strange. Told you. but I've got a heads up set for the next time the customer calls. And you'll loop me in? Maybe. Any timing trends fluctuates. Sometimes weeks between, sometimes days. Mondays are popular. Banks don't operate on weekends, so today might just be my lucky day. Could be, the guy replied with a smirk. But the real question is, am I about to get lucky too? Froelich scoffed. Not that lucky. He watched Reacher stride into the motel lobby before slipping into a narrow alley, shielding his phone from the wind. His voice dropped to a hushed, urgent tone, respectful but firm. He's playing me, he muttered in response to the first question. Today's the day, he added, then finished with, bring at least 2 guys. This one's built like a linebacker. Reacher swapped $1 for quarters at the front desk and dialed his bank from memory, arranging a $500 wire transfer to Atlantic City's Western Union before closing time. Back in his room, he ripped the tags off his new clothes, swapped out his old gear, and checked himself in the mirror. A beard and some shades, and I could trek straight to the Arctic, he thought. Froelich got the wire transfer alert 11 minutes later. A quick fist pump of victory, then she yanked a map of the East Coast off the shelf. 3 hours if traffic's on my side. She snatched her jacket and purse, bolting for the garage. Reacher killed an hour before stepping out to test his new coat's warmth, what the Army would have called a field test. The ocean wind hit hard as he walked east, but something else prickled at him, a faint presence trailing behind. He slowed, catching a blur of movement in a storefront reflection. Too far to make out details. The coat held up, but his scalp wasn't so lucky. The old saying about losing half your body heat through your head? Absolutely true. The wind sliced through his hair, stinging his eyes. Should have grabbed a watch cap. He made a mental note to scout for surplus stores near the Western Union office. They always seemed to cluster in the same areas. The boardwalk's weathered planks creaked underfoot, a sign boasting they were made from the toughest hardwood on earth. But that nagging sense of being followed didn't fade. He doubled back, then veered onto the central pier, a relic from another era, eerily empty in the cold. A few vendors were open, one peddling overpriced coffee in styrofoam cups. He blew his last cash on a large black coffee, the heat seeping into his bones as he walked to the pier's end. Tossing the cup, he stared at the churning Atlantic before turning back and spotted 2 men heading his way. Compact but solid, dressed nearly identical in navy pea coats and work pants. And of course they had hats. Knit watch caps pulled low because they knew how to handle the Jersey chill. The 2 men stood with their hands buried deep in their coat pockets, their elbows jutting out awkwardly from the stiff fabric. Their heavy work boots, the kind you'd see on a construction crew, or a longshoreman, scuffed against the pavement as they shifted their weight. Maybe they were naturally bow-legged, or maybe they were just trying too hard to look tough. Either way, the scars around their eyebrows told Reacher they weren't strangers to a brawl. They had the look of washed-up carnival fighters or dockyard enforcers from another era. Reacher glanced behind him, nothing but empty boardwalk stretching all the way back to the casinos. No backup, no witnesses. So he stopped walking, didn't even bother putting his back to the railing. The 2 men closed the gap, halting 8 feet in front of him. A deliberate distance, just far enough to talk, just close enough to lunge. Reacher flexed his fingers, testing the cold, then rolled his shoulders, loosening up. The wind at his back carried the sharp tang of salt and seaweed. The guy on the left pulled his hands from his pockets, no gloves, just clenched fists, knuckles swollen like he was gripping rolls of quarters. Amateurs, Reacher thought. "We got a message for you," the guy said, voice rough as gravel. Reacher flicked a glance at the churning gray waves beyond the pier. Tossing these two in would be borderline murder. "From the club manager?" he asked. "From his people, yeah. He's got people." "This is Atlantic City," the guy sneered. "Course he's got people." Reacher nodded. "Let me guess, I'm supposed to vanish. Disappear. Make like a ghost and never darken your doorstep again. You catch on quick." "Mind reader," Reacher said, deadpan. "Used to run a booth at the carnival? Right next to the bearded lady. Weren't you two in the freak show? The human brick walls or something?" The second guy yanked his hands free, same swollen knuckles, same desperate grip on loose change. Reacher almost smiled. Quarters meant no guns. Nobody packed rolls of coins if they were carrying heat. "We ain't looking to hurt you," the right guy muttered. "But you gotta go," the left one added. "This town's got its own way of doing business." "Take the easy way out," the right one urged. "We'll walk you to the bus station. Or else the old folks might get caught in the crossfire. And not just their wallets." For a split second, Reacher heard his mother's voice in his head. "Please don't fight in your new clothes," before it was drowned out by the drill sergeant's growl. "Hit fast, hit hard, and don't stop hitting." He rolled his shoulders, suddenly grateful for the extra room in his coat. He shifted his weight, just slightly, and they mirrored him like puppets on strings. A slow, predatory grin spread across his face. "You should walk away now," he said, voice low. They didn't. Of course they didn't. Instead, they inched forward, muscles tensing for the first strike. Reacher waited for the next gust of wind, then lifted a hand to smooth back his hair, elbow high, fingers loose. Just another casual gesture, right up until it wasn't. "Can you swim?" he asked, barely resisting the urge to glance toward the crashing waves. They didn't resist, their heads swiveled toward the water like clockwork. His elbow shot out, cracking the first guy square in the jaw, then whipped back to catch the second as he turned toward the sickening crunch of his friend's face, collapsing. Both men crumpled onto the wooden planks, their pockets splitting open as rolls of quarters exploded across the pier. Coins spun wildly, clinking against each other before settling, some heads up, some tails. Reacher exhaled sharply, the frigid air biting his lungs, and took a second to replay the fight in his head. 2 guys, 2 hits, 2 seconds, flat. Still got it. He wiped the sweat from his brow, despite the cold, then strode off the pier onto the boardwalk, scanning for a Western Union. He'd checked the address in the motel's phone book, but he didn't need it. Finding one was instinctive, like a sixth sense. Stand at a corner, pick the direction that felt right, walk until the neighborhood shifted, and boom, there it was. This one had a sleek black Chevy Suburban parked illegally by a fire hydrant, its tinted windows hiding the driver. A woman sat behind the wheel, blonde, relaxed but alert, one arm resting lazily against the door. She had this effortless magnetism, pretty, sure, but more than that. Something in the way she held herself. He glanced twice before heading inside to grab his cash. When he stepped back out, she was right in front of him, studying his face like she was comparing him to a memory. He knew that look. He'd gotten it before. "Jack Reacher," she said. He ran through his mental files, short blonde hair, sharp eyes, an air of quiet confidence. Definitely someone he'd remember. But he didn't. So they'd never met. "You knew my brother," he guessed. Her expression flickered surprise, then something like relief. She hesitated, caught off guard. "People look at me like that when they're figuring out how much I look like him," he said. "And how much I don't." Silence. Nice meeting you, he muttered, turning to leave. Wait, she called. Can we talk? I've been looking for you. He stopped. We could talk in the car. I'm freezing my ass off out here. She held his gaze a second longer, then moved fast, yanking open the passenger door. Get in. He slid inside while she circled the hood. The engine rumbled to life, heat blasting, but they didn't move. I knew your brother well, she said. We were together. Serious for a while. Before he died. Reacher stayed quiet. She flushed. Obviously before. Stupid thing to say. How long? He asked. 2 years. We split a year before it happened. He nodded. Mum. Froelich, she offered, leaving the unspoken question hanging. Did he ever mention me? He gave another nod, playing along, though the name meant nothing. Never heard of her. Emmy? He asked. Like the TV award. M. She corrected. I go by my initials. What did they stand for? Not telling. He let the silence stretch. What name did Joe use for you? Reacher asked. Froelich, she replied. He gave a slow nod. Yeah, that sounds like him. A quiet moment passed between them before she admitted. I still think about him. Reacher exhaled. Same here. Then he cut straight to the point. So, is this about Joe? Or is there something else going on? She hesitated just for a second. Before snapping back into professional mode, both, she admitted. But mostly something else. Reacher leaned forward. Care to explain? Froelich hesitated again, then flashed a cautious smile. I practiced this part, she confessed. Let's hear it then. She took a breath. I want to hire you to assassinate the vice president. Reacher didn't even blink. Strong opening, he said dryly. But my answer's no. Seems like the safest call right now. She reached for her bag. Let me show you my credentials, he cut her off. Don't bother. Your Secret Service. Her eyebrows lifted. You sharp. Not really, he said, rubbing a fresh bruise on his elbow. Joe worked for them. And knowing him, he wouldn't have dated outside the office too private for that. Plus, only the feds keep old suburbans this polished park by hydrants and track people through bank records. A faint smirk crossed her face. Still sharp. Thanks, he said. But Joe wasn't on the White House detail. He was financial crimes. She nodded. We all start there. He ran counterfeiting ops. And yeah, we met at work, but he wouldn't date me back then. Said it wasn't professional. Once I transferred to protection, though. Her voice trailed off, her fingers tightening around her purse. Reacher waited. And she met his eyes. Night, he said something. I was new to the detail, eager to prove myself, always questioning if we were doing enough. We were joking around, and he said the only real test would be hiring an outsider to try and breach security. A live audit. I asked who, and he said, my brother. If anyone could do it, he could. Made you sound terrifying. Reacher chuckled. Classic Joe. Always coming up with wild ideas. You think it's stupid? Nah, just predictable. If you know the threat's coming, it defeats the purpose. Not if they come in blind, she countered. Right now, you're completely off the radar. Reacher tilted his head. Okay, maybe not so dumb after all. He believed in it, she said. We're trained to think inside the box. He wanted us tested from the outside. And he picked me. Said you were perfect. Reacher frowned. Why wait 8 years? Didn't take you that long to find me. Her lips twitched. To lock me a day. Guess you're sharp too. 8 years seems like a long time to wait, Reacher said, watching her carefully. Froelich leaned forward, her fingers tapping the table. Because now it's my call. 4 months ago, I took over as head of the VP security detail. And I'm not just sitting on the job, I want to make sure we're doing it right. Joe's advice stuck with me all this time, so I figured, why not test the system? And guess who got recommended? You. By someone I trusted completely. Reacher raised an eyebrow. Coffee first. She blinked, like the idea of pausing for caffeine was absurd. This isn't exactly casual conversation material. Nothing so urgent it can't wait for coffee, he countered. Trust me on that. Swing by my motel, there's a lounge downstairs. Dark, quiet, perfect for talking. The government sub's navigation system chirped to life as Froelich scrolled through Atlantic City addresses. You know, I could have just told you where it is, Reacher said. She didn't look up. I like the GPS. It talks to me. Wasn't planning on giving you directions in sign language, he shot back. A faint smirk tugged at her lips as she merged into the sparse evening traffic. The city felt hollow, the boardwalk deserted under the biting wind. Inside the car, the heater hummed, and for a second, Reacher pictured her beside his brother, same intensity, same focus. The motel lounge smelled like stale beer and old carpet, but the coffee was hot. Reacher claimed a corner booth, back to the wall, eyes scanning the room. Old instincts. Froelich mirrored him, sliding in so close their shoulders nearly touched. You're a lot like him, she said quietly. In some ways, Reacher admitted. Not in others. For one, I'm still breathing. You didn't come to the funeral. Bad timing. She exhaled, stirring her black coffee, no sugar, just like Joe. People loved him. Reacher shrugged. He was all right. That's it. Coming from me, that's high praise. He dumped the sugar packets off his saucer, ignoring the cheap plastic creamer. Froelich watched him. Black coffee. Just like Joe. Reacher took a slow sip. Weird thing is, I was always the little brother. Now I'm older than he ever got to be. The silence stretched. Froelich stared into her cup. Feels wrong, doesn't it? Like the world should have paused, just for a second. Reacher shifted. So, no one else ever thought of bringing in an outsider? Just Joe? Not a soul. The Secret Service has been around a while. And here's my question. She didn't wait for him to ask. Lincoln created us on April 14, 1865. Signed the paperwork after lunch, then got shot at the theater that night. Bit on the nose, Reacher muttered. Back then, we were just supposed to stop counterfeiters. Then McKinley got killed in 1901, and suddenly they decided maybe the president needed protection too. Before the FBI even existed. She shook her head. There was something before the Bureau, the Office of the Chief Examiner, started in 1908. Reacher smiled. So you're saying the Secret Service has always been playing catch-up? Froelich's grip tightened on her cup. I'm saying maybe it's time we got ahead of the game. The FBI got its current name back in 1935, you know. One of those random history facts Joe would have loved to drop in conversation. Probably where I heard it first. She forced a smile, clearly fighting the urge to shut down again. So what's the real reason you brought me in? He pressed. First outsider in over a century can't just be about you being picky. For a second, it looked like she might actually answer. Then her shoulders tensed, that telltale shift before a lie. Look, my career's on the line here, she said. Plenty of people waiting for me to fail. I need everything airtight. He stayed silent. Liars always fill the quiet with extra details. Wasn't exactly a smooth hire either, she added. Still rare for a woman to run a team. Some of the guys I work with? Total cavemen. Reacher just nodded. I've got to nail this, she muttered. Which VP? He cut in. The current one or the new guy? Armstrong. Vice President-elect, technically. My team's been with him since he joined the ticket. If he wins, we keep our jobs. If not, back to grunt work. So, you voted for him? She ignored that. What'd Joe say about me? He asked instead. That you'd love the challenge. That you'd tear the problem apart until you found 3 different ways to solve it. That we'd learn more from you than you would from us. And you said? 8 years ago. I was cocky. Told him you wouldn't even get close. Reacher shrugged. Back then I was buried in army nonsense halfway across the world. Joe knew that. It was hypothetical. Except now it's not, he said, watching her. 8 years later, here we are. Still waiting on the why. Like I said, it's my call now. And the pressure's worse. He let the silence stretch. Would you even consider it? She asked. Don't know much about Armstrong. Barely heard of him before this. Nobody has. North Dakota senator, family man, 0 national profile until now. But he's decent for a politician. I actually like him. Reacher said nothing. We'd pay you, she added. Professional fee, within reason. Money's not a motivator. Don't need a job. Volunteer, then. Soldiers don't volunteer. Joe said you did plenty of off-book stuff. Don't like being on payroll. Her lips twitched. We won't stop you if you want to work for free. A pause. Might have expenses, he conceded. If someone did this right. Obviously. We'd cover it all legit after the fact. He drummed his fingers on the table. What exactly would you want this someone to do? I want you. Play the assassin. Find the weak spots. Show me where he's exposed dates, locations, the works. I can give you his schedule to start. Reacher raised an eyebrow. You hand that out to all the hired guns? If you're serious about this, you should go all in, right? She hesitated, weighing her words. Okay, she finally said. But you still don't believe anyone could get past us. A pause long enough to count to 10. Honestly? Yeah, I do. We're thorough. Nothing slips through. Then you think Joe was off base back then? Silence. He pushed further. Why'd you two split? Her gaze flicked away, just for a second. That's personal. How old are you? 35. So 8 years ago, you were 27. A faint smile. Joe was almost 36. Older guy. I was there for his birthday. Both of them. Reacher shifted slightly, studying her. Joe had always had an eye for quality. Up close, she was striking smooth skin, sharp cheekbones, eyes that held you. Athletic build, like she could hold her own. He caught a hint of her perfume, something subtle but impossible to ignore. For a second, he imagined what it'd be like to pull her in, feel her against him. Then he pictured Joe years ago, watching her walk into his office for the first time, thinking the same damn thing. Lucky bastard. Guess I miss sending those birthday cards, Reacher muttered. Both years. She shrugged. He never mentioned it. We weren't exactly close, he admitted. Still don't get why. He lied to you, she said. Talked about you sometimes. In his way, I think he was proud. Reacher stayed quiet. So, she pressed. Help me out. What was he like as a boss? Top tier. Absolute pro. And as a boyfriend? A smirk. Held his own there too. The air between them thickened. Where have you been since the service? She asked. You're a ghost on paper. By design, he said. I like staying off the radar. Her eyes narrowed. Don't worry, I checked. You're clean. But now that you're here, I'm curious. Before, you were just a name. He glanced down, trying to see himself through Joe's eyes' scattered stories, second-hand impressions. Weird perspective. Will you help me? She asked again, unbuttoning her coat. The room was warm, and beneath it, a crisp white blouse hugged her frame. She leaned in close enough that the space between them felt charged, intimate. Dangerous, he echoed. Very. And you'd be on your own, no backup if you're made. Maybe this is a bad idea. Reacher snorted. I won't get made. Her smile was knowing. Joe said you'd say that. Word for word, 8 years ago. Silence. It's critical, she said. And time sensitive. You gonna tell me why? I already did. Then why the rush? Her lips pressed tight. This isn't some drill, he said. You've got a live one. Someone's out there. She looked away. I can't confirm that. Army taught me what no comment really means. Just a routine audit, she insisted. Will you do it? He let the quiet stretch. 2 conditions, he finally said. She turned back. Name them. 1, I work somewhere cold. Why? Because I just blew $189 on a winter coat. A quick grin. November should cover that. Good. He fished a matchbook from his pocket, slid it across. 2nd, there's an old couple playing gigs at this club. Worried they'll get stiffed on pay. Musicians. They could use someone looking out. Reacher hesitated, weighing his options. They'll probably be fine, he said, but I need confirmation. Can you have local law enforcement keep an eye on them? You know these guys personally? The other man said. Not exactly. Just met them. And when do they get paid? Friday night, right after their last set. Probably around midnight. They'll grab their cash, load their gear, and hit the road to New York. I'll have one of our field agents check in daily. Better than relying on the cops. We've got an office here. Atlantic City's a hotspot for money laundering, thanks to the casinos. So you in? Reacher fell silent, his brother's ghost lingering in his thoughts. He was bound to come back eventually, he mused. His coffee cup sat empty but still warm. He tilted it, watching the thick dregs slide toward him like Mississippi mud. When's the deadline? He finally asked. Meanwhile, less than 130 miles away in a Baltimore warehouse near the Inner Harbor, a deal was going down. A hefty stack of cash changed hands for 2 high-powered firearms and custom ammo. These weren't your average weapons, they were precision tools for a deadly job. The buyers had learned from past mistakes. Sure, they wouldn't blame their last failure entirely on equipment, but why take chances? After careful research, they'd found a supplier who met their standards. The price was steep, but the terms were clear. If the guns jammed, they'd return and put a bullet in the guy's spine low enough to leave him paralyzed. With the hardware secured, they were finally ready. On the political front, Vice President-elect Brooke Armstrong had a packed schedule before inauguration. His least pressing duty? Wrapping up his term as North Dakota's junior senator. With 650,000 constituents, he figured they'd understand he was in transition. Congress wasn't exactly bustling either, nothing major until January. Next up, easing his successor into the spotlight. 2 rallies were planned on November 20th and 24th where he'd pass the torch, literally and figuratively, to the new guy. Plenty of staged handshakes and photo ops. Unnecessary headache, but party loyalty demanded it. Then came the real work. Armstrong had to get up to speed on national security fast. A CIA tutor, Pentagon brass, and State Department officials were lined up to brief him. Juggling these crash courses with everything else was a nightmare. But the third task? That's where things got serious. Thousands of campaign donors needed their moment in the sun. Big money backers had their perks, but the mid-tier contributors, those who chipped in $1,000 or more, wanted their share of the victory. So receptions were scheduled, where they could mingle, feel important, and maybe even rub elbows with the incoming VP. The invites hinted it might be Armstrong hosting, keeping the suspense alive. The tone shifts here from Reacher's gritty deliberation to the cold efficiency of the weapons deal, then to Armstrong's political grind. The sarcasm creeps in with the donor events. Oh joy, another room full of people pretending they're best friends with power. But beneath it all, the tension builds both for Reacher and the unseen threat inching closer. Armstrong was already shouldering most of the workload, with 3/4 of the responsibilities landing squarely on his shoulders. The real pressure, though, came with the second task, keeping Wall Street happy. A new administration always rattled the markets, even when there was no logical reason for panic. A few jittery investors could spiral into full-blown chaos, tanking stocks and derailing a presidency before it even began. So Armstrong had to play financial therapist, soothing nerves and reassuring big money players, while the president-elect handled the heavy hitters in D. Matter Armstrong was stuck schmoozing the B-list financiers in New York. 5 trips crammed into 10 exhausting weeks. But his biggest headache? Running the transition team. A fresh administration needs thousands of fresh faces, nearly 8,000 to be exact, with 800 requiring Senate approval. And of those, about 80 were make-or-break appointments. Armstrong's job. Handpick the right people, then call in every favor he had in the Senate to push them through confirmation. The transition HQ was officially on G Street, but Armstrong kept command from his old Senate office. Not exactly glamorous work, but that's the difference between being VP and the top dog. The third week post-election was a grind. Tuesday through Thursday, Armstrong was buried in Beltway politics, holed up with the transition team. His wife was back in North Dakota, enjoying a much-needed break after the campaign chaos, leaving him alone in his Georgetown townhouse. Froelich wasn't taking any chances. She stacked his security detail with her best agents, all on high alert. 4 agents crashed at his place while 4D. Cops parked outside, 2 out front, and 2 guarding the alley. Every morning, a Secret Service limo rolled up, trailed by the gun car, a shadowy escort packed with firepower. The drill was seamless, quick, efficient transfers on the sidewalk, 3 agents glued to him all day. Dark suits, white shirts, sunglasses even in the dreary November chill. They moved like a well-oiled machine, always scanning, always adjusting, their radios buzzing faintly in his ear. Armstrong wasn't worried. Between Capitol Police, metal detectors, and a building full of vetted staffers, he felt safe. But Froelich? She was on edge. No sign of Reacher in Georgetown or on the Hill. No threats at all. And that somehow made it worse. Thursday night brought the first donor reception, 1,000 mid-level backers crammed into a chain hotel ballroom. The place got swept by bomb-sniffing dogs, and Metro cops staked out key positions hours in advance. Froelich stationed 2 agents at the door, 6 in the lobby, 8 in the ballroom, and 4 more watching the loading dock Armstrong's secret entrance. Every corner was wired with discrete cameras, all synced to a master clock, recording every second. The guest list was a mile long, but Froelich's gut still twisted. Too quiet. Too easy. Something didn't add up. The chilly November air forced the event indoors, with security keeping a low profile while ensuring everyone's safety. Guests were quickly ushered through a temporary metal detector at the entrance, then mingled in the lobby before heading toward the ballroom. There, their invitations were checked against photo IDs, placed briefly on a glass panel unbeknownst to them. A hidden camera synced their faces with their names in the security feed. After a second metal detector, they finally stepped into the ballroom, where Froelich's team kept things smooth, making the whole process feel like an adventure rather than a security drill. Froelich watched the monitors, scanning for anything or anyone out of place. No red flags, but her gut still twisted. No sign of Reacher, either. Was he even coming? For a second, she considered flagging him to her team, but she stopped herself. Win or lose, I need to know for sure. Armstrong arrived half an hour later, slipping in through the loading dock while guests sipped mediocre champagne and nibbled on limp hors d'oeuvres. His detail kept him in a tight bubble as he worked the room, each guest getting roughly 7 seconds of his time, a luxury compared to campaign rope lines. But here he couldn't rely on his usual handshake trick, where he'd grip the back of a supporter's hand to control the moment. Instead, he had to play it straight, shaking properly and moving fast. Most guests were polite. Some lingered too long, and one woman, dark-haired, confident, pulled him close, whispering something he couldn't quite catch. He flashed a grateful smile and moved on, his detail unfazed. 2 hours and 11 minutes later, he was out the door, back in his car, and home without incident. Meanwhile, the hotel emptied slowly, guests trickling out as security faded into the background. Froelich headed straight to her office, calling Stuyvesant just before midnight. He picked up instantly, tension in his voice. "Secure," she said. "Okay," he replied, exhaling at last. "Everything running smoothly?" "Seems that way." "Still, go over the footage again. Keep an eye out for any unfamiliar faces." "Already on it." "Excited for tomorrow?" "Excited isn't the word I'd use." "How's that outsider working out?" "Total bust. 3 days in, and he's vanished." "Told you it was a bad idea." "With nothing pressing in D." That Friday morning, Armstrong skipped the office and had his CIA contact swing by for a 2-hour briefing. After that, his security team ran through a full motorcade drill and armored Cadillac, flanked by 2 black Suburbans, with police cruisers and motorcycle escorts leading the way. They took him to Andrews Air Force Base for a noon flight to New York City. Technically, the plane wasn't Air Force Two yet since he wasn't officially sworn in, but the outgoing administration had extended the courtesy anyway. At LaGuardia, 3 Secret Service vehicles from the New York field office were waiting, along with a nipped motorcycle escort. They headed straight for Wall Street, where Froelich had already secured the stock exchange. The NIP dude had it locked down tight, so she relaxed until the photo op. The transition team insisted on shots outside the building, right on the sidewalk, after the closing bell. No way around it, they needed the publicity. But Froelich hated the idea of Armstrong standing still in the open. She had agents double-check every photographer's credentials, search every bag, and confirm the perimeter was secure 1,000 feet in every direction, plus 500 feet vertically. Finally, Armstrong stepped out with a group of bankers and brokers, smiling for the cameras. The photographers crouched low, angling for shots with a nice inscription looming overhead. Too close for comfort. 5 painfully long minutes later, it was over. Armstrong gave his signature wave and ducked back inside. Next stop, Air Force 2, then a flight to North Dakota for the first rally of the handover tour. 14 hours of relative calm until her phone buzzed in the car. Her Treasury contact in D was on the line. That account we're tracking just got another hit 20 grand wired to Western Union in Chicago. Cash? Cashier's check. 20 grand to Western Union. Someone's getting paid. For what? Silence. She hung up, gripping the phone. Chicago? Armstrong wasn't even going there. The plane touched down in Bismarck, and Armstrong headed home to his lakeside house. The Secret Service took over the garage apartment, giving him and his wife some privacy. Froelich pulled back the detail just for the night. But that call, it nagged at her. Something didn't add up. Froelich dismissed a personal detail for the night, assigning 4 fresh agents to surveil the property, 2 stationed out front, 2 covering the rear. State troopers filled in the gaps, their patrol cars forming a loose perimeter about 3 football fields out. After walking the grounds herself for a final sweep, she was heading back up the driveway when her phone buzzed. Froelich. Reacher's voice cut through the static. How'd you get this number? Ex-military cop, she shot back. Numbers aren't exactly a challenge. Where are you? Don't forget those musicians, he warned, ignoring her question. Atlantic City. Tonight's the night. The line went dead. She climbed the stairs to the garage apartment, killing time until she could check in. At 1 a.m., she called the Atlantic City field office, confirmed the elderly couple had been paid, escorted to their car, and seen merging onto I-95, heading north. Hanging up, she sank into the window seat, staring into the pitch-black night. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional bark of a distant dog. No stars, no moon, just the kind of night she hated. Residential details were always the worst. No matter how cooperative people were at first, eventually they chafed under the constant surveillance. Armstrong still seemed amused by the novelty, but his wife's patience was wearing thin. With no agents inside the house, Froelich was relying entirely on the perimeter. It wasn't ideal, but until they briefed Armstrong on the actual threat level, something the Secret Service never did, she was stuck. By Saturday morning, the North Dakota air was sharp with cold. The rally, set for 1 p.m., would take place outside a white clapboard church on the city's south side. Froelich had balked at the outdoor venue, but Armstrong brushed it off. North Dakotans don't retreat indoors till after Thanksgiving, he'd said, as if that settled it. For a wild second, she considered canceling the whole thing, but the transition team would have overruled her, and she wasn't in the mood for pointless fights. She even debated insisting on the Kevlar vest under his overcoat, but held back. 8 years of this, she thought grimly. He's not even sworn in yet. The church grounds, roughly the size of a soccer field, were bordered by subdivisions on 3 sides. Froelich banned parking, posted agents at the gate, and stationed cops along the perimeter. The church itself got a sweep by the K-9 unit before being locked down. With Armstrong's wife attending, she doubled the personal detail to 6 agents close enough to look like a power entourage, not so tight they'd seem suffocating. Armstrong didn't complain. The optics worked in his favor. The Armstrongs skipped the event, food no one needed footage of them, fumbling with greasy fingers, and ate early at home. By the time they arrived, it was all business. Local politics wasn't his problem anymore, and for once the event almost felt easy. Almost. The transition couldn't have gone smoother for his successor, honestly. With a solid majority fresh off the election and riding high on public goodwill, the whole afternoon felt more like a leisurely walk through prime real estate than a formal event. His wife looked stunning, his successor stuck close by, and the press played nice, no tough questions, just cameras flashing from every major outlet, including CNN and the big papers like the Washington Post and New York Times. It went so well, in fact, he almost regretted scheduling a follow-up. Why mess with perfection? Fröhlich, meanwhile, wasn't soaking in the moment she was scanning. Faces, perimeters, the crowd's energy, searching for any flicker of tension or panic. Nothing. No red flags, no Reacher. Armstrong lingered longer than planned, soaking up the golden late afternoon sun. No wind, no rush. His wife headed home. His security team nudged him toward the cars, and they rolled into Bismarck for a quiet dinner with state lawmakers. Then came the curveball, a last-minute summons from the outgoing administration. A transition meeting at the Naval Support Facility in Thurmont. Translation, Camp David. Fröhlich nearly cheered. Secure, secluded, and about as safe as it gets. She pushed for an immediate flight to Andrews, then choppers straight to the compound. A full 24 hours without worrying? Yes, please. But the next morning, a Navy steward handed her a wired phone, no cordless or cell signals allowed, too risky. A voice cut through the silence. We should meet, Reacher said. Why? Not over the phone. Where have you been? Busy. And now? Same hotel as Thursday's reception. You got something. A conclusion. Already? You said 10 days. 5 was enough. She braced herself. What's the verdict? Your job's impossible. She exhaled, almost laughing. Told you so. No, I mean actually impossible. You need to hear this. Get here now. 3 hours later, she was speeding back to D. In her Suburban, debating when to loop in Stuyvesant. Bad news now? Later. She pulled over near DuPont Circle and called him. I'll step in when necessary, he said. Who'd you use? Joe Reacher's brother. Our Joe Reacher? Didn't know if he had one. Well, he did. What's he like? Like Joe. Maybe tougher. Older or younger? Fröhlich paused. Both. Stuyvesant fell silent for a beat. How does he stack up against Joe? He finally asked. Fröhlich hesitated. Still figuring that out, she admitted. Another pause stretched between them before Stuyvesant muttered. Just keep me in the loop and make it quick. And keep this between us. Got it? The call ended, and Fröhlich merged back into the sluggish Sunday traffic, gripping the wheel tighter than necessary. The last stretch to the hotel felt longer than it was. When she pulled up, the front desk waved her straight through. No questions, no delays. The elevator ride to the 12th floor was smooth, but her nerves weren't. A waiter slipped past her as she reached room 1201, balancing a tray with black coffee, 2 plain cups, and a single pink rose in a delicate vase. No frills, no extras. Just like the room itself, generic, forgettable. 2 queen beds, bland floral drapes, generic wall art, and the faint hum of the TV left on mute. Reacher sat on the edge of the nearest bed, dressed head to toe in black, his hair cropped short, a fake Secret Service pin glinting on his collar. He looked the part maybe too well. What's the update? She asked, cutting straight to it. Patience, he said, just as the waiter vanished, leaving the coffee untouched. Froelich's gaze flicked to the door, then back to Reacher. You blend right in, she admitted. His grin was sharp. You owe me 20 grand. She stiffened. They mentioned that. But why a cashier's check? That part threw me. You'll understand soon enough. He stood pouring the coffee with deliberate calm. Timed that well, didn't I? Knew exactly when you'd roll in. Sunday traffic's predictable. Froelich exhaled. Just tell me what you've got. You're good, he said, sipping his coffee. Like really good. Top tier. Her fingers tightened around her cup. But you're not perfect. Whoever's out there. They could waltz right past you and finish the job. Her pulse spiked. I never confirmed there is anyone out there. Reacher just stared. Fine, she snapped. Give it to me straight. 3.5, he said. Her cup rattled. Out of 10? Armstrong's already dead 3.5 times over. Her breath hitched. Already? How? 3 certainties. 1 maybe? She froze mid-step, the room tilting. 5 days. What are we missing? He nudged the coffee toward her. 2 approaches, he said, like he was explaining the weather. John Malkovich style up close, no exit plan. Or Edward Fox, clean, distant, gone before the body hits the floor. She blinked. We know this. We study those films. Then you know Malkovich expected to die. Fox. He planned to vanish. Reacher leaned in. Your problem? You're prepping for one. But what if it's the other? The coffee turned bitter in her mouth. Somewhere down the hall, a door slammed too loud, too sudden. Froelich flinched. Reacher didn't. Relax, Reacher said, almost laughing. If they wanted him dead today, he'd be dead. The fact he's breathing means they're enjoying this. Froelich set her cup down hard. That's not comforting. Wasn't meant to be. Like I said, we've got someone tracking all that, she replied, stirring her coffee absent-mindedly. We pull transcripts, break down reports, even chat with the writers when they drop new material. Gotta know where their heads are at. Reacher leaned in. Find anything useful? She took a slow sip, her eyes distant, like she was flipping through an invisible archive in her mind. Well, the Day of the Jackal stuck with us, she admitted. Edward Fox played this assassin who customized a rifle to look like a disabled vet's crutch sneaky, right? He set up in a building hours before the target's speech, planning a clean shot from a high window with a silencer. Could have worked in theory, but that was the early 60s. Way before my time. De Gaulle era post-Algeria. Security's tighter now partly thanks to movies like that, honestly. What about In the Line of Fire? Malkovich's plastic gun stunt? She rolled her eyes. Oh, that mess. A homemade pistol. Please. We've tested that junk. It'd blow up in his face before the bullet even left the barrel. And the budget. Guy drops 50 grand just to waltz into a rally? Real-life crazies don't roll like that. We wrote it off as Hollywood nonsense. Still made for a decent flick, Reacher said. Sure, if you ignore reality, she shot back. But it did highlight one thing: close-range threats beat long-distance sniper fantasies any day. Froelich hesitated, then cracked a cautious smile. Wait, is this your big revelation? You had me sweating over hypotheticals? Reacher didn't blink. Take Thursday's rally. 1,000 people, all a sip seed, thanks to your very informative transition website. Her smile faltered. We screen every detail on there. Yet it spelled out Armstrong's entire schedule, he countered. Including that rally. And that dark-haired woman who yanked him off balance? Froelich stiffened. You were there. No, but I heard. From who? She demanded. He dodged the question. You catch it on tape. After the fact, she admitted. That woman could have killed him, Reacher said flatly. First real opening you gave her. Before that? Flawless execution, A+ work around the Capitol. Froelich scoffed, waving him off. Could have? Come on, Reacher. Lightning could strike. A black hole could swallow D. That woman was vetted. He held her gaze. Vetted doesn't mean bulletproof. A beat passed. Somewhere outside, a car alarm blared, slicing through the tension. Froelich exhaled, her fingers tapping the table like she was counting risks in her head. She recovered fast. You're not here to scare me with maybes, she said, sharper now. Give me something real. Reacher leaned back. Or what? You'll dismiss me like a bad movie plot? Her lips twitched almost a laugh. Almost. Try me. She was a major donor to the campaign, cleared 2 security checkpoints, and still got her ID verified at the entrance. Like some VIP at a Hollywood premiere, Reacher quipped. Yeah, we've covered that already, Froelich shot back. Think about it, what if she was some elite operative? Black belt, special forces training. Could have snapped Armstrong's neck like a twig. Froelich rolled her eyes. Sure, keep spinning theories. Or what if she was packing heat? Impossible. She walked through metal detectors twice. Reacher reached into his jacket and pulled out a sleek, brown object, small but deadly. Ever seen one of these? It looked like an innocent pocket knife, barely 3.5 inches long with a curved grip. With a click, a razor-sharp speckled blade flicked out. Pure ceramic, he explained. Harder than steel, sharper than steel, and completely undetectable by scanners. That woman could have had this on her the whole time. One quick slash, and Armstrong's gut would have been wide open. Or his throat. Or his eye. He handed it over. Froelich turned the weapon in her hands, studying it. Boker-Brandt, Reacher added. German-made. Pricey, but not impossible to get. Froelich scoffed. So you bought a fancy knife. Doesn't prove a thing. That knife was in the ballroom Thursday night, Reacher countered. Hidden in that woman's left pocket, blade out, while she shook Armstrong's hand and pulled him close. His stomach was inches from it. Froelich's eyes widened. You're joking. Who was she? Elizabeth Wright, a die-hard supporter from Elizabeth, New Jersey. Donated $4,000 to the campaign, volunteered for months, even ran a phone bank on election day. Froelich frowned. Then why would she carry a knife? Actually, she didn't. Reacher stood, crossed to the adjoining door, and knocked. Neagley, you're up. The door swung open, and a woman stepped in, late 30s, lean, dressed in jeans and a gray sweatshirt, her dark hair pulled back. The way she moved screamed military precision, her wrists corded with muscle from years of training. Froelich's jaw dropped. You're the woman from the footage. Reacher grinned. Francis Neagley, meet M. Froelich, meet Neagley, the best damn master sergeant I ever served with. Close quarters combat specialist. Terrifyingly good. These days, she's a security consultant in Chicago. Chicago, Froelich echoed. That explains the check. Reacher nodded. She bankrolled this whole thing since, as you know, I don't exactly have a wallet. So what happened to the real Elizabeth Wright? I borrowed her look, Reacher said. New clothes, fresh shave, even sunglasses, my version of blending in. Then I needed a believable Jersey woman, so I staked out Newark flights at the airport. Watched the crowd, picked my mark. Told her I was Secret Service and there was a security breach. Lucky guess she was headed to the rally. Sixth try? Froelich raised an eyebrow. Not everyone falls for the badge. But, right, she bought it. Guess I just have that trustworthy face. I picked up this cheap earpiece from Radio Shack, only $2, with a thin wire trailing down my collar. Totally convincing. I rolled up in a sleek black Lincoln Town Car rental, looking every bit the part. She bought it, no questions asked. Honestly, she was thrilled by the whole setup. I escorted her back to the room and kept watch, while Neagley took charge. The whole time I was glued to that earpiece, murmuring into my wrist like some undercover agent, straight out of a movie. Neagley shot Froelich a look. "We picked New Jersey for a reason," she said. "Their driver's licenses? Easiest to fake." I had my laptop and a color printer ready to go. Just finished whipping up Reacher's bogus Secret Service badge, no clue if it matched the real deal, but it looked legit. Then I slapped together a Jersey license with my face on it, printed it, laminated it with this cheap gadget from Staples, roughed up the edges for authenticity, and tossed it in my bag. Threw on some nicer clothes, grabbed Ms. Wright's invite, and headed downstairs. No problem getting into the ballroom. Oh, and I had a knife tucked in my pocket. Froelich's eyes narrowed, and Neagley shrugged. "I waited, then got close to your guy. Held on to him just long enough." Froelich stared hard. "How would you have done it?" "Had his right hand in mine," Neagley said, cool as ice. "Pulled him in, twisted him slightly clean shot to the neck. A 3.5-inch blade straight through the carotid. One good yank, and he'd bleed out in under 30 seconds. Your guys would have dropped me right after, no question, but they couldn't have stopped me in time." Froelich went pale. Neagley glanced away. "Without the knife. Trickier, but not impossible. Breaking his neck would have been tough. Guy's got some muscle. I'd have had to shift his weight fast, and if your team reacted quick enough, maybe they'd interrupt. So I'd probably go for the throat, one sharp elbow to crush his windpipe. I'd be dead first, sure, but he'd suffocate right after. Unless you've got a trauma team ready to slice open his neck on the dance floor in under a minute. Which, let's be real, you don't." Froelich exhaled. "No, we don't, Neagley. Sorry to wreck your mood. But you asked for the truth. No point in a security review if we sugarcoat it." Froelich swallowed. "What did you whisper to him?" "Told him I had a knife. Just for kicks. Quietly, though. If anyone called me out, I was gonna say I asked where his wife was, like I was hitting on him." "Bet that happens a lot." Froelich nodded. "It does." Neagley leaned back. "Well, he's safe at home now. You checked. Every day Reacher cut in. We've been staking out Georgetown since Tuesday night." Neagley raised an eyebrow. "Didn't spot you." Reacher grinned. "That was the idea." "How'd you find his place?" "Followed your limos." Froelich stayed quiet. "Nice rides," Reacher added. "Smooth moves." Neagley. "Friday morning was solid. But the rest of the day? Messy. Big communication breakdown." "Where?" Froelich pressed. "Your team had ballroom footage, but your New York crew clearly never saw it." Because Neagley wasn't just the woman in the dress Thursday. She was also one of the photographers outside the stock exchange. Neagley shrugged. "Some tiny North Dakota paper has a website with their logo. Downloaded it, tweaked it into a press pass. Laminated it, added some eyelets, and hung it around my neck. Easy. I spent hours digging through thrift shops in downtown New York, hunting for beat-up vintage photography equipment. The whole time, I kept a camera pressed to my face like some obsessive tourist, just another way to stay invisible to Armstrong. You need tighter security, Reacher cut in. Some kind of controlled access system. Froelich shook her head. Not happening. First Amendment means the press can waltz in whenever they want. At least we search them. Neagly. I wasn't even armed today. Just wanted to see if I could slip past your guys. But let's be real. I could have walked in with a rocket launcher if I felt like it. Your security's a joke. Reacher pushed off the bed and crossed to the desk, yanking open a drawer. He pulled out a stack of glossy 4x6 prints, the kind you'd get from a one-hour photo kiosk. The first shot was a dramatic low-angle snap of Armstrong outside the stock exchange, the building's inscription hovering above his head like some cheesy political ad. Neagly's work, Reacher said, tossing it onto the bed. Not bad, right? Maybe we should sell it, help cover the 20 grand we just blew on this little experiment. Froelich picked it up, her expression unreadable. I was right in his face, Neagly added. Could have reached out and tapped him on the shoulder. Another in the line of fire moment, but hey, no big deal. Reacher flicked the next photo at her like a blackjack dealer. This one was a grainy long-distance shot, zoomed in from some skyscraper window. Armstrong was just a speck in the frame, a tiny figure with a crude bullseye scribbled around his head in pen. My half point, Reacher said. 60th floor, 3 football fields away. Inside the police perimeter, but way above where they bothered to look. You had a rifle up there? Froelich's voice tightened. No. Just a hunk of wood cut to size. And a camera with a monster lens. But I played it straight. Wanted to see if it'd work. Figured a rifle case would freak people out, so I stuffed it into a big square monitor box, hauled it in on a dolly like a delivery guy. Cops barely glanced at me. Found an empty conference room, but the window was sealed. Would have had to cut the glass. Still, if I'd wanted to take the shot, easy. And I'd have been long gone before anyone figured it out. Froelich exhaled, jaw tight. Why only half a point? Looks like you had him dead to rights. Manhattan's a nightmare for snipers, Reacher said. 900 feet out, 600 feet up. That's an 1,100-foot shot. Normally no sweat, but the wind between those towers. It's like trying to thread a needle in a hurricane. Only an amateur would even try, and an amateur's gonna miss. A flicker of relief crossed Froelich's face. So she's not scared of amateurs, Reacher noted. Must be a pro she's worried about. Call it 3 points total and forget New York, he said. Too many variables. But Bismarck, Neagly leaned in. No variables there. We flew in commercial Chicago connection, landed past midnight. Reacher slid 2 more photos across the bed. Infrared, he said. Shot in the dark. The first image showed the shadowed outline of the Armstrongs' house, the windows glowing like embers in the blackness. The infrared images had a surreal, almost dreamlike quality, washed-out hues and warped perspectives. But the details were sharp enough to make out every window, every door. Froelich spotted one of her agents standing in the yard, arms crossed. Where exactly were you? She demanded. Next door, Reacher replied. About 50 feet back. Basic nighttime infiltration, nothing fancy. Just standard infantry tactics. A couple of mutts barked, but we slipped past them. Those troopers in the cruisers didn't even blink. Neagly tapped the second photo, a front angle shot just as crisp. I was across the street, she said. tucked behind some guy's garage. Reacher leaned forward, elbows on his knees. The play. M16s with grenade launchers, maybe a couple of M60s on tripods. White phosphorus through the windows front and back, synchronized. Either Armstrong burns in his bed or we pick him off when he bolts. 4A. Strike total chaos, agents scrambling. We'd have shredded the place, slipped out in the confusion. After that, just a manhunt in the sticks. Not ideal, but with a little luck. He shrugged. Edward Fox all over again. Froelich shook her head. No way. This wasn't Friday. You weren't really there. Reacher stayed silent. Were you? She pressed. He slid another photo toward her, a telephoto shot, her silhouette glowing in eerie infrared shades of red and violet. She was sitting by the garage apartment window, phone pressed to her ear. I was calling New Jersey, she murmured. Your musician buddies got out clean. Appreciate it, Reacher said. She stared at the images, jaw tight. So the ballroom and the house were locked down. 2 for us. But yesterday. Reacher handed her the last photo, daylight, high angle. Armstrong crossing the lawn, his shadow stretching long in the golden light. A crude crosshair circled his head. Church tower, Reacher said. It was locked. Since 5A. They swept it. I was behind the bell trapdoor. Sprinkled pepper on the ladder. Dogs lost the scent. Local unit, Froelich muttered. Sloppy work. I almost cancelled. You should have. Or made him wear a vest. Wouldn't have helped. I'd have gone for the head. Perfect conditions, clear sky, no wind. 200 feet out. Could have taken his eyebrows off. Froelich exhaled. John Malkovich or Edward Fox. Armstrong first, then a few extras. Cops, bystanders, maybe a kid or two. Gut shots, not kills. More dramatic that way. The room went still. Somewhere outside, a car door slammed. The scene would have been chaos, people scrambling, blood everywhere, total pandemonium. That kind of frenzy would have been my ticket out. I'd have been through the church doors in under 10 seconds, vanishing into the suburban streets before anyone could react. Neagley was waiting in a car nearby, engine ready to roar the second gunfire erupted. Honestly, I'd have pulled off a clean escape, smooth as Edward Fox in the Day of the Jackal. Froelich pushed back from the table and moved to the window, pressing her palms against the sill like she was steadying herself. Outside, the sky looked heavy, threatening rain. This is a catastrophe, she muttered. Reacher stayed silent, arms crossed. I didn't expect you to go full commando on us, she admitted. I thought we were running a simulation, not an all-out tactical assault. Reacher shrugged. You think assassins play by polite rules. They set the terms, not us. Froelich exhaled sharply. And I definitely didn't see you bringing backup, especially not a woman. I gave you a heads up, Reacher countered. Told you this wouldn't work if you were just waiting for me to stroll in. You think killers bowl SFEP before they strike? I know, she conceded. But I pictured a solo operator, not a team. Reacher, there's no such thing as a lone wolf in this game. It's always a crew. In the window's reflection, Froelich's lips twisted into a wry smile. So you don't buy the Warren report? Neither do you, he shot back. No pro ever would. Right now I don't feel like much of a pro, she admitted. Neagley slid off the sill and joined her, leaning against the glass. Perspective, she said. You're being too hard on yourself. Reacher and I? We were seed trained to outthink, outmaneuver, and outlast. We're a rare breed. There might be 10,000 like us in the entire country. Froelich scoffed. 10,000 sounds like a lot. Out of 281 million? Neagly fired back. And how many are the right age, available, and motivated? It's a rounding error. Face it, your job's impossible. You're supposed to keep a politician exposed. We'd never let a principal take risks like Armstrong does. Not in a million years. Frolix turned away, staring blankly at the wall. Thanks for the pep talk, she said quietly. But I've got some serious reevaluating to do. Reacher cut in. Expand the perimeter to half a mile. Keep crowds back and stick 4 agents to him like glue. That's your only play. She shook her head. Not happening. Too authoritarian. And this is just the start. 3 more years of this. Then re-election chaos. Then a potential White House bid. Ever seen those New Hampshire town halls? Shirt sleeves, handshakes, packed rooms? It's a security nightmare. Silence settled over them. Neagly pushed off the window and crossed to the credenza, pulling 2 slim folders from the drawer. She held up the first. Our after-action report. Key takeaways and recommendations. Frolich nodded. Got it. Neagly lifted the second. And our expense breakdown. Every receipt's accounted for. Frolich hesitated, clutching the files like a shield against her chest. Make the check out to Reacher, she muttered. It's his money after all. Got it, she said again, her voice tight. She tucked the folders under her arm, fingers drumming against them nervously. And don't forget Elizabeth Wright, New Jersey. I promised her an invite to the inaugural ball to make up for missing the reception. Frolich exhaled sharply. Right, the ball. I'll figure it out. She froze for a second, shoulders tense. This is a complete disaster, she whispered. Reacher shrugged. You've got the hardest job in D. Cut yourself some slack. A flicker of memory crossed her face. Joe used to say the same thing. Told me hitting 95% was a win, given the stakes. Try 94 sprint, Reacher corrected. 1 president out of 18? That's a 6% fail rate. Not exactly a catastrophe. Close enough, she muttered. But we've never lost a VP. Not yet. She fidgeted with the files, stacking them neatly before shoving them into her bag. Her gaze darted around the room like she was memorizing every detail, the faded wallpaper, the scuffed baseboards. Then, without another word, she turned and walked out, the door clicking shut behind her. Silence settled over the room until Neagly stretched, arms high, her sweatshirt riding up to reveal toned abs. Damn, you still clean up nice, Reacher remarked. Black suits you too, she shot back. Almost like a uniform. Feels like one, he admitted. Haven't worn one in 5 years. Neagly smoothed her shirt down. We done here. I'm wiped. Exhausted from crushing that poor woman's spirit? She's tough. And good at her job, better than most would be. Reacher nodded. She knows it too. Just hates that she can't hit 100%. So who's this Joe guy? Ex-boyfriend? My brother, Reacher said flatly. They dated. And Reacher glanced away. Think of me, but with manners. Maybe she'll go for round 2, collect the whole set. Neagly snorted. Right. Well, I'm heading back to Chicago. Real world calls. Liar, Reacher said. Seriously, it was fun. But I'm out. Bet you $20 she's back in an hour. Neagly raised an eyebrow. To ask you out? Nah, Reacher said. To finally tell us what's really eating her. Frolich stormed to her sub, dumping the files onto the passenger seat. The engine roared to life. Her foot jammed on the brake. She yanked her phone from her bag, thumb hovering over Stuyvesant's number. The screen glowed green, taunting her. She stared at it, jaw clenched, then out the windshield debating, wrestling with the truth she wasn't ready to say. Froelich stood on the sidewalk, her thumb hovering over the call button before snapping her phone shut and tossing it onto the passenger seat. The tires screeched as she peeled away from the curb, weaving through downtown D. Like she was late for the most important meeting of her life. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Reacher shrugged off his jacket and tossed it over a chair, his t-shirt coming untucked as he stretched. "You ever cast a ballot?" Neagley asked, leaning against the windowsill. Reacher shook his head. "No fixed address, no registration. You, every time," she said. "Civic duty and all that. You vote for Armstrong. Nobody picks a VP that's just the sidekick role. But yeah, I back the ticket. You would have too, right?" "Probably," he admitted. "You ever dig up dirt on him before?" Neagley shrugged. "I follow politics. But I'm not the type who memorizes every senator's middle name. Ever think about running yourself?" She barked a laugh. "Not a chance. I like staying under the radar. Sargent was good enough for me, never wanted the brass. You could have had it." "Power's not always in the rank," she shot back, grinning. "Sergeants run the show more than officers ever realize." "Oh, I realized." Neagley's expression sobered. "She's not coming back, you know. We're just killing time while my flight options vanish. She'll be here." Froelich's office felt eerily quiet for a Sunday. The usual hum of the Secret Service was muted, fewer suits, more casual wear, the kind of day where even Stuyvesant took a break. She locked her door, yanked open a drawer, and dumped a stack of files into a manila envelope. Then she grabbed Reacher's expense report, scribbled the total on her notepad, and fed every last sheet into the shredder. One by one, the evidence vanished into confetti. By the time she hit the garage, dusk was settling over the city. The streets were empty, tourists prepping for dinner, locals glued to football or chores. Her black Suburban cut through the dimming light, headlights slicing the fog as she swung into the taxi lane outside the hotel. Reacher spotted her from the window. "Told you she'd be back." Neagley folded her arms. "We can't fix this for her. Maybe she doesn't want fixing. Maybe she just needs to vent. To us. Who else? We didn't hire her. We can't fire her. And we're not gunning for her job." Neagley raised an eyebrow. "You ever spill secrets to the wrong person?" Reacher grinned. "Once or twice. Like right now, talking to you. Worse offense, I wasn't even an officer." "But you had the chops?" he said, watching Froelich sit motionless in her car. "She's calling someone." The hotel phone rang. Reacher grabbed it. "Still here," he said, exchanging a glance with Neagley. "Now the real conversation begins." Reacher paused, phone still in hand, listening intently before setting it down. "She's on her way up," he confirmed. Neagley arched an eyebrow. "Finally," she muttered, turning back to the window just as Froelich's car pulled up outside. The woman stepped out, clutching a manila envelope like it held state secrets. She moved fast, skirting puddles from last night's rain before vanishing into the building. The elevator's soft ding echoed down the hall moments later, followed by a sharp rap on the door. Reacher swung it open, and Froelich strode in, her gaze flicking between him and Neagley like she was weighing a decision. "Mind if we talk alone?" she asked. Reacher crossed his arms. "Won't change a thing." "The answer's yes." Froelich frowned. "You don't even know what I'm asking." Sure I do, he said, leaning against the dresser. You trusted Joe, Joe trusted me, loop closed. Now you're wondering if I vouch for Neagley. Spoiler, I do. So yeah, you can too. A beat of silence. Then Froelich exhaled, shoulders relaxing. Guess that settles it. Jack it off, stay a while, Reacher said, grabbing the phone. Coffee. She tossed her coat onto the bed and slid the envelope onto the table. Black, no sugar. As Reacher called room service, Froelich hesitated. Look, I wasn't entirely straight with you earlier. Shocker, Reacher deadpanned. With a wince, she unsealed the envelope and pulled out a plastic sleeve, the kind you'd find in any office supply closet. Inside was an 8x10 photo of a sheet of paper, a ruler beside it for scale. 5 stark words glared back. You are going to die. The room went still. Mail room, catch this? Reacher finally asked. Monday after the election, Froelich said. First class Senate address. We screen everything Armstrong never saw it. She tapped the photo. What's your take? 2 things, Reacher said. 1, it's not wrong. Everyone dies. Even you, Froelich. Maybe not today, but someday. So technically, it's just facts. Neagley leaned in. Or, it's worded that way on purpose to dodge charges if caught. Smart enough to play semantics. Froelich's eyes narrowed, almost impressed. We'll get there. But it's definitely a him. How sure? Later, she deflected. Reacher cut in. Why sweat this one? Politicians get death threats like junk mail? True, Froelich admitted. But most are scribbled in crayon by guys wearing tinfoil hats. This, clean, calculated. And it wasn't sent to the president, it's personal. Vegas postmark, which tells us zip. Well, at least the guy's got taste in vacation spots. Froelich didn't laugh. This isn't a joke. Reacher poured the fresh coffee, steam curling between them. No, he agreed. But it's definitely a game. Positive it's from an American. Neagley pressed. Odds are in our favor, Froelich replied. Foreigners don't usually bother with written threats, at least not in our files. You think he just blew into town to mail this? Almost certainly. Forensics don't lie, this guy's meticulous. Almost too careful. Neagley leaned in. Break it down for me. Froelich raised an eyebrow. Were you MP? Or just really into evidence rooms? Reacher. Oh, she specialized in snapping spines. But sure, she probably picked up a thing or two about forensics between takedowns. Neagley shot him a look. I cannot him. I logged 6 months at Quantico's forensic labs. Froelich nodded. We handed this to the FBI, their setup's sharper than ours. A sharp rap at the door cut in. Reacher crossed the room, checked the peephole, and swung it open to grab the coffee tray from room service black. No cream or sugar, just a single pink rose in a tiny vase, like some kind of hotel afterthought. He set it down, nudging aside the crime scene photo. Neagley flipped the cups and poured. So what the feds find? She asked. Envelope was sterile, Froelich said. Basic brown, self-sealing flap, no DNA, no prints except postal workers and our own guy who opened it. Even the glue was tap water, no saliva. This dude reads up on forensics, stays ahead of the game. Reacher tapped the photo. And the letter itself? Froelich tilted it under the light. Weirdest part. Paper's premium stock, Georgia Pacific's high-end laser stuff. Untraceable, but pricier than your average ream. Could mean nothing. Or everything. Printer. HP laser Times New Roman 14-point bold. FBI's got a guy who obsesses over kerning letter spacing quirks that ID the software. But it works for Valve for Windows 95. Basically, every dinosaur PC in America. Mealy exhaled. No prints, I'm guessing. Here's the kicker. Froelich tapped the photo's edge. Microscopic talc residue right where you'd grip it with latex gloves. 2 smudges front and back. Neatly. Gloves. Of course. Froelich nodded. Guy's paranoid. Or just really good. Got it, Neagley said. He slips on the gloves, cracks open a fresh ream of paper, fans the sheets to prevent jams leaving talc residue where his fingers touch. Then he loads the printer, fires it up, and the heat bakes the dust into the page. Laser printers run hot, Froelich added. The toner sticks with an electrostatic charge. Then a heater seals it permanently around 200 degrees, give or take. Neagley leaned in. Then he plucks the paper from the output tray, pinching it between his thumb and finger. That's why we see smudges front and back unbaked, since they happened after the heating cycle. And here's the kicker. This wasn't done at an office. It's a home setup. Why? Vertical feed. The paper pops up like toast. Office printers spit pages flat, you'd see drag marks, not clean grips. Only small HP lasers feed vertically, the kind you'd have in a den. Mine's the same slow, with a cartridge that taps out after 2,500 pages. Total amateur hour. Froelich nodded. Makes sense. Wearing latex gloves at work would raise eyebrows. Neagley's grin widened. So he prints it in his den, yanks the page straight into an envelope, and seals it with tap water gloves still on. 0 prints left behind. Froelich's expression shifted. Except here's where it gets really strange. She tapped the photo, her nail landing just below the text. What's usually here on a normal letter? A signature, Reacher said. Bingo. But instead, a thumbprint. Huge, deliberate dead center. Too big to be a woman's. He signed it with his thumb. Reacher grabbed the photo, studying it. You're running the print, obviously. They'll hit a wall, he said. Guy's clearly confident he's not in any database. Nothing so far, Froelich admitted. Reacher frowned. He leaves a bold thumbprint, no fear, but obsesses over keeping his prints off everything else. Why? Showmanship? Neagley offered. Or just, explains the fancy paper, though, Reacher mused. Smooth coating holds the print. Cheap stuff would have soaked it up. Neagley arched a brow. What'd the lab use? Iodine? Ninhydrin? Froelich shook her head. Fluoroscope lit it up instantly. Reacher fell silent, staring at the photo as the city outside turned slick with rain. What else? He asked Froelich. Why's this eating at you? Neagley cut in. She needs another reason. Reacher nodded. You know how these things go. There's always more. Same forensics, Froelich muttered. Same thumbprint signature. Reacher's jaw tightened as he crossed the room and yanked the curtains shut. No real logic to it. Just a gut reaction. When did this one appear? 3 days after the first, she admitted. No envelope, no trace. Just materialized on my boss's desk like some kind of ghost. Neagley leaned forward. So they're targeting you now. Making sure you don't brush this off? Froelich scoffed. Like we weren't already sweating bullets over it. Reacher cut in. When's Armstrong due back from Camp David? Late tonight. They'll linger over dinner. Swap stories probably won't touch down until after midnight. Who's your boss? Stuyvesant. Like the old cigarette brand, she said, rolling her eyes. And no, I didn't tell him about the last 5 days. Smart, Reacher agreed. But what exactly do you want from us? Frollet hesitated, her gaze dropping. Honestly, I've spent 6 days asking myself that. And you know what I realized? I just want to talk to someone who gets it. Someone like Joe. Her voice cracked. He'd see the angles here, the complications. He always did. Reacher's expression darkened. You want me to be Joe? No, she whispered. I just wish he were still here. A heavy silence settled before Reacher finally grunted. Yeah. Join the club. Frolic winced. Sorry. That came out wrong. Tell me about the office politics, Reacher said, shifting gears. Any disgruntled coworkers who'd pull this stunt? She nodded. Thought about that too. 6 guys got passed over when I got promoted. Any one of them or their little fan clubs could be nursing a grudge. Got a prime suspect? Not a clue. Everyone's prints are on file, and we've been swamped. No Vegas getaways lately. Reacher. Wouldn't take a weekend. A quick flight, a little sabotage, and boom, back before happy hour. Frollet stayed quiet, chewing her lip. Anybody you've had to reprimand? Reacher pressed. Someone dragging their feet? Pushing back? She shook her head. I've tweaked some protocols, had a few chats. But nothing explosive. And that thumbprint doesn't match anyone on file. Neagly crossed her arms. So it's a real threat from the outside. But someone on the inside had to help deliver it, right? Who else would have the nerve to sneak around your workplace and plant something on your boss's desk? Frollich gave a slow nod. I want you to check out the office, she said. Ewan. They piled into the government-issued suburban Reacher slouched in the back, while Neagly took shotgun beside Froelich. The night air clung thick with moisture, caught between a lazy drizzle and a creeping fog. The streets shimmered under the glow of streetlights, tires whispering against wet pavement, as the wipers kept a steady rhythm. Through the window, Reacher caught flashes of the White House's iron fence and the Treasury Building's imposing facade before Froelich swung into a tight alley, aiming for a garage entrance ahead. A steep ramp led them down into a stark white cavern, fluorescent lights glaring off polished concrete. A guard in a glass booth, watching their approach. The space was packed with identical black Suburbans, a few Lincoln Town cars, and Cadillacs with bulky reinforced frames where bulletproof glass had been fitted. Everything gleamed under the harsh lighting, turning the garage into a high-contrast snapshot. Frauda guided them through a heavy door with wire-reinforced glass, then up a narrow, mahogany staircase into a cramped lobby. Marble columns flanked a lone elevator. Technically, you two shouldn't be here, she muttered. So keep quiet, stay close, and move fast. Got it. She hesitated, then added, but first, I need you to see something. Another door, another turn, and suddenly they were standing in a cavernous hall that felt like it could swallow a stadium. Main lobby, Froelich said, her voice bouncing off the marble walls. The dim lighting washed the white stone in shades of gray. Here. She gestured toward a towering panel carved from marble, its edges ridged in classical detail. At the top, bold lettering read, "The United States Department of the Treasury." Beneath it, "Roll of Honor." Names and dates filled the panel, in precise, gold-inlaid engraving, dozens of them. Near the bottom, Reacher's gaze locked onto 2 entries, J. Reacher 1997 and M. Gordon 1997. The rest of the space stretched empty, waiting. That's Joe, Froelich said softly. A way of remembering. Reacher stared at his brother's name, the letters cold and perfect in the marble. For a second, he saw Joe at 12 quicker than anyone to catch a joke, slower to let himself laugh. Then the image shifted. Joe, shouldering a duffel, sweat-darkened shirt sticking to his back as he headed for West Point. And later, at their mother's funeral, the last time he'd seen him alive. Molly Beth Gordon flickered into memory too bright, laughing, gone in an instant. No, Reacher said, voice flat. That's not Joe. Or Molly. Just names on a wall. Neagley shot him a glance. But Froelich stayed silent, leading them back to the elevator. 3 floors up. The atmosphere shifted cramped hallways, low ceilings, the hum of bureaucracy. Fluorescent lights buzzed over cubicles, phones rang, papers piled high. The kind of place where history got filed away and forgotten. The office buzzed with the mechanical symphony of spinning hard drives, whirring cooling fans, and the occasional chirp of modems, all underscored by the muted trill of telephones. Just past the entrance, a suited receptionist juggled a phone between his shoulder and ear while scribbling notes, barely sparing them a glance. Duty officer, Froelich muttered. 3 shifts, 24/7. This desk never sleeps. Reacher scanned the room. Only way in. Fire stairs in the back, she said, but slow down, check the cameras first. She gestured upward, where tiny lenses watched from every angle, covering every inch of the maze like corridors. They wound deeper into the complex, twisting through hallways until they reached a cramped, windowless space at the rear. A lone secretary's station hubbed one-wall neat stacks of binders, memos, and a filing cabinet standing at attention. The president's portrait hung beside a furled American flag, with a coat rack standing guard like a silent sentinel. Everything was immaculate, not a paperclip out of place. Across from the station, a heavy fire exit door bore a glowing green running man, while a camera overhead stared down like a hawk. The only other door was shut tight. Stuyvesant's office, Froelich announced, swinging it open. Halogen lights flicked on, revealing a compact but orderly space. The blinds were drawn against the night, sealing off Pennsylvania Avenue. Window open? Neagley asked. Froelich snorted. Even if it did, good luck scaling 3 stories without half of D. Noticing. The desk dominated the room, pristine, empty. Its leather chair perfectly aligned. No phone. Reacher asked. Drawer, Froelich said. He likes it clean. Gray laminate cabinets lined the walls and 2 visitor chairs sat stiffly, completing the minimalist setup. The whole room whispered control. Here's the timeline, Froelich continued. Threatening letter arrives Monday post-election. Wednesday night, Stuyvesant leaves at 7:30, desk clear. His secretary peeks in before she goes, confirms nothing's out of place. Trust me, she'd notice. Reacher nodded. The desk was so spotless, a single paper clip would have looked like a declaration of war. Thursday morning. The secretary comes in at 8, doesn't even glance inside. Stuyvesant shows up 10 minutes later, raincoat, briefcase. He hangs the coat, chats with his secretary, leaves the briefcase on her desk, and walks into his office empty-handed. She paused. 5 seconds later, he's back, calling her in. A beat of silence. Something wasn't adding up. Neagley scanned the office, the door, the desk, the space between them. So we're just taking their word for it? She asked. Or do the security cameras back this up? Froelich nodded. Both. Every camera records to its own tape. I've reviewed the footage and everything lines up with their statements, who came in, who left, when. Neagley crossed her arms. Unless they're working together. Neither of them planted that paper. Exactly, Froelich agreed. Richa leaned forward. Then who did? What else is on the tape? Froelich motioned for them to follow her back to her office. She pulled 3 West tapes from her desk drawer and walked over to a small TV wedged between a printer and a fax machine. Copies, she said. The originals are under lock and key. The system runs on a 6-hour loop morning, afternoon, evening, overnight, repeat. She grabbed the remote, powered on the TV, and slid in the first tape. The screen flickered to life with a grainy black and white image. Wednesday evening, starting at 6, she said. The footage showed the office from behind the secretary's desk, a white-haired woman on the phone. Stuyvesant's closed door to the right, a timestamp in the corner. Froelich hit fast forward, and the scene turned into a sped-up blur. The secretary's hands darted like a machine, sorting mail, stamping documents with practiced efficiency. What's she doing? Reacher asked. Date stamping everything, Froelich replied. This place runs on paperwork, always has. The secretary's movements were comically exaggerated at high speed, her left hand flipping pages while her right stamped them with military precision. Reacher glanced away, taking in Froelich's office standard government issue, all function over form. Gray industrial carpet, laminate furniture, wires neatly tucked into white conduits. Stacks of reports, procedure manuals in a glass cabinet, no windows. The only sign of life? A sad half-dead plant on her desk. No photos, no personal touches, just the faintest hint of her perfume lingering in the air. Here's Stuyvesant leaving, Froelich said. Reacher turned back to the screen as the timestamp raced past 7:30 p.m. Stuyvesant burst out of his office in fast motion, tall, broad-shouldered, slightly hunched, salt and pepper hair. He grabbed his raincoat in one swift motion, flung it on, and darted to the secretary's desk, bending down to say something before vanishing off screen. Froelich cranked the speed even higher, turning the scene into a frantic blur. The secretary jolted in her chair like she'd been zapped by static electricity. The digital timer on the screen became an indistinct smear as Froelich hit fast forward, just in time to see the woman leap to her feet when the clock flipped to 8 down. The footage slowed again, revealing her darting to Stuyvesant's door, gripping the handle with one hand while leaning in, her body angled like a sprinter at the starting block. Before you could blink, she was gone, snatching her coat, purse, and umbrella before vanishing down the dim hallway. Froelich cranked the speed higher. The timer raced, but the office remained eerily still, just empty desks and the hum of silence. When do the cleaners show up? Reacher asked, arms crossed. Right before midnight, Froelich replied. That late? Night shift. This place never sleeps. With practiced efficiency, she fast-forwarded through hours of nothingness, pausing only to check the timecode. Then, at 11:52 p.m., movement flickered at the end of the hall. 3 figures emerged, 2 women and a man, all clad in dark coveralls, their expressions weary but determined. The man pushed a cart loaded with supplies. One woman hauled a backpack vacuum, the other a mop and bucket with a hinge mechanism that looked like it could wring out every last drop of water. Their rubber gloves gleamed faintly under the fluorescent lights. Froelich froze the frame as they neared Stuyvesant's door. Who are they? Reacher asked. Our own people, she said. Not some underpaid contractors. We vet them. Pay them right, give them benefits. They're part of the team. Reacher. And yet here we are, suspecting them of smuggling in evidence. Froelich exhaled sharply. No other way it got in. Could be in the trash bag taped under a shelf, or even strapped to the guy's back under those coveralls. She hit play. The cleaners disappeared inside, the door clicking shut behind them. The camera stared at emptiness for 8 long minutes before the tape cut out. "Midnight," Froelich muttered, swapping in the next cassette. The timer reset, crawling forward again. Neagley raised an eyebrow. "They take their sweet time. Our cleaners would have been in and out in 5. Froelich shrugged. "Stuyvesant likes things spotless. Guess that means no shortcuts." At precisely 12:07 a.m., the door swung open and the cleaning crew shuffled out. "So you're thinking the letter's still sitting on that desk?" Reacher muttered. Froelich gave a tight nod. On the grainy surveillance footage, the janitors descended on the secretary's workstation like a well-oiled machine, no surface left untouched. They scrubbed, polished, vacuumed every square inch, even hauled out a bulging trash bag that looked ready to burst. The lead cleaner, sleeves rolled up and hair mussed from exertion, nudged his cart backward inch by inch while the women trailed behind. By 12:16, they vanished into the shadows, leaving the room eerily still again. "That's the whole show," Froelich sighed. "Dead air for 5 hours and 44 minutes. We swapped tapes at 6 a.m., and guess what? Nothing. Zip. Until the secretary waltzes in at 8. And boom, everything plays out exactly like she and Stuyvesant swore it did." "Shocking," drawled a voice from the doorway. "Imagine seasoned federal employees telling the truth. 25 years on the job for me and my secretary? Even longer if memory serves. Stuyvesant. No question." Reacher clocked him instantly, same broad-shouldered frame, same weary eyes from the tape, though now he was dressed in a Sunday suit, like a man who'd never heard of weekends. Froelich tensed, but Stuyvesant's gaze locked onto Neagley instead. "You," he said, pointing. "Ballroom. Thursday night." His brain practically whirred, connecting dots, before he finally turned to Reacher. "And you, Joe's brother." Spitting image. "Jack Reacher," he confirmed, extending a hand. Stuyvesant shook it firmly. "Condolences, belated as they are. Treasury hasn't forgotten your brother." Reacher jerked his chin toward Neagley. "Francis. Brought her in for the security review." "Smart call," Stuyvesant said, lips quirking. "So, what'd you dig up?" Silence. Froelich shifted. "Sir, about earlier the tape comments I was just laying out the facts, the results," Stuyvesant repeated, steel creeping into his tone. When she hesitated, he huffed. "That bad? Good." Joe was sharp. "I'm betting his brother's no slouch and Ms. Neagley here? Probably run circles around both of you. So, how many gaps?" 3, Froelich admitted. "Ballroom, obviously," Stuyvesant mused. "Then the residence and that godforsaken Bismarck rally, right?" Neagley cut in clinical. "Critical vulnerabilities. Statistically improbable to replicate." Stuyvesant waved her off. "Conference room. Now, we need to talk baseball." He herded them through a maze of fluorescent-lit hallways to a windowless chamber dominated by a scarred oak table. Reacher's eyes snagged on a bulletin board plastered with confidential stamps. Stuyvesant dropped into a chair and gestured at the others. "Brace yourselves," he said. "I'm about to break protocol. Just for now, okay?" Stuyvesant said, leaning forward in his chair. "You deserve some context, especially since Froelich brought you into this with my blessing. And let's face it, Joe Reacher's brother is practically family, which means his partner is too." Neagley cut in, sharp as ever. "We served together." Stuyvesant nodded like he'd already pieced that together. Then, out of nowhere, he switched gears. "You a baseball fan?" The room went still. "By the time I got to D, the Senators were long gone," Stuyvesant mused. "So I settled for the Orioles. Some years were fun, others not so much. But tell me what makes baseball different from every other sport?" Reacher didn't hesitate. "The grind. 162 games. No other league comes close." Stuyvesant cracked a smile, almost approving. "Exactly. In football, basketball, hell, even hockey players can dream of a perfect season. It's rare, but it happens. Baseball. Even the champs lose 60 times a year. Imagine that. You're elite, you're driven, but you know you'll fail over and over. You either adapt or crack. And that's protection work. We don't win every day. We can't." Neagley arched a brow. "You only lost once." Dallas XXX3. "Wrong," Stuyvesant shot back. "We lose all the time. But not every loss is a catastrophe. Baseball's the same. Not every hit scores a run. Not every loss costs the series. And for us, not every slip gets the president killed." He leaned in, voice dropping. "Your audit found flaws. Fine. But don't mistake that for incompetence. We weigh risks like surgeons. Froehlich's call whether to patch the holes. But here's the reality. In a democracy, perfection's a fantasy. Get comfortable with that." He sat back, done. Reacher didn't blink. "What about this threat?" Stuyvesant's expression hardened. The air in the room turned thick. "That's where my candor ends," he said coldly. "Froehlich screwed up mentioning it at all. All I'll say is we handle threats. How we handle them? Classified. And if you breathe a word of this after tonight, federal law will come down on you. Hard." Silence. Froehlich looked sick. Neagley stayed still, watching. Then Stuyvesant's gaze flickered hostility, shifting to calculation. He stood abruptly, crossed to the phone cabinet, and crouched in front of it like a man about to make a call. He wasn't sure he wanted to answer. The door swung open as Stuyvesant strode in, tossing 2 legal pads and pens onto the table, one set sliding toward Reacher, the other toward Neagley. He circled the room like a prosecutor, setting up a cross-examination before dropping back into his seat. "Full names," he ordered. "Aliases, birth dates, socials, military IDs, and where you're currently squatting. All of it." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Because I said so." Stuyvesant's tone left no room for debate. Froehlich shot Reacher a nervous glance, while Neagley, ever pragmatic, was already scribbling away. After a beat, Reacher followed suit, finishing first, "No middle name, no fixed address." Stuyvesant snatched the pads without a word and marched out, the door slamming like a judge's gavel. "I screwed up," Froehlich muttered. "Dragged you both into it." Reacher leaned back, unfazed. "Relax. He's just prepping NDAs. Probably off making copies like it's 1999. But what's he gonna do to me?" Her voice wavered. "Demotion. Pink slip. Not a chance." The audit was his call. Threats made it necessary. "We'll back you up. Say we pushed for answers." Neagley nodded. "Audits aren't a weakness. They're sanity checks. Better to know the score than guess and strike out." Froehlich stared at the wall, silence thickening like D. Humidity. Reacher stood, stretching before ambling to the cabinet. He lifted the red phone dead air, then skimmed the classified memos pinned nearby. The halogen lights baked the cramped room, their glare almost mocking. He tilted his chair back, boots propped on the next seat. 20 minutes, he mused. Either he's hunt and peck typing or calling in SWAT to muzzle us. Neatly. Maybe we'll get matching orange jumpsuits. Lifetime gag order. Reacher grinned. 10 more minutes, then we bail. Dinner's on me. Stuyvesant reappeared empty-handed, settling into his chair with a drum roll of fingertips. Where were we? Reacher's question. Did I ask one? Reacher deadpanned. You wanted threat analysis. Inside job or outside? Pick a lane. Now we're chatting. Reacher countered. Stuyvesant plowed on. Outside threats. Overblown. Like the Yankees trash-talking, the Orioles talks cheap until the scoreboard proves it. The room held its breath. Your take? Stuyvesant pressed. Reacher exhaled. Fine. You think it's internal sabotage, career assassination. Bingo. Now guess my next move. Reacher's gaze flicked to the clock. 25 minutes on a Sunday night, deep in the DMV. He didn't need a script. Oh, I know exactly what's coming. You think so? Reacher leaned forward, his expression unreadable. You're about to bring Neagley and me in for an internal probe. Stuyvesant hesitated. Am I? Reacher, if you're sweating over inside threats, then yeah, you need an independent set of eyes. That's obvious. And you can't tap one of your own. What if you accidentally hand the case to the mole? And forget the FBI Washington doesn't air its dirty laundry in public. So, who's left? Us. We're already tangled up in this mess, thanks to Froelich dragging us in. Now you either cut us loose or double down. And let's be real, you'd rather double down. That way, you don't have to admit you screwed up promoting an agent who might be in over her head. He paused, letting the logic sink in. Can you trust us? Absolutely. Who better than Joe Reacher's kid brother? Inside Treasury, Joe's practically a legend. That gives you instant cover. And me, I've got credibility baked in thanks to him. Plus, Neagley and I weren't exactly slouches in the military. You already know that bet you just burned up the Pentagon's phone line for the last half hour, running our names through their databases. Bet we came back spotless. Hell, I'd wager our old security clearances are still active, and they're probably higher than anything you'd even need for this. Stuyvesant exhaled, a slow, satisfied nod. Sharp thinking. The job's yours soon as those clearance docs hit my desk. Shouldn't take more than a couple hours. Neagley arched a brow. You've got the authority for this. Stuyvesant's mouth twitched. Presidents tend to give a lot of leash to the people keeping them breathing. Silence settled over the room like dust. Then Stuyvesant broke it, almost amused. Should I be a suspect? Reacher didn't blink. No. Maybe I should be. Maybe I'm the guy who promoted Froelich because it looked good on paper, but deep down, I can't stand it. So I'm pulling strings behind the scenes to rattle her, make her crack, and prove she wasn't ready. Reacher stayed quiet. Stuyvesant kept going, warming to the idea. Or maybe I've got to buddy someone without prints on file planting threats. I could have slipped that note onto my desk Wednesday night, told my secretary to play dumb. Or had the cleaning crew sneak it in. They'd follow my orders without question. But then again, they'd follow Froelich's too. Maybe she's your real suspect setting this whole thing up to swoop in and save the day, look like a hero. Froelich stiffened. I'm not setting anything up. Reacher cut in. Neither of you is a suspect. Stuyvesant tilted his head. Why not? Because Froelich came to me willingly, and she knew my rep through Joe. You hired us after vetting our records. Neither move makes sense if you're hiding something. Too risky. Unless we think we're smarter than you, Stuyvesant countered. An internal investigation that clears us. Perfect cover. Reacher snorted. You're not that stupid. Stuyvesant grinned. Good. Then let's agree it's a rival, some jealous prick in another department working with the cleaners. Or she, Froelich muttered. Reacher ignored the correction. Where are the cleaners now? Suspended, Stuyvesant said. Paid leave. They're holed up together, one's the guy's wife, the other's his sister-in-law. Meanwhile, the backup crew's racking up overtime, bleeding my budget dry. Reacher crossed his arms. What's their story? Stuyvesant shrugged. Claims they know nothing. Big surprise. The investigators hadn't brought in any documents, never even laid eyes on them. The papers simply weren't there when they arrived. But you don't buy their story. Stuyvesant hesitated, rolling his sleeves before flattening his palms on the table. They're solid employees, he admitted. Nervous, sure. Scared of being under the microscope. But they're also weirdly composed. Like they know we can't pin anything on them because technically they didn't do a thing. And they aced the polygraph, all three of them. So you trust them? Stuyvesant scoffed. How can I? You saw the footage. If they didn't plant it, who did? Some phantom with a key card? Then what's your theory? Someone inside got to them, he said, leaning in. Fed them some cover story, maybe. Called it a security drill, a harmless test. Walked them through the aftermath, prepped them for questioning. If they believed they were helping, that they weren't doing anything wrong, yeah, they could keep cool under a polygraph. You confront them with that yet? Stuyvesant shook his head. That's your job. I'm no good at playing bad cop. And just like that, he was gone, vanishing as abruptly as he'd appeared. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving Reacher, Neagley, and Frolic bathed in the harsh overhead light. You're about to make zero friends, Frolic warned. Reacher shrugged. Didn't sign up for a popularity contest? Neagley smiled. I've got a job, you know. Call it a working vacation, Reacher shot back. Stick around. Be unpopular with me. You paying? There's a fee, Froelich cut in. Neagley considered it, then shrugged. Fine. My firm might even like the optics government contract work. Let me call my team, see if they can survive without me. Frolic glanced between them. Dinner first? I'll grab room service, Neagley said, already heading for the door. You two go ahead. After arranging a ride for Neagley, Frolic returned to find Reacher lounging in her office chair. You and Neagley, she blurted. What's the deal? What deal? You're close. She dodged dinner like it was a landmine. Reacher rolled his eyes. We're friends. She's sharp. And yeah, she's easy on the eyes. But no, there's nothing there. Why not? Just never happened, he said, tilting his head. And why the interrogation? You're my brother's ex, not mine. Hell, I don't even know your middle name. She said flatly. Martha Enid. Mildred Eleanor. He teased. Let's go, she sighed. Dinner. My place. Your place? Everything's closed on Sundays. Plus, I've got some of Joe's old things. Figured you might want them. Her row house sat in a quiet neighborhood near Bowling Ave, the kind of place where the outside world didn't exist once the curtains were drawn. Inside, it was all warm wood floors, a lived-in couch, and a TV dwarfed by a tangled nest of cables. Books lined a shelf, and a stack of CDs sat neglected beside a stereo. It wasn't glamorous, but it was real, just like the unspoken tension, thickening the air between them. The heat was cranked up so high that Reacher shrugged out of his heavy jacket and tossed it over a chair. Froelich sighed, rubbing her temples. "I really hope this isn't an inside job," she muttered. "But honestly, I'd take that over some random psycho gunning for us." She wandered toward the kitchen, pausing in the arched doorway like she wasn't sure what to do next. The space was cluttered with gadgets she barely used. "We could order takeout," Reacher suggested. She slipped off her blazer, folding it neatly over a bar stool. The soft white blouse underneath made her look less guarded, more approachable. The dim kitchen lighting smoothed out the stress lines the harsh office fluorescence had carved into her face. For a second, he saw what his brother must have seen years ago, someone warm, real. She rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a wrinkled menu. "Hot and sour soup and General Toast chicken, double order." "Sound good." "Let me guess, Joe's usual?" She hesitated, then nodded. "I still have some of his stuff. You should take a look." Upstairs, she led him to a guest room with a closet packed full of forgotten things. The automatic light flickered on, revealing a row of suits shrouded in yellowed dry-cleaning plastic. Froelich ran a finger over one sleeve. "I kept thinking he'd come back for them," she admitted. "But he never did." Reacher frowned. The Joe he remembered lived in ratty t-shirts and a beat-up leather jacket. The idea of him owning 24 suits was surreal. "Washington changed him," Froelich said softly. "You should take these. They're yours now." His gaze dropped to a cardboard box tucked beneath the suits. Before he could ask, she cut in. Molly Beth Gordon, they weren't together. Just clothes. Joe didn't mix work and personal. The doorbell interrupted them. Downstairs they ate in silence, the strange comfort of shared space making the moment feel both familiar and distant, like sitting beside someone on a cross-country flight, connected yet anonymous. "You can stay here tonight," she offered. "I still have my hotel room." "Check out tomorrow," she said. "Bring Neagley too if she wants. There's space." Just as he finished rinsing the dishes, her phone rang. She stepped away, returning with a tight nod. Stuyvesant gave the green light. Reacher grinned. "Then tell Neagley to quit stalling. Time to move." Froelich arched a brow. "Right now?" He shrugged. "No point waiting. Problems don't solve themselves." "Here's how I operate," he said. "Make sure she's waiting outside the hotel in half an hour. Where do you plan to begin?" "The footage," Reacher replied. "I need another look at those tapes. And I want to talk to the guy handling surveillance." Half an hour later, they picked up Neagley curbside. She had swapped into a sleek black suit short jacket, fitted pants that hugged her frame just right. Reacher caught Froelich noticing too, though she kept her thoughts to herself, just focused on the drive. 5 minutes later, they were back at Secret Service HQ. Froelich disappeared toward her desk while Reacher and Neagley met with the surveillance tech, a wiry, jittery guy in his Sunday best, clearly thrown off by the sudden call in. He led them to a cramped equipment room packed with humming recorders and shelves of West tapes in black cases. The air smelled like warm electronics, the only light coming from the steady glow of LED timers. "System mostly runs itself," the guy explained. 4 recorders per camera, 6-hour tapes. We swap 'em daily, archive for 3 months, then reuse." "Where are the originals from that night?" Reacher asked. The guy fished out a keyring, crouched, and pulled 3 tapes from a locked cabinet. "These are the ones I copied for Froelich," he said, still kneeling. "Got a place we can review them?" "They're identical to the copies. Copies lose detail," Reacher countered. Always start with the source. The tech sighed, rearranged some gear, and angled a monitor toward them. No remotes, buttons only. He stacked the tapes in order. Chairs? Reacher asked. The guy dragged in 2 wobbly typist chairs, nearly wedging them permanently in the doorway. He hovered, uneasy about leaving them unsupervised. "I'll be in the foyer," he muttered. "Just holler when you're done." "Name?" Meagley asked. "Nendick," he mumbled before slipping out. Reacher loaded the 3rd tape. "You noticed something," Neagley said. "That guy didn't check me out." Reacher kept his eyes on the screen. "Didn't he? Usually happens in these pants. Maybe he's gay. He's wearing a wedding ring. Then maybe he's disciplined. Or exhausted. Or maybe I'm losing my edge," she deadpanned. Reacher hit rewind. 3rd tape, Thursday morning. "We'll work backward." The footage blurred until he landed on 7:55 freezing as the secretary walked in at 8 sharp. He hit play, and she stepped into frame, shrugging off her coat. The secretary, a woman in her 60s with a no-nonsense demeanor, walked past Stuyvesant's office and ducked behind her desk. "Tucking her purse under there," Neagley observed. "Right in the footwell." For a brief moment, the woman faced the camera, stern yet warm, the kind of secretary who ran the office with quiet authority. She settled into her chair with a sigh, flipping open a leather-bound planner. "Going through the schedule," Neagley muttered. The woman barely moved from her seat, methodically sorting through a towering stack of memos. Some got filed, others stamped before sliding across her desk. "Ever seen so much red tape?" Reacher grumbled. "Makes the army look efficient." Twice the phone interrupted her paperwork, but she never left her chair. Reacher sped through the footage until Stuyvesant finally strode in at 8:10 sharp, draped in a sleek dark raincoat charcoal, maybe black, and carrying a slim briefcase. He shrugged off the coat, hung it up, then approached his secretary. Her head tilted as if exchanging words. He placed the briefcase on her desk at a precise angle, nudging it into alignment before leaning in for a hushed conversation. A quick nod, and he was gone, vanishing into his office without the case. 4 seconds later, he reappeared in the doorway, calling her over. "Founded," Reacher said. "Leaving the briefcase is weird," Neagley mused. "Why ditch it?" "Maybe an early meeting," Reacher shrugged. Knew he'd be heading right back out. He fast-forwarded to the next hour, staff darting in and out, Froelich making 2 quick trips, then a forensics team sweeping in to bag the letter. Rewinding, the morning played in reverse, the team exiting, Froelich's comings and goings, Stuyvesant's arrival undone. Now for the fun part, Reacher deadpanned. Hours of absolutely nothing. The screen locked onto an empty office, the timer racing backward. Grainy, washed-out footage good enough for surveillance, but not winning any cinematography awards. 13 years as a cop, Reacher muttered, and I never once caught a break on tape. Not a single damn time. "Tell me about it," Neagley sighed. "The hours I've wasted like this." At 6A, the tape jammed. Reacher ejected it, popped in the second, and resumed the tedious backward crawl. 5 down, then 4 down. Nothing but an empty, lifeless office. "Why are we doing this now?" Neagley asked. "Because I hate waiting," Reacher said. "And maybe I want to remind these suits how real work gets done." "Nothing left to prove," Neagley countered. "We're already up 3.5. Reacher leaned in, squinting at the screen. "Saw Rosend A. No letters. No movement. Or, Neagley added slyly, maybe you're still competing with your brother. Don't need to. I know exactly where we stood. What happened to him? He died. Figured that much. How? Ambushed. South of Atlanta, meeting an informant from a counterfeiting ring. Took 2 to the head. They catch the shooters? No. That's brutal. Reacher's voice flattened. Not really. I took care of them myself, Reacher said flatly. How? You really need me to spell it out. Fine. Walk me through it. Father and son duo. The kid went face down in a pool. The old man lit him up with a .44 hollow point first. Then let the flames finish the job. Message received. Lesson learned cross me or mine, and it won't end well. Shame they didn't get the memo sooner. Any blowback? Disappeared fast. Laid low. Couldn't exactly show up for the funeral. Messy. The guy he'd met with didn't make it either, bled out under an overpass. Then there was the woman, Molly Beth Gordon, Joe's assistant. They got her at Hartsfield-Jackson, blade work. Her name's on the memorial list. Reacher fell silent. The surveillance tape whirred backward 3 a.m., then 2:50, then 2:40. Nothing. Just empty office space, frozen in time. Whole thing was a disaster, he muttered. Joe brought it on himself. That's cold. Stretched too thin. Tell me, would you walk into an ambush? Not a chance. Neither would I. Neagley leaned forward. I'd scout it 3 hours early, lock down the exits, watch every angle. But Joe? Nah. Out of his league. Guy looked like a tank, 6'6", 250, built like a linebacker. Hands like dinner plates, face like a worn-out glove. We were twins on the outside, but inside, different wiring. Joe was all brain, no street. Too clean. Saw the world like a chessboard, calculated moves, no dirty tricks. Gets a call, sets a meet, drives right in. Never crossed his mind someone would flip the damn table. Neagley stayed quiet. The tape kept rolling backward, the office static and dim. At first I was pissed he was so reckless, Reacher admitted. Then I realized you can't be reckless if you don't even know the risks. He just didn't see it coming. So I was mad I wasn't there to watch his back. Could you have been? Reacher shook his head. 7 years, no contact. No idea where he was. But someone like me should have been there. He should have called for backup. Too proud? Too naive. That's the real tragedy. Could he have fought back? In the moment. Reacher's jaw tightened. They were decent. Not amateurs. Maybe a split-second window to react. But Joe? He'd stop to think. Always did. And thinking gets you killed when instincts should have taken over. Naive and timid, Neagley mused. Not the rep he had around here. Here he probably seemed like a beast. Everything's relative. Neagley shifted, eyes locked on the screen. Get ready. We're hitting the witching hour. The timer raced backward past midnight. The office stayed empty. Then, at 12:16 a.m., the cleaning crew burst into reverse from the hallway shadows. Reacher watched them zip backward until they vanished into Stuyvesant's office at 12:07. He hit play, letting the tape run forward at normal speed. The crew emerged, methodically wiping down the secretary station. What's your read? Reacher asked. They look calm, Neagley said. If they just planted evidence, would they be this relaxed? No urgency. No sideways glances. Just efficient work. Reacher rewound again, fast-forwarding past midnight until the tape froze at the stroke of 12. He popped out the tape and slid in the first one, fast-forwarding to the end before rewinding to the moment they appeared on screen just before 11:52. He hit play, watching as the group stepped into frame, then paused it when their faces were fully visible. "So, where's the package?" he muttered. "Froley had a point," Neagley replied. "Could be anywhere on them." He gave a slow nod. She wasn't wrong. Between the three cleaners and their cart, they could have hidden a stack of letters without breaking a sweat. "They look nervous to you?" he asked. Neagley tilted her head. "Roll it again. Watch their body language." He let the tape play. They moved straight toward Stuyvesant's office, vanishing inside at exactly 11:52. "Run it back," Neagley said. He did, and she leaned in, squinting. "Their energy's off when they come out," she noted. "You see it." "Maybe," he said. "Slower, like they're dragging their feet. Or like they just did something they didn't want to do." He replayed it again. "Hard to say," Neagley admitted. "Could be nothing. Just a gut feeling." He studied the footage. Maybe they were just worn out. 15 minutes in a cramped office could do that. Or maybe they'd taken a quick break, kicked back where the cameras couldn't see. Cleaners weren't stupid. "Inconclusive?" Reacher asked. "Obviously," Neagley sighed. "But who else is even a suspect? Nobody." He hit rewind, scanning back to 8p. When the secretary packed up, poking her head into Stuyvesant's office before leaving. Then he jumped to 7:31, Stuyvesant himself, walking out. "All right," Reacher said. "Cleaners did it. On their own." Neagley scoffed. "Doubt it." "Then who gave the order?" "They found Nendick in the lobby and sent him off to organize his gear. Then they tracked down Froelich, buried in paperwork at her desk, juggling calls about Armstrong's return from Camp David." "We need to talk to the cleaners," Reacher said. "Now." Froelich looked up, distracted. "Best time?" "Late night chats get results." She blinked. "Fine. I'll drive you." "Actually," Neagley cut in, "you should sit this one out." Froelich frowned. "Why?" "We're military. Might get a little hands-on." Froelich's eyes widened. "You can't do that." "They're part of the team, same as me." "She's joking," Reacher said. "But they'll talk easier without department brass in the room." Froelich hesitated, then nodded. "I'll wait in the car." She wrapped up her calls, then led them down to the garage. Reacher slumped into the Suburban seat, shutting his eyes for the ride. 6 straight days of grinding work had left him drained. When the car finally stopped, he opened his eyes to a run-down neighborhood, cracked sidewalks, chain-link fences, the bass from some distant stereo thumping through the cold night air. "This is it," Froelich said. "Dual V 301. The address was half of a weathered duplex, its clapboard siding peeling slightly. A short wire fence enclosed a patchy front yard, the grass half dead, but neatly kept. No trash, no decorations, just swept concrete steps leading to the door. "I'll be right here," Froelich said. Reacher and Neagley stepped out into the chill, the distant music growing louder as they walked toward the house. Reacher stepped onto the uneven sidewalk leading to the front door, the concrete rough underfoot. He pressed the doorbell and heard its muffled chime echo inside. A moment later, the sound of bare feet slapping against hardwood floors reached them, followed by the scrape of metal being dragged aside. The door swung open to reveal a man gripping the handle, the same janitor from the security footage, no question. They'd studied his face from every angle for hours. Middle-aged, average height, unremarkable in every way except for the sharpness of his old-school haircut. His dark skin and high cheekbones stood out against the faded redskin sweatshirt he wore. "Yeah," the man said, his tone cautious. "We need to discuss what happened at the office," Reacher replied. No hesitation, no request for ID, just a quick glance at Reacher before stepping back over the obstacle, blocking the doorway. A kid's seesaw, bright red and blue, with tiny plastic horse heads and handlebars. "Can't leave it outside," the man muttered. "It'd be gone by morning." Meagley followed Reacher inside, stepping over the toy into a cramped hallway. The place smelled like garlic and simmering onions. Kids' drawings were taped to the fridge, and shelves overflowed with neatly stacked toys. In the living room, two women sat stiffly in their Sunday best, a far cry from their work uniforms. "Names," Neagley demanded, her voice a dangerous mix of honey and steel. Nobody ever won an argument with her. "Julio," the man said. "Anita," the first woman answered, flicking a glance at Julio like she was checking for permission. "Maria," the other added. "Her sister." They squeezed together on the couch, leaving space for Julio. Reacher took the hint and dropped into an armchair, Meagley mirroring him on the other side. The setup felt staged, like they were about to watch a bad courtroom drama. "We think you planted that letter," Meagley said. Nothing. Not a flinch, not a blink. Just three blank faces staring back. "Did you?" Silence. "Kids asleep?" Reacher asked casually. "Not here," Anita said. "Yours or Maria's?" "Mine." "Boys?" "Girls." "Girls." "Both." "Where are they?" "Upbeat. With family." "Why?" "We work nights." Neagley leaned forward. "Not for long if you don't start talking." "No job. No benefits. Maybe jail." Julio exhaled, unfazed. "Whatever happens, happens. Someone put you up to it." Reacher pressed. "Someone from the office?" "Outside. We didn't touch any letter." "Then what did you do?" "We cleaned." "That's it. You were in there a long time." Julio frowned at Anita, confused. "We saw the tape," Reacher said. "We know about the cameras," Julio shot back. "Same routine every night?" "Has to be." "Takes that long every time?" A shrug. "Guess so." "You take breaks in there?" "No. We clean." "Anything different that night?" "Stills. Extra trash." "No," Julio said flatly. "Same as always." The room went still, the weight of the lie hanging in the air like smoke. "Stuyvesant keeps his space spotless, almost obsessively so." "You were in there a while," Neagley observed. He shrugged. "Same as always." She pressed, "Like clockwork, huh?" "Yeah, pretty much." "Vacuum, dust, empty the bins, straighten up, then move to the next one." The room fell quiet, the only sound a muffled bass line from some distant car stereo, barely audible through the thick walls. Neagley leaned in, her tone shifting from casual to razor-sharp. "Here's the deal. Security footage has you entering that office." Later, a letter appeared on the desk. "We think someone told you to leave it there, maybe played it off as a prank, said it was no big deal. And hey, no harm done. But we need a name. Because right now, this is just a puzzle we're solving. But if you don't talk, then we assume you did this on your own. And that's not a prank. That's a direct threat against the next vice president. You understand what that means? Federal prison. Years of your life gone." Maria's hands clenched. "Are we losing our jobs?" She whispered. Neagley didn't blink. "Jobs. Sweetheart, you're looking at handcuffs unless you start talking." The room froze. Maria's face went blank. her expression mirroring Anita and Julio's like generations of people who knew bad news when it came knocking. Reacher exhaled. "We're done here." They filed out, stepping over the security barrier into the cold night. The Suburban's door swung open just as Froelich snapped her phone shut, her eyes wide. "What now?" Reacher asked. "Another one," she said. 10 minutes ago. And this time, it's worse." The envelope sat in the center of the conference table, bathed in harsh halogen light. A plain brown 9x12, its metal clasp bent back, the flap torn open. Inside, a single sheet of paper with 10 stark words. "The day upon which Armstrong will die is fast approaching." The text was perfectly centered, almost clinical in its precision. The room held its breath. The front desk agent pushed forward, defensive. "I only touched the envelope. Didn't even look at the letter until it slid out." Froelich's voice was tight. "How would it get here?" Garage guard took a bathroom break. Came back, found it on his booth ledge. Brought it straight up. Reacher cut in. "How often does he leave his post?" The room turned, some glaring at the interruption, until Froelich nodded for the answer. "Barrier stays down when he's gone," the agent said. 2-3 times a shift. 8 hours is a long stretch without a break. Froelich waved it off. "Not his fault. Anyone call forensics yet?" "Waited for you. Good. Seal the room. Nobody touches it." Reacher wasn't done. "Garage cameras." "Yeah. Pull the footage." "No." Neagley studied the letter, lips quirking. "Bit dramatic, don't you think? Fast approaching kills any plausible deniability." "This isn't a prediction, it's a countdown." Froelich nodded slowly, scanning the room. "If this was a joke before, it just became a felony." Not a single flinch in the crowd. She checked her watch. "Armstrong's wheels up," she muttered. The clock was ticking. Reacher was heading back when the tension in the room shifted. Froelich paused just long enough to make it feel deliberate before snapping into action. "Get another team mobilized," she ordered. "Split them half to Andrews, half to Armstrong's place. Add another car to the motorcade and make sure they take a scenic route home." No one questioned it. The team moved like clockwork, trained for moments like this. Reacher observed, impressed by their precision. He and Neagley trailed Froelich to her office where she dialed the FBI, demanding an immediate forensics unit. She hung up with a sigh. "Not like we need confirmation," she muttered, more to herself than anyone else. Then Nundick knocked, stepping in with 2 tapes in hand. 2 angles, he explained. One inside the booth, angled to catch drivers. The other outside, covering the alley. He dropped them on the desk and left. Froelich grabbed the first tape, rolling her chair to the TV. The footage showed a high, sideways view of the booth, just to the guard's shoulder, motionless, until he stood and vanished. Then, out of nowhere, an arm stretched into frame, clad in a thick tweed sleeve, gloved hand dropping an envelope before disappearing. "Knew about this camera," Froelich noted. "Obviously," Neagley said. "He stayed just out of reach." "But did he know about the second one?" Reacher countered. Froelich swapped tapes. The alley footage was grainy, shadows swallowing details. The angle was tight, cutting off before the street, but wide enough to catch anyone approaching. They fast-forwarded to the critical moment, 20 seconds before the arm appeared. Then a man. No question, broad shoulders, deliberate stride. Tweed coat, dark pants, heavy shoes, a scarf wrapped tight, and that hat wide-brimmed, pulled low. He walked with his chin tucked, the camera capturing nothing but the top of his hat the whole way down. The envelope was pressed against his side. He vanished briefly, reappeared without it, then strode back up the alley like he owned the place. Froelich paused the tape. Description? Impossible, Neagley scoffed. Male, maybe on the shorter side. Right-handed. No limp. That's it. Reacher tilted his head. Camera angle might have made him look stockier than he is. Froelich exhaled. He had inside help. The guy clearly knew the security set up the cameras, the bathroom breaks. That made him either one of us or someone who'd done his homework. Reacher shook his head. Not so fast. He could be an outsider who scoped you out first. The exterior camera isn't exactly hidden if you know where to look. And let's be real, most places have interior surveillance these days. A few nights of watching would give him the guard's routine down to the second. He paused, then dropped the kicker. But here's the thing, insider or not, we drove right past him. Had to be when we went to check on the cleaners. Even if he's on the inside, timing that bathroom break perfectly meant he was watching. Probably camped across the street for hours, binoculars in hand, staring down that alley like a hawk. The room fell silent. Froelich frowned. I didn't spot anyone. Neither did I, Neagley admitted. Reacher. I had my eyes closed. Froelich exhaled sharply. He'd have ducked out of sight the second he heard our engine. No way we'd catch him. Still, Reacher mused, for a second there we were breathing the same air. Damn it, Froelich muttered. Neagley echoed her. Yeah, damn it. Froelich clenched her fists. So, what's the move? Reacher shrugged. Nothing. It's been over 40 minutes. If he's inside, he's already home, probably in bed. If he's an outsider. He's halfway to Pennsylvania by now, cruising down I-95. You really think we can call every state trooper from here to Virginia and ask them to hunt for some right-handed guy in a car who doesn't limp? That's not a description, that's a guessing game. Froelich wasn't ready to give up. They could check for a coat and hat in the trunk. Reacher scoffed. It's November. Everyone's got a coat and hat. Froelich pressed. Then what do we do? Hope for the best, prep for the worst. Lock Armstrong down like Fort Knox. Like Stuyvesant said, just because someone's making threats doesn't mean they can pull it off. Neagley cut in. What's his schedule? Home tonight, Capitol Hill tomorrow, Froelich replied. Then you're golden. If we couldn't get close to him there, some squat guy in an overcoat doesn't stand a chance. Assuming he even wants to try and isn't just screwing with your head for kicks. Froelich didn't look convinced. You really think so? Stuyvesant's got a point. Take a breath and hold your ground. Confidence is half the battle. It doesn't sit right. I need to know who this guy is. Neagley crossed her arms. We'll figure it out. Until then, if you can't go on offense, you double down on defense. Reacher nodded. She's right. Focus on Armstrong. Better safe than sorry. Froelich sighed, rewound the tape, and watched the guard return from his break, snatch the envelope, and bolt off screen. Still doesn't feel right, she muttered. An hour later, an FBI forensics team arrived, snapping photos of the paper on the table, measuring it with a ruler before sealing it, and the envelope into evidence bags. Froelich signed off, then spent 20 minutes tracking Armstrong's movements from the Marine chopper at Andrews to his front door. All right, we're clear, she finally said. For now. Neagley stretched, yawning. Then take a breather. Gonna be a long week. Froelich rubbed her temples. I feel like an idiot. Is this a prank or the real deal? Neagley shot her a look. You overthink everything. Froelich stared at the ceiling. What would Joe do right now? Rita grinned. Probably hit up a department store for a new suit. Seriously. Reacher's smile faded. He'd close his eyes, work it out like a chess problem. Guy read Karl Marx, you know. Always thinking 3 moves ahead. The conversation took a sharp turn into strategy. Marx had this habit of boiling everything down to one key question: who stands to gain? So, Froelich pressed. Say it's an inside job, Reacher continued. Marx would argue the insider's motive is personal gain. Joe would push further how exactly. How does screwing you over in front of Stuyvesant help them? By getting me demoted or fired, she muttered. That's the reward. Right. But if that's the only play, then Armstrong himself isn't the real target. That's crucial. Now, flip it, what if it's an outsider? Their endgame. Killing Armstrong, which satisfies some twisted agenda. So Joe's advice? Treat it like an outsider threat, stay cool, stay sharp, shut it down. 2 wins in 1 move. If you don't panic, the insider loses. If you succeed, the outsider fails. Froelich exhaled, frustrated. But which is it? Did the cleaners give you anything? Nothing useful, Reacher admitted. My gut says someone they know talked them into smuggling it in, but they're clammed up. I should pull Armstrong from tomorrow's event. Reacher shook his head. No. You do that and suddenly every shadow's a threat. He'll spend his term in a bunker. Stay steady. Ride it out. Easy for you to say. Easier than you think. Just breathe. For a long moment, Froelich was silent. Then, finally, a nod. Fine. Be back here at 9. There's another strategy meeting exactly a week after the last disaster. Dawn broke raw and biting, as if winter had decided to skip the formalities and crash autumn's party. Exhaust fumes hung like ghosts over the streets, and pedestrians hunched into their coats, scarves pulled up like masks. Neagley and Reacher met at 8:40 by the hotel's taxi line, where a Secret Service town car idled, double-parked. The driver, early 30s, dark overcoat, gloved hands, stood rigid, scanning the crowd with quick, nervous breaths that fogged the air. Guy looks like he's about to bolt, Neagley muttered. The car's interior was stifling. The driver didn't speak, didn't offer a name, just carved through traffic, tires screeching into the underground garage. He led them at a near jog to the elevator, up 3 floors, where a new receptionist jerked a thumb down the hall. They started without you, he said. Move. The conference room was hollow except for Froelich and Stuyvesant, frozen across the table, faces ashen. Between them lay 2 photos. The FBI's crime scene shot of yesterday's threat and a fresh Polaroid. Reacher leaned in. Damn. The Polaroid showed another typed message. Same format, same chilling precision. A demonstration of your vulnerability will be staged today. When did this arrive? This morning, Froelich said. Mailed to Armstrong's office. We're rerouting everything here now. Postmark. Orlando. Friday. Another vacation hotspot. Stuyvesant said dryly. Reacher's jaw tightened. Any updates on yesterday's forensics? Froelich rubbed her temples. Preliminary call just came in. Nothing solid yet. Reacher studied the photos, his sharp eyes tracing invisible thumbprints that seemed to pulse beneath the surface. I had the cleaners detained, Stuyvesant announced, breaking the tense silence. Gut instinct or just messing around? Dead serious, Neagley replied, though her tone wavered slightly. Doesn't matter yet, Reacher cut in. We treat it as real until proven otherwise. Stuyvesant gave a tight nod. Frolic's playbook. She even threw marks at me. The Communist Manifesto. Das Kapital, Reacher corrected, lifting the Polaroid again. The flash had bleached the paper, but the message was unmistakable. 2 things. How tight is his security today? Locked down, Froelich said. Double detail, armored limo instead of the sedan, full motorcade. Sidewalks covered with awnings, he won't even see daylight. We'll sell it as another drill. He still doesn't know. Standard procedure, Stuyvesant interjected. Threats pour in by the thousands. Most are noise, we don't panic them unless we're sure. Second question, where's his family? Reacher pressed. I hit on them would send the same message. Froelich exhaled. Wife's back in D. Hold up at home? Daughter's in Antarctica, studying weather patterns, literally safer in an ice fortress than anything we could arrange. Reacher set the photo down. You confident about today? Nervous as hell, Froelich admitted. But I've done everything I can. Then Neagley and I need eyes on the ground. Your team's hands will be full if this guy's nearby. Stuyvesant agreed, and Froelich drove them to Georgetown in her Suburban, dropping them 3 blocks from Armstrong's place. The morning was crisp, weak sunlight filtering through the clouds. Neagley scanned the streets. Deployment. 3-block radius, Reacher said. You go clockwise, I'll loop counter. Meet back after he's clear. Neagley vanished west while Reacher moved east, squinting against the pale sun. Georgetown wasn't his turf. He knew the coffee shops and townhouses from brief recon, but not like a cop who'd walked the beat for years. Spotting anomalies required familiarity. What doesn't belong? Hard to say in a neighborhood where everyone was from somewhere else. The city was full of people with temporary intentions, students hustling through university, politicians cycling in and out of office. It was a revolving door of ambition. You either made it big and upgraded to a mansion in Chevy Chase, or crashed hard enough to end up sleeping on a park bench. That's why every face Reacher passed seemed suspicious. Anyone could be hiding something. A beat-up Porsche with Oklahoma plates growled past, its exhaust sputtering. The driver hadn't shaved in days. What was his deal? Nearby, a shiny red Mercury Sable, probably a rental, sat wedged behind a rusted-out Volkswagen Rabbit. Reacher slowed, scanning the Sable's back seat. No coat, no paperwork, no gloves. Nothing. And the Rabbit. Grad student or some radical with a home office full of conspiracy theories? The sidewalks were a mix of hurried students with backpacks, distracted shoppers, and aimless wanderers. Some moved with purpose, others drifted like ghosts. Reacher kept his gaze sharp, checking upper-floor windows as he walked. This was sniper territory, narrow alleys, hidden rooftops, but a rifle wouldn't do much against an armored limo. You'd need something heavier. An AT-4, maybe. A single shot could turn the whole thing into a floating cloud of confetti. He smirked at the thought. A paintball gun would be just as effective. Splash some red on the window, send a message without the mess. But the windows above stayed shut, curtains drawn tight against the cold. The street was quiet, almost too peaceful. At the end of the block, a small crowd had gathered, watching Secret Service agents set up a white canvas awning. It stretched from Armstrong's front door to the curb, shielding him completely. Smart. No chance for a shooter, no opportunity for a spectacle. Reacher circled the onlookers, just nosy neighbors. Nothing sinister. Still, he kept scanning. Open windows, loiterers, anything out of place. The city might be full of transients, but threats had a way of sticking around. The street was lined with coffee shops, each one buzzing with activity, people sipping espressos, scrolling through their phones, scribbling in notebooks, or tapping away on laptops. Reacher chose a spot with a clear view down the block, ordered a large black coffee, and settled in to observe. At 10:55 a.m., a convoy rolled in first, a hulking black Suburban hugging the curb, then a sleek stretch Cadillac pulling up right at the entrance of a white canvas tent set up on the sidewalk. A black town car followed. All three vehicles built like tanks with reinforced windows and tinted glass, so dark it was impossible to see inside. 4 agents in suits spilled out of the Suburban, fanning out to secure the perimeter, while 2 Metro PD cruisers blocked traffic at either end of the street. A blue Chevy Malibu and a gold Lexus SUV idled impatiently, but Reacher didn't recognize either. They hadn't been circling earlier. Then, just like that, it was over. The faint thud of an armored door signaled Armstrong's departure, and the agents piled back into the Suburban. The whole motorcade roared to life, tires screeching as they peeled out and turned east, disappearing in seconds. The street fell silent again, the small crowd dispersing as if nothing had happened. Professional security at its finest, flashy, intimidating, and completely predictable. Whoever was running Armstrong's detail clearly loved their theatrics, but they weren't fooling anyone who knew what to look for. He finished his coffee and headed toward Armstrong's house, stepping around the tent that stretched from the sidewalk to the front door. Neagley met him halfway, her sharp eyes scanning the area. "Anything?" he asked. "Nothing worth exploiting," she said. "The tent's a nice touch, though. Limits the angles." Reacher nodded. "Makes rifles useless." "Not entirely," Neagley countered. "A tell. 50 cal with armor-piercing rounds would punch right through that Cadillac." He grimaced. Those rounds were no joke. One could blast through steel, the other would burn its way in. But he shook his head. Too much risk. You'd have to wait until the car was moving, then hope you hit the right spot through blacked-out windows. "Then we'd need something bigger," she mused. "An AT-4. Either blow the car sky high or hit the house with phosphorus from across the alley." Reacher glanced at the row of houses behind Armstrong's. "Upper floor window?" "Exactly." He exhaled, running the scenario in his head. It was possible, but messy, and way too loud. Still, it was good to know their options. Because in this game, the best defense was always thinking like the threat. Their security detail was focused almost entirely on the front entrance, easy to spot, easy to avoid. "How would you even get past them?" Neagley asked, drumming her fingers on the car door. "Easy," Reacher said. "Dress up as a maintenance worker, water, electric, whatever. Just walk right in with a toolbox, like you own the place." He shrugged. "No need to overcomplicate it." "Well, this is going to be one hell of a term. 4 years. Try 8. The rumble of an engine cut through the conversation as Froelich rolled up in her black Suburban, tires hissing against the pavement. She pulled up short of Armstrong's house and waved them in. Neagley took shotgun, while Reacher sprawled across the back seat like he owned it. "Spot anything suspicious?" Froelich asked, eyes scanning the street. "Too many people," Reacher muttered. "Wouldn't trust a single one to sell me a working alarm clock." Froelich eased off the brake, letting the SUV creep forward until the rear door lined up perfectly with the security tent. She'd tapped her wrist mic. "One ready." Reacher glanced right just as the front door swung open. There he was, Brooke Armstrong, unmistakable even without the months of campaign photos and 4 straight days of surveillance. Dressed in a khaki raincoat, briefcase in hand, he moved through the tent with effortless confidence. A suited agent watched from the doorway. "Decoy convoy," Frolich said, casually. "We mix it up sometimes." "Had me fooled," Reacher admitted. "Just act natural," she warned. "He still thinks this is routine." Armstrong ducked into the back seat beside Reacher, radiating energy even in the dim interior. "Morning, M," he said warmly. "Morning, sir," Frolich replied. "These are my associates Jack Reacher and Francis Neagley." Neagley twisted in her seat, and Armstrong leaned forward, arm extended. "I remember you," he said, flashing that politician's grin. "Thursday's fundraiser. You were one of the donors, right?" "Actually, security," Frolich corrected. "We were running a discreet assessment." "Neagley, you passed." Armstrong's charm was almost ridiculous, like he'd been engineered in a lab to make people feel like the most interesting person in the room. Even Reacher, who'd spent a lifetime reading people, found himself disarmed. The guy turned to him with a handshake that felt like an old friend reuniting. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Reacher." "Likewise," Reacher said, surprised to find himself smiling back. Armstrong's charisma wasn't just political polish. There was something real underneath, something that made you want to believe him. "You in security too?" he asked. "Consultant," Reacher said. "Well, I appreciate the work you all do." "Seriously." A faint crackle in Frolich's earpiece sent them rolling toward Wisconsin Avenue, the city blurring into gray behind the tinted windows. Armstrong sighed, still wide-eyed at Dee, like it was his first time seeing it. Under the raincoat he was crisp in a tailored suit, silk tie knotted just right. Reacher, despite his size, suddenly felt underdressed. But Armstrong wasn't just polished, he was alive. The kind of guy who made you forget the cynicism, even if just for a second. Ditch the politician image for a second. Imagine him in a worn flannel shirt, sleeves rolled up, chopping firewood behind his house. He had that rare mix of intensity and charm, the kind of guy who could debate policy 1 minute and crack a joke the next. Lean, restless, with piercing blue eyes and sun-streaked hair that never stayed in place. He wasn't gym-ripped, just naturally sturdy, like he'd spent his life working with his hands. His fingers were rough, nails chipped, a simple gold band the only jewelry. "You two were military, right?" he asked, catching Neagley's assessing glance. "The way you scan a room, my old man did the same thing." "Marines 20 years. Lifer." Neagley prodded. Armstrong grinned. "You didn't Google me." "He got medically discharged before I was born. Ended up running a lumber yard." Never shook the drill sergeant vibe, though. Frolich cruised past the White House, its columns glowing under the afternoon sun. Armstrong leaned toward the window, shaking his head. "Still hits me," he admitted, laugh lines crinkling. "Out of everyone shocked I'm here, I'm the most shocked." They bypassed Treasury, the Capitol dome looming ahead. Wait, wasn't there a Reacher at Treasury? Armstrong mused. Reacher blinked. The guy had a memory like a steel trap. "My brother," he said. "Small world," Armstrong chuckled. At the Senate offices, a white tent funneled them toward a side entrance. Secret Service agents flanked the sidewalk, breath visible in the cold. Frolich nudged the Suburban Flush against the tent, precision parking like a valet. Inside, a detail swarmed Armstrong. He shot them a bemused look. "All this for me?" Before vanishing into the building, Frolich exhaled as they pulled away. So far, so good. Rolled the dice back there, Reacher muttered. Neagly. 2 in 281 million odds it's us sending those threats. Froelich snorted. Yeah, I'll take that bet. So, first impressions? Guy's solid, Reacher said. Agreed, Neagly nodded. Now what? Meetings till 7. Then we babysit him and his wife movie night, locked doors. But we're flying blind here. Reacher's jaw tightened. No clue how this threat plays out. Could be a prank, could be worse. We can't miss it. Froelich gripped the wheel. Midnight check-in. If we make it. Cleaners need another pass, Reacher added. Something's off there. Let me handle it, Froelich said. They left Neagly at FBI HQ, the latest forensic reports waiting like a time bomb on Froelich's desk. The 2 new prints matched the first set in every detail, but the lab report included an extra note from a bureau chemist. He'd spotted something odd in the thumbprints. Squalene, Froelich said, tapping the page. Ever come across that before? Reacher frowned. Some kind of hydrocarbon, right? An oil variant. The 3rd and 4th prints show higher concentrations than the earlier ones. Prints always leave oils, that's how they transfer, she countered. Not like this. Chemical formula C30H50. It's derived from fish, specifically shark liver oil. She slid the report toward him, dense with organic chemistry jargon. Squalene was listed as a vintage lubricant for precision mechanisms like antique timepieces. A footnote mentioned that hydrogenation altered it into squalane. Hydrogenated like adding water? Reacher asked. Like hydroelectric. Froelich rolled her eyes, grabbed a dictionary, and flipped to H. Nope. It means pumping extra hydrogen atoms into the molecular structure. Yes, crystal clear, Reacher deadpanned. My chemistry grades were stellar, by the way. Could mean our guy fishes for sharks, Froelich suggested. Or fillets fish at a market, Reacher added. Or maybe he's a nostalgic watchmaker with greasy fingers. She yanked open a drawer, pulled a fluoroscope photo of a thumbprint, and slapped it down. This him? Reacher asked. She nodded. The print was alarmingly crisp ridges and whorls sharply defined, almost defiant. The thumb was massive, nearly 1.5 inches wide. Reacher pressed his own thumb beside it. His looked dainty in comparison. No way that's a watchmaker's thumb, Froelich muttered. Manual labor, Reacher agreed. Ever seen hands that rough? Shark fishermen, she insisted. Where's the shark capital? Florida. Orlando's in Florida, he pointed out. Her phone rang. She answered, then groaned, pinning the phone to her shoulder. Armstrong insists on walking to the Department of Labor. The drive from Treasury to the Senate offices was a sluggish 2-mile crawl through D. Gray afternoon gridlock. Froelich steered one-handed, phone glued to her ear, before jerking to a stop under the white tent on First Street. She killed the engine and snapped her phone shut. Why can't labor come to him? Reacher grumbled. Politics, she said. Armstrong's trying to soften the blow, shows respect if he goes to them. And the walking? He's stubborn. Claims fresh air clears his head. Reacher scanned the street behind them, nothing but drizzle and speeding cars. Let him go. He initiated this. Not a trap. Froelich chewed her lip, staring ahead. Theoretically, I could stop him. But that's a fight I don't need today. Reacher. Guess we're taking a stroll then. She spun around, her gaze slicing past him through the side window of the car, scanning the length of the tent. With a quick flick, she opened her phone and barked orders into it. her voice sharp with office jargon and clipped abbreviations that left him lost. The call ended with a snap of the phone shutting. "We're bringing in a metro chopper," she said, her tone decisive. "Low enough to be seen but not spook him. He'll pass the Armenian embassy. We'll plant plain clothes there. I'll tail him in the car 50 yards back. You stay ahead, eyes peeled." "When do we move?" he asked. 10 minutes. Head up the street and take a left." He nodded, stepping out into the biting cold as she rolled the car forward. The wind cut through his jacket as he zipped it up and walked away, his breath fogging in the air. First Street led him left onto C Street, where traffic hummed along Delaware Avenue. Beyond it, Capitol Plaza stretched out bare trees, brown lawns, and paths of crushed sandstone underfoot. A fountain stood at the center, its basin empty, while an obelisk loomed in the distance. He darted across the road, his thin-soled shoes crunching over grit that felt like shards of ice. The plaza was open, exposed. To the north, state flags fluttered near Union Station. To the south, the Capitol building loomed across Constitution Avenue. The Department of Labor sat ahead, its side doors too convenient for comfort. He circled the fountain, scanning for threats. No good cover, no suspicious loiterers. Assassins don't wait around on a whim. C Street picked up again near the obelisk, more of a slab, really marked by a sign, Tail Memorial. Crosswalks dotted the intersections of New Jersey and Louisiana avenues, where traffic moved fast. Armstrong would be stuck at lights, vulnerable. Ahead, a cruiser pulled up outside the Armenian embassy, 4 cops spilling out. Then he heard it, the distant thrum of a chopper. He turned, spotting it skirting White House airspace, hovering low but not deafening. Froehlich's Suburban appeared down the street, idling at the curb. People hurried past, too cold to linger. Then he saw them, 6 men in dark coats, flanking a 7th in khaki, moving in tight formation. Armstrong, bareheaded, his hair tousled by the wind. They crossed at the light, ignored by drivers lost in their own worlds. Froehlich kept her distance, the operation smooth until the wind shoved the chopper off course. And just like that, everything unraveled. Armstrong and his security detail were cutting through the tight wedge of pavement between New Jersey and Louisiana avenues, when a scruffy stranger suddenly locked onto them. The guy was a wiry mess, unkempt beard, greasy trench coat, the kind of guy who looked like he hadn't seen a decent meal or a shower in weeks. He froze for half a second, then lunged at Armstrong like a feral dog, arms flailing, mouth twisted in a wordless yell. The agents reacted instantly, 2 rushed to tackle him, while the rest formed a human shield around Armstrong. Reacher's instincts kicked in. Decoy. He spun around, scanning the street for threats, windows, rooftops, passing cars. Nothing. Just the usual bustle, oblivious to the chaos. By the time he turned back, the guy was pinned to the pavement, 2 agents kneeling on him while 2 more kept their Glocks trained on his head. Froehlich's Suburban screeched up, and Armstrong was practically thrown inside, but then, bafflingly, the SUV just sat there, idling, as if waiting for an encore. The chopper overhead dipped lower, blades thumping, but nothing else happened. Then Armstrong climbed back out like it was just another Tuesday. He crouched beside the guy, elbows on his knees, talking in that calm, folksy way of his. Froehlich radioed for backup, and soon a Metro cruiser hauled the guy off. Armstrong dusted himself off and kept walking like nothing had happened. Reacher caught up with Froehlich at her car. She was white-knuckling the wheel, eyes glued to Armstrong's retreating figure. He rapped on the window, startling her. "You okay?" She exhaled hard. "I'm an idiot." Who was that guy? Just some homeless dude. No way he's our threat. If he'd written those letters, they'd reek of cheap whiskey. But Armstrong insisted on talking to him. Said he felt bad for the guy. Then he doubled down on walking the rest of the way. I should have stopped him. Reacher glanced at the sky gray, but no rain in sight. Tell him it's an emergency drill. Fake a crisis, get him in the car. Frolich. He's the one calling the shots now. Nothing's urgent unless he says it is. Then make something up. The walk back's the real danger. She drummed her fingers on the wheel. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. The chopper's roar faded as Armstrong disappeared into the crowd. Somewhere in the distance, a street vendor's radio played static-laced jazz. The city didn't care. It never did. The Suburban's heater blasted warm air as Reacher settled into the passenger seat, unzipping his jacket to let the heat soak in. Outside, Armstrong and his security team vanished into the labor building, and Frolich quickly called her office, leaving strict instructions to be alerted before he moved again. With a sharp turn of the wheel, she pulled away, weaving through D. Streets past the Capitol's gleaming reflection pool, then onto Independence Avenue. Where's this detour taking us? Reacher asked, watching the city blur past. Nowhere special, she admitted, her grip tight on the wheel. Just buying time. Trying to decide if I should quit today or keep banging my head against the wall. The Bureau of Engraving and Printing loomed ahead, its gray facade stark against the sky. She braked hard, idling across from the entrance, her eyes fixed on one of the upper windows. Joe worked in there, she said softly. Back when they were redesigning the $100 bill. He wanted a say in what he'd have to protect. Reacher followed her gaze, noticing the way her throat curved where it met her collar. She exhaled, lost in memory. We used to meet here sometimes. Or at the Jefferson Memorial walking the tidal basin at dusk when the air was warm. The memorial's dome glowed faintly in the distance, mirrored perfectly in the still water. I loved him, you know, she murmured. Reacher stayed silent, his eyes dropping to her wrist, slim, smooth, still faintly golden from last summer's sun. You're a lot like him, she added. Where'd he live? Her laugh was short, disbelieving. You don't know. Never came up. The Watergate. A rental bare as a barracks. Figures. Reachers don't do property. Your mother's family did. Whole estates in France. He raised an eyebrow. That a fact? You really don't know anything about them. Just the accent, he said dryly. She hit the gas, merging back into traffic with a scoff. You guys had a real weird idea of family. Seemed normal to us, he shot back. Her phone buzzed naggingly, done with the cleaners. No details. Then another call. Armstrong was ready to move. Frolich, his jaw tightened. I'm dropping you at the garage. Time to convince him he wants to ride with me. The Suburban screeched to a halt underground, and Reacher barely had both feet on the concrete before she was gone. Upstairs, Neagley waited in the lobby, perched on a leathered chair like she'd been there for hours. Stuyvesant around? Reacher asked. She shook her head. Next door. They headed toward the White House, but Reacher's attention was elsewhere. I need to check out that camera, he muttered. Moving past the reception desk, they reached the open space outside Stuyvesant's office. His secretary sat at her desk, caught mid-touch-up lip gloss in one hand, a compact mirror in the other. The moment made her seem less like a bureaucratic fixture and more like an actual person. She spotted them and quickly stashed her makeup, flustered at being seen. Reacher's gaze flicked past her to the security camera mounted above, while Neagley zeroed in on Stuyvesant's door before turning to the secretary. "You remember the morning that message appeared in there?" Neagley asked. "Of course," the secretary replied, smoothing her blouse. "Why did Stuyvesant leave his briefcase out here that day?" The secretary hesitated, then said, "Because it was a Thursday." Neagley frowned. "What's special about Thursdays? Early meeting?" "No. His wife drives to Baltimore on Tuesdays and Thursdays volunteers at a hospital." Neagley crossed her arms. "And that affects his briefcase. How?" The secretary sighed. "They only have one car. No agency vehicle for him since he's not field ops anymore. So, on those days he takes the metro." Neagley blinked. "The subway." The secretary nodded. "He's got a special briefcase for metro days, won't put his good one on the train floor. Thinks it'll get dirty." Reacher frowned, recalling the surveillance footage. "Looked like the same case to me." "They're identical," the secretary confirmed. "Same brand, same model. He just doesn't want anyone to know. The subway one stays out here all day, won't even bring it into his office. If it rains, shiz too. Acts like his office is some sacred shrine." Neagley shot Reacher a look. "That's something." The secretary lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Honestly, it's ridiculous. The Metro's spotless cleanest subway system in the country." "Still weird?" Neagley muttered. "Eccentric, not harmful," the secretary insisted. Reacher tuned them out, stepping behind her to inspect the fire door. A brushed steel push bar gleamed under the fluorescence. He pressed it smooth, precise, and the heavy door swung open, revealing a cramped stairwell. Concrete steps, steel rails, dim emergency lights caged in wire. Clearly a retrofit, squeezed into the building's old bones. The knob on the inside turned easily, no lock. Smart, he thought. The whole building's secure, no need to trap people on individual floors. He let the door click shut, lingering in the stairwell's gloom for a beat before reopening it and stepping back into the light. Reacher glanced up at the security camera mounted above him, its lens angled to catch his movement halfway through his second step. He edged forward, letting the door swing shut behind him. Another quick look confirmed the camera had him in frame still, a good 8 feet to go before reaching Stuyvesant's office. "The cleaners left that message," the secretary insisted. "There's no other explanation." Her phone buzzed, cutting the conversation short. Reacher and Neagley wound their way through the dim corridors until they reached Froehlich's empty office. Neagley hit the lights and took the desk chair while Reacher sprawled on the floor, leaning against a filing cabinet. "Tell me about the cleaners," he said. Neagley tapped an impatient rhythm on the desk, her nails clicking against the wood. "Lawyered up tight," she said. "Department sent each of them an attorney. Full Miranda rights, all that bureaucratic red tape. Gotta love the civilian world, right?" "Fantastic," Reacher deadpanned. "What'd they say?" "Nothing useful. Clammed up like scared rabbits. Stubborn, but terrified, stuck between losing their jobs or landing in jail. No way out. You drop Stuyvesant's name. Loud and clear. Doubt they even know who he is. Night shift workers, they see offices, not people. No reaction. Just sat there sweating, eyes darting to their lawyers like they were lifelines." Reacher. "Damn, Neagley. Used to be people would spill their guts just to impress you." She shrugged. "Getting old, I guess. Couldn't crack 'em. Lawyers kept shutting me down. Whole thing felt sterile." Reacher checked his watch. "So what now? We wait." The next hour and a half dragged. Froelich finally returned, confirming Armstrong was safely back in his office after she'd strong-armed him into her Suburban. She'd played it smart, framed it as a training exercise, making refusal seem like diva behavior. Armstrong, ever the team player, went along without a fuss. Now make some calls, Reacher ordered. See if anything's popped up we should know about. Froelich started with D. Police the usual urban chaos. Nothing pointing to Armstrong. Then she checked in on the homeless guy they'd picked up earlier. Not our guy, she concluded. Low IQ, chronic drunk, sleeps under newspapers. Prints don't match. Just another unstable loner with a grudge against anyone in the headlines. Fine, Reacher said. Next, she pulled up the NC database entries flooding in faster than she could scan. No way we're finding anything in this mess, she muttered. Neagly. Might have to wait till midnight. Or 1A. If Bismarck runs on Central Time. The threats were real. They could fire bullets through his windows or hurl a brick straight into his living room. Froelich wasn't taking any chances. She reached out to Bismarck PD, demanding instant alerts for anything even remotely linked to Armstrong. Then she looped in the North Dakota State Police and the FBI, covering every corner of the country. Maybe nothing happens, she muttered, trying to sound hopeful. Reacher just stared past her, thinking the opposite. You should pray something does. By 7 that evening, the office emptied out. Hallways thinning as people shuffled toward the exits, raincoats slung over arms, briefcases swinging. You check out of the hotel? Froelich asked. Yup, Reacher said. Nope, Neagly cut in. I'm a nightmare house guest. Froelich blinked, caught off guard. Reacher wasn't. Neagly had always been a lone wolf, fiercely private. He never knew why, but he knew better than to push. All right, Froelich sighed. Let's take a breather, regroup later. I'll drop you two off, then make sure Armstrong gets home safe. They piled into her Suburban, engine growling to life, and she drove Neagly back to the hotel. Reacher tagged along just long enough to grab his stuff, his Atlantic City clothes, his worn-out shoes, his toothbrush, all stuffed in a black trash bag he'd snagged from a maid's cart. The bellboy eyed it with disdain, but lugged it to the car anyway. Reacher tossed him $1 before sliding back into the passenger seat. The night was raw, the streets clogged with traffic. Red taillights stretched ahead, white headlights glared back. They crawled south, crossed the 11th Street Bridge, then twisted through side streets until they reached Froelich's place. She double-parked, engine idling, and yanked her house key off the ring. Make yourself at home, she said, handing it over. I'll be back in a few hours. He grabbed his bag, stepped out, and watched her peel away a sharp right, vanishing toward another bridge. Inside, the house was warm, faintly scented with her perfume. He flicked on a lamp, its dim yellow glow pooling over a chest of drawers. Dropped his bag by the stairs, then wandered into the living room, kitchen, eyes scanning. A basement door beckoned. Old habits kicked and checked the perimeter always. Was it rude to snoop? Absolutely. Did that stop him? Not a chance. Downstairs, concrete walls, a humming furnace, a washer-dryer set, shelves crammed with junk. Nothing interesting. He backtracked, killing the lights. Near the kitchen, a cramped space too big for a closet, too small for a room, had been converted into a makeshift office. A battered desk, a rolling chair, a dated computer tethered to an inkjet printer. Second-hand probably. Worn but functional. He lingered for a second, then retreated to the kitchen, the quiet of the house pressing in around him. He methodically searched the kitchen, checking every spot where someone might stash something important. Tucked inside a ceramic dish on the top shelf of a cabinet, he discovered $500 in assorted bills, emergency money, maybe leftover from Y2K paranoia she never shook. In another drawer, beneath a neat stack of placemats, he uncovered an old M9 Beretta. The pistol showed its age with scratches and dried oil stains, likely surplus from some government agency. Definitely last-gen Secret Service gear. No surprise it was empty, no magazine in sight. But the next drawer over held 4 loaded spares, lined up under an oven mitt. Smart setup, gun in the right hand, mags in reach with the left. Practical but flawed. Keeping magazines loaded for too long weakens the springs, leading to jams. Better to keep rounds loose and chamber one when needed slower, but better than a useless click when it counts. He moved to the living room, scanning shelves until he found a hollowed-out book empty. The TV worked, which made him smirk. Once knew a guy who hid contraband inside gutted electronics. Took 8 searches before anyone caught on. The rest of the house yielded nothing. No hidden compartments. No taped surprises. Only a shoebox under Froelich's bed, stuffed with letters in Joe's handwriting. He left them untouched. Back upstairs, he unpacked his things in the guest room, setting toiletries by the sink. Joe's old suits hung in the closet, wrapped in brittle plastic. He picked one at random, dark gray wool, no vents, with a fancy Italian label he didn't recognize. The shirt was crisp white broadcloth, collar stiff, some obscure tailor's name barely legible inside. Could have been high-end or just good knockoffs. Stripping down, he stepped into the shower. The soap was petrified, the shampoo bottle glued shut with old residue. Clearly, guests weren't common here. He pried it open under hot water, scrubbed off the day's grime, then shaved carefully. The water ran over him, washing away more than just dirt, maybe a little of the weight, too. He stepped out of the shower, water still clinging to his skin, and grabbed the first towel he found in the cabinet. It was plush, practically unused, too stiff to actually absorb anything, just smearing droplets across his body. He scrubbed half-heartedly, then knotted the towel around his hips and raked his damp hair back with his fingers. Back in the bedroom, he hesitated before grabbing Joe's shirt. The fabric felt foreign, but he slipped it on anyway, rolling the collar up before fastening each button. A quick glance in the closet mirror confirmed what he already suspected. It fit like it was made for him. The sleeves hit just right, the shoulders sat perfectly. Then he noticed the shelf behind the suits. Neatly coiled ties, laundry packages sealed with crisp labels. He tore one open, fresh boxers, still folded. Another revealed black socks paired and stacked. Methodical, just like Joe. He dressed quickly, the maroon tie, the crisp shirt, the suit pants that hugged his frame a little too snugly. The jacket followed, and he buffed his new shoes with discarded tissue before checking his reflection again. The effect was unsettling. The suit sharpened his edges, made him look older. More like him. Almost enough to fool someone who wasn't paying attention. A knock at the door shattered the moment. Froelich stood on the porch, backlit by the street lamp, her hand still raised mid-knock. "I gave you my key," she said, stepping inside, then freezing. Her breath hitched. For a heartbeat, she just stared, her face twisting before she slammed the door behind her and pressed against it like she needed the support. Her eyes were wide, glistening. "I thought you were Joe," she whispered, voice cracking. "Just for a second." Then the dam broke. She crumpled, forehead dropping against the doorframe, shoulders shaking. He didn't know what to do except pull her in. She buried her face in his chest, fingers clutching the fabric of his Joe's jacket. "I'm sorry," he muttered. Shouldn't have put this on. She didn't answer, just cried harder. When she finally pulled back, swiping at her cheeks with the heel of her hand, her voice was raw. Not your fault. That tie, I bought it for him. He stayed quiet. She sniffled, rummaged for a tissue, and dabbed at her smudged mascara. God, this is embarrassing. You don't have to apologize. You looked exactly like him, she murmured, gaze tracing his face. Then abruptly she reached up, adjusting his tie with trembling fingers. Her touch lingered on his lapel, drifted to his collar where her tears had left a damp spot. And then, before he could react, she rose onto her toes and kissed him. Hard, desperate, like she was trying to rewrite the past. The moment was electric as she pressed her lips against his, fierce and demanding. He hesitated briefly before responding with equal intensity. Her mouth was cool, her tongue quick, the faint taste of lipstick lingering. Her teeth were smooth against his, and the scent of her perfume wrapped around them. His hands found their place, one resting low on her waist, the other tangled in her hair. The warmth of her body pressed against his, her ribs yielding under his touch, her fingers urgent against the back of his neck, nails grazing his skin. Then, just as suddenly, she pulled away, breathless, eyes shut. She pressed the back of her hand to her lips. "This is wrong," she murmured. He met her gaze. "Yeah, probably." She exhaled, silent for a beat before turning away. "Dinner, then. Did you wait?" He followed her into the living room. "Yeah, I waited." "You remind me of him," she said. "I know. But are you like him?" He understood the unspoken questions. Did they think alike? Want the same things? "There are similarities," he admitted. "And differences." "That's not an answer." Reacher's voice was steady. "He's gone. That's answer enough. And if he weren't? Then everything would be different." She turned the thought over. What if I'd never known him? What if I'd found you some other way? Then I might not even be here. But if you were, he exhaled slowly. Then we wouldn't be talking about takeout. A bitter laugh escaped her. Maybe you wouldn't be the stand-in. Maybe he would have been. Silence stretched between them. "This is too messed up," she finally said. "We can't." Agreed. "It's been 6 years," she whispered. "Is Armstrong okay?" "He's fine." Reacher said nothing. "We broke up before he died," she reminded him. "I'm not some grieving widow. And you barely knew him. Angry about that?" "A little. He needed someone." "Not half as much as I am." Her phone buzzed sharply from the hallway, shattering the tension. "My team checking in," she said, stepping away to answer. A quick exchange. Then she hung up. All clear. The moment had passed. "Chinese again?" she asked, forcing lightness into her voice. "Sure." She placed the order and vanished upstairs to shower. When the food arrived, he took it and they ate in quiet companionship at the kitchen table. Coffee followed, 2 cups each, the silence comfortable now. At 10:30, her phone rang again. "Still quiet," she reported. "Relax. It'd take an airstrike to get to him in that house." A sudden grin lit her face. "Remember Harry Truman?" "My favorite president," Reacher said. "From what I've read." She laughed. "Ours too." Back in 1950, when the White House was under renovation, President Truman was staying at Blair House just across Pennsylvania Avenue. 2 would-be assassins showed up. One got taken down by police on the street, but the other made it inside. Truman's security detail had to physically restrain him from going after the guy. The president reportedly shouted that he'd take the shooter's gun and shove it somewhere unpleasant. "That sounds about right for Truman," someone remarked. Damn straight, came the reply. You should have the stories from his staff. Think Armstrong would react like that? Hard to say. He's got a calm demeanor, but don't mistake that for weakness. I've seen him furious before. And let's be honest, the guy looks like he could handle himself. Froelich nodded, glancing at her watch. We should head back to the office, see if anything's popped up. Call Neagley, tell her wheels up in 20. By 11:15, they were back at their desks. The logs were empty, no alerts from D. Police, nothing from North Dakota, and radio silence from the FBI. Froelich scrolled through the latest NUSI updates, but nothing stood out. Her phone buzzed at 11:30. Georgetown was quiet. She turned back to the screen, refreshing uselessly until midnight rolled around. Monday bled into Tuesday, and Stuyvesant reappeared in the doorway, silent. The only chair was Froelich's, so he leaned against the frame while Reacher sprawled on the floor and Neagley perched on a filing cabinet. Froelich spent the next hour making calls D. Cops, FBI, Bismarck PD, North Dakota State Police. All dead ends. She finally pushed back from her desk with a sigh. Well, that's it. Nothing happened. Perfect, Stuyvesant said. Reacher shook his head. No. Worst possible outcome. Stuyvesant led them to the conference room, Neagley keeping pace with Reacher. Nice suit, she muttered. First time wearing one, he muttered back. We thinking the same thing? If we are, we're probably unemployed by morning. Inside, Stuyvesant took a seat opposite them, arms crossed. Explain. Neagley didn't hesitate. This was never an inside job. Not fully. Reacher nodded. We oversimplified it. The real question was, the balance was it mostly inside with outside help, or the other way around? Define help, Stuyvesant pressed. An insider would have needed a thumbprint that wasn't theirs. An outsider would have needed a way to slip that second message into the building. And you're saying it's the outsider. Reacher's expression didn't waver. Yeah, we are. This is about as bad as it gets. An insider causing trouble is annoying, but an outsider? That's a whole different level of danger. Stuyvesant turned his head, jaw tight. Who are we dealing with? Reacher shook his head. No clue. Just someone on the fringe with a flimsy link to an insider, enough to slip a message through, nothing more. Froelich crossed her arms. You're saying the insider is one of the cleaners? Or all of them, Reacher said. Probably, yeah. You're certain? 100%. Stuyvesant leaned forward. How? Reacher shrugged. Plenty of reasons. Some minor, one major. Spell it out. Stuyvesant pressed. I go for the obvious, Reacher said. Stuyvesant nodded. Same here. Hoofbeats mean horses, not zebras. But the simple answer here is an insider messing with Froelich's head. No, this is way too elaborate for that. If it were just hazing, they'd stick to the classics glitchy radios, fake emergency calls to sketchy neighborhoods, leaving her hanging when backup's supposed to show. Every cop's seen that playbook 1,000 times. Even military police. Especially with female officers. Stuyvesant waved a hand. That's speculation. I'm asking how you know. Because nothing went down today. Explain, Stuyvesant repeated, impatient. Reacher leaned in. This guy or guys is sharp. Confident. Calls the shots. But he made a threat and didn't follow through. Maybe he failed. Didn't even try, Reacher countered. Because he didn't know the letter arrived early. Mailed Friday, got here Monday? That's fast for USPs. He was banking on Tuesday. He's an outsider, no inside track, to know his little surprise showed up ahead of schedule. Otherwise, he'd have acted today. Guy's got an ego. He wouldn't let himself miss a deadline. Froelich groaned. Perfect. There's another donor event tomorrow. Stuyvesant was silent for a long moment. So, what's the play? We cancel, Froelich said. No, I mean long-term, Stuyvesant snapped. We can't just fold. That sends the message we can't protect Armstrong. You write it out, Reacher said. This'll be a show, not a hit. My bet. It skips Armstrong entirely, hits somewhere he was or will be. His house, his office, someplace symbolic. This guy's all about drama. Why else call it a demonstration? If he wanted Armstrong dead, he'd have said so outright. Froelich stayed quiet. We need to ID him, Stuyvesant said. What do we know? Silence. Reacher snorted. We know we're kidding ourselves. Because it's not him. It's them. Two people. Always is. That's a guess, Stuyvesant said. Reacher. Wishful thinking. Can you prove it? Stuyvesant rubbed his eyes. It was pushing 2 a.m., and exhaustion hung heavy in the room. Neagley leaned forward, her tone sharp. The thumbprint on the letter doesn't match the glove marks. Two different people. One's prints aren't on file, the others are. They're working together. Stuyvesant exhaled. This isn't just an internal issue anymore. It's out in the open. Neagley shrugged. You lawyered up the cleaners. Good luck getting anything from them now. They had rights, Stuyvesant snapped. Sixth Amendment. You want me to ignore that? Neagley. Sure. But tell me, what's the protocol when the VP-elect gets taken out before inauguration? Froelich's voice was quiet. 20th Amendment. Congress picks a replacement. Hope they've got their list ready, Neagley shot back. The room fell silent. Reacher cut in. You need the FBI. Stuyvesant bristled. When we have names. Not before. I'm not handing them our mess on a platter. They've already seen the letters. Just the lab rats. Their left hand doesn't know what the right's doing. Neagley scoffed. Big leagues, huh? CIA had Ames, FBI had Hansen. You really think the Secret Service is untouchable? Stuyvesant's jaw tightened. We've got one black mark in 40 years. You think the Army was any better? How many scandals did you bury? Reacher said nothing. He'd seen the Army's skeleton, some he'd helped lock away himself. Froelich broke in. First priority is keeping Armstrong alive past midnight. Reacher shrugged. It's just a demonstration. Or it's the real thing, Froelich fired back. What better way to prove a point than actually doing it? Fail, and they call it a warning. Succeed, and they win. Neagley nodded, covering their bets. Smart. Stuyvesant sighed. If you're right. The meeting wrapped soon after. Froelich ran through Armstrong's schedule, CIA briefings at home, the usual routine. But the tension in the room lingered, thick as the late-night coffee stains on the table. The day ended, like most others, afternoon strategy sessions on Capitol Hill, followed by an evening reception at the same upscale D. hotel as before. Stuyvesant jotted everything in his notes before finally heading home, well past 2 a.m., leaving Froelich alone at the long conference table under harsh fluorescent lights, facing Reacher and Neagley. Any advice? She asked, exhaustion creeping into her voice. Get some rest, Reacher replied flatly. Brilliant, she muttered. Neagley leaned forward. Stick to the plan. He's secure at home and in the office. Keep the checkpoints active, and the transfers will stay clean. What about the hotel event? Froelich pressed. Keep it tight. Stay sharp. Froelich exhaled. Guess that's all I can do. Neagley studied her. You good at this job? A beat of hesitation. Yeah, Froelich said. I'm solid. Reacher cut in. Try flawless. You're the best they've ever had. So good it's almost annoying. That's the mindset, Neagley added. Convince yourself these clowns with their scribbled threats don't stand a chance. A flicker of a smile crossed Frolich's face. Is this how they train you in the military? Had to learn it, Neagley said. Reacher. He came out of the womb like this. Froelich chuckled. All right. Sleep. Big day tomorrow. The streets of D were deserted at that hour, just shadows and the occasional glow of a street lamp. Neagley's hotel was a quick detour, and 10 minutes later they pulled up near Frolich's place. Her block was packed with cars, mist clinging to their windshields like frost. The Suburban's massive frame forced them to circle 2 blocks before squeezing into a spot. They trudged back in the cold, the silence between them thick. Inside, the house was warm, lights still blazing. Froelich hesitated in the hallway. We good? She asked. About earlier. Reacher shrugged. Just don't want wires crossed. They're not. She bit her lip. I shouldn't have pushed back on the security demo. Your call to make. A pause. Then quietly, there were others after Joe. And he wasn't exactly lonely either. Reacher stayed silent. He left his things here, he finally said. Does it matter? Maybe. Means something. Reacher, he's gone. None of this touches him now. I know. She turned toward the kitchen. Tea? He shook his head. I'm crashing. Upstairs, he peeled off Joe's suit, hanging it carefully in the closet. The shirt hit the floor plenty more where that came from, and he wasn't planning to stick around long. By the time he stepped out of the bathroom in just his boxers, Froelich was in the doorway. The hallway light silhouetted her through the thin cotton nightgown, her hair messy, barefoot, and younger looking, without makeup. He dumped me, she said abruptly. His choice, not mine. Why? Found someone else. Nobody you'd know. Reacher frowned. Why not just say that? She looked away. Pride, I guess. Or maybe just easier to pretend. The air between them crackled unfinished history, unspoken tension. Somewhere outside, a car alarm blared, then cut off abruptly, leaving only the hum of the heater. She was trying to shield his memory in front of his brother. He wasn't exactly kind about it, she admitted. Not at all. Not even close. How'd he break the news? Just dropped it on me out of nowhere. And then left. We weren't fully living together anyway. He'd crash here, I'd stay there, always kept our own spaces. His junk's still here because I refused to let him back in to grab it. Locked him out. Hurt. Yeah. Pissed. Absolutely. Can't blame you. She shrugged, the edge of her nightgown creeping higher. Looking back, it was stupid. These things happen, right? Relationships start, they end. Not exactly groundbreaking. Hell, half the time I was the one walking away first. Why tell me all this? You know why, she murmured. He stayed silent. So we can begin fresh. No ghosts. Joe made his choice, he's irrelevant now. He nodded. But is your slate really clean? You loved him. He was great once. But you're not him. I don't want a stand-in. She stepped closer. Good, he said. Because I'm nothing like him. You should know that up front. Oh, I do. Another step. But what exactly are we starting? Whatever this is, he said. Just know it'll end the same. I'll leave. Always do. She closed the gap just 3 feet between them now. Soon. Maybe. Maybe not. I'll risk it, she said. Nothing's permanent. Feels weird, he muttered. She studied his face. What does? Wearing your ex's clothes. Not much of them, she teased. Easy fix. He raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Show me. Her hand slid to his waist, fingers slipping beneath the band of his boxers. Problem solved. With a slow raise of her arms, the nightgown pooled at her feet. They barely made it to the bed. 3 hours later, her alarm blared through the guest room wall. He lay on his back, her leg draped over his, her hair tickling his cheek. Warm, comfortable, too damn tired to move. But she wrestled free, blinking groggily. Morning, he said, gray light seeping through the curtains. She stretched, yawning as the alarm escalated into frantic beeping. His hand traced her stomach, then higher. She grinned, nuzzling into his neck. Morning to you, too. The alarm wailed like a siren. He tugged her down, kissing her as the noise morphed into a police radio screech. Thank God it wasn't in the room with them. Gotta get up, she mumbled. We will, he promised. Eventually. He pulled her close. No more protests. They moved together, frantic, like the alarm was counting down to oblivion. For a moment, it felt like the world outside didn't exist, just them, racing against time. They collapsed onto the mattress, breathless and spent. She rolled away, her bare skin glistening in the dim light, and padded across the hallway to silence the blaring alarm. The sudden quiet pressed against his eardrums like a weight. He stayed sprawled across the tangled sheets, tracing hairline cracks in the ceiling plaster where a sliver of dawn light crept through the blinds. When she returned, still gloriously naked, her hips swayed with deliberate slowness. Come back, he murmured, patting the warm spot beside him. Can't, she said, snatching a towel from the dresser. Some of us have actual jobs. They'll survive without you. Hell, they've got that whole 20th Amendment backup plan. Bad there's a line of replacements stretching down Pennsylvania Avenue. She shot him a look as she stepped into her underwear. And I'll be the one in line at the unemployment office. Maybe I'll finally try my hand at fast food. Ever worked a grill before? Ever been broke before? She shook her head, twisting her damp hair into a knot. Never had the pleasure. His grin widened. Try 5 years of early retirement. Trust me, I ran your file, she said, tossing his pants at him. But today, you're clocking in. So move your ass. The view as she strode toward the bathroom wasn't half-bad firm, purposeful, utterly indifferent to his amusement. He lingered just long enough for an old reggae lyric to slither into his thoughts. The guest bathroom became his battlefield. 22 minutes of precision razor-scraping stubble, scalding shower, teeth scrubbed raw. He emerged to wrestle into another borrowed suit, this one funeral black and tailored within an inch of its life. The shirt was crisp white, the tie an oddball navy silk dotted with tiny silver parachutes, probably some Brit's idea of irony. A glance in the mirror confirmed he looked like a high-end hitman, until he ruined it with the bulky Atlantic City coat. The thing was a Frankenstein of mismatched wool, but freezing his ass off wasn't on the agenda. Downstairs, Froelich waited, sleek in her own monochrome armor black pantsuit, white blouse, a charcoal overcoat that screamed government issue. She fiddled with her earpiece, the wire snaking down her spine like a high-tech tail. "Help me with this," she asked, arching her back. He tucked a wire beneath her collar, fingers brushing the holstered Sig Sauer at her hip. A definite upgrade from the sad Beretta in her kitchen. 16 hours to go, she muttered, checking her watch. Reacher mirrored the gesture. 7 daft sir. The world outside was a soggy gray replica of last night, her Suburban's windows fogged like a teenager's first car. But the engine roared to life. The heater kicked in, and by the time Neagley slid into the back seat, the cab was toasty. Across town, Armstrong shrugged into a battered leather jacket and slipped out the back door, blissfully unaware of the clock ticking down. The cold wind tugged at Armstrong's hair as he tightened his coat and made his way toward the gate. Just steps away, the crosshairs of a high-powered scope locked onto him. The scope, a Hensoldt 1, Laws 6x42BL, had been custom-fitted onto a Vame Mk2, a Finnish-made suppressed sniper rifle known for its precision. Originally designed for the Sig SSG 3000, the scope had been modified by a gunsmith in Baltimore to pair perfectly with the Vame, a weapon so refined it barely whispered when fired. The rifle used a subsonic 7 Nuxi 2mm NATO round, engineered to eliminate the crack of a supersonic bullet. The suppressor absorbed most of the noise, and the recoil was barely noticeable, just a soft nudge against a shooter's shoulder. At this range, it was a guaranteed kill. The shooter, lying prone in the brush, had already confirmed the distance, 126 yards. He adjusted his grip, the fingertips of his right glove snipped off for better control. His dark green down jacket and black fleece hat kept him warm, his position shielded from the wind. Armstrong reached the gate hinged inward, forcing him to pause. The shooter exhaled slowly, settling the crosshairs on his target. 2 seconds of stillness was all he needed. The rifle coughed, the bullet tearing through the air in less than half a second. It struck Armstrong just above the brow, carving a lethal path through his brain before exiting at the base of his skull. The impact was instant, catastrophic. His body crumpled before his brain even registered the hit. The shooter didn't linger. He rolled smoothly to his feet, ejected the spent casing into his gloved palm, and pocketed it before vanishing into the trees. No witnesses, no trace. Back in the car, Neagley sat in uncharacteristic silence. Maybe she sensed the weight of what was coming, or maybe she already knew. Froelich might have picked up on the shift in the air between them, but Reacher wasn't about to ask. He stayed silent as she navigated the D. Traffic. Taking the Whitney Young Bridge northwest, cruising past Rod Stadium before cutting onto Massachusetts Avenue to avoid the bureaucratic gridlock downtown. Even so, Mass Ave was its own kind of slow, and it was pushing 9 by the time they reached Armstrong's Georgetown block. She pulled up behind a parked Suburban near the entrance of the security tent, where an agent stepped off the curb and leaned in. "The big boss just rolled in," the guy said. "They're probably knee-deep in Spycraft 101 by now. More like 201. He's been at this long enough." "Nah, CIA junk's way over my pay grade," the agent joked before strolling back to his post. Froelich rolled up the window and twisted in her seat, splitting her attention between Reacher and Neagley. "Foot patrol?" she asked. "Hence the coat," Reacher said. "4 eyes beat 2, Neagley added. They left Froelich in the warmth of the car and moved out. The front of the house was locked down tight, so they looped north, cutting into the alley for a rear view. Cop cars bookended the narrow lane, but the scene was dead quiet. Just the hum of idling engines and frost-tightened doors. "This is pointless," Neagley muttered. "Nobody's taking him out here." "You'd think the cops would notice a guy rolling up with a howitzer." "Breakfast, then," Reacher said. They backtracked to a donut shop, grabbing coffee and crullers before claiming stools by the fogged-up window. Neagley wiped a clear patch with a napkin and eyed him. "New tie," she noted. He glanced down. "New suit, too," she added. "You like it. If this were 1995, maybe." So, spill. Fraulich closed the deal. Then obvious. Like a billboard. "My choice," Reacher said. Neagley grinned. "I didn't figure she tackled you." "You gonna give me grief now?" "Hey, your life. She's solid. But so am I, and you never make a move." "You ever want me to?" "No." "Exactly. I like enthusiasm. Must narrow the field." "Not to zero," he said. "Clearly," Neagley shot back. "You bothered." "Hell no. Knock yourself out." "Why do you think I stuck around the hotel?" "Didn't want to cramp her style." "Her style? It was that obvious?" "Oh, please," Neagley scoffed. Reacher drained his coffee and demolished another cruller crisp glaze, pillowy inside. Sugar and caffeine hit his veins like a jolt. "So who are these guys?" Neagley pressed. "Any hunches?" "A few," he admitted. "But no point untangling them yet. We don't even know if we're staying on." "We're not," she said. "Our gig ends with the cleaners." "And that's a dead end. Best we'll get is a fake name or a useless description." Reacher nodded, tossed his cup, and stood. One more lap for appearances. They trudged through the cold, past parked cruisers and Secret Service SUVs, exhaust plumes hanging in the frozen air. The block was a ghost town, no movement, no threats. Just the white tent looming ahead as they turned the corner. Fröhlich jumped out of her car, motioning frantically for them to hurry. They rushed down the sidewalk to meet her. "Plans shifted," she said, adjusting her earpiece. "There's an issue on the Hill." He wrapped up the CIA meeting early and headed straight there. Reacher frowned. "He's gone already." Fröhlich nodded, glancing at her watch. "Wheels are rolling." A voice crackled in her earpiece, and she tilted her head to listen. "He's arriving now," she muttered before raising her wrist to her mic. "Status update over." Silence stretched 30-40 seconds before she exhaled. "Okay, he's inside. Secure." Reacher shoved his hands in his pockets. "So, now what?" "Now we do what we do best. Wait. Welcome to the thrilling world of security detail." Fröhlich said back at the office. The hours dragged. Fröhlich's radio buzzed with updates while Reacher pieced together the operations layout. Metro cops idled outside the Senate buildings in their cruisers, while Secret Service agents held the sidewalks. Inside, Capitol Police manned metal detectors, their colleagues patrolling the halls, blending with more plainclothes agents. Upstairs, Armstrong's meetings unfolded behind closed doors, his detail never more than a step away. The reports painted a dull picture, endless negotiations, backroom deals, the kind of political maneuvering that made Reacher think of old-school smoke-filled rooms. Except, he mused, these days the only smoke came from burning deadlines. By 4, they were en route to Neagley's hotel, prepping for the evening's donor event. With 3 hours to secure the venue, Fröhlich's team moved like clockwork. Metro cops and K-9 units swept from the kitchen to the penthouse, floor by floor, while agents locked down corridors and stairwells. By 6, the ballroom was ringed with metal detectors, cameras rolling. Neagley crossed her arms. "Double-check IDs this time. License and credit card, minimum." Fröhlich didn't even glance up. "Already on it." Reacher leaned in the ballroom doorway, eyeing the space. It was massive, but with 1,000 donors inbound, it'd feel like a subway at rush hour. Meanwhile, Armstrong slipped out through a service door, briefcase in hand, raincoat flapping. The narrow hallway reeked of industrial cleaner, boxes stacked haphazardly, some fresh deliveries, others waiting for trash pickup. He sidestepped a teetering pile, shoving his briefcase behind him as he shouldered open the exit. The courtyard was a grim little square, all exposed pipes and ventilation ducts. 3 hulking blue dumpsters lined the wall. He'd just passed the second one when a voice cut through the cold. "Hey." He spun around and spotted a man wedged into the narrow gap between 2 shipping containers. The guy wore a long, dark coat and a hat, clutching a stubby black weapon. It jerked upward and spat fire, a suppressed H&K MP5 SD6 locked in 3-round bursts. Standard 9mm rounds. No need for weaker load since the SD6's perforated barrel bled off enough gas to keep the bullet subsonic. 800 rounds a minute meant each burst was over in a blink. The first ripped into Armstrong's chest. The second tore through his face. The MP5 was a beast, deadly accurate, built like a tank. The suppressor's extra weight kept muzzle climb in check, but it had one flaw. Spent casings ejected like they were shot from a cannon, flying sideways with enough force to leave evidence scattered across the pavement. Not ideal for a covert op, but the shooter didn't care. He shoved the smoking gun under his coat, stepped over Armstrong's body, and vanished into the night. By 6:40 p.m., the hotel lobby was packed. A snaking line of guests stretched from the entrance to the coat check, buzzing with chatter and the cloying mix of expensive perfumes. Tuxedos, sequin dresses, polished shoes, everyone looked like they'd stepped out of a magazine. Reacher leaned against a pillar near the elevators, scanning the crowd. Outside, agents manned a metal detector that beeped non-stop, patting down guests with practiced smiles. Inside, 8 more roamed the floor, eyes sharp, while 3 at the ballroom door double-checked invites. Neagley stood on the mezzanine stairs, her gaze sweeping the room like a lighthouse beam. Every few passes, she'd catch Reacher's eye and give a slight headshake, nothing yet. Froelich moved with purpose, her sleek black suit marking her as security, not a guest. She alternated between whispered commands into her wrist and distracted pauses as her earpiece fed her updates. By 7, most guests had funneled into the ballroom, leaving only stragglers at the doors. The elevators disgorged late arrivals, couples laughing, groups adjusting ties, while Neagley remained alone on the stairs. Froelich had already pulled most of her team inside, leaving the lobby eerily quiet, except for the muffled thump of music from the ballroom. The calm before the storm. The tension was thick now. Every glance, every whisper felt loaded. Reacher flexed his fingers. If trouble was coming, it'd be soon. Froelich had every inch of the venue locked down tight. 16 agents patrolling the perimeter, 3 on personal security, 3 guarding the ballroom entrance, 2 at the street doors. Officers were stationed in the kitchen, loading dock, every floor of the building, and along the surrounding sidewalks. Reacher raised an eyebrow. What's the budget for all this? She didn't even glance at him. Trust me, you don't want to know. Neagley stepped away from the staircase and joined them near the column. He here yet? She asked. Froelich shook her head. We're minimizing his exposure, late arrival, early exit. Suddenly her body tensed. She pressed a finger to her earpiece, blocking out the noise, then spoke into her wrist mic. Copy, out. Her face had gone pale. What happened? Reacher demanded, but she ignored him, spinning toward the last available agent in the lobby. You're in charge for the rest of the night, she snapped, then relayed the order over comms tighten security, shrink the perimeter, cut exposure time even further. What the hell is going on? Reacher pressed. Froelich finally met his eyes. Back to base. Now, Stuyvesant just called. We've got a serious problem. 9. She drove like the world was ending, flashing red lights behind a Suburban's grill, siren wailing at every intersection, swerving through gaps in traffic. Reacher stayed silent in the passenger seat while Neagley leaned forward from the back, eyes locked on the road. The heavy sub fishtailed on rain-slicked pavement, tires screeching. They made it back in under 4 minutes, sprinted to the elevator, and burst into Stuyvesant's office less than a minute later. He sat slumped behind his desk like he'd been gut-punched, clutching a stack of papers, database printouts with coded headers and dense blocks of text. His secretary stood beside him, handing him sheets one by one, her face ghostly white. She left without a word, shutting the door behind her, sealing them in silence. Reacher broke it first. What's the situation? Stuyvesant looked up, hollow-eyed. Now, I know for sure this is an outside job. No doubt left. How? You called it theatrical, spectacular. Stuyvesant's voice was flat. Add insane to the list. Reacher crossed his arms. Spell it out. You know the national homicide rate? High, Reacher said. 20,000 a year. 50 plus a day. 54.79, Reacher corrected. Leap years mess it up. Stuyvesant didn't smile. 2 of today's victims, a sugar beet farmer in Minnesota, shot in the head this morning. Then a CPA in Colorado, gunned down this afternoon. No motive, no connection. Froelich frowned. So, the farmer was Bruce Armstrong. The accountant was Brian Armstrong. Both white males, same approximate age, height, weight, hair, and eye color as the VP. Relatives? Stuyvesant shook his head. None. Not to each other. Not to Armstrong. So tell me, what are the goddamn odds? The office fell silent as the weight of the situation settled over them. The odds of 2 unrelated men named Armstrong, both with first names starting with BR, being murdered on the same day their team was dealing with a serious threat. Astronomical. Reacher didn't even need to do the math. Stuyvesant broke the quiet. That was the message, he said, voice tight. Cold-blooded execution. 2 innocent people. So no, this isn't some inside joke. This is real. Neagley and Froelich dropped into the chairs across from Stuyvesant without waiting for an invitation. Reacher stayed on his feet, leaning against a filing cabinet, his gaze fixed on the window. The blinds were open, but all he could see was the dull orange haze of D. At night, the city's glow smudged by a thin layer of fog. How'd we find out? Reacher asked. Did they call it in? Take credit. Stuyvesant shook his head. FBI flagged it. They've got algorithm scanning NC reports Armstrong's name triggers an alert. So now they're in the loop anyway. Only on paper, Stuyvesant corrected. They don't know why it matters. The room stayed quiet, the only sound 4 people breathing, each lost in grim speculation. Neagley finally cut through it. What do we know about the scenes? First guy took a single shot to the head, Stuyvesant said. Instant kill. No bullet recovered. Wife was 20 feet away in the kitchen, doors and windows shut, but she swears she didn't hear a thing. And this is a woman who hears hunters all the time. Reacher frowned. How big was the entry wound? Bigger than a... Nitto, Stuyvesant said, anticipating the question. Reacher nodded. Sein Neri Zimmern, a suppressed. N-82 was the only handgun that might stay quiet at that distance. Anything larger, you'd hear it no matter how good the silencer. So it was a rifle, he concluded. Trajectory suggests it, Stuyvesant agreed. Bullet went front to back, high to low. Me says the shooter was elevated. Hills nearby. Everywhere. Great, Reacher muttered. Either we've got a sniper who doesn't miss, or someone with access to high-end suppressed rifles. Neither option's comforting. What about the second victim? Meagley pressed. 8 hours later, 800 miles away, Stuyvesant said. Team must have split up. Early reports say it was a machine gun, but again, no witnesses heard anything. Reacher raised an eyebrow. A silenced machine gun. Seriously? No doubt on the weapon, Stuyvesant confirmed. Corpse was shredded. 2 bursts head and chest. Total carnage. Froelich exhaled. Hell of a statement. Reacher kept staring out the window, the fog thickening slightly. But what's it really saying? He mused. That they're ruthless? We knew that. Does it prove Armstrong's at risk? Not if these guys had zero connection to him. Any chance they were distant relatives? The farmer, at least Minnesota's right next to North Dakota. Stuyvesant shook his head. First thing I checked. Armstrong's not even from North Dakota originally, he moved there from Oregon. FBI vetting turned up no living relatives except an older sister in California. His wife's got cousins, but they're all kids and none named Armstrong. Kids, Reacher repeated flatly. A beat of silence. Then, because the universe had a sick sense of humor, the lights flickered just once, as if underscoring the gravity of it all. A sudden image flickered through his mind, a childhood memory of a playground seesaw, worn-out stuffed animals, and garish finger paintings slapped onto a fridge with alphabet magnets. Family. Cousins. This whole thing feels off, he muttered. Sure, killing 2 unrelated guys named Armstrong makes for a dramatic headline, but where's the cleverness? It doesn't send a message. Doesn't rattle our confidence in the security setup here. Froelich crossed her arms. It's tragic for their families. No argument there, Rita shot back. But 2 nobodies in the middle of nowhere. That doesn't keep me up at night. We weren't even responsible for them. If the goal was to shake us, they missed the mark. I expected something sharper like that letter landing on your desk again. Stuyvesant raised an eyebrow. You sound almost let down. Damn right I am, Reacher said. I wanted them to step into the light, give us a shot at them. Instead, they're hiding. Classic coward move. The room fell silent. Neagley, sharp as ever, caught the shift in his tone. And, she pressed. And we're missing something, Reacher said. Intel's piling up, and we're not connecting the dots. These guys, they're not playing some polite insider chess match. They're outsiders. And after Minnesota and Colorado, they've made it clear rules don't apply. Neagley tilted her head. So, Rachel leaned forward. The cleaners. What do we really know? They're involved, they're terrified, and they're clammed up. But why? Because someone's got leverage, Neagley said. Exactly. And not the subtle kind. Think about it, how do you scare someone without leaving a bruise? You dangle something they can't risk losing. Neagley's eyes narrowed. They're kids. Reacher nodded. Bingo. Remember when they mentioned the cousins? There was that split-second hesitation. What if cousins is code for something darker? Stuyvesant didn't waste time. A call to the cleaner's lawyers, a demand for the babysitter's address done in 15 minutes. The name G. Velvez popped up, a house just a mile away. Meanwhile, Froelich checked in with the hotel team. Armstrong was still schmoozing, security tight. "Wrap it up fast," she ordered. "Human shield to the car, no gaps." They piled into Froelich's Suburban, tires screeching as they tore through as grungier streets. This time, Reacher didn't doze off. He watched the city blur past, the cleaner's neighborhood flashing by, just another quiet street hiding too many secrets. The Suburban rolled to a stop in front of a narrow 3-story duplex, its cracked sidewalk barely visible under the orange glow of buzzing streetlights. The whole block smelled like wet pavement and Chinese takeout from the corner bodega. A rusted Cadillac sagged against the curb like it hadn't moved since the Clinton administration. Stuyvesant drummed his fingers on the dashboard. "Now what?" Reacher cracked his knuckles, scanning the foggy street. "We talk. But gently, these folks are jumpy enough without 4 feds busting down the door." He jerked his chin toward Neagley. "You're up. Less threatening." Before Stuyvesant could argue, Neagley was already out, pivoting on the sidewalk like a cop checking for tails. The wind bit through her jacket as she marched up the path, past chained-up trash cans. No doorbell, just her fist against peeling paint. A sliver of light cut through the dark as the door inched open on its chain. Inside, a tiny man in a sweater vest blinked up at her. "Mr. Gelvez?" Neagley asked, flashing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. 30 seconds of murmured Spanish later, the chain dropped. She waved the team forward. The house was cramped but immaculate, like someone had vacuumed the anxiety right into the baseboards. 7 tiny coats hung in a rainbow row, backpacks lined up like soldiers beneath them. Reacher snagged one jacket, thumbing the laundry-marked label, J. Gelvez. The others read like a family tree, 5 Gilvez, 2 Alvarez. Stuyvesant hovered near the kitchen, looking about as comfortable as a vegan at a barbecue. 3 women stirred pots of something that smelled like cumin and guilt. Kids darted between doorways, a blur of wide eyes and Velcro sneakers. Reacher cornered Gilvez in the living room. 5 kids. See. Blessed. The man's smile faltered when Reacher lifted an Alvarez coat. Julio and Anita's? Gilvez's throat worked. "Their kids aren't here." Reacher's voice dropped to gravel. "Where are they?" "No, tersatrix say. Maybe with their parents. They work nights. I don't care about the adults," Reacher interrupted. Alego crunched under his boot. "Where are the kids?" The silence got heavier. Somewhere, a faucet dripped like a ticking clock. G. Felvez gave him a confused look. "You want to see their kids?" "Just need to make sure they're all right," Reacher said. "You literally just saw them in the kitchen." "Yeah, but I need to know which ones they are." G. Felvez crossed his arms. "We're not running some scam here. Only thing we take is money for food." Reacher shook his head. "This isn't about paperwork or permits. We just need to confirm the kids are safe." Still baffled, Galvez barked a quick command in Spanish. 2 little girls, dark-eyed, serious, with soft black hair peeled away from the kitchen crowd and padded into the room. They froze near the doorway, side by side like tiny soldiers at attention. Maybe 5 and 7. Or 4 and 6. Honestly, Reacher had no clue. "Hey kids," he said, keeping his voice easy. "Show me your coats." Without hesitation, they obeyed. The way kids sometimes do when they sense authority. He followed them to the hallway, watching as they stretched on their toes to point at two tiny jackets marked Alvarez. "Good job," he said. "Now, go grab a snack or something." They darted back to the kitchen. Reacher lingered for a second, then returned to the living room and leaned in close to Jafalvez, dropping his voice. "Anyone else asking about them? Strangers hanging around?" Jafalvez shook his head. "You sure?" Reacher pressed. "If there's something off, now's the time to say it. We can handle it." Jafalvez's expression stayed blank, no deception, just mild bewilderment. Reacher had spent years reading eyes, and these told him nothing was being hidden. "All right," he said. "Sorry to crash your night." The ride back was silent. They regrouped in the conference room, the only space with enough chairs, Neagley letting Frolic claim the seat next to Reacher, while she took the opposite side with Stuyvesant. Frolic tapped her earpiece, tracking Armstrong's early exit from the hotel. Cutting the event short, nobody complained. Sometimes less time with a VIP made people feel more special. As the convoy sped toward Georgetown, Frolic relaxed, turning down her earpiece volume. She glanced around the table. "None of this adds up," Neagley said. "If they're not worried about their kids, what are they worried about? Legal status?" Frolic suggested. "Are they even documented?" Stuyvesant scoffed. "There's Secret Service. We vet everyone down to their last grocery receipt. They were clean." Reacher tuned out, rubbing the fresh stubble on his neck. The carpet beneath him was gray, ribbed nylon, each fiber catching the halogen light. Spotless. He shut his eyes, replaying the surveillance footage in his mind like a private screening. 8 minutes to midnight, the cleaner stepping into frame. The team stepped into Stuyvesant's office just after midnight. 7 minutes later, they emerged, spent 9 more meticulously wiping down the secretary's desk, and vanished down the hall by 12:16. Reacher replayed the footage forward, then backward, studying every flicker of movement. When he finally blinked back to reality, the room was silent, everyone glaring at him like he'd missed a crucial briefing. He checked his watch. Nearly 9 p. A slow grin spread across his face. Galvez seemed like a great dad, he mused. Those lunchboxes? Bet they're packed with organic turkey wraps and apple slices. Kids eating better than most adults. Neagley's stare could have melted steel. "We've got 2 bodies piling up, and you're fixated on sandwiches?" Reacher shrugged. "And haircuts. Galvez's fresh fade, you catch that?" When she rolled her eyes, he added deadpan. "Also, Neagley? I've been mentally reviewing your tactical stance. Your posterior alignment's flawless." Frolic choked on her coffee while Neagley turned pink. "Get to the point," she snapped. "The point," Reacher said, "is Julio and Anita would burn the world for their kids. So why'd they freeze up like statues?" Frolic's earpiece crackled. She tapped it, then flashed a thumbs up. "Armstrong's back. Lockdown's secure." Reacher shot to his feet. "Stuyvesant, your office." "No." The man hesitated, but led the way. The secretary's station was dark, the door shut. Inside, a single sheet of paper lay on the desk. Stuyvesant paled before snatching it up. "Boulder PD's ballistics report," he exhaled. "Facts came in late." Reacher prowled the room. "This how it always looks. Desks usually clear, but yeah. Then we've got a problem." Back in the conference room, Stuyvesant skimmed the facts. 9mm parabellums. Ejection marks suggest an MP5. Neagley whistled. "SD6 model if it's suppressed. Fancy hardware." Stuyvesant frowned. Why the office detour? Reacher leaned in. Because the cleaners aren't our guys. That trance they slipped into? That wasn't fear, it was discipline. Military grade. The room went still. Someone trained them too well to talk. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Nobody dared speak, like they knew one wrong word could blow everything apart. But here's the kicker. Those cleaners had no idea what we were even asking. To them, we were just a couple of clueless white folks spouting nonsense. Too polite to tell us to scram, they just sat there, nodding along like we were making sense. So, what's your point? Someone finally asked. Reacher leaned in. Let's break it down. The security footage shows them walking into Stuyvesant's office looking crisp, then coming out a little roughed up. 15 minutes inside, way longer than the 9 they spent in the secretarial area, which is twice as messy. And your office, Stuyvesant? Spotless. Like operating room spotless. So why'd they need a quarter hour in there? Stuyvesant stiffened. They were placing the letter. Nope. Then what? My secretary? Wrong again. Silence. Meagly. Maybe they were. Taking a break? Frolic's eyes lit up. Or getting distracted. Stuyvesant turned ghost white. I highly doubt that. Three's a party, Neagley quipped. Not in my office, Stuyvesant snapped. Reacher cut in. Forget the soap opera. Focus on the details. Their garbage bag was empty going in, full coming out. So what filled it? Stuyvesant bristled. I don't leave trash lying around. Froelich caught on. Then what was in the bag? Trash, Reacher repeated, grinning. But not the kind you're thinking. Those 15 minutes? They weren't cleaning. They were changing. The dishevelment. Different clothes. The trash. Their old outfits. They spent that time disguising themselves, and Julio's hair was the dead giveaway. The room erupted. Stuyvesant looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. You're telling me my cleaners were actors? Reacher shrugged. Best performance of their lives. And we bought every second of it. The guy's hair was noticeably longer when he walked out compared to when he walked in. How does that even happen? Simple, we weren't watching one night. We were seeing 2 different nights edited together like some bad home movie. The room went dead silent. Reacher leaned forward. The midnight tape switch is the giveaway. The first part was legit, showed Stuyvesant and his secretary heading home like clockwork. That was the real Wednesday. The cleaners rolled in at 11:52, looking exhausted, probably because it was their first night on shift. No mess, no overflowing trash, just a quick 9-minute cleanup. They were in and out by midnight, easy. But after that, different story. Froelich frowned. Wait, so the second half was from another night? Exactly. Maybe weeks earlier before the guy got his hair cut. They showed up late that night, maybe because some other office was a disaster zone. They hustled out looking fresh because they were rushing to catch up. Meanwhile, the date on the tape still said Thursday. Froelich crossed her arms. So Nendick rigged it ahead of time. Reacher nodded. Your tape guy had this planned. For days, maybe weeks, he had that camera set to show Thursday's date no matter what. He needed options cleaners in and out, before midnight, after midnight, or split. Lucky for him, they split the difference. The real footage. Cleaners left just after midnight and before dawn. Nendick waltzed in wearing gloves, dropped the letter, and swapped the tape. By 6 It flipped back to the real feed just long enough to show Stuyvesant arriving like nothing happened. Stuyvesant's face darkened. He tipped him off about the garage cameras too, didn't he? Bet on it, Reacher said. Froelich tapped her pen. How who'd even catch this? Partly the hair. Mostly Neagley's backside. Stuyvesant coughed, suddenly fascinated by his shoes. Reacher. Nendick was so jumpy about the tapes, he didn't notice Neagley. And trust me, that's not normal. Stuyvesant cleared his throat. So, we cut the cleaners loose and go after Nendick. Reacher stood. Yeah. And if these guys threatened him? Good. Saves us the trouble. Stuyvesant slid his master key into the lock, the duty officer shadowing him as they stepped into the dim glow of the surveillance room. The first red flag. 10 consecutive overnight tapes gone, marked as defective in the log by Nendick himself. They pulled a random stack of older footage, fast-forwarding through grainy clips that proved one thing. The cleaning crew never lingered in his office longer than 9 minutes. Stuyvesant made a call, and just like that, the cleaners walked free. Now came the real choice: lure Nendick in with some bureaucratic excuse. Send a team to haul him in, or hit him at home before lawyers turned this into a legal circus. Reacher got through the debate. We move now. Catch him off guard. He expected pushback. But Stuyvesant just gave a hollow nod, his face drained. The guy looked like he'd been wrestling with a choice rage at the betrayal or the usual D. Reflex to bury it. Cleaners. Easy to dismiss. What do you expect from minimum wage help? But Nendick. He was supposed to be one of the good guys. A quick search pulled up his address, a quiet Virginia suburb, 20 minutes out. The neighborhood had that settled look: mature oaks, trimmed hedges, driveways lined with slightly outdated imports. Nendick's place was a low-slung ranch, dark except for the flicker of a TV behind one window. Froelich rolled onto the driveway, tires crunching on cold pavement. The porch light flared as Stuyvesant jammed his thumb on the bell. When the door swung open, Nendick just stood there, suit rumpled, eyes wide, like a man braced for another blow. No greeting, no protest, just silence. Stuyvesant shouldered past, the others filing in behind him. Neagley planted herself by the door, arms loose but ready. Nendick didn't resist as Stuyvesant steered him toward the kitchen, flipping on the harsh fluorescence. Sit. The command landed like a slap. Nendick folded onto a stool, arms locked around himself like he was freezing. Names, Stuyvesant demanded. Nothing. Just the angry buzz of a dying light overhead. Nendick's hands trembled, so he shoved them under his arms, rocking slightly on the creaking stool. Reacher scanned the room, sunny yellow curtains, matching ceiling, a cheerful space at odds with the tension thickening the air. Then a new detail, a half-empty coffee mug on the counter, still warm. Nendick hadn't been home long. And the way his gaze kept darting to the hallway like he was waiting for someone else to step into this mess. The house smelled stale, like forgotten laundry and old takeout. Wilted flowers drooped in their vases, petals brown and brittle. The kitchen sink overflowed with dirty dishes, some crusted over, others still slick with dried sauce. Reacher moved down the hall into the living room, where a massive flat-screen TV played grainy police chase footage on loop, the volume barely above a whisper. The remote sat perfectly centered on the arm of a leather recliner, labeled video instead of TV. Above the fireplace, 6 framed photos lined the mantel, each showing Nendick and a woman, his wife, probably. She wasn't stunning, but there was warmth in her smile, a spark in her eyes. The pictures traced their life together, a beach vacation, a candlelit dinner, their wedding day. No kids, no clutter. Just a meticulously coordinated home, the kind where coasters were mandatory and shoes came off at the door. Reacher hit play on the remote. The screen flickered to a shaky home video wind, whipping through the bride's hair as she laughed into the camera, her white dress fluttering. Nendik, stiff in his suit, grinned beside her. The moment felt stolen, fragile, then static, and the car chase resumed. Back in the kitchen, Nendik hadn't moved. Still trembling, arms locked around himself like he was holding his ribs together. "We can bring her home," Reacher said. "Just point us in the right direction." Silence. "Every minute counts here. You know that." Neagley drifted in, her footsteps soundless. She paused by a heavy oak credenza, then held out a Polaroid. Nendik's wife stared back, her face gaunt, eyes wild with terror. A copy of USA Today pressed under her chin, proof she was alive, at least when the photo was taken. Another envelope. Same pose, different date. Then Neagley passed him, a padded mailer. Inside, a pair of dingy underwear. "Charming," Reacher muttered. The next envelope was smaller. A jeweler's box. Cotton wool stained rust brown. And resting on it a fingertip neatly severed. Nendik rocked harder, his breath hitching. Reacher exhaled. "Yeah, that changes things." The severed fingertip had been cleanly sliced just below the first joint, likely by something like pruning shears. Based on the slight curve and small size, Reacher guessed it came from the left pinky. A faint smear of nail polish still clung to the ragged edge. He studied it for a tense beat before passing it back to Neagley. Circling the breakfast bar, he locked eyes with Nendik, then took a gamble. "Stuyvesant, Froelich Hallway." Now. They hesitated, startled by the command, but one sharp look sent them shuffling out. "Neagley," Reacher said, voice low. She moved beside him without a word. Leaning in, elbows on the counter, he brought himself eye level with Nendik. "Listen," he murmured. "They're gone. We're not Secret Service. You know that. We don't play by their rules. We come from where failure isn't an option. We'll get your wife back. No mistakes. That's a promise." Nendik's lips parted, cracked, and flecked with dried spit, then sealed shut like a vice. His hand trembled as he mimed, zipping his mouth closed before tucking it back under his arm. His whole body shook, eyes darting wildly, not just fear, but raw, consuming terror. He rocked violently, choking on silent screams until his pupils rolled back and he toppled off the stool. Walter Reed's medical team called it psychogenic catatonia, the body shutting down under extreme psychological stress. "Think voodoo curse panic," the doctor explained, adjusting his glasses. "Seen it in Haiti, rural Louisiana, places where belief can override biology. The mind paralyzes itself." Froelich's voice was barely audible. "What could scare someone that badly?" "Whatever he truly believes will happen," the doctor said. "My guess. The kidnappers painted him a picture. And your arrival. That was the tipping point. Stuyvesant cut in. When can we question him?" The doctor shook his head. "Not until his brain decides it's safe to wake up. If it ever does." A beat of silence. Then, under his breath, Reacher added, "We're running out of time." The unspoken truth hung heavier than the hospital's antiseptic air. The doctor exhaled sharply. He might wake up in a few days. Or never. They lingered for an hour, watching Nendik's motionless body hooked to machines that beeped with useless optimism. Finally, they gave up and drove back through the dim city streets, the weight of failure pressing down on them. Back in the sterile conference room, Neagley cut through the tension. "Armstrong needs to know. They've made their point now. They'll escalate. Stuyvesant's jaw tightened. We don't negotiate. That's been the rule for over a century. We don't bend, and we don't back down. Frölich leaned forward. Then we minimize his risk. No, Stuyvesant snapped. That's surrender. One retreat, and we'll never hold the line again. Our job is to protect him better than ever. So, what's the threat? What do we actually know? 2 men are dead, Frölich said flatly. Reacher's voice was colder. 2 men and a woman. Kidnapping stats don't lie, she's as good as gone. Stuyvesant rubbed his temples. The photos proved she was alive. Until the drop. That was 2 weeks ago. She's still holding out, Frölich insisted. I'm not giving up. Reacher stayed silent. Neagley shifted gears. What about her? Any intel? Stuyvesant shook his head. Never met her. Don't even know her name. Hell, I barely know Nendick, just some tech guy from the office. The room went dead silent. Then Neagley dropped the bomb. FBI needs in. This isn't just about Armstrong anymore. Kidnapping, interstate homicide, that's their turf. Stuyvesant's shoulders sagged as he scanned the room, locking eyes with each of them. Fine. I'll make the call. Take the heat. No one spoke. What was there to say? It was the right move, even if it burned his career to the ground. Sympathy would have been patronizing. Focus on Armstrong, Stuyvesant muttered. That's all we've got left. Frölich checked her notes. Tomorrow's North Dakota, same vulnerable location. Wheels up at 10. And Thursday, Thanksgiving. He's serving meals at a D. Shelter. Wide open. Stuyvesant exhaled like a man, signing his own death warrant. 7A. Sharp tomorrow. The FBI'll send someone probably thrilled to babysit us. He pushed back from the table and left, the door clicking shut behind him like a verdict. Frölich clenched her fists. I hate sitting ducks. Later, in her bedroom's softer sheets, warmer walls, the city's hum muffled Reacher smirked. Defense not your style. She rolled her eyes. Attack is defense here. But we just wait, then scramble. Always reactive. The room held its breath. The unspoken truth hanging between them. They were out of time, out of moves. And the clock was ticking. We're not digging deep enough, she admitted, resting her head against him. He shrugged. You've got analysts like that guy who reviews surveillance footage all day. She exhaled, half laughing. The Office of Protection Research. It's more theoretical than hands-on. Big picture stuff, not street-level tactics. Then take charge yourself, he suggested. Run some tests, shake things up. Like what? We're stuck because Nendick folded under pressure. That means we reset. Focus on the thumbprint. It's not in the system. Systems glitch. Databases update. Run it again weekly and expand the search. Interpol, foreign records. Maybe these guys are Americans who got busted overseas. Canada, Europe, even Mexico. She hesitated. Doubt they're international. Or check if thumbprint signatures are their calling card, he pushed. How far back do your archives go? Basically forever. Then cap it at 20 years. Pretty sure cavemen were thumbprinting threats before they invented alphabets. A sleepy grin tugged at her lips, her breath steadying against his shoulder. Back when literacy was optional, he murmured. No response. She was out, curled into him. He shifted slightly, the mattress dipping under his weight. Did Joe ever break this bed in? He wondered. After a moment, he stretched to kill the light. What felt like 90 seconds later, they were showered, caffeinated, and back in the Secret Service conference room, demolishing donuts with an FBI liaison, Bannon, a ruddy-faced Irish-American in a tweed blazer who'd won them over with artisanal pastries and strong coffee. Reacher wore Joe's third-best Italian suit and his Atlantic City coat, while Froelich stuck to her usual black power suit. Neagley recycled Sunday's outfit, the one that hugged her curves, ignored by Nendick. Stuyvesant, immaculate Brooks Brothers, as always. Fresh or not, who could tell? They all looked exhausted. Reacher hated that. In his experience, fatigue messed you up worse than 3 shots of whiskey. "We'll crash on the plane," Froelich said. "Tell the pilot to drag it out." Bannon leaned in, no nonsense. Full transparency, no blame, no BS. "But let's be real, Nendick's wife is probably dead. We'll search like she's alive, but 3 bodies already? Not great. Some evidence, but gaps. We're hitting Nendick's house today, crime scene gold if they were there. He might talk when he wakes up. If not, we've got 3 angles. D. Messages, Minnesota, Colorado. Your team running the scenes out there?" Froelich asked. "Yep," Bannon confirmed. "Ballistics ID the Colorado weapon, HKMP5. Neagley. We might have figured that out already." Bannon gave a slow nod. "That weapon's suppressed, which means we're looking at an MP5 SD6. Neagley leaned forward. "You've got military experience, don't you? Then you've handled MP5s before. Just like me. Those aren't street guns, they're strictly for law enforcement, SWAT teams, and federal units." Bannon paused, scanning the room as if there was more he wasn't saying. Neagley cut through the silence. "What about Minnesota?" "We recovered the round," Bannon replied. "Metal detector sweep in the farmyard turned it up buried nearly a foot deep in the dirt. Trajectory puts the shooter on a wooded ridge about 120 yards north, elevation around 80 feet. Reacher crossed his arms. "What kind of bullet?" "NATO 7. 92 millimeters. You run tests." "For what?" "Powder burn." Bannon nodded. "Weak charge. Minimal residue." Reacher's jaw tightened. "Subsonic ammo. At that caliber, only 1 rifle fits a VMAC 2 suppressed sniper system." "Another law enforcement specialty," Bannon added. "Counter-terror units, high-risk entry teams, you get the picture." He let the implication hang, eyes flicking around the room. When nobody bit, he dropped the bomb himself. Here's the kicker: cross-reference MP5 buyers with Vimy purchasers, and only one agency shows up on both lists. A bead of silence. "The Secret Service," Reacher said flatly. The air in the room turned thick. Before anyone could react, a sharp rap at the door broke the tension. The duty officer stood in the frame, holding a package. "Mail just came in. You'll want to see this." They spread it out on the table, a plain brown envelope sealed tight, with a printed label addressed to Senator Brooke Armstrong in crisp Times New Roman. Bannon pulled on white cotton gloves from his briefcase, fumbling slightly. "Lab protocol," he muttered. "No latex, don't want to mess with trace evidence." Reacher flicked open his ceramic knife and handed it over. Bannon slit the envelope with surgical precision, then tipped out a single sheet of heavyweight paper. It slid across the polished wood, revealing 5 stark words centered on the page. "Did you like the demonstration?" The last word sat alone, heavy with intent. Bannon checked the postmark and exhaled. "Vegas. Mailed Saturday." His voice turned grim. They were so damn sure of themselves, they asked if he liked the show before they even pulled the trigger. Froelich was already moving. We roll out at 2200. Reacher, Neagley, you're with me. You know the terrain. Stuyvesant gave a vague wave approval or resignation. Reacher couldn't tell. Bannon called after them. Twice daily briefings. 300 and 2000 if you're in D. Froelich didn't slow down. Reacher nudged her toward her office instead of the exit. Run the database search, he muttered under his breath. Now. Froelich checked her watch with a frown. This thing's running late. Just fire it up and let it run in the background, Reacher suggested. Wouldn't Bannon handle it? Sure, but a second pair of eyes never hurt. She hesitated, then strode toward her office, flipping on the lights and booting up her computer. The NC database wasn't exactly user-friendly. She typed thumbprint into the search bar, only for Reacher to scoff. That's gonna pull up every fingerprint case since the invention of ink. With an irritated sigh, she backspaced and refined the query. Thumbprint plus document plus letter plus signature. Better. Reacher shrugged. I still remember rotary phones. It's a starting point, Neagley cut in. We'll narrow it down if we have to. Froelich hit search, the hard drive whirred, and the screen blinked to processing. Time to move, she said. Relocating a vice president-elect from D to North Dakota wasn't exactly a quick errand. The operation demanded 8 Secret Service SUVs, 4 police cruisers, 20 agents, and a private jet. Setting up the rally alone required 12 agents, 40 cops, 4 state troopers, and a pair of K-9 units. Froelich spent 4 straight hours barking orders into her radio, swapping her Suburban for a black stretch-town car so she could focus. Reacher and Neagley rode in the back as they rolled toward Georgetown, idly near Armstrong's residence. Within half an hour, the motorcade swelled a gun car, 2 more Suburbans, and finally an armored Cadillac Stretch, sliding snug against a security tent. Metro cops blocked the street, lights flashing, headlights cutting through the drizzle. Exhaust fumes curled in the damp air as engines hummed, heaters blasting. Froelich juggled updates Armstrong's detail inside the house, Air Force crew at Andrews, traffic choppers warning of gridlock. The Beltway loop was their only shot. Andrews confirmed the plane was prepped. Armstrong had finished his coffee. Move him, she ordered. The transfer was seamless, no visible movement, just a limo peeling away, flanked by Suburbans and cops. They snaked up Wisconsin, veered onto the Beltway, and accelerated into the gray haze. Froelich was already on the line with Bismarck, ironing out arrival logistics. If everything ran smooth, she might actually catch some sleep mid-flight. At Andrews, the convoy breezed through the north gate, tires hissing on wet tarmac. The limo halted short of the Gulfstream stairs, its blue and white livery gleaming under the rain. Engines whined, wind kicking up mist as Armstrong bolted for the jet, agents on his heels. Froelich, Reacher, and Neagley followed, trailed by a couple of reporters and a final trio of agents. One step closer to chaos, Reacher thought, but hey, at least the coffee was decent. The ground crew pulled the rolling stairs back as the flight attendants secured the cabin door. The interior was nothing like the flashy Air Force One from Hollywood, more like a retrofitted tour bus for a mid-tier indie band, with 12 upgraded seats crammed into a no-frills fuselage. 8 seats formed 2 clusters of 4, each pair facing a small wooden table, while the remaining 4 faced forward, in a tight row up front. The leather upholstery and polished tables felt oddly luxurious against the plane's bare-bones frame. There was an unspoken hierarchy to the seating arrangements. Everyone hovered in the aisle until Armstrong claimed his spot a backward-facing window seat on the left side. The two journalists settled across from him, probably angling for an off-the-record chat to pass the time. Froelich and her security team took the other cluster, while Neagley and the backup agents sprawled into the front row. That left Reacher with the last available seat, directly across from Froelich and, awkwardly, right beside Armstrong. He tossed his coat into the overhead bin and slid in, earning a casual nod from the VP-elect. The reporters eyed him with open curiosity, their gazes lingering on his suit too sharp for a typical agent. Who's this guy? Some kind of advisor? Reacher buckled his seatbelt like sharing elbow room. With future White House brass was just another Tuesday. Armstrong played along, cool and composed as if waiting for the first softball question. The engines roared to life, and soon they were taxiing toward the runway. By the time they leveled off, most of the cabin had zonked out seasoned pros, seizing any chance to recharge. Froelich was a pro at playing naps, her head tilted neatly against her shoulder, arms folded. The agents around her weren't as graceful, their bulky frames spilling into the aisle. One guy's size 14 boot nearly tripped a passing attendant. Behind him, Neagley was probably already out. Cold woman could sleep on a bed of nails if she had to. Reacher reclined his seat a fraction, ready to doze off, until the reporters started their not-so-subtle interrogation. "Mind giving us a name for the record?" one asked. Armstrong shook his head. "Confidentiality is key right now." "So we're still in national security territory?" the reporter asked. Armstrong's grin was almost mischievous. "I won't stop you from connecting dots." They scribbled notes before pivoting to foreign policy military budgets, troop deployments, the usual buzzwords. Reacher tuned it out until a pointed question snapped him back. "You still back the overwhelming force doctrine?" Armstrong shot Reacher a glance. "Care to weigh in?" Reacher stifled a yawn. "Absolutely. Overwhelming force. Hell yes. Always have. Always will." The reporters scribbled furiously. Armstrong nodded like it was gospel. Reacher reclined further and shut his eyes, only waking as the plane dipped toward Bismarck. Outside the window, the sky was blindingly clear, the ground below a patchwork of muted brown. Froelich was briefing her team in hushed tones, Neagley listening intently. Another day, another landing. The Missouri River snaked through the landscape below, its winding path cutting between a string of shimmering lakes that looked like scattered sapphires under the midday sun. Interstate 94 stretched like a thin gray ribbon across the horizon, intersecting with the hazy sprawl of Bismarck in the distance. Froelich leaned forward in her seat, her voice steady but urgent. "Local law enforcement has perimeter control 40 officers, maybe more, plus state troopers in patrol cars. Our job: stay tight, move fast. We're hitting this event late and leaving early." Armstrong smirked, tossing out a dry comment like he was on autopilot. "Leave 'em wanting more." One of the reporters chuckled. "Works in Hollywood." The plane banked sharply, leveling out as it descended. Seatbacks snapped upright, seatbelts tightened, and notebooks vanished into bags none of the journalists were getting off. Small-town politics didn't rate for the foreign affairs crowd. Froelich caught Reacher's eye, her smile tight, tension lurking beneath it. The wheels touched down smoothly, and the plane taxied toward a waiting motorcade, 5 cars lined up like a well-rehearsed formation. State police cruisers bookended 3 identical black limos, their windows tinted dark. Ground crew rolled a staircase into place as the doors popped open. Armstrong slid into the middle limo, his security detail flanking him, while Frolic, Reacher, and Neagley took the lead car. The air was sharp with cold, the sunlight almost painfully bright. "You're on freelance duty," Frolic said. "Move where you think we need you." The roads were eerily empty, just smooth pavement cutting through open country. Then, abruptly, the church tower rose in the distance, tall, stark white, looming over the cluster of houses like a sentinel. Cars packed the roadside, bumper to bumper, leading up to a state police barricade near the community center. The motorcade glided past, gravel crunching under the tires as they pulled into the lot. Bunting fluttered along the fences, and a crowd of 300 buzzed with anticipation. Frolic's grip tightened on her radio. "I swear, if they didn't sweep that tower properly this time." The limos rolled to a stop, and the backup team moved first, fluid, precise, fanning out in front of Armstrong's car, scanning faces, waiting for the all-clear. It came through the radio, and Frolic relayed it instantly. The lead agent nodded, stepped forward, and opened Armstrong's door with practiced ease. Reacher had to admit it was impressive, like watching a choreographed dance. 5 seconds, smooth as silk, no hesitation, but behind the scenes, radios crackled, eyes scanned, and security locked into place. Armstrong stepped out, already flashing that humble hometown hero grin, hand extended toward the waiting dignitaries. His detail closed in, almost shoulder to shoulder, while the taller agents angled themselves between him and the church tower. Their coats were open, their eyes never still. Frolic exhaled sharply. "That damn steeple. It's a sniper's dream." Reacher didn't hesitate. "We should sweep it ourselves. Have Armstrong loop counterclockwise until we do. That puts him closer to the church." "Exactly." "The angle's too steep up close. Those wooden louvers near the bells create a blind spot inside 40 feet. Any shooter would have to be right on top of him." Frolic lifted her wrist, murmuring into her radio as the wind bit at their faces. The clock was ticking. The moment Reacher spotted Armstrong, the senator was already shifting right into a slow arc across the frostbitten field. His new political ally sticking close like a shadow. The crowd rippled like a living thing, dark coats swirling as they followed the movement. "We need the guy with the keys," Reacher muttered. Frolic pressed her earpiece, listening to the local police captain. "Church warden's meeting us at the door," she said. 5 minutes out. They stepped onto the gravel path, the cold air biting at their faces. Armstrong's blonde hair caught the weak winter sun as he moved deeper into the field, surrounded by a tight knot of agents. The crowd pulsed around them, women in wide-brimmed hats, men in heavy overcoats, all shuffling like pieces on a chessboard. Frolic suddenly tensed, pressing a hand to her ear. "Keep him near the church," she snapped into her wrist mic before yanking her coat open, fingers brushing her holstered sidearm. State police spotted someone on foot in the neighborhood. No description. Reacher's eyes swept the perimeter. "How many cops out there?" 40 plus circling the edges. "Flip them around," he ordered. Eyes outward, backs to the crowd. Frolic relayed the command, her gaze darting everywhere. "I've gotta move," she said. Reacher turned to Neagley. "Sweep the streets, all those weak spots we mapped earlier." Neagley took off at a near jog, and Frolic shot him a look. "Weak spots?" "Like Swiss cheese," he shot back. Frolic barked into her mic. "Block him down, tower wall, 3-sided cover, cars ready now." She listened, nodded. Armstrong was closing in on the far side of the tower, just out of sight. "Go," Reacher said. I'll clear the church." She didn't argue, just pivoted and strode off. Alone at the gate, Reacher moved toward the massive oak door, its iron hinges and black nails looking like something from a Gothic nightmare. The tower loomed overhead, the flag limp, the air unnervingly still, the kind of cold that could carry a bullet like a whisper. Footsteps crunched behind him. The church warden shuffled up, a tiny figure drowning in a cashmere coat and fur hat, his glasses magnifying his nervous eyes. He thrust out a comically oversized key more fit for a dungeon than a house of worship. "Original 1870 ironwork," he said proudly. "I'll return it," Reacher said. "Head to the field." The man hesitated. "I can wait here, field." "No." The warden scurried off. Reacher jammed the key into the lock, twisted nothing. He tried again. Still nothing. With a grunt, he shoved the door. It creaked open on rusted hinges. Unlocked the whole damn time. The noise had been deafening when he first cracked the door open at dawn, but now it blended into the murmur of the crowd outside. He hesitated, then slipped inside the dimly lit church, shutting the door behind him with a quiet click. The place was simple wooden beams, arching overhead, walls the color of old parchment, pews worn smooth from years of use. Stained glass filtered the morning light into muted colors, casting faint patterns on the floor. At the far end stood an altar, flanked by a raised lectern and a few unmarked doors, probably storage rooms or vestries, though he wasn't exactly an expert on church layouts. Locking the door, he tucked the key into a wooden box stuffed with hymn books before moving silently down the aisle. The air smelled like aged wood, candle wax, and a lingering chill. He checked each of the side rooms, nothing but stacks of old books and folded robes. Satisfied, he moved toward the tower, where 3 heavy bell ropes dangled in the center of a cramped square space. The ropes were covered in faded embroidered sleeves, their frayed ends hidden beneath the fabric. A narrow staircase spiraled upward into shadow. He climbed carefully, the steps groaning under his weight. At the top, a wooden ladder led to a trapdoor in the ceiling. Reacher paused, listening. Silence. He stripped off his coat and jacket, leaving them in a heap, then pulled out his ceramic knife. The ladder creaked as he stepped onto it too loud. His fingers brushed a rung and came away dusted with pepper. A leftover from 5 days ago, smeared now, maybe from his own boots or someone else's. Not ideal. He was exposed, unarmed except for the knife, and the ladder was practically announcing his arrival. He clenched the blade between his teeth, gripped the ladder's sides, and launched himself upward in one explosive motion. 18 feet vanished in seconds. At the top, he braced himself against the ceiling, testing for movement. Nothing. With a quick shove, he nudged the trapdoor open an inch, then let it drop. Still no reaction. He counted to 30. Silence. Time to move. He shoved the trapdoor all the way open and hauled himself into the bell chamber. 3 small iron bells hung motionless, their ropes coiled neatly. No grand cathedral chimes here, just plain functional relics of small-town history. Sunlight sliced through the louver, painting stripes of pale light across the dark metal. The room was empty. No ambush, no trap. Just the quiet hum of anticipation. And then a distant sound. Not from above. From below. The dogs. They were back. The place looked untouched at first glance, just as he remembered leaving it. But something was off. The dust had been shuffled around, and strange marks littered the floor-heel, drags, scuffs, even faint impressions that didn't match his own from days before. Then there was the smell. Faint, almost imagined, but unmistakable once he caught it. Sweat, gun oil, the sharp tang of brass casings. He turned slowly, but the scent vanished as if it had never been there. Pressing his fingers against the iron bells, he strained to catch any lingering vibrations. Sunlight and sound filtered through the wooden slats' voices from below. The murmur of a crowd gathered 70 feet down. Peering through the weathered louvers, he spotted cops stationed along the perimeter, the idle motorcade puffing exhaust into the cold air. The view was tight, but for a sniper, one shot was all it took. His eyes flicked upward. A second trapdoor loomed overhead, its ladder flanked by oxidized copper grounding straps. Last time, he hadn't bothered with it, who'd want to freeze up there for hours? But today, under clear skies, it was prime real estate for someone with patience and a rifle. Probably installed for flag changers, he figured. The stars had multiplied since 1870, after all. Gripping the knife between his teeth, he started climbing. The old wood groaned under his weight. Halfway up, he froze. The rungs were coated in dust except for clean patches in a precise, alternating pattern. Someone had been here, recently. Maybe just ahead of him? Voices from the crowd drifted up, muffled. Above the bells, the maker's initials APA were etched in tin. He inched higher, testing the trapdoor's weight. Solid as bedrock, lined with lead. No vibrations would betray movement above. One last breath around the knife handle. Then he drove upward, exploding through the hatch. The impact sent him sprawling, but he pushed himself up and burst through the trapdoor onto the rooftop, squinting against the sudden glare of daylight. The knife clenched between his teeth nearly slipped as he rolled aside, his cheek scraping against the rough, weathered lead surface, pitted and dull from decades of brutal winters. He jerked upright, scanning the rooftop in a swift circle. Empty. Just a shallow, lead-lined box open to the sky, with walls barely waist-high. The center rose slightly to support the massive flagpole, weather vane, and lightning rod far more imposing up close. The lead sheets were meticulously fitted, seams soldered tight, with drainage funnels tucked into each corner. Crouching low, he inched toward the edge, unwilling to risk standing. The agents below would be trained to spot movement from high vantage points. Peering over the parapet, the icy wind bit into his skin. 70 feet down, Armstrong stood flanked by the new senator, encircled by 6 agents in a tight formation. Then movement flickered at the edge of his vision, cops sprinting across the field, clustering near the back fence, bending down before jerking upright, radios crackling. Below, Froelich shoved through the crowd, finger pressed to her earpiece, moving fast toward the commotion. He scrambled back through the trapdoor, slamming it shut behind him, then descended the ladder in quick, controlled drops. Grabbing his coat, he flew down the narrow spiral stairs, past the frayed bell ropes, and into the church's main hall. The oak door gaped open, the hymnal box lit up, key still in the lock. He hesitated just inside, listening. Nothing. A sprint into the cold, then another pause. No ambush. The area was eerily quiet, distant shouts the only sign of chaos. Shrugging into his coat, he jogged toward the noise. A man in a long brown twill coat, somewhere between a trench coat and an overcoat, charged toward him, badge glinting in his palm. Tower secure? The cop yelled, still 20 feet away. Empty, Reacher called back. What's happening? The cop bent double, hands on knees, gasping. No clue yet, some kind of mess. Then his eyes snapped past Reacher to the church. Damn it, you left the door open. He bolted toward the building without waiting for an answer. Reacher spun and ran the opposite way, meeting Neagley at the field's edge. What's going on? She demanded. It's happening now, he panted. They sprinted through the gate, cutting off Frolic as she beelined for the cars. "Rifle stashed by the fence," she said. "Someone was in the tower," Reacher shot back. "Probably still nearby." Frolic froze, her gaze locking onto his for a split second before her wrist mic crackled to life. Her voice was eerily steady. "Stand by to abort. Emergency extraction on my count. 3. A beat. All vehicles move to target now." The air hummed with tension, the calm before the storm. The countdown ended abruptly. 1, 2, 3. Abort now. Abort now. And chaos erupted. The motorcade exploded into motion like a firework, engines roaring as vehicles scattered in every direction. The lead police cruiser lurched forward while the rear one skidded backward, and the two armored limos whipped into sharp turns, kicking up gravel before tearing across the open field. Meanwhile, Armstrong's security details swarmed him, shielding his body with their own as they bulldozed through the panicked crowd. It was a precision play, fast, brutal, efficient like a quarterback sneak in the final seconds of a game. The limos skidded to a halt on the grass just as the agents shoved Armstrong inside the first one, the backup team piling into the second. Up front, the lead cop already had lights flashing and sirens wailing, crawling forward to clear the exit. The limos fish-tailed, spun, and raced back to the road, falling into formation behind the cruiser. Within seconds, the whole convoy was screaming away at 70 miles per hour, leaving nothing but dust and confusion behind. The third limo veered toward Frolic and Reacher grabbed her arm. "We could take these guys right now, they're right here." But Frolic wasn't listening. She yanked him and Neagley into the limo, and they peeled out after the others, the last police car slotting in behind them. 20 seconds, that's all it took to transform a disaster into a well-oiled escape. Frolich slumped into her seat, exhaling hard. "See," she muttered, "we don't stop threats. We just run from them." 11 Frolich intercepted Armstrong at the base of the plane's steps, the cold wind biting at her cheeks. The conversation was clipped. She briefed him on the hidden rifle, framing the extraction as necessary. To her surprise, he didn't push back. No questions, no panic. If anything, he seemed more concerned about the optics for his successor, mentally tallying the political fallout before nodding in approval. No harm, no foul. Then, with the practiced ease of a man used to cameras, he bounded up the stairs to rejoin the waiting press pool. Inside the cabin, Reacher snagged a front row seat this time, flanked by Frolic and Neagley. As the plane taxied, Frolic moved through the team, offering quiet praise, fist bumps, murmured reassurances, the kind of leadership that kept people sharp. Reacher watched, impressed. She returned to her seat, buckling in and pressing her fingers to her temples like she could physically reset her thoughts. "We should have stayed," Reacher said. Frolic shot him a look. "The FBI and local PD have it covered. Our job is Armstrong. And trust me, I hate running as much as you do." "What kind of rifle was it? You get a look?" She shook her head. "Vinyl case, buried in the lawn grass near the fence. Church was locked since Sunday? 60+ hours. My guess. They picked the lock, old hardware, easy to bypass." She paused, then added, "But here's the thing, why leave it there? If they were ready to move, why not take the shot?" Reacher frowned. A new detail, one that didn't fit. Either they got spooked, or this was just a test, that a keyhole was enormous, you could practically shove your whole fist through it. "You're sure you didn't spot them?" Reacher shook his head. "But they saw me. They were inside with me. Knew exactly where I stashed the key. Let themselves right out. You might have just saved Armstrong's life. And my job." But I still don't get their play. They were inside the church, and their rifle was a football field away? Hold off until we know what kind of rifle it was. Then maybe it'll make sense. The plane banked sharply at the runway's edge, engines roaring as it launched into the sky. 5 minutes later, the noise eased, and the journalists resumed their diplomatic chatter, completely unfazed by the abrupt return. No questions, no panic. They landed at Andrews by 6:30 p.m. D. Was eerily quiet, already slipping into Thanksgiving weekend mode. The motorcade rolled down Branch Avenue, cutting through the city's core before veering into Georgetown. Armstrong disappeared into his house under the white security tent, and the cars peeled off, aimless. Stuyvesant was Mia. Reacher and Neagley tailed Frolic to her desk where she pulled up the NASAC results. A joke. The screen boasted a whopping 243,791 matches. After 5 hours of deep analysis, basically every case in 2 decades that mentioned a thumbprint, document, or signature. 30 hits a day, 0 relevance. Froelich skimmed a few, then jumped to random dates. Nothing. We need tighter filters, Neagley muttered, nudging the keyboard closer. She cleared the screen, typed thumbprint as signature, and hit search. The hard drive whirred, then the phone rang. Froelich snatched it up, listened, and hung up. Stuyvesant's back. FBI's prelim report on the rifle. Conference room, now. We nearly blew it today, Stuyvesant announced, spreading faxed pages across the table. Reacher caught the Dooja letterhead upside down, official, blurry, dense. First flaw. That damn door, Stuyvesant said. FBI thinks the lock was picked at dawn. Could have been done with a bobby pin. We should have slapped a temp lock on it. Not an option, Froelich shot back. Landmark building. No modifications. Then we should have moved venues. I scouted every alternative. They were all worse. Neagley crossed her arms. You needed an agent on the roof. Budget says no. Not until post-inauguration. If you make it that far, Neagley countered. Reacher cut in. What about the rifle? Stuyvesant straightened the papers. Take a guess. Decoy, Reacher said. Too easy to find. In my line of work, that means it was meant to be found. Stuyvesant nodded. Barely a rifle. Rusty afdu astu brat. Eater 2 varmint gun. Probably hadn't been fired in decades. No ammo, no load. Serial numbers. Gone. Prints. Please. Reacher. Classic misdirection. Stuyvesant tapped the report. That unlocked door. That's the real tell. The interrogation room felt tense as Stuyvesant leaned forward. Walk me through your actions when you entered the building, he demanded. I locked the door behind me, Reacher replied. Any particular reason? Better for surveillance control, the entry points. Stuyvesant raised an eyebrow. Even if you were planning to fire? Then I'd leave it wide open, Reacher said flatly. No time to fumble with keys when you need to bolt. A slow nod. So, an unlocked door means they were ready to shoot. My guess. They had an HP-5 or a VIMIC-2 stashed in there. Maybe both. Plant the junk gun at the fence as a distraction, pull security away, then take their shot at Armstrong when he moved toward the motorcade. Sounds plausible, Reacher admitted. But I didn't spot anyone inside. Stuyvesant scoffed. A country church has 100 hiding spots, crypt, loft, pews. I felt them in there. Froelich cut in. Any suspicious attendees? Chaos everywhere, Stuyvesant muttered. Cops scrambling, civilians bolting. 20 people vanished before we could ID them. Can't blame them. You hear gun, you run. Neagley crossed her arms. What about the guy in the subdivision? Just some dude in a coat, Stuyvesant dismissed. State trooper had nothing concrete. Probably harmless. Our shooters were already in position. Neagley wasn't convinced. The trooper called it in for a reason. Stuyvesant shrugged. You know how it goes. Secret Service rolls up, local cops second-guess themselves. Better they overreact than miss something. Froelich exhaled sharply. So we've got nothing. Wrong, Stuyvesant countered. Armstrong still breathing. Go eat. Be back by 10 for the FBI briefing. Back in Froelich's office, Neagley's NASIC search had already crashed and burned. The screen blinked. 0 matches in 0. Vacants. Froelich tried again, thumbprint on letter. Same result, nothing in 0. Now 8 seconds. She groaned. We're hitting walls at record speed. Richa nudged her aside. Let me show you how it's done. He typed a short letter, signed with a giant thumbprint. Neagley rolled her eyes. Genius. The system spat back. No matches in 0. 0.7 seconds. Richa grinned. New record though. The tension cracked just a little. He tried squalene, then squalane, nothing. Forget it, he said. Food's calling. Neagley shoved him out of the chair. One more try. Her fingers flew. Single, unexplained thumbprint. The screen flashed. No match. No 6 seconds. Beat that. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a record breaker, Froelich announced, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Reacher. Nice work. She typed in a single, unexplained thumbprint and hit search. This is actually kinda entertaining, she admitted. The system whirred for a fraction of a second before flashing no match. Tied for the lead, Froelich declared. My turn again. She swapped places with Neagley, hesitating before typing just one word, thumb. The screen froze for a heartbeat before spitting out a single police report from Sacramento. A doctor had reported a suspicious thumb injury, amateur self-surgery, disguised as a carpentry accident. The cops bought the story. Case closed. Some bizarre stuff in this database, Froelich muttered. Let's grab dinner, Reacher insisted. Maybe we should go veggie, Neagley suggested. They ended up at an Armenian spot near DuPont Circle. Reacher went for the lamb while the women stuck to chickpea dishes. Dessert was baklava and thick, bitter coffee, 3 cups each. Conversation stayed light, skirting the heavy topics. Armstrong, the Nendicks, the kind of men who could terrify someone to death and then gun down bystanders. Froelich avoided mentioning Joe in front of Reacher. Neagley dodged Reacher's past in front of Froelich. So they defaulted to politics, like everyone else in D. that night. But late November meant the new administration, which circled back to Armstrong, so they veered into personal beliefs. That meant life stories, and Froelich prodded Neagley for hers. Reacher tuned out. He knew she wouldn't crack. After years of working together, he still knew nothing about her past. Some wounds don't heal, and the military's full of people running from something, broken homes, dead ends, the kind of loneliness that makes you crave the structure of a unit. Neagley skipped the early years, rattling off her service record instead. Reacher scanned the restaurant, packed with couples and families avoiding tomorrow's Thanksgiving cooking. A few faces looked vaguely familiar, maybe politicos or news anchors. He tuned back in when Neagley described her Chicago gig. a security firm with ex-military and law enforcement, handling everything from cyber threats to overseas executive protection. Sounded solid. They were debating a fourth coffee when Froelic's phone buzzed. The place was loud, the ringtone barely audible. She fished it out just past 9. Reacher studied her expression, first confusion, then a flicker of worry. "Fine," she muttered, snapping her phone shut. Her eyes locked onto his. "Stuyvesant wants you in the office. Now. No delays." Reacher raised an eyebrow. "Me? Why?" "No explanation," she replied. Inside the lobby, Stuyvesant stood rigid behind the reception desk, his focus fixed on a phone yanked from its usual spot, its cord snaking across the counter. The duty officer worked nearby, oblivious. Everything else looked routine, except for that lone telephone, waiting like a loaded gun. "We got a call," Stuyvesant said without preamble. Froelich frowned. "Who from?" "Anonymous. Blocked number. Some guy asked for the big guy, the new one, on the scene." Reacher crossed his arms. "That's me, apparently. Why?" "You'll find out. He's calling back at 9:30. Reacher checked his watch 8 minutes. Froelich tensed. "They saw you at the church. This is contact." Stuyvesant nodded. "We've got a recorder, a trace. Keep him talking as long as possible." Reacher shot Neagley a glance. She checked her own watch and shook her head too tight. "Get me a Chicago weather report," he said suddenly. Froelich blinked. "Why?" "Just do it." 4 minutes later, the Air Force confirmed. Clear skies, freezing temps. Reacher exhaled. "Du weißt my point." "Remember," Stuyvesant pressed, "play on their confusion. They don't know who you are, use that." Reacher ignored him. "Is the Thanksgiving event public?" "Yes," Froelich said. "Location posted." "What's next after that?" "Wall Street in 10 days. Then a private trip to North Dakota tomorrow, completely unannounced." 9:29. The phone rang early. "Eager, aren't they?" Reacher muttered. "Stall him," Stuyvesant hissed. Reacher picked up. "Yeah." A voice, cold and deliberate. "You won't get that lucky again." Reacher tuned out the words, listening instead for background noise traffic. "Wind." "Hey," the voice snapped. "I'm talking to you. And I'm hanging up on you, pal." He slammed the receiver down. Silence. Stuyvesant gaped. "What the hell was that?" "Short conversation," Reacher said. "You were supposed to waste his time?" "Nah. This is chess, not checkers." Stuyvesant's face darkened. "We needed intel." Reacher scoffed. "You weren't getting any." "Now I'd like some coffee." "You interrupted dinner." "We're staying put." "They might call back." Reacher rolled his eyes. "They won't." The group lingered at the reception desk for a few minutes before grabbing lukewarm coffee in cheap plastic cups and heading into the conference room. Neagley kept her distance, arms crossed, while Froelich stayed silent. Stuyvesant, on the other hand, was fuming. "Explain yourself," he snapped. Reacher took a seat at the far end of the table, deliberately isolated, while Neagley positioned herself like a mediator along the side. Froelich and Stuyvesant huddled together at the opposite end. "These guys are using tap water to seal envelopes," Reacher said flatly. "So?" Stuyvesant shot back. "So they're not dumb enough to risk a traceable call to Secret Service HQ," Reacher replied. "They'd cut it short the second they got what they wanted. I wasn't about to give them the satisfaction. If they're messing with me, I'm the one calling the shots." Stuyvesant scoffed. "You sabotaged the call for an ego trip?" "Sabotaged." Reacher leaned forward. We got everything we were going to get. You have a voice print 13 words, every vowel, most consonants. Sibilants, fricatives, the works. We needed their location, Stuyvesant snapped. Reacher exhaled sharply. They were at a payphone with blocked caller ID, somewhere in the Midwest. Think about it, they were in Bismarck earlier, with heavy artillery. That means they're driving. They could be anywhere within a 400-mile radius by now, holed up in some roadside diner or gas station. And anyone smart enough to use tap water for envelopes knows exactly how long to stay on a call to avoid being traced. You don't know they're driving, Stuyvesant muttered. Fair point, Reacher conceded. Maybe they were pissed about today's failure and decided to fly in for tomorrow's shot. Could be at O'Hare right now, waiting for a connecting flight. You could have had cops staking out payphones if you'd thought of it sooner. But you didn't. So, don't blame me for your lack of planning. Stuyvesant clenched his jaw but stayed silent. Neagley broke the tension. Ask him about the weather report. Froelich hesitated. Why did you want the weather? Because if flights were delayed, they'd be stuck at the airport for hours, Reacher said. I could have baited them into another call, bought time to get eyes on them. But the weather was clear. No delays, no opportunity. Stuyvesant still didn't speak. Accent? Froelich asked quietly. Did you catch anything? Reacher shrugged. Not foreign, not southern, not East Coast. Just neutral. Middle America, maybe. The room fell into heavy silence. Finally, Stuyvesant exhaled. I apologize. You probably made the right call. Reacher shook his head, almost amused. Forget it. We were grasping at straws anyway. Odds were never in our favor. I just wanted to keep them guessing and pissed off at me. Reacher leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. I'd rather they come after me than Armstrong. Let them waste their time. Froelich shot him a look. You want a target on your back. He's got the Secret Service. You've got, what, a toothbrush? A slow grin spread across Reacher's face. I've handled worse. Froelich exhaled sharply, shaking her head. This is just some macho standoff, isn't it? You're exactly like Joe. Except I'm breathing, Reacher shot back. Before she could respond, a sharp rap at the door interrupted them. The duty officer peeked in. Special Agent Bannon's here for the briefing. Stuyvesant pulled Bannon aside in his office for a quick update on the phone records before they rejoined the group. Bannon strode in, looking more like a seasoned city detective than a Fed tweed jacket, scuffed shoes, the kind of face that had seen too many long nights in Chicago or Philly. He dropped a thin folder on the table, his expression grim. Nendik's still out of it. No change. Doctors aren't hopeful. Silence settled over the room. Bannon flipped open the folder and slid glossy photos across the table, 2 per person. Bruce and Brian Armstrong, he announced, formerly of Minnesota and Colorado. The photos were high-quality prints, not the grainy faxes they'd expected. Probably borrowed from grieving families, scanned and blown up to focus on their faces. The results looked unnaturally crisp. 2 middle-aged men with easy smiles, their names scribbled at the bottom. Bruce, Brian. Neither bore much resemblance to Brooke Armstrong, but that wasn't the point. Reacher studied them. Same basic template, fair hair, blue eyes, mid-40s. If you lined up every guy in America, you'd have to narrow it down by a dozen categories before these 3 stood apart. Male white, average height, average build, just 3 faces in the crowd. Bannon tapped the table. Close enough to prove the pattern? Reacher nodded. Too close. Bannon's mouth twisted. 2 widows. 5 kids without dads. Real heartwarming, huh? Nobody answered. Stuyvesant broke the tension. Anything else? We're digging, Bannon said. Running the thumbprint through every database. No hits yet. Nendick's neighbors say he kept to himself, mostly hung out at a cop bar near Dulles. We're tracking anyone he talked to more than usual. Stuyvesant frowned. What about when his wife was taken? Someone had to have seen something. Bannon shook his head. Neighborhood's full of soccer moms, but nobody noticed a thing. Could have happened at night. Reacher cut in. Or Nendick dropped her off himself. His voice was calm, but the implication hung heavy in the air. They probably forced him into it, another twisted layer of psychological torment. Just to hammer home his guilt, to sharpen that knife of fear twisting in his gut. Could be, Bannon muttered. The guy's terrified, no question. Reacher gave a slow nod. These bastards, they're experts at messing with heads. That's why some of those threats came straight here. Nothing cuts deeper than hearing from the people whose job it is to keep you safe that you're already screwed. Neagley cut in dry. Except he's not hearing from them. Bannon stayed quiet. Stuyvesant hesitated before asking, anything else? Bannon leaned back. We're betting you won't get more warnings. They'll hit when and where they want, no heads up. And if they botch it, they won't admit failure in advance. Makes them look weak. Any guesses on the where and when? Save it for tomorrow. We're piecing something together. You'll all be here, right? Froelich scoffed. Why wouldn't we be? Bannon raised an eyebrow. It's Thanksgiving. Armstrong's working. So, are we. Doing what? Playing hero at a homeless shelter downtown. Bannon frowned. Smart move. Stuyvesant just shrugged. Froelich rolled her eyes. No choice. It's practically in the Constitution. Politicians gotta serve dry turkey in the sketchiest part of town on holidays. Bannon, sleep on it. Maybe you'll want to change his mind. Or rewrite the damn Constitution. He stood, gathering the photos like they were priceless artifacts. Later, Froelich drove Reacher home in stony silence, gripping the wheel like she wanted to strangle it. He lasted until the bridge, before cracking. Spit it out. Nothing. Bull. She didn't answer, just parked 2 blocks from her place. The neighborhood was dead quiet, everyone tucked inside, full and lazy. She killed the engine but didn't move, staring straight ahead like the windshield held answers. Reacher exhaled. What? I can't watch this, she finally said, voice tight. Watch what? You're gonna get yourself killed. Just like Joe. He stiffened. Excuse me? You heard. Joe's death wasn't on me. He wasn't built for that life. But he pushed himself, always measuring up. To you. Reacher went still. That's my fault. Who else? He idolized you. Followed your damn shadow. The air between them turned sharp. Froelich threw up her hands. Why do you guys do this? Us guys. Military types. Charging into stupid like it's some noble crusade. Reacher's jaw clenched. And you're not the one signing up to take a bullet for some suit? Her glare could have melted steel. It's a metaphor. And not all suits are worthless. Would you take that bullet or not? She hesitated. I don't know. Then don't lecture me about my choices. You're treating this like some pissing contest. He leaned in. You want this handled or not? Because sitting around won't fix it. There's a middle ground between hiding and headbutting your way through. News flash, it's us or them. Always has been. Why sugarcoat it? Why invite it? He laughed, sudden and rough. You know any lawyers? She blinked. What? In this town? They're like cockroaches. Your point. Picture one. His grin was all teeth. Now tell me they don't charge head first into stupid every damn day. The tension cracked just a little. Froelich shook her head, but the corner of her mouth twitched. You're impossible. Yeah, he said. But I'm right. After 2 decades in the legal field, handling countless cases, a seasoned attorney doesn't flinch when someone asks him to draft a complicated will. He doesn't second-guess himself, or see it as some personal challenge. He just nods and gets it done. That's the job. No drama, no ego. This isn't your job, Reacher. Close enough, he shot back. Uncle Sam trained me for 13 years with taxpayer money to handle exactly this kind of work. And trust me, they didn't pay me to overthink it or walk away when things got messy. Froelich exhaled sharply, her breath fogging the windshield as rain pattered against the glass. The Secret Service has an entire division for financial crimes, hundreds of agents who specialize in investigations. Joe could have sent any of them to Georgia, but he didn't. He went alone. Because he couldn't back down. Because he was always measuring himself against someone. Reacher shrugged. Yeah, he shouldn't have gone. Like a surgeon shouldn't argue a case in court. But I didn't force him. She fell silent, gripping the wheel. 2 things, Reacher said, his voice steady. First, nobody should pick a career based on what their brother thinks. Second, the last time Joe and I really talked, I was 16 and he was heading to West Point. After that? Funerals, mostly. If you think he was copying me, you're way off. He barely acknowledged I existed. Froelich's jaw tightened. He followed your career. Your mom sent him updates. He was comparing himself. Our mom died 7 years before he did. I was just starting out. You got the Silver Star in Beirut right out of the gate. Reacher scoffed. They gave me a medal because I got blown up, and they didn't know what else to do. Joe knew how the army works. Then who was he trying to measure up to? Reacher hesitated, watching the condensation swirl on the glass. Maybe our old man. She frowned. He never mentioned him. Exactly. Avoidance. What was so special about your dad? Reacher leaned back, eyes drifting shut. Marine. Korea and Vietnam. Sweetest guy you'd ever meet until he wasn't. Next to him, I look like a lounge singer. You ever compare yourself to him? No point. I'll never be that hard. And honestly, the world's better off for it. Did you even like him? He was complicated. A relic. No place for men like him anymore. Froelich sighed. Joe shouldn't have gone to Georgia. No argument here, Reacher said. But that's on him, not me. You could have stopped him. I've got enough sense to stick to what I know, like how to handle these guys. It's not arrogance. It's just the job. She shot him a look. Sounds pretty cocky. He shook his head. I'm done explaining myself. You know your neighbors. You familiar with the folks in this neighborhood? He asked. She shook her head. Not really. He wiped condensation from the window with his sleeve and jerked his thumb toward the street. Could be some sweet old grandma out there making scarves. You gonna march up and yell, "What's your deal, lady?" Who gave you the nerve to crochet like that? Her eyebrow arched. You're seriously comparing knitting to gunfights. Everyone's got a thing, he said with a shrug. This just happens to be mine. Maybe the only thing. Not bragging, not apologizing. It's baked in generational wiring. Like my ancestors were bred for this. Joe had the same bloodline. Nah, same parents, different blueprint. She exhaled, arms crossed. Hope that confidence isn't misplaced. Wouldn't be. Especially now with Negri around. She makes me look like an amateur. Froelich turned away, silent. He nudged her. What? She's in love with you. Bull. She locked eyes with him. How would you know? Had the talk. Clear as day she's not interested. One-syllable words and everything. Frolic, his lips pressed thin. And you bought that? Shouldn't I have? No answer. A slow grin crept across his face. Wait, you think she is? You smile just like Joe, she murmured. That half-cocked, hesitant thing. God, it's devastating. He sobered. You're still hung up on him, huh? Hate to break it to you, but that's not exactly news. She bolted from the car. He trailed her through the damp night, the air thick with exhaust, and the Potomac's murky breath. Inside her foyer, a single sheet of paper lay centered on the hardwood, crisp, deliberate, like a staged prop. The message was split into two stark lines. It's going to happen soon. The spacing felt theatrical, like a punchline waiting for its drum roll. Happen soon. The words pulsed. Don't touch it, she warned. No kidding. He scanned the empty street, then nudged the door shut with exaggerated care. Backdoor's the play. Pick the lock, clean work. Her hand hovered near her sidearm. They're here. Not hiding in some flyover state. Her gaze darted to the living room. The phone, she breathed. The phone had been moved from its usual spot on the table near the armchair by the fireplace. They used my phone, she muttered, her voice tight. Reacher shrugged. Probably to call you. Prince. Gloves, he answered, watching her tense up as she stepped away from the back door. She froze at the kitchen counter, eyes darting down before yanking open a drawer. They took my gun, she said, jaw clenched. I kept a backup in here. Reacher nodded. An old Beretta. She pulled open the next drawer, her fingers twitching. Magazines too. And the ammo. Under an oven mitt, he added. Her eyes snapped to his. How would you know? Checked Monday night. Why? Habit, he said, unfazed. Don't take it personally. She glared, then turned to the wall cabinet, reaching for the earthenware pot inside. Silence meant the cash was still there. Reacher tucked the observation away. People never think to look up high. Then she stiffened, a flicker of unease crossing her face. They might still be here, she whispered, but didn't move. First trace of fear he'd ever seen from her. I'll check, he offered. Unless that's your pride talking. She handed him her pistol without a word. He killed the kitchen light to avoid being backlit on the basement stairs, moving slow, listening past the house's groans and the hum of the heater. In the dark, his senses sharpened. No one was down there. No one upstairs either. Hiding men give off a vibe, a hum of tension, and he felt nothing. Just an empty house, disturbed only by the missing gun and the message left behind. Back in the kitchen, he returned her cig. Clear, he said. She exhaled. I need to make calls. 40 minutes later, Bannon rolled up in a bureau sedan with his task force. Stuyvesant arrived soon after in a government Suburban. Both vehicles left idling with lights flashing, painting the neighborhood in erratic bursts of blue and red. Stuyvesant stood in the doorway, grim. We weren't supposed to get another message. Bannon crouched, examining the paper. It's generic. No specifics, just a taunt. They want us rattled. I'm already rattled, Stuyvesant muttered. Bannon glanced at Frolic. How long were you gone? Since 6:30 this morning, she said. Reacher's been staying here. Not anymore, Bannon cut in. Neither of you are. It's not safe. We're relocating you. Frolic stayed silent. They're in D. Now, Bannon pressed. Probably regrouping. They know where you live. And we need to process this place. It's a crime scene. This is my home, Frolich said. Bannon didn't budge. Which they violated. We'll have to tear it apart. Better you're not here. Stuyvesant stepped in. No arguments. You'll have marshals guarding you at a motel until this blows over. Reacher folded his arms. Neagly, too. Frolic shot him a look, but Stuyvesant nodded. Already on it. Bannon checked his watch. Neighbors might have seen something. Hope they're still awake. The air thickened with tension like the calm before a storm nobody wanted to name. Dragging people out of bed in the middle of the night never puts them in a good mood. Grab what you need, we're moving now, Stuyvesant barked. Reacher stood in Frolich's guest room, a strange certainty settling over him he'd never step foot in here again. He scooped up his toiletries, the plastic bag of Atlantic City clothes, and the last of Joe's clean suits and shirts. He stuffed spare socks and underwear into the jacket pockets, balancing everything in one arm while cradling Joe's cardboard box under the other. The night air hit him hard as he stepped outside, the weight of it all hitting harder 5 years without baggage, and now here he was, lugging around more than just clothes. He tossed everything into the Suburban's trunk and slid into the back seat, waiting. Frolich emerged with a small suitcase, her expression unreadable. Stuyvesant took it from her, stowed it, and they were off, speeding north before cutting west, past the usual tourist traps. The motel in Georgetown was tucked between 3 embassies small, nondescript, with dark wood paneling, and a sign so subtle you'd miss it if you blinked. A Crown Vic and a town car sat out front, the latter with a driver already inside. Budget cuts, Reacher figured, eyeing the marshal's cheap suit and beat-up shoes. Stuyvesant handed out keycards like they were rationed supplies, mumbling room numbers, before tossing the Suburban's keys to Frolic. See you at 7, he said, already halfway out the door. Neagly juggled a soda, a garment bag, and her key, disappearing down the hall. Frolich didn't look back as she headed for her room. Reacher's was exactly what he expected, generic, cramped, with stiff floral bedding and a fake Greek temple print hanging like an afterthought. He set his things down, glanced at his watch. Past midnight. Thanksgiving. He shrugged off Joe's jacket, loosened his tie, and then knocked. Frolich stood there, hair tousled, looking younger, softer. Just for a minute, she said. He sat on the bed, leaving her the chair. She exhaled, fingers twisting in her lap. I'm over him, she said, the words hanging between them like a challenge. All right, he muttered, though his tone suggested he understood her suspicion. Maybe we should take some space tonight. I don't want you stressing over why I'm even here, if I'm here. She shrugged, arms crossed. Do what you want. It's just you're so much like him. It's hard not to see it. But you were never some stand-in. I need you to believe that. A bitter laugh escaped him. Still blaming me for his death? Her gaze flicked to the window, avoiding his. Something got him killed, she said quietly. Something in his head, his past. Made him think he could take on someone he couldn't. Made him think he'd walk away when he never had a chance. And you're just as blind if you don't see the same thing could happen to you. He stayed silent, jaw tight. She pushed past him, the scent of her perfume lingering like an accusation. Call me if you need me, he offered to her, retreating back. No answer. 30 minutes later, another knock. He swung the door open, half expecting her, but it was Neagley, still in her street clothes, looking exhausted but composed. You alone? She asked. He nodded. Where'd she go? Took off. Work or personal drama? More like an identity crisis, he admitted. 1 minute she wants me to be Joe. The next, she's convinced I got him killed. Neagley arched a brow. She still hung up on him. Obviously. 6 years post-breakup? That normal? She snorted. You're asking me. Guess some people hold a torch till it burns their hand. Must have been one hell of a guy. I barely knew him. Did you get him killed? His voice turned sharp. No. I was halfway across the country. Hadn't spoken in years, you know that. Then what's her deal? She claims he got reckless trying to measure up to me. And did he? Doubt it. Neagley tilted her head. You told me you felt guilty after watching those tapes. Angry, not guilty. Same difference. Why the guilt if it wasn't on you? He exhaled, pacing before, dropping onto the bed. Arms sprawled. Neagley took the chair Froelich had vacated. Spill it, she said. What false impression? Reacher stared at the ceiling. Joe was big but bookish. In our schools? That was a neon sign saying, kick me. And he wasn't tough, just tall. So he got wrecked, like clockwork. And I was younger but meaner. Liked brawling. Started covering his ass at, 6? Learned fast swagger mattered. Look like you'll bite, and most back off. The ones who didn't? Well, a grim smile. Not good at hurting people. Became our thing. New town kids learned fast. Mess with Joe, deal with the psycho. Charming childhood. Army brat life. Anywhere else, I'd have been juvie bound. Joe leaned on that. Reacher nodded. 10 years of it. Less frequent as we got older, but uglier when it happened. Got into his head that safety net. Froelich is half right. He wasn't reckless to compete. He just thought danger wouldn't stick. Because once upon a time, it never did. Neagley studied him. So you were his backup. Even when you weren't there. A beat. Then quieter. Guess some torches burn both ways. I'd spent my whole life watching his back, just like Mom made sure he never missed a meal. Just like the military gave him a roof over his head. How old was he? 38. That's 2 decades, Reacher. 2 decades to figure things out. People adapt. Do we? Some days I still feel like that messed up kid, the one everybody side-eyed like he might snap. Who's giving you that look now? Froelich. She saying something? Not in words. But I make her uneasy. Secret Service is barely military. Practically civilians no better than regular folks. He stayed quiet. So what's the call? Neagley pressed. You gonna carry this guilt forever? Maybe for a while, he admitted. But I'll shake it. He was a grown man, not some kid waiting for me to save him. Mind if I ask you something? About something Froelich mentioned. She's wondering why we never hooked up. Sharp, he said. I got vibes, Neagley shrugged. She seemed tense, a little icy. Then again, I did just humiliate her with that audit. No argument there. Funny thing, we've never touched. Not once in 15 years. No handshakes, no pats on the back. Nothing. He paused, mentally rewinding. Really? Good or bad? Good, she said. Don't ask why. Fair enough. My reasons. Don't dig. But I hate being touched, and you never did. I always figured you just knew. I respected that. It's why I like you. Silence hung between them. Though honestly, she added, you belonged in juvie. Maybe you should have been there with me. We'd have ruled that place, she grinned. Still could. Come back to Chicago. Not my style, he said. Fine, no pressure, she conceded. But give Froelich a chance. She's solid. You two fit. Maybe, he muttered. Neagly stretched, stifling a yawn. You good? He asked. Never better. She pressed 2 fingers to her lips, then flicked the phantom kiss across the room before walking out without another word. Exhausted but wired, Reacher tossed in the stiff motel bed before giving up. He yanked on his clothes and dragged Joe's box from the closet. He wasn't expecting revelations, just abandoned junk. Who leaves anything important before vanishing? The first thing he pulled out was a pair of dress shoes, black, scuffed, with thin laces and sturdy stitching. British, probably. Not flashy Italian. He lined them up on the bed, heels 6 inches apart. The right sole was more worn. He could almost see Joe's ghost standing in them, towering and invisible, like footprints of a life erased. Beneath them, 3 books. A weathered French copy of Swan's Way, its dense prose lost on him. Next, a brutal stats textbook, pages crammed with equations. The last, he flipped through the first 2 books, dismissing them before stacking them on the bed beside his worn copy of Proust. The third one stopped him cold. Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, an English edition he'd picked up years ago at a dusty Parisian bookshop. He remembered the exact price, cheap even then, tucked away in the foreign language section like an afterthought. Not rare, just a solid edition of a masterpiece. His fingers traced the inscription inside. Joe. Avoid both, okay? Happy birthday, Jack. The ink had smudged from the shopkeeper's cheap pen, now faded with time. He'd even filled out the mailing label himself back when Joe was still stationed at the Pentagon, a detail that had made the French bookseller raise an eyebrow. Flipping past the opening lines about a sweltering July evening, he skimmed ahead to the axe murder, only for a folded sheet of Army issue paper to tumble out, marking Raskolnikov's tense confrontation with Svidrigailov. Unfolding it, he recognized Joe's precise handwriting, a letter started 6 weeks after that birthday. Thanks for the book, it began. It got here eventually. I'll treasure it. Might even read it. Then abruptly cut off mid-sentence. Joe's words vanished into the void of whatever crisis had pulled him away. Reacher set the letter beside the shoes, silent as a submarine listening for echoes in the dark. But there was nothing, just the hollow weight of absence. He shoved everything back into the box, slammed the flaps shut, and dumped it on the trash can like a verdict. Another knock. Froelich stood in the doorway, her suit jacket thrown over bare skin, dressed in a hurry. Probably nothing underneath, he thought, not with marshals patrolling the halls. You're still up, she said. Come in. She stepped inside, waiting for the door to click shut. I'm not mad at you, she said, voice steady. Or Joe. Not really. He didn't choose to die. But you're mad at something. At him for leaving, she admitted, sinking onto the bed beside him. I'm over him completely. But not the way he walked out. Reacher stayed quiet. And now I'm pissed at myself, she whispered. Because I wanted him to fail after he left. And then he did. So here I am, guilty as hell, wondering if you're sitting there, judging me. He let the silence stretch. Nothing to judge, he finally said. Wishing someone harm doesn't make it happen. Joe took risks. That's on him, not you. She exhaled, shoulders slumping. Things happen, Reacher said. Not everything has a reason. She didn't answer. The room hummed with the weight of things unsaid. No, they don't, he insisted, his voice steady. Things like this, they just unfold on their own. You didn't cause it. It wasn't on you. You really believe that? Listen, he said, firmer this time. The blame lands on one person, the one who fired the shot. Not you. Not me. Not even Joe. She exhaled, her fingers tightening around the edge of the counter. But I wished him dead. I need you to tell me I'm forgiven. There's nothing to forgive, he said, shaking his head. You didn't do anything wrong. Say it anyway. Not gonna happen, Reacher replied. Because you don't need it. This wasn't some cosmic punishment. It was just bad luck. Plain and simple. She stayed quiet, then finally gave a small nod and stepped closer, her shoulder brushing his. Okay, she murmured. His gaze dropped to her suit. You packing anything under that? You knew about the kitchen gun. Yeah, I did. Then why'd you toss my place? Because I don't roll the dice like Joe did. Luck's not in my vocabulary. So you armed now? Nope, she said. A beat passed. And no, nothing under the suit either. Gotta check for myself, he said, fingers already at her first button. Call it instinct. Hardwired, you know? Her jacket fell open under his touch, skin warm beneath his palm. The motel phone shattered the quiet at 6 a.m. sharp. Stuyvesant's doing, no doubt. Reacher groaned. Could have skipped that. Beside him, Froelich jolted awake, instantly alert. Happy Thanksgiving, he muttered. She rubbed her eyes. Feels like today's the day. Win or lose. Perfect, he said. Because losing's off the table. So, win it is. She kicked off the sheets, room stuffy now, heat cranked too high. Wear something normal, she said, pulling her suit back on. Soup kitchens and suits don't mix. Tell Neagley? You do it. She won't bite. Promise. Scout's honor. Froelich left, and Reacher dug out his rumpled Atlantic City gear, trying in vain to smooth the creases. He skipped the razor casual means casual and found Neagley downstairs, draped in a battered leather jacket over her usual jeans. The lobby buffet was picked clean, marshals leaving only crumbs and weak coffee. You two patch things up? Neagley asked, eyebrow raised. More or less, he said, grabbing the last Raisin Bran muffin. Froelich reappeared, head damp from the shower, head to toe in black denim, polo, nylon jacket. They scavenged what breakfast was left, then piled into Stuyvesant's Suburban. Was eerily still. Streets empty as a ghost town. The morning sun gilded the buildings, the air crisp but calm. They made it to the office in record time. Stuyvesant waited in the conference room, his casual look screaming country club pressed slacks, pink sweater, golf jacket. Reacher bet his closet was all designer labels. Bannon across the table hadn't bothered changing, same tweed, same cop vibe. Let's move, Stuyvesant said. Busy day. Bannon cut in. FBI's official stance? Cancel. Hostiles are here. Threats real. Not happening, Stuyvesant said flatly. A free Thanksgiving turkey at a homeless shelter might seem like a small gesture, but in this city, symbols carry weight. If Armstrong backed out now, the political fallout would be devastating. Bannon leaned forward, his tone firm. We'll be on side with you, not stepping on your toes, but close enough to react if things go south. Your team handles Armstrong security. We'll stay out of your way unless things escalate. Prelid crossed her arms. Any intel we should know about? Just a gut feeling, Bannon admitted. But trust me, you'll want to take it seriously. Froelich exhaled sharply. Oh, I am. In fact, I'm scrapping the original plan. We're moving the whole thing outside. Bannon frowned. Isn't that riskier? Actually, no. Froelich's voice was steady. The indoor setup's a nightmare-tight space, no metal detectors, and half the crowd bundled in winter gear. We can't pat them down without causing a scene or exposing my team to who knows what. Outside, we control the flow. We'll set up serving tables against the building, Armstrong and his wife behind them with agents flanking. Guests line up, single file, screened by more agents before they even get close. TV crews will love the open-air shots, and it's cleaner, visually turkey from Armstrong, stuffing from his wife, then move along. No chaos. Stuyvesant raised an eyebrow. Advantages. Tighter security, Froelich said. No one gets near Armstrong without passing through our screen. Even if they try something at the table, he's got 4 agents right there. Drawbacks. Minimal. The yard's walled on 3 sides, but the front faces an old warehouse block across the street. Windows are boarded, but we'll need agents on every roof. Budget's shot, but it's worth it. Stuyvesant nodded. Approved. Smart move. Froelich. For once, the weather's on our side. Bannon tapped the table. Is this standard Secret Service protocol? Froelich hesitated. We don't discuss tactics. Come on, Bannon pressed. We're all in this together. Stuyvesant sighed. Just tell him. Fine, Froelich relented. It's standard for a tight space like this. Why? Bannon's expression darkened. Because we've been analyzing this for weeks. Started 17 days ago, right? Stuyvesant confirmed with a nod. First question, who stands to lose the most? Bannon continued. Second, how did you get tipped off about those killings in Minnesota and Colorado? Third, what weapons were used? His voice dropped. And fourth, what's the end game here? The room grew tense as Bannon laid out his theory. Let's break it down, he said. First, how did that final message end up on Froelich's doorstep? Second, who's actually being threatened here, Armstrong or the Secret Service? Because, let's be real, he hasn't even seen these so-called threats. Meanwhile, you guys are sweating bullets. Froelich crossed her arms. Standard protocol, we don't alarm protectees. Exactly, Bannon shot back. So who's really the target? Think about Minnesota and Colorado. That wasn't some amateur hour stunt. It took planning, skill, and serious nerve. But here's the kicker, they didn't even bother tipping you off. They just sat back, knowing the FBI system would flag the Armstrong connection and do their job for them. Richa leaned forward. They used an H&K MP5SD6 and a Veme Mac2, both suppressed, both illegal for civilians. Only one agency buys both. Stuyvesant exhaled. Us. Bannon nodded. And let's talk about Froelich's address. She's unlisted. No neon sign saying, Secret Service agent lives here. So how'd they know where to drop that last message? A heavy silence settled over the room. Froelich's voice was barely above a whisper. They know me. Bannon's expression turned grim. We're not looking for some random lunatic. We're hunting someone who knows your protocols, your people, your weaknesses. Someone with a grudge not against Armstrong, but against you. They'd sacrifice a VP-elect just to send a message. Stuyvesant rubbed his temples. And the thumbprint. 2 players, Bannon said. One's an ex-agent. The other, probably an outside associate. But make no mistake, this is personal. Frolic's jaw tightened. So we've got a rogue agent with an axe to grind. Bannon gave a slow, grim nod. That's the theory. The air in the room felt heavier, charged with the weight of betrayal. Someone in their own ranks or worse, someone who used to be, had turned against them. And they were just getting started. Using they and them actually makes sense here. They operate as a unit, sharing everything. So, even if just one of them worked here, both know your secrets. Stuyvesant exhaled. This department is massive. People come and go, some quit, some get fired, some retire. And some get politely encouraged to leave. Bannon cut in. We're already on it. Pulling personnel records straight from Treasury, going back 5 years. You'll have a long list, Stuyvesant warned. We've got the resources, Bannon shot back. The room fell silent. Then, softer. Look, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the evidence points inward. And with everything going on today, these people are in the city right now, watching, predicting your moves. My advice: cancel. If you won't, then for God's sake be careful. Stuyvesant gave a grim nod. We will. Bannon stood, his chair scraping back. My team moves in 2 hours early. Frolit didn't blink. Ours will be there an hour before yours. A tight smile, a firm door click, and Bannon was gone. Stuyvesant checked his watch. Well, the group lingered in heavy silence before drifting out for coffee, then regrouping like ghosts drawn back to the scene. Stuyvesant tried again. Well, Neagley broke the quiet. Bannon's not wrong. If they're insiders, they know Frolic's routines, but they botched Bismarck. They expected Armstrong to move toward the cars, not wait in the blind spot. Frolich shook her head. No, normally they'd be right. Armstrong usually stays center stage. Hiding him by the church. Using a rear-wheel drive limo on grass? That was pure improvisation, something no insider would have seen coming. Another silence. Neagley sighed. Then Bannon's theory holds. I'm sorry. Stuyvesant's shoulders slumped. Reacher? Can't argue with the logic, Reacher said. Stuyvesant's head dropped until Reacher added, but I don't buy it. Stuyvesant snapped back up. Let them chase it, Reacher continued. If they're right, problem solved. But my gut says they're chasing shadows. Frolit frowned. Why? I'm almost positive these guys never worked here, Reacher said, his voice edged with certainty. So who the hell are they? Frolit pressed. Reacher leaned in, his tone dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. They're outsiders. Both of them. My guess? They grew up in some backwater towns, good enough schools, but dirt cheap property taxes. Places where people keep to themselves and don't ask too many questions. Stuyvesant checked his watch again, impatience flickering across his face. Not now, he cut in. We've got to move. Save the deep dive for later. But you're sure about this? 100%. It's practically written in the damn Constitution, Reacher said. Every city has that invisible line where the polished streets start to crack, where the coffee shops give way to pawn shops. Was no exception. The divide snaked through neighborhoods in unpredictable ways, sometimes pushed back by gentrification, other times creeping forward like a slow tide. The shelter Armstrong was visiting sat right in that uneasy middle ground, a stone's throw from Union Station but worlds apart. To the east, train tracks sprawled in a tangled mess. To the west, a highway tunnel hummed underfoot. The buildings around them wore their age like a bad hangover, some still clinging to life, others long abandoned. The shelter itself was a relic, a low-slung brick structure with rows of industrial windows. Next to it, a fenced-in yard stretched twice its size, walls high enough to keep the past locked inside. No one could say for sure what the place had been. Before, maybe a stable when horses still hauled freight. Maybe a truck depot in a later era. Now it was a revolving door for the city's forgotten. 50 cots at night, stacked away by dawn, the floors scrubbed and sprayed until the scent of bleach drowned out everything else. But today was different. Thanksgiving always was. This year, even more so. The overnighters got the boot a full 30 minutes early, cruel timing, since the streets would be dead, pockets empty. Volunteers swarmed in, their crisp white sweatshirts screaming some donor's name in bright red letters. The Secret Service arrived first, with maps and a sniper scope, tracing Armstrong's path step by step. Every window, every rooftop he could see was a threat, because if he could see it, a shooter could see him. And in a city like this, threats didn't take holidays. The sniper team marked anything under 700 feet, with black crosses on their map standard procedure. The location wasn't perfect, but it was the best they had. The only viable vantage points were the rooftops of the abandoned 5-story warehouses across the street. The agent with the map finished his assessment, noting 5 black crosses in a neat line. At the bottom he scribbled, scope checked, clear visibility, 8:45 a.m., all potential threats logged, then signed and dated it. His partner countersigned, and the map was rolled up and tossed into the back of a government Suburban, waiting for Froelich to arrive. Next came the K-9 units, 5 teams rolling in on a convoy of police vans. 1 unit swept the shelter, while 2 others combed through the warehouses. The last 2 were bomb-sniffing dogs, sweeping the surrounding streets in a 400-yard radius. Beyond that, the tangled grid of D. Streets made it impossible to secure every possible approach, too many routes, too many blind spots for an effective attack. As each area got the all-clear, a patrol officer took position, standing guard. The morning sun was still bright, casting a deceptive warmth over the scene. At least the good weather kept the usual grumbling to a minimum. By 9:30, the shelter sat at the heart of a quarter-square-mile security zone. Cops lined the perimeter on foot and in squad cars, while over 50 more roamed inside, outnumbering the locals. The city was quiet. Just a few shelter regulars lingering around, knowing from experience that showing up early for lunch meant better odds at a decent meal. Politicians never got the math right. Portions shrank fast after the first half hour. Froelich pulled up at exactly 10 a.m., her Suburban hugging the warehouse wall on the sidewalk. Inside, Reiter and Neagley rode shotgun, while Stuyvesant followed in a second truck, trailed by 4 more loaded with sharpshooters and agents. Normally, Froelich would have blocked the street near the shelter entrance, but today she kept it open, no need to tip off bystanders about Armstrong's approach. Officially, he was coming from the south, but anyone with a map and 10 minutes could trace his route straight from Georgetown. She gathered her team in the shelter's yard, sending the snipers to secure the warehouse roof standard, for them to arrive early and leave late. Stuyvesant pulled Reacher aside. "Go up there with them," he said. "Then report back. I want to know how bad the sightlines really are." Reacher followed an agent named Crossetti across the street, ducking past a cop into a grimy stairwell littered with trash and rat droppings. The stairs spiraled up a central shaft. Crossetti, weighed down by his Kevlar and rifle case, still outpaced Reacher, reaching the top half a flight ahead. They emerged through a rooftop hatch into blinding sunlight. The asphalt surface was littered with dead pigeons and grimy skylights, the low perimeter wall crumbling in places. Crossetti moved left, then right, signaling to his fellow snipers before joining Reacher at the front edge. The view was a mixed bag. The height gave them a clear sightline over the low-rise neighborhood, but the shelter's yard below was way too close, like staring down into a shoebox from 3 feet away. Not ideal for a clean shot, but then again, neither was anything else about this job. The brick wall where Armstrong would stand loomed ahead, weathered and rough like something out of an old prison yard. Taking the shot would be laughably easy, like picking off a tin can in broad daylight. "What's the distance?" Reacher asked. "Take a guess," Crossetti replied. Reacher edged toward the roof's ledge, peering down. 90 yards. Crossetti pulled a laser rangefinder from his vest, flicked it on, and aimed. 92 to the wall, 91 to his head. Not bad for eyeballing it. "Wind?" Reacher asked. "Just a little heat ripple off the pavement," Crossetti said. "Nothing to sweat over. Like shooting from across a dinner table," Reacher muttered. "Crossetti, relax, we're just babysitting this roof today. Nobody else gets up here but us." Reacher scanned the rooftop. "Where you setting up?" Crossetti gestured toward the far corner. "Over there. Angle myself, right? I cover the yard. Turn left. I've got the stairwell." "Solid," Reacher said. "Need anything?" Crossetti shook his head. "Then stay sharp," Reacher said, flashing a grin. "Wouldn't dream of dozing off," Crossetti shot back. Reacher descended the dim stairwell, emerging into the sunlight. He glanced up. Crossetti was already in position, rifle propped at a lazy angle, knees visible against the skyline. A quick wave returned in kind, and Reacher moved on. Stuyvesant stood out like a neon sign in his bright sweater. "Roof secure," Reacher said. "Solid vantage as long as your guys hold it." Stuyvesant nodded, scanning the warehouse top's 5 snipers, 5 rifles silhouetted against the sky. Nearby, agents wrestled trestle tables into a makeshift barrier, creating a narrow pen for Armstrong and his security detail. The brick wall, up close, looked almost welcoming in the sunlight, nothing like the grim backdrop it had seemed from above. "Reacher." Froelich's voice cut through the chaos. She strode toward him, clipboard in hand, eyes sharp with focus. The black tactical gear made her look like she was born for this, commanding agents, directing cops, flawless under pressure. "Everything's locked down here," she said. "Take a walk, scope the perimeter. Negri's already out there." "Feels good, doesn't it?" Reacher asked. "What?" "Being in control. Nailing it." "You think I'm nailing it?" "You're crushing it," he said. "Armstrong's lucky to have you." A flicker of a smile, then she was back to business, flipping through her papers. Reacher turned, heading for the street, already mapping his route 1.5 blocks out, eyes open for anything out of place. The city hummed around him, but his focus was razor sharp. Chua. The street was buzzing with activity cops stationed on the corner, a scattered crowd forming near the shelter, hungry for the free meal. A couple of news vans had pulled up down the block, their satellite dishes craning toward the sky like mechanical sunflowers. Technicians hustled with cables slung over their shoulders, prepping for whatever spectacle was about to unfold. Reacher spotted Bannon huddled with a group of agents, probably FBI, studying a map spread over the hood of a car. He gave a quick wave before turning left, skirting the mouth of an alley guarded by a cop leaning against his cruiser. The city was crawling with officers. Someone was definitely racking up overtime. Most of the storefronts were locked up tight for the holiday, their windows dark except for a few run-down churches and auto shops near the railroad tracks. The only sign of life was an elderly pawnbroker, scrubbing his storefront glass, his shop crammed with a chaotic mix of clocks, radios, and even a tangled string of Christmas lights. The handwritten signs plastered on the windows promised to buy just about anything except plants or pets. Reacher paused, eyeing the faded watches repaired sign. "You fix watches?" he asked. The old man, sleeves rolled up to his elbows in soapy water, squinted at him. "What do you got?" His accent was thick Russian, maybe. "Just a question," Reacher said. The pawnbroker scoffed. "Thought you had a watch for me. That used to be my trade. Before quartz ruined it." Reacher checked his Belova 1115. The old man's eyes sharpened. "Military issue, pre-Gulf War. You buy it off a soldier?" "I was the soldier," Reacher corrected. A slow nod. "Red Army myself. So what's the question?" "Ever heard of squalene? Lubricant. Used it back in the day before watches got disposable." "Where'd you get it?" "You serious?" "Traveler," the old man said, dead serious. "You're looking at it," the pawnbroker said, tapping his own nose. "Same as yours." Reacher frowned. "Shark livers, right?" The old man shook his head, amused. Soviet education wasn't all bad. Squalene's in two places, shark livers and human sebum. Right here. He wiped a soapy finger across his forehead. Reacher touched his own face, skeptical. "Same stuff." The pawnbroker grinned. "Chemistry doesn't lie, even if governments do." A train whistle cut through the air, sharp and impatient. Reacher glanced back toward the tracks, suddenly aware of the absurdity of the conversation. Here he was, discussing nose oil with a Cold War relic, while a federal manhunt unfolded blocks away. Sometimes the universe had a hell of a sense of humor. The old man nodded knowingly. Same chemical makeup, shark liver oil and human nose oil. When I need squalene to grease a watch mechanism, I just swipe a little off my own face. He demonstrated by dragging a finger down the crease where his nose met his cheek, then held up his glistening fingertip. One drop on the gears, good as new. Reacher arched an eyebrow. "So, you're saying I should sell you my Bulova?" "Sentimental value," Reacher replied. The old guy scoffed. "Army keepsake? Your neck'll turn uncultured." He turned away dismissively, and Reacher moved on, tossing a dry, happy Thanksgiving over his shoulder. No response. A block from the shelter, Neagley fell into step beside him, keeping her usual half-pace behind. "Gorgeous day," she remarked. Reacher squinted at the sky. "If you say so." "How would you handle it?" she pressed. "Not here. Not in D. This is their turf. I'd wait for a cleaner shot somewhere else." She nodded. "They blew their chance in Bismarck. Wall Street's a no-go now. By the time December rolls around, it's holiday chaos, then the inauguration. Their window's closing. And we know they're here." Reacher stayed silent. They passed Bannon idling in his car and reached the shelter at high noon. Stuyvesant stood guard at the entrance, offering a curt nod. Inside the yard was a well-oiled machine, white-draped tables, steaming food warmers, ladles lined up like soldiers. The kitchen hatch opened directly into the serving pen, while the hall was prepped for the meal. Police barricades funneled the crowd in a tight zigzag, left along the yard's edge, right past the serving station, then right again into the building. Froelich barked orders, assigning agents like pieces on a chessboard. 4 at the gate, 6 along the approach, 1 at each end of the pen, 3 monitoring the exit. "Listen up," she called. "Faking homelessness isn't as easy as it looks. Check their shoes, are they really worn? Hands dirt or gloves? Faces gaunt, weathered? Hair matted with months of grime? Clothes fused to their bodies? Doubt it? Act first. We're counting on you to keep the Armstrongs safe." She checked her watch. 12:05. 55 minutes to showtime. Reacher slipped into the pen, flanked by walls on 3 sides and the shelter's windows to his left. Ahead, 10 agents would scrutinize every face before they reached Armstrong. Beyond, 3 more agents herded guests inside. He glanced up 5 snipers on the rooftops. Crosetti gave a lazy salute. Reacher returned it. Frolic appeared across the table. "All set. Reacher, dark meat or white?" Later, she said, "You and Neagley roamed the yardstick near the exit for the best sight lines." "Copy that," he said, already scanning the crowd like a hawk. "You still think I've got this under control?" He gestured toward the left side of the building. "Those windows bother me. What if someone plays nice the whole time, keeps quiet, grabs their food, sits down, then suddenly pulls a gun and starts firing back through the glass?" She gave a quick nod. "Already covered. I'm pulling 3 officers from the perimeter to stand guard inside, 1 at each window facing the room." "Good call," he said. "Solid plan. And we're all wearing vests," she added. "Everyone inside the pen, even the Armstrongs." She glanced at her watch. 45 minutes left. "Walk with me." They crossed the street to where her Suburban was parked, tucked in the deep shadow of a warehouse wall. She popped the tailgate open, revealing a neatly packed cargo area. The back seat was empty. "We could climb in," Reacher suggested with a smirk. "You know, kill some time." "Not happening. You said messing around at work was fun." "I meant inside the office." "So, is that an invite?" She hesitated, then straightened up with a grin. "Fine," she said. "Why not? Might be fun." Her smile widened. "Once Armstrong's secure, we'll celebrate on Stuyvesant's desk." She leaned in, grabbed her vest, and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before ducking away. He slammed the tailgate shut, and she locked it remotely from a distance. With 30 minutes left, she slipped her vest under her jacket and ran a radio check. She signaled the police commander to start, guiding the crowd toward the entrance, and gave the media the green light to set up in the yard. At the 15-minute mark, she announced the Armstrongs were en route. "Get the food out," she called. The kitchen crew swarmed the serving area, passing steaming pans through the window. Reacher positioned himself against the shelter wall, watching the food line, the approach, and the pen, close enough to see every detail. Neagley stood nearby, while Froelich paced, running through last-minute checks. "They're 2 blocks out," she relayed into her mic. "Roof Tim confirm." The rumble of engines grew louder, Metro cruisers, a Suburban, then a Cadillac limo, rolling to a stop at the entrance. An agent opened the door, and Armstrong stepped out, offering his hand to his wife. Cameras flashed as they paused for the press. Mrs. Armstrong was a striking blonde, her Scandinavian heritage obvious in her sharp features. She wore oversized jeans and a puffy jacket, her hair slicked back. She looked slightly out of place in the casual outfit. Armstrong, on the other hand, wore his jeans like a second skin, his red plaid jacket buttoned up tight. The energy in the yard shifted as the Armstrongs moved forward, the weight of the moment pressing down. Frolich's grip on the radio tightened. "Showtime," she muttered. The protective vest barely disguised Frolich's frame. Any trained eye would spot it instantly. His hair was neatly combed, though he wasn't wearing a hat. His security team flanked them, guiding the group into the courtyard with practiced ease. Cameras tracked their every move as they passed. The agents mirrored Frolich's all-black attired denim, nylon jackets zipped over, concealed vests. Two wore shades, one had a black cap pulled low. Each had an earpiece and the telltale bulge of a sidearm at their hip. Frolich ushered them behind the serving tables, where two agents took up positions at either end, arms crossed, scanning the crowd. The third agent, Frolich, and the Armstrongs settled in the middle to dish out food. After a brief shuffle, they arranged themselves agent on the left, Armstrong, Frolich, then his wife on the right. Armstrong grabbed a ladle and spoon, flashed a grin for the cameras, and raised them like trophies. "Happy Thanksgiving, everyone," he called. The crowd shuffled forward quiet, sluggish, bundled in layers of worn-out coats, some cinched with rope belts. No chatter, no energy, just downturned faces and fingerless gloves. Each person weaved through the security gauntlet before reaching the servers. The first in line took a plastic plate and was met with Armstrong's beaming smile as he plopped a turkey leg onto it. Frolich added veggies, his wife piled on stuffing, and the man trudged past Reacher toward the tables. The contrast was stark, the rich aroma of food clashing with the sour tang of unwashed clothes. For 5 minutes it was the same routine, empty pans swapped for fresh ones from the kitchen, Armstrong's relentless cheer, the hollow pleasantries from the servers. "Enjoy. Happy Thanksgiving." Reacher caught Neagley's raised eyebrow, scanned the warehouse roofs, then eyed the bored TV crew. They knew this footage would be trimmed to a few seconds of generic commentary. Vice President-elect Armstrong serves Thanksgiving dinner at a D. Shelter. Cut to football highlights. Then impact. A sting on Reacher's cheek, a puff of dust from a fresh chip in the wall. No sound. His brain screamed, silenced shot. He whipped his head left. Crossetti wasn't where he should be. Then he saw him 20 feet off position, rifle raised. Not Crossetti. Time turned to molasses. Reacher shoved off the wall, lungs burning, but Frolich was already moving. Her scream tore through the air, gun. As she lunged at Armstrong, her spoon spiraling away, food scattering in the sunlight. Her arm swung up to shield him, her body a human barrier. She moved with the explosive grace of an athlete, twisting mid-air like a point guard, driving for a layup. Her right hand found his shoulder for leverage as she pivoted, her left arm swinging to whip her body around. Knees tucked tight, she landed square on his collarbone, knocking the wind out of him with a force that sent him staggering backward. Then, in eerie silence, the second bullet struck her throat. No gunshot, just a sudden crimson arc fanning through the sunlight, delicate as morning fog over a lake. The blood hung suspended, shimmering like liquid silk before gravity pulled it into a long, elegant curve. Her spoon tumbled through the mist, disrupting the shape as she fell, leaving that red question mark hanging in the air. Reacher's head turned like it was weighted with lead, his eyes locking onto a shadowed figure retreating across the rooftop. When he looked back, Frolich's blood had already painted a wet, glistening arrow pointing toward chaos. Time snapped back into focus with the violence of a detonation. Agents swarmed Armstrong's screaming wife. Gunfire erupted in deafening bursts, and the crowd dissolved into a panicked stampede. Reacher shoved through overturned tables, his boots slipping in spilled drinks and shattered plates, until he dropped beside Frolic. Agents were already hauling Armstrong away, tires screeching as vehicles peeled out. She lay motionless in his arms, her body slack as a discarded jacket, but her eyes wide and alert darted like she was piecing together a puzzle. "Is he okay?" Her whisper cut through the gunfire. "Secure," Reacher lied, his hand pressing against the ruin of her neck. Blood pulsed hot and relentless between his fingers, a grotesque rhythm matching her fading heartbeat. He could feel the wire of her earpiece, the sticky warmth saturating his sleeve. "Tell me it wasn't one of us," she breathed. "It wasn't," he said, though the words tasted like ash. Around them, brass shell casings rained down, pinging off his shoulders as agents emptied clips toward the roof. Frolic's blood pooled faster now, rivulets snaking through cracks in the pavement. Reacher yelled for medics, but his voice drowned in the cacophony. He knew the truth. Her 5'8" frame held maybe 9 pints of blood, and most were already soaking his knees. Her heart, stubborn to the end, kept pushing life out in ragged spurts. "Medics!" He roared, throat raw, but the sirens wailing in the distance were already too late. Somewhere in the chaos, a stray thought flickered. She'd hated wearing pantyhose to these events. Said they hitched. The absurdity of it almost made him laugh or scream. He wasn't sure which. The street was eerily quiet. She tilted her head back, her gaze locking onto his. "Remember?" Her voice was barely audible. He leaned in closer. "The first time we met?" She murmured. "Of course," he replied. A faint smile touched her lips, as if his answer was all she needed. Her skin had gone ghostly pale. The pavement beneath them was slick with blood, a dark, spreading stain that shimmered under the streetlights. It bubbled faintly at her throat, her pulse fading as air seeped into her veins. Her eyes flickered before settling on him one last time. Her lips, once full, were now bloodless, tinged with blue. They trembled, forming silent words before she finally whispered, "I love you, Joe." Then peace washed over her face. "I love you too," he choked out, cradling her until her body stilled in his arms just as Stuyvesant's voice crackled over the radio, ordering a ceasefire. The world fell into an unnatural hush. The metallic tang of blood mixed with the acrid bite of gunpowder thick in the air. Reacher glanced up just in time to see a cameraman shoving through the crowd, lens angled like a weapon. Neagly intercepted him, and in one fluid motion, the guy was on the ground, his expensive gear sailing over the wall with a satisfying crunch. Distant sirens wailed, growing louder. Cop cars screeched to a halt, boots pounding pavement. Stuyvesant's polished dress shoes stepped into view, standing in the mess like it was just another puddle. He didn't move, didn't speak, just waited until the ambulance rolled into the yard. Reacher hesitated before lowering her gently onto the concrete. His legs protested as he stood stiff and unsteady. Stuyvesant gripped his elbow, steering him away. "I didn't even know her name," Reacher muttered. "Mary Ellen," Stuyvesant supplied. The paramedics worked quickly, then fell silent, draping her with a sheet. Reacher staggered back, collapsing against the wall, his hands slick with blood. Neagly dropped beside him, close enough that their shoulders brushed. Stuyvesant crouched in front of them. "What now?" Reacher rasped. "City's on lockdown," Stuyvesant said. "Bannon's got every exit covered, roads, airports, even the damn bridges. We'll find them." Reacher's jaw tightened. "They'll take the trains. We're practically on top of Union Station." Stuyvesant nodded. "Every car's being searched. They won't slip through." Armstrong. Not a scratch. Frolic did her job. A heavy silence settled between them. Reacher's voice was rough when he finally spoke. What about the roof? Where was Crossetti? Stuyvesant's gaze dropped. Ambushed. Found in the stairwell. Same rifle, same silence. Another pause. Where was he from? East Coast. New York, maybe Jersey. Reacher scoffed. Useless. And Frolic? Wyoming girl. Reacher gave a slow nod. Better. His hand flexed, crusted with drying blood. Where's Armstrong now? Stuyvesant stiffened. Classified. Reacher's stare turned lethal. Tell me, or I'll snap you in half. Stuyvesant exhaled. The White House. Secure room. Protocol. I need to see him. Not happening. Reacher's glare shifted past the wreckage. Watch me. Stuyvesant held his ground for a beat before relenting. Let me call him first, he muttered, pushing to his feet and walking off. You all right? Neagley asked, studying Reacher's face. His jaw was tight, his eyes distant. Feels like Joe all over again, he muttered. Like Molly Beth Gordon. Neagley shook her head. You couldn't have stopped it. Did you see what happened? Reacher pressed. She gave a slow nod. She stepped right into the line of fire. Reacher exhaled sharply. She told me once that was just an expression. Turns out, not so much. Instinct, Neagley said. Bad luck, too. Half an inch higher and her vest would have caught it. That round was subsonic, would have barely left a bruise. Did you spot the shooter? Neagley shook her head again. I was facing the wrong way. You. Briefly, Reacher said. One guy. Professional. Neagley let out a dark chuckle. Now of a Thanksgiving. Reacher dragged his hands down his face, then wiped his palms on his jeans, leaving faint streaks of dried blood. If I sold life insurance, I'd blacklist every one of Joe's old crew. Tell and to save everyone the hassle and just jump off a bridge. So, what's the move? Neagley asked. Reacher shrugged. You should head back to Chicago. And you? I'm staying. Because? You already know why. Neagley crossed her arms. FBI's got this. Yeah, well, Reacher said, his voice dropping low. I held her while she bled out. Not exactly in the mood to let bureaucracy handle it. Then I'm staying too. I don't need backup. Neagley. Never said you did. But you'll get more done with me. Reacher didn't argue. What'd she say to you? Neagley asked. Nothing, he admitted. She thought I was Joe. Just then, Stuyvesant reappeared, weaving through the debris. Reacher pushed off the wall, steadying himself. Armstrong will see us now, Stuyvesant said. You want to clean up first? Reacher glanced down at his shirt, stiff with Frolica's blood. No, he said flatly. I'm good like this. They piled into Stuyvesant's Suburban. Was eerily quiet, Thanksgiving emptying the streets. The only movement came from law enforcement roadblocks circling the White House, flashing lights cutting through the gray afternoon. Stuyvesant strobes got them through every checkpoint until they reached the West Wing. A Marine handed them off to a stone-faced Secret Service escort who led them deep into the basement brick walls, steel doors, the hum of fluorescent lights. Inside, Armstrong and his wife sat at a table, the air thick with tension. His wife's eyes were red. Armstrong had a smear of blood on his cheek. He looked hollow, like the weight of the presidency had just tripled. What's the status? He asked. Stuyvesant kept his voice low. 2 dead. The rooftop's sentry and M. Both gone before we could get them help. Armstrong's wife flinched. Did you catch who did this? FBI's on it, Stuyvesant said. They'll get them. Reacher cut in. You can help. Dufresne straightened. How? Go on TV tonight, Reacher said. Cancel your trip to North Dakota, say it's out of respect for the agents. Then announce you're locking down in Georgetown until the memorial service in Wyoming Sunday morning. Name the town. Make it loud. Armstrong didn't hesitate. Done. I suppose I could do that, Armstrong said, hesitating. But what's the point? Reacher leaned forward, his voice steady. They won't risk another attempt here in D. Not with the security detail you'll have at your place. So they'll retreat, regroup, and wait. That gives me until Sunday to track them down. Armstrong frowned. You. Shouldn't the FBI handle this today? If they do, great. One less problem for me. And if they don't? Then I'll handle it myself. Armstrong exhaled sharply. And if you fail? Reacher didn't blink. Failure's not part of the plan. But if it happens, they'll show up in Wyoming at Frolic's service. And I'll be there waiting. Stuyvesant cut in, his voice tight. No, absolutely not. Do you have any idea how insane that sounds? We can't secure a remote location on 3 days' notice. And I won't use a protectee as bait. Reacher shrugged. He doesn't actually have to go. There might not even be a service. He just needs to say there is. Armstrong shook his head. I can't lie about something like that. And if there is a service, I sure as hell won't skip it. Reacher locked eyes with him. Then you're not helping. Silence settled between them. The meeting ended, and Reacher was escorted back to the Suburban. Outside, the world hadn't changed. Sun still bright. Sky still blue. D still gleaming. But everything felt different. Take me back to the motel, Reacher said. I need a shower. Then I need to talk to Bannon. Stuyvesant frowned. Why? Because I saw the shooter. Just a glimpse his back as he moved away from the roof's edge. Can you describe him? Reacher shook his head. Not enough detail. But the way he moved. I know him. Back in his room, Reacher stripped off his stiff, blood-crusted clothes and let them drop to the floor. The shower water ran red at first, then pink, then finally clear. He scrubbed twice, shaved carefully, and dressed in another of Joe's shirts and suits, this time with the regimental tie Froelich had given him. A small tribute. Neagley was waiting in the lobby when he stepped out, now in a black suit, army instinct kicking in. When in doubt, go formal. She handed him a coffee and exchanged quiet words with the new shift of marshals. Their demeanor was different, respectful, maybe even wary. Stuyvesant's on his way, she told him. Then we meet Bannon. One of the marshals spoke up. Tough break. Reacher looked away, then back with a shrug. Yeah. But hey, shit happens. Old habits. An hour later, they were at the Hoover Building. The FBI had taken full control. Now killing federal agents was their jurisdiction. Bannon met them in the lobby and led them to a sleek conference room, all polished wood and sunlight. He avoided the head of the table, opting for a casual seat instead. Neagley sat 2 chairs down from him. Reacher took the opposite side. Stuyvesant lingered near the water pitcher, pouring himself a glass. Quite a day, Bannon said, breaking the silence. The Bureau sends its condolences. Stuyvesant's jaw tightened. You haven't found them. Bannon sighed. May's report came in. Corsetti took a NATO round to the head instant. Froelich was hit from behind, same caliber. sliced her carotid. But you already knew that. Stuyvesant's voice turned icy. You haven't found them. Bannon exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. Thanksgiving Day, double-edged sword. Yeah, we were all stretched thin with half the force on holiday, but the upside? The whole damn city was a ghost town. Worked in our favor. 5 minutes after it went down, we were the majority presence everywhere. Still didn't help. Stuyvesant's jaw tightened. But you didn't catch them. Not yet, Bannon admitted. Realistically, they're probably halfway to Virginia by now. Outstanding, Stuyvesant muttered, dripping sarcasm. Bannon shot him a look. Don't start. Your security screen had holes big enough to drive a trunk through. Somebody lured your guy off that roof, your protocol. Stuyvesant's voice turned icy. We paid for it. In blood. Neatly cut in, arms crossed. How'd they even get up there? Front was crawling with cops. Not through the front, Bannon said. Every officer swears they saw nothing, and I believe them. My guess. They slipped into a building a block over, cut through to the alley, then darted across to the warehouse. 10 feet of exposure, tops. Probably sprinted back out the same way. Stuyvesant clenched his fists. Crosetti was solid. How would they play him? Reacher nodded. He was good. I liked him. Bannon shrugged. There's always a weak spot. Always. His gaze swept the room, lingering like he knew more than he'd say. Silence hung thick until Reacher broke it. Trains. Checked every one, Bannon said. People heading home for turkey dinners. Nothing. Reacher's eyes narrowed. They got out with the rifle. Bannon just shook his head. You saw the shooter, Bannon pressed. Anything. Reacher's voice was low. A split-second silhouette. Something familiar, the way he moved. His build. Like a song lyric you can't quite remember. Garage video guy. No. Bannon sighed. Makes sense you'd recognize him. You've been breathing the same air since Bismarck. But a name would be nice. I'll work on it, Reacher said. Stuyvesant leaned forward. Still think it's our ex-employees? More than ever, Bannon said. Crosetti wouldn't have left his post for just anyone. He knew them. The drive to Secret Service HQ was a silent, gut-punching half-mile. Every step through the garage, every elevator ding, echoed Froehlich's absence. Stuyvesant's voice cracked. 25 years without losing an agent. Now 2 in a day. I want them gone. Reacher's reply was a blade. They're already dead. They just don't know it yet. Stuyvesant turned, eyes burning. Evidence points to us. You saying you'd back off if they're ours? I'm saying I don't think they are, Reacher said. But either way, they're done. The finality in his voice left no room for debate. Stuyvesant clenched his jaw, his frustration boiling over. They've crossed so many damn lines, I lost track ages ago. I still don't want to believe it's our people, Stuyvesant muttered, shaking his head. But Bannon might be onto something. Reacher leaned back, arms crossed. It's simple, either he's right or he's dead wrong. And trust me, if he's right, he'll shove it in our faces the second he can. The problem? The guy's too stubborn to even consider being wrong. His ego won't let him. Just tell me he's wrong, Stuyvesant pressed. Reacher shrugged. I think he is. And here's the kicker, even if I'm wrong about him being wrong, it doesn't matter. Bannon's gonna tear the world apart looking for answers. We don't need to babysit him. Our job is to check the blind spots he's ignoring, which, by the way, I'd bet money are the right spots anyway. Just say it, he's wrong. His whole theory is a house of cards. Looks solid until the wind blows. He's hanging everything on Armstrong not being warned. But what if these guys are after Armstrong himself? Maybe they didn't care if you told him or not? Stuyvesant exhaled, rubbing his temples. I want to believe that. But the Nisi led. Bannon nailed that. If they were outsiders, they'd have steered us toward Minnesota or Colorado. We can't ignore it. Neagley chimed in, arms folded. The weapons are hard to dismiss, too. And Frolic's address. Reacher nodded grimly. Don't forget the thumbprint. Worst case scenario? They knew it wouldn't flag anything. Maybe they tested it beforehand. Fantastic, Stuyvesant muttered. Still don't buy it. Reacher said. Why the hell not? Get the messages. Take a real close look. Stuyvesant hesitated, then pushed back from the table and left the room. He returned minutes later with a file, flipping it open to reveal 6 glossy FBI photos. The bright pink of his sweater reflected off the 8x10s as he lined them up. Neagley circled the table, and the 3 of them hunched over the images, scanning each one. All right, Reacher said. Study everything. And do it for Froelich. They shuffled along the table, reading the threats one by one. You are going to die. Vice President-elect Armstrong is going to die. The day upon which Armstrong will die is fast approaching. A demonstration of your vulnerability will be staged today. Did you like the demonstration? It's going to happen soon. Stuyvesant frowned. What am I missing? Look at the 4th message, Reacher said. Vulnerability is spelled right. That's not a word most people nail. And the last one? The apostrophe in its is perfect. Most screw that up. Punctuation's clean too, periods, question mark. So, these aren't scribbled by some amateur. Now check the 3rd message. Neagley tilted her head. The phrasing's weird. Upon which, fast approaching, sounds like something out of an old legal doc. Exactly, Reacher said. Archaic. Stuyvesant threw his hands up. What's your point? Ever read the Constitution? The U.1? Yeah, ages ago. Reacher grinned. Some school handed us copies once. Thin little book, hard covers. We used to whack each other with "am hurt like hell." And it's a legal document. When they print it, they don't tweak the wording. It's preserved, word for word. He tapped the photos. Just like these messages. The text had to be copied precisely, word for word, no updates, no polishing. Of course not, came the reply. The original sections dated back to 1787, while the most recent amendment in the document was the 26th, ratified in 1971, granting 18-year-olds the right to vote. Nearly 2 centuries of history preserved exactly as written, down to the smallest detail. So, here's the thing, Reacher said. In the earliest draft, Vice President was written as 2 separate words, no hyphen. Same in the modern version. But in the middle, suddenly it's Vice President with a hyphen. Somewhere between the 1860s and the 1930s, that was the standard. These guys, they used the hyphen. Stuyvesant glanced at the message. They sure did. Which tells us 2 things, Reacher continued. First, they paid attention in school, just not a great one. Outdated textbooks, probably some underfunded rural district. Still using style guides from the horse and buggy era. That's why their wording feels archaic. Second, They never worked for the Secret Service. You guys drowned in paperwork. Anyone who spent time here would have written Vice President 1,000 times, no hyphen. Muscle memory. A pause. Maybe the other guy wrote it, Stuyvesant suggested. The one without the file here. Doesn't matter, Reacher countered. They're a team. If one messed up, the other would. I fixed it. But they didn't. So neither knew it was wrong. Neither ever worked here. Stuyvesant exhaled. You're hanging everything on a hyphen. Don't underestimate it. I'm not. I'm just weighing whether I can stake a case on this. Worst case scenario. The FBI's already chasing the obvious leads. No loss? Reacher asked. Neagley leaned in. Or they're playing us. Faking ignorance. Reacher shook his head. Too clever. If they were faking, they'd misspell everything. But a hyphen. That's instinct. You don't think about it, you just write it. Stuyvesant rubbed his temple. So, what's your take? Age is key, Reacher said. They're fit enough for this chaos, so no older than early 50s. But they're not young either. By the 70s, even the most backwater schools had updated materials. My guess? Mid-40s, educated in some forgotten one-room schoolhouse, with a teacher who still used a chalkboard and maps showing the Ottoman Empire. Feels like stacking dominoes, Stuyvesant muttered. One nudge and it all falls apart. Silence settled. Then Reacher stood. I'm running with it. With Armstrong or without. With you or alone. Frölich deserves that much. Stuyvesant gave a slow nod. The room fell silent as the weight of unanswered questions hung in the air. If they weren't ever part of our team, how would they even know to check FBI scans of NSA reports? Someone pressed. Reacher just shrugged. No idea. And how would they lure Crossetti away? Another shrug. No clue. The frustration was palpable. Then how'd they get their hands on our weapons? Reacher exhaled, still drawing a blank. Stuyvesant leaned forward. And how did they track down A's address? Nanda gave them up, Reacher muttered. Stuyvesant nodded slowly. All right, but what's their end game? Why target Armstrong? Personal grudge probably, Reacher said. Politicians rack up enemies like parking tickets. Neagley cut in, her tone sharp. Or maybe it's not just about Armstrong. What if they're outsiders with a bone to pick against the Secret Service? Rejected applicants, maybe. The kind of guys who obsess over law enforcement protocols they'd know inside out, even what weapons we stock. Stuyvesant considered it. Could be. We turned down a lot of hopefuls. Some don't take it well. Reacher shook his head. Nah. If they got rejected, it wasn't yesterday. Nobody applies at 50. This isn't about some decades-old grudge. It's Armstrong. Think about the timing. He was a nobody before the campaign. Now, suddenly, he's got a target on his back. Something happened during the race. Stuyvesant drummed his fingers on the table, then methodically stacked the threat letters into a neat pile, sliding them into a folder like he was tucking away loose ends. Here's the plan, he announced. We hand Neagley's theory to Bannon. Bitter ex-applicants fit the same profile as fired agents. The FBI can chase that lead. But we're not banking on it. We dig into Reacher's angle. For Frölich, if nothing else. Start with Armstrong, Reacher said. Find out who wants him dead and why. Stuyvesant called in a researcher who protested Thanksgiving dinner with family. A reluctant 2-hour reprieve was granted. As Stuyvesant left for the Hoover building, Reacher and Neagley waited, eyes glued to the lobby TV, for Armstrong's early news appearance. "You holding up?" Neagley asked. Reacher rubbed his temples. "Feels like I'm split in two." Froelich thought it was Joe with her at the end. What would Joe have done? "Same thing I'm about to." "Then do it," Neagley said bluntly. To her, you were Joe. Might as well close the loop. Reacher stayed silent. "Close your eyes," she urged. "Clear your head. Focus on the shooter." He shook his head. "Won't work if I force it." "Then don't. Look sideways like you're staring past the answer." He shut his eyes. Saw the rooftop's sharp edge against the winter sky, pale and washed out. The faint hum of distant traffic buzzed in his ears, but beneath it, something else, a whisper of memory, just out of reach. The rooftop was eerily quiet, just the clink of serving spoons and Froelich's polite, "Thanks for stopping by," as guests shuffled through the line. Mrs. Armstrong's "enjoy" came out shaky, like she was second-guessing her decision to be there. Then, thunk, the first silenced bullet struck the wall, missing Armstrong by a good 4 feet. A sloppy shot rushed. The shooter must have climbed the stairs, paused in the rooftop doorway, and whispered something to Crossetti. Crossetti answered, stepped forward, then bang. The guy vaulted over Crossetti's body, sprinted low to the roof's edge, and fired again too fast. Another miss. The bullet cratered the brick, sending a shard flying into Reacher's cheek. Reacher blinked. "I need you to figure out how they got Crossetti away from his post." Neagley hesitated. "Bannon's theory makes sense. Crossetti saw someone he knew." "Assume he didn't," Reacher countered. "What else?" She exhaled. "I'll work on it. You focus on the shooter." Reacher shut his eyes, replaying the scene, Froelic's last moments, the spray of blood, his own split-second reaction. Incoming fire. Where? He'd glanced up, catching a glimpse of movement, a silhouette, fluid and sharp. "His coat," he muttered. "The way it draped when he moved." "You've seen it before?" Neagley pressed. "Yeah. Not sure about the color, but the texture, not too thick, not too thin." "Herringbone?" "Nah. Not the guy from the garage footage. This one was taller, leaner. The coat hung long, moved with him energetic, like he was always in a hurry. Age? Older than us. Moderate build. No clue on hair." Reacher's mind drifted to Atlantic City, standing in that coat store, surrounded by options he didn't care about. A dumb decision had led him here instead of a quiet motel in La Jolla. He gave up and motioned for the TV volume to rise. The news led with Armstrong first, a polished headshot, then footage of him helping his wife from the limo, all smiles. Cut to him holding up a ladle. "Happy Thanksgiving, everybody." Then chaos. No gunshot, no camera jerk. Just Froelich lunging at Armstrong out of nowhere. From the front it looked surreal, like a glitch in reality. She launched off her left foot with a desperate yet fluid motion, twisting midair like a gymnast. The footage played first at full speed, then slowed to a crawl, her right hand pressing against his shoulder as she pushed off, her body arcing upward before tucking her knees in and sending him crashing to the ground. She followed him down, barely a foot from her peak when the second bullet struck. "Damn," Reacher muttered. Neagley exhaled sharply. She was too fast. A half-second slower, and that vest would have caught it. She was that good. They replayed it, just a blink of movement, over in an instant. Then the tape rolled on, shaky and chaotic. The cameraman froze at first, then lurched forward, hungry for the grim aftermath. Reacher watched himself shove through the tables, agents firing wildly. Froelich was already down, out of frame. The camera jerked as the operator stumbled, then steadied, zooming in before Neagley's face filled the screen, then black. Cut to the news anchor, solemn and polished. Armstrong stood in the West Wing parking lot, his wife beside him, both still in casual clothes but scrubbed clean of blood. His voice was steady, measured, like a man holding back fury. He mourned the fallen agents, praised their sacrifice, and vowed justice. No disruption to the transition, no surrender to fear, but he'd canceled all appearances until after the memorial. A small church in Grace, Wyoming, he said, where America's resilience would shine. Total crap, the duty officer scoffed. Nah, he's solid, Reacher countered. The screen flicked to football highlights. Reacher tuned it out, replaying the scene in his head, Froelich's blood arcing, the shooter's coat swirling as he vanished. That coat. He rewound the image, froze it. New. Got it yet? He asked. Neagley frowned, still stuck on Bannon's theory. Say it. Crosetti recognized someone he trusted. Man or woman? Man, you said. Try again. She shrugged. Crosetti saw a man he knew and trusted. Reacher shook his head. 2 words off. He saw the kind of men he'd trust. Neagley's eyes narrowed. Who gets in and out without a second glance? Law enforcement, Reacher said. That coat long, reddish-brown, barely there pattern wasn't just a coat. It was a uniform. The jacket was all wrong, too heavy for a raincoat, but too flimsy for an overcoat, flapping loose as he sprinted. The fabric swung wildly with every stride. Who was running? Someone asked. That Bismarck cop. The lieutenant or whatever his rank was. He bolted toward me the second I stepped out of the church. Same guy I spotted on the warehouse roof. A cop. Bannon leaned forward, skepticism etched on his face. That's a hell of an accusation. You're basing it on a split-second glimpse from nearly a football field away during absolute chaos. They were back in the FBI's sleek conference room. Stuyvesant hadn't budged, still in his pink sweater, the room's polished table reflecting the overhead lights. It was him, Reacher insisted. No question. Cops get fingerprinted when they're hired, Bannon pointed out. Then his partner isn't law enforcement, Reacher shot back. The guy in the garage footage. Silence settled over the room. Reacher doubled down. It was him. Bannon exhaled. How long did you actually see him in Bismarck? 10 seconds tops. He was moving toward the church. Maybe he clocked me inside, ducked out, saw me leave, then turned back. 10.25 seconds total, Bannon mocked. Both times under extreme stress. A defense attorney would shred you. Stuyvesant tapped the table. It tracks. Bismarck is Armstrong's hometown. That's where you dig up old grudges. Bannon rolled his eyes. Description. Tall. Sandy hair going gray. Lean face, lean build. Long coat, heavy twill, reddish-brown, left open. Tweed jacket, white shirt, tie, gray slacks. Big scuffed shoes. Age. Mid to late 40s. Rank. Flashed a gold badge but kept his distance. Couldn't read it. Seemed high up detective lieutenant, maybe even captain. Did he talk? Yelled from 20 feet out. Couple dozen words. Same guy from the phone call? No. Stuyvesant nodded. So we've got both now. The squat guy in the herringbone from the garage footage, he's the one who called, left a thumbprint, and handled the machine gun in Colorado. The tall cop's this sniper. That's why he was heading for the church tower he was setting up to take the shot. Bannon flipped open a file, pulled a sheet, and scanned it. Our Bismarck field office logged all local officers on site. 42 cops, none above sergeant except two, the captain in charge and his lieutenant. Could have been either, Reacher said. Bannon rubbed his temples. This complicates things. Stuyvesant's stare turned icy. Now you're worried about stepping on Bismarck PD's toes. You didn't hesitate to bulldoze us. Not about hurt feelings, Bannon snapped. Tactics. If it were a patrolman, I'd call his superiors. Can't do that in reverse. And alibis. Forget it. Higher-ups take holidays. They could be anywhere today. Neagley cut in. Called now. See who's out of town. They can't be back yet. We're monitoring airports. Bannon shook his head. People travel for the holidays. And this guy, he could have breezed through security. That's the whole play, isn't it? Chaos, agencies tripping over each other, just flash a badge and walk. That's how they got in and out. What's more natural than a cop sprinting with his shield raised? The room fell silent. Stuyvesant broke it. Get Bismarck PD's personnel files. Let Reacher ID him from photos. Bannon scoffed. That'll take days. And who do I even ask? I could be talking straight to the enemy right now, Reacher muttered under his breath. Neagley. Then call your Bismarck FBI office. Wouldn't shock me if they've got shady dossiers on every cop in town, complete with mugshots. Bannon cracked a knowing grin. Officially, you never heard that from me. He pushed back his chair and disappeared into his office to make the call. Meanwhile, Stuyvesant tapped his fingers impatiently. Armstrong made his statement, he said. You catch it, but it's gonna bite him in the polls. I can't just let him walk. Reacher shrugged. All I need is a distraction. Honestly, I'd prefer if he didn't show. And right now, politics is the last thing on my mind. Silence settled over the room until Bannon returned 15 minutes later, his expression unreadable. Got some wins and losses, he announced. Good news. Bismarck's not exactly a metropolis. PD's got 138 employees, 32 are desk jockeys, leaving 106 sworn officers. Subtract the 12 women, and we're down to 94. And, thanks to totally legal surveillance tech, we'll have scanned mugshots of every last one in under 10 minutes. Stuyvesant frowned. And the bad news? Bannon waved him off. Patience. Let Reacher burn through our time first. The wait ended sooner than expected, when an agent rushed in with a stack of freshly printed sheets. Bannon slid them toward Reacher, who flipped through at the speed of a blackjack dealer. 16 pages, 15 with 6 faces each, the last with 4. None matched. Not on the 15th sheet. Not the 14th. How certain are you? Stuyvesant pressed. Positive, Reacher said, tossing another page aside. That guy was a cop. Acted like one, smelled like one. Hell, he even dressed like Bannon here. Bannon scoffed. I don't look like a cop. Reacher shot him a look. Buddy, you scream cop. The coat, the shoes, the whole I've got paperwork for you vibe. Sheet after sheet, nothing. What'd he say to you? Stuyvesant asked. Reacher kept scanning. Asked if the church was secure. Said there was some commotion. Then chewed me out for leaving the door open. Classic cop move. By the time he reached the first sheet, he already knew. He dropped it with a sigh. All right, bad news time, Bannon said. Bismarck PD had 0 plainclothes on scene. It was all dress uniforms, even the brass. White gloves, the works. Reacher shook his head. That guy was Bismarck PD. Nope, Bannon countered. Best case scenario? He was a damn good impersonator. Fooled you, didn't he? The room fell silent. Bottom line, Ben sighed. We're back to square one. The investigation was still focused on former Secret Service agents after all. Who would blend in better at a high-profile event than someone who'd spent years working alongside local law enforcement? 15. When Reacher, Neagley, and Stuyvesant returned to the Treasury building, they found a researcher from the Office of Protection Research already waiting. The man, Swain, looked like he'd been pulled away from a quiet evening at home, dressed in a sweater and khakis, with the sharp, watchful eyes of someone who'd seen more than he let on. Stuyvesant made quick introductions before vanishing, leaving Swain to guide them through unfamiliar hallways to a room that doubled as a library and lecture space. Bookshelves lined 3 walls, while the 4th held a row of workstations, each with a computer and printer. You heard the FBI's theory? Swain asked. Reacher cut straight to the point. Do you buy it? Swain hesitated. It's not impossible, but it's no more likely than ex-FBI agents, or even current ones, being behind it. The Bureau's always had a chip on its shoulder about us. You think we should look their way? Swain studied him. You're Joe Reacher's brother, right? I worked with him years ago. Reacher nodded. And he liked random observations. I'll take whatever you've got. Swain exhaled. My job's strictly academic analysis, research. But this, it doesn't fit the usual patterns. Assassinations are either functional, removing someone for political gain, or ideological, pure hatred. Most ideological killers keep it quiet, whispering in the shadows. But this time, the hate's out in the open. They went out of their way to make sure we knew. Neagley crossed her arms. Except Armstrong never even saw the threats. Wasted effort. Swain shook his head. Ignorance. Nobody outside the service knows we never discuss threats with protectees. These guys thought they were getting to him directly. Reacher agreed. It's personal. Aimed at him, not us. You sure? Swain asked. You'll think I'm naive. But I don't believe anyone who ever wore the badge would have killed the other Armstrongs like that. Reacher. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. Doesn't matter, we're already on the same page. What convinced you? The hyphen in the second message. Swain blinked. The hyphen. That's thin. Maybe. But we're running with it. And the only reason for this level of hate? They really despise him. They weren't just after a quick kill, they wanted to toy with him, rattle his nerves. Drag out the torment. A bullet to the head. Too easy. Too merciful. Who even has that kind of grudge? Someone asked. Swain waved the question away, like swatting a fly. Forget that for a second. Here's the thing, we're missing something. How many messages have there been? 6, Reacher said flatly. Swain shook his head. 7. Nendick wasn't just the messenger, he was the message. Think about it. You showed up and within 2 days you found him. But let's be real, we would have gotten there eventually. Cleaners or tapes, it was only a matter of time. And what did we walk into? A guy so terrified he couldn't even move. That wasn't just a delivery, it was a warning. If Armstrong was keeping tabs, he was sweating bullets by then. Neagley cut in. Then there are 9 messages. Minnesota, Colorado, same deal. Every move is designed to crank up the fear. Exactly, Swain said. Armstrong gets the first threat, he's uneasy. Second one, more nervous. We track it down, he breathes until we find Nendick. frozen in terror. Then the demonstration threat. Panic sets in, and when it actually happens, total devastation. These guys aren't just ruthless, they're psychological artists. Reacher stayed silent, eyes locked on the floor. You think I'm overthinking it, Swain said. Reacher finally looked up. No, I think I'm underthinking it. What about the thumbprints? If everything's about fear, why leave a calling card? Swain, it's a flex, a puzzle, a little catch me if you can. Reacher's jaw tightened. How long did you work with my brother? 5 years. Well, for him, really. Saying with makes me sound important. Was he good? Best boss I ever had. Brilliant mind. Ran these brainstorming sessions, anyone could throw out wild ideas. He loved the weird angles. Reacher's gaze sharpened. You said everything is about fear. But the thumbprints are different. So, which is it? Swain shrugged. Fine, twist my arm. Maybe it's fear of the unknown that these guys are untouchable. Still fear, just dressed up. Reacher exhaled, rubbing his temples. All right, I'm caving. I'm wearing Joe's suit, sleeping in his bed, talking to his people. Might as well think like him, too. He leaned forward. We missed something. Skated right past it. Neagley raised an eyebrow. Like what? Random images keep popping into my head. Stuyvesant's secretary at her desk, little details. He paused. We've got the thumbprint all wrong. We assumed they knew it was untraceable. But what if it's the opposite? What if they wanted it traced? Why? Reacher's voice dropped. Met a watchmaker today. Told me where squalene comes from. Shark livers, Meagley said. And human noses, Reacher countered. Same chemical. That gunk you wipe off in the morning? Pure squalene. So picture this. They picked some random guy, 60, 70 years old. Left his print betting we'd ID him. But the system failed. Their plan backfired. A beat of silence. Then Neagley's eyes widened. You're saying the thumbprint wasn't a taunt, it was a mistake? Reacher nodded. And mistakes? Those are how we catch them. The odds of him having his prints on file at least once in his life? Reacher mused. Pretty high, Neagley replied. Immigrants get printed automatically. If he was born here, he'd have been drafted for Korea or Vietnam, printed whether he served or not. Any arrests, government jobs, even certain private sector gigs like banking or retail would have put him in the system. Swain nodded. Exactly. So why can't we trace this print? Reacher leaned forward. Because I don't think it belongs to one of our guys. I think they grabbed it from some random person, someone they wanted us to find. Just like Mendick. The print was their way of pointing us straight to another terrified hostage, too scared to talk. But by sheer luck, they picked someone who was never printed, so we hit a dead end. The room fell silent. Neagley frowned. Then why 6 messages? That's weeks between the first and last one. You're saying they planned all this in advance? Or they improvised, Neagley suggested. Printed multiple versions to cover their tracks. Reacher shook his head. No. They kept the thumbprint handy the whole time. Swain scoffed. So what? They kidnapped some guy and dragged him around like luggage? Wouldn't work, Neagley countered. We'd never find him if he wasn't where he belonged. Reacher. He is where he belongs. His thumb isn't. A beat of silence. Then Reacher turned to Bannon. Run a search in Nitseek. Keyword, thumb. Bannon, now seated across from them in the Secret Service conference room, exhaled sharply. Sacramento's field office is already on it. We'll know in an hour. Stuyvesant drummed his fingers on the table. This is insane. What? They kept it in a Ziploc bag? Probably thawed it out before each use, Reacher said. Rubbed it on their skin to warm it up, pressed it onto the paper. Over time, the oils degraded. That's why the squalene levels kept rising. Bannon crossed his arms. So, what's the takeaway? Reacher shrugged. We've been wrong about one thing. These guys do have prints on file. They've just been wearing gloves this whole time. 2 rogue operatives, Bannon muttered. Not necessarily ours, Stuyvesant cut in. Bannon, then convince me. Prove this is some personal vendetta against Armstrong. Swain hesitated. This isn't the right setting. Bannon rolled his eyes. What, you only debate with people who already agree with you? Swain shot back. Who even cares about a VP? They're glorified seat warmers. John Nance Garner called it a pitcher of warm spit, Reacher corrected dryly. Also compared it to a spare tire. But hey, guess even spare tires can get you where you need to go. A tense silence settled over the room. Somewhere outside, a phone rang sharp, insistent, but nobody moved to answer it. John Adams famously dismissed the vice presidency as the most useless role ever created, and he should know, since he was the first guy stuck with a job. So why would anyone bother taking a shot at a glorified bench warmer? Bannon muttered, kicking at the floor. Swain leaned forward. Let's break it down. What does a VP actually do? Mostly twiddle their thumbs and pray for a promotion, Bannon shot back. Swain, exactly. Some say it's just a waiting game either for the president to drop dead or for their own shot at the top job 8 years later. But in the meantime, they're basically a campaign prop. A shiny new toy to distract voters when everyone's sick of the main candidates by July. Bannon rolled his eyes. So they're just there to balance the ticket? Yep. Whatever the nominee lacks, the VP's supposed to bring young or old, fiery or boring, from the South or the North. They're the attack dog too. The presidential candidate stays above the fray while the VP slings mud. Then, come November, they get shoved in a closet. Their shelf life expires on Election Day. Was Armstrong any good at that? Too good, Swain admitted. He had this way of gutting opponents while keeping that folksy grin. Made him dangerous. You think he pissed off the wrong person? Swain tapped his notes. That's the theory. I'm combing through every speech, every jab scene who might have held a grudge. Stuyvesant crossed his arms. Timing fits. 12 years in Congress without a scratch. Then, boom, this happens right after the campaign. Bannon scoffed. So, we're looking for someone with Secret Service access, FBI know-how, and a grudge. And let's not forget they knew Froehlich's address. He checked his watch, then added dryly, Ever hear the duck test? If it quacks like an inside job. Silence hung in the room. Somewhere outside, a car alarm blared. Just another day in D. He pulled his phone from his pocket and set it down on the table, its screen dark and silent. I'm holding on to my theory, he muttered. But now I'm blaming both of you for the mess. If this thing rings and Reacher's right, well, the phone buzzed to life before he could finish, blaring some ridiculous classical ringtone that clashed with the tense silence of the room. He snatched it up, cutting off the tinny melody mid-note. Someone on the other end must have called him chief because he grunted a yeah before falling silent, listening for barely 10 seconds. Then he snapped the phone shut and stuffed it back into his jacket. Sacramento? Stuyvesant asked. Nope, Bannon replied. Local. They found the rifle. They left Swain behind and made their way to the FBI labs in the Hoover building. A team of experts was already gathering guys who looked like they'd been yanked away from their couches mid-football game. A few even had that slightly dazed, beer-buzzed look of men who'd planned on doing nothing more strenuous than yelling at the TV. Neagley recognized one of them vaguely from her training days. "Vane Mac 2? Bannon asked. "Without a doubt," the tech confirmed. "Serial number? Gone. Acid. Can you recover it?" The tech shook his head. "Not a chance. Stamped numbers. Maybe we could dig into the metal. But Vamey engraves. It's a dead end." "Where was it?" "Third floor warehouse room, tucked behind a door." They must have waited there, slipped out when everything went to hell. "Cool customers." Neagley cut in. "Shell casings?" "None. They policed their brass. But we've got all 4 bullets, 3 from today. Wrecked from impact. The Minnesota one's pristine, though. Mud kept it clean." He led them to a lab bench where the bullets lay on white butcher paper. 3 were mangled, 1 clean from a wall hit, the other 2 smeared with blood and brain matter, their copper jackets etched with grotesque, lacy burns. The Minnesota bullet looked almost new, scrubbed clean by dirt. "Bring the rifle," Bannon ordered. It arrived, still reeking of superglue fumes from the fingerprint attempt, a dull, black, unremarkable weapon with a stubby bolt and a suppressor extending the barrel. The scope caught Reacher's eye. "That's not a Vamey scope," he said. "They use Bushnell. This is a Hensoldt." "Modified," the tech confirmed. "We logged it. Not factory work, though too precise for aftermarket. Not clean enough for Vame." Bannon frowned. "What's that mean?" Reacher shrugged. "Hensoldt's good. Bushnell's good. Like comparing a BMW to a Mercedes, both get the job done." The room went quiet. Neagley exhaled sharply, shaking her head. "Focus, genius." The tech blinked, then straightened up. "Right. Anyway, no prints. Wiped clean." Bannon rubbed his temples. "So we've got a ghost rifle, modified by someone who knows their stuff, used by shooters who don't leave traces." "Fantastic." Reacher crossed his arms. "Ghosts don't pull triggers. People do. And people make mistakes. Canon or Nikon, same difference. Right?" Reacher shrugged. "People have preferences, sure," Bannon mused. "Not in government work," Reacher shot back. "Imagine one of your crime scene techs whining, 'Hey, I want a Canon instead of this Nikon you issued me.' What would you say?" "I'd tell him to pound sand." Bannon said. "Exactly. You use what you're given. So why would some sniper stroll into the armory and demand they ditch a perfectly good Bushnell scope just because he likes the grip on a Hensoldt better? Then why the switch?" Reacher exhaled. "Damage, maybe. Drop a rifle, wreck the scope happens all the time. But any government armorer would replace it with the same brand. They don't just buy rifles, they stockpile parts like doomsday preppers." Bannon frowned. "What if they ran low? What if Bushnells kept getting trashed?" "Then maybe they'd grab a Hensoldt," Reacher conceded. "But those usually come with SIG rifles. Check your lists again. See if any agencies buying both VAMES and SIGs for their snipers. SIGs aren't suppressed, right?" "Nope," Reacher said. Bannon snapped his fingers. "So an agency buys Vanes for quiet work, SIGs for loud. 2 scopes in inventory. Bushnells run out, Hensoldts get slapped on." "Could be," Reacher allowed. "But you'd better ask. Specifically, if anyone's mounting Hensoldts on Vames. If not, hit up high-end gunsmiths." This isn't Walmart grade gear, it matters. Stuyvesant had gone still, staring past them like he'd seen a ghost. What? Reacher prodded. Stuyvesant blinked. We bought SIGs, he admitted quietly. SG-550s years back. Semi-autos, no suppressors. Too jumpy for precision work, so they're collecting dust. But the spare parts? Probably untouched. The room went dead silent until Bannon's phone chirped like a deranged carnival tune. He snatched it up, grunted yeah, then listened, jaw tightening. Got it, he muttered finally, hanging up. Conference room. Now. Upstairs, the team clustered at the far end of the table, as if distance could soften whatever blow was coming. Outside, Thanksgiving night had swallowed the city whole. Andretti, Bannon said, voice flat. 73. Ex-carpenter, ex-firefighter. Granddaughters, that's where they got their hooks in. Neagley leaned forward. He talking? Enough. Tougher than Nendick. How'd they reel him in? Cop bar near Sacramento. Two guys cop-like, he said, bonded over family photos. Then the usual doom and gloom about the world going to hell. Slow burn. Reacher's eyes narrowed. And Bannon's mouth twisted. Doc checked his hand. Left thumb's gone. And not by any surgeon who passed med school. The crime scene was brutal, but there was a disturbing precision to it, like someone had tried to make it look almost surgical. Andretti stuck to his story about a carpentry accident, but the doctor wasn't buying it. That wasn't a saw, he said flatly. Andretti just smirked, almost relieved to be called out, and kept spinning his tale. Turns out, the old man lived alone, a widower, until two guys who looked like cops weaseled their way into his life. They started with hypotheticals. What would you do to protect your family? How far would you go? Then it got real. Fast. They pinned him down, took his thumb, then his photos, his address book. Made sure he knew they could find his granddaughters. The threat was graphic, deliberate. We'll take their ovaries the same way we took your thumb. Andretti believed them. Wouldn't you? They even stole a cooler and ice from his fridge to haul the thumb away, like some sick trophy. Silence hung thick in the room. Stuyvesant finally broke it. Descriptions. Bannon just shook his head. Too scared. We offered witness protection, but he's not biting. Andretti scrubbed the place clean under their watch. As for the bar, 6 weeks ago. Good luck getting anything useful. Neagley turned to Reacher. What's on your mind? He shrugged. Dostoevsky. Found an old copy of Crime and Punishment I gave Joe once. Almost sent him the Brothers Karamazov instead. Ever read it? She hadn't. There's a part where Ivan talks about Turkish atrocities in Bulgaria, babies on bayonets, mothers forced to watch. He said no animal is as cruel as man. Then I think about these guys making Andretti mop up his own blood one-handed. Reacher's voice went cold. Dostoevsky wrote his rage. I don't have that luxury. So I'll settle for delivering my own kind of justice. Bannon scoffed. Didn't peg you for a reader. Surprises everywhere, Reacher said. Vigilantism's a bad look. Big word for a Fed. Just stay in your lane. Reacher nodded. Noted. The old man was tough, a retired carpenter, ex-firefighter. But granddaughters. That's where they got him. Neagley cut in. He talkin'. Some, Bannon said. Harder to break than Nendick. Reacher leaned forward. How would it start? Cop bar near Sacramento. Two guys cop-ish, he said, got friendly. Showed family photos. Talked about protecting them. Slow burn. End. Bannon exhaled. He shut down for a while. Then the doc saw his hand. Left thumb. Done. Clean cut. The injuries weren't exactly surgical, more like a brutal hack job with a half-hearted attempt at precision. Andretti kept insisting it was a carpentry accident, but the doctor shut that down fast. No way was that a saw, he said. Andretti, weirdly, seemed almost happy to be called out. Like he wanted someone to see through the lie. Then came the real horror story. The widower lived alone. No family nearby, just his granddaughters, who meant everything to him. The two men posing as cops sweet talked their way into his house, asking hypotheticals at first. How far would you go to protect your family? Then it got real. They gave him a choice, his thumb or his granddaughter's safety. They pinned him down, took the thumb, then stole photos and addresses as insurance. We know what they look like, they told him. We'll take their ovaries the same way. The old man believed them, who wouldn't after that. They grabbed a cooler from his kitchen, packed the thumb in ice, and left him bleeding. He barely made it to the ER. The room went dead silent. Stuyvesant asked for descriptions, but Bannon just shook his head. Too terrified to talk. Witness protection offered, but he won't take it. The house? Spotless. They made Andretti clean it himself, one-handed, while they watched. The bar? A dead end. 6 weeks had passed. Van Neagley nudged Reacher. What's on your mind? Dostoevsky, he said. He'd just found an old copy of Crime and Punishment he'd given his brother Joe. Almost sent the brothers Karamazov instead. Ever read it? Neagley hadn't. Reacher dove in. There's a part where Ivan talks about Turkish atrocities in Bulgaria, babies tossed onto bayonets, mothers forced to watch. Ivan says no animal is as cruel as man, not even close. Reacher's voice turned icy. These guys made Andretti scrub his own blood off the floor. Dostoevsky wrote about evil. I don't have his talent, but I'll find these guys and express myself just fine. Bannon smirked. Didn't peg you for a reader. I manage, Reacher shot back. And I'd caution you against vigilantism. Big word for a Fed. Just saying no solo missions. Reacher nodded. Noted. Then Bannon dropped the puzzle. The rifle in Minnesota on Tuesday, North Dakota yesterday. Now D. Today. No flight paper trail, too far to drive in time. So either one guy was solo in Bismarck while the other hauled the rifle east, or there were two rifles, or a third guy. Silence. I'm walking back to Swain's, Reacher said. Need the air. Neagley stood. I'm in. They hit Pennsylvania Avenue at a brisk pace, the weight of the case hanging between them. The night was crisp and clear, the kind of cold that bites through your jacket when there's no cloud cover to trap the day's warmth. A handful of stars managed to pierce the hazy glow of streetlights and city smog, while a thin crescent moon hung distant and indifferent. The streets were empty, no cars, no noise, just the echo of their footsteps as they passed the Federal Triangle, the Treasury building looming like a silent sentinel. The White House barricades were gone, the city pretending everything was fine, like the past few days had never happened. You good? Neagley asked, breaking the quiet. Just realizing I'm not as sharp as I used to be, Reacher admitted. Took me way too long to track down Nendik. Should have been faster. And that damn thumbprint, we wasted days chasing our tails over it instead of seeing the bigger picture. But we figured it out, Neagley pointed out. Yeah, and now I'm stuck on guilt. Told Froelich she was doing fine, but I've pushed for double sentries, one on the roof, one in the stairwell. Might have changed things. Neagley stayed quiet for a few steps. Not your job to save everyone, she finally said. And let's be real, those guys were dressed as cops. They'd have breezed past 2 centuries just as easy as one. Hell, they slipped through a whole swarm of agents. Sometimes, bad luck just wins. Reacher didn't answer, just kept walking. You think Bannon looks like a cop? He asked suddenly. Neagley smirked. Oh, absolutely. Probably was one before the Bureau got him. It's in his walk, his voice, everything. Reacher chewed on that. Froelich said something before Armstrong showed up about how it's easy to look kind of like a homeless person, but hard to nail it perfectly. Same with cops. If I threw on a cheap suit and flashed a badge, would I pass? Maybe from a distance, Neagley said, but not up close. These guys do, though. I saw one and didn't blink. They move like they own the place, because to everyone else, they do. Neagley nodded. Explains how they knew about DNA on envelopes, NSA protocol stuff only cops or ex-cops would pick up on. And the rifles could have been surplus from some state SWAT team. But we checked mugshots. They're not Bismarck PD. Reacher's jaw tightened. Doesn't mean they're not cops somewhere. Swain was waiting when they got back. His expression grim. He didn't need to ask. Reacher gave him the answer before he could. Andretti. Same deal as Nendick. He's tougher, but he's not talking. Swain stayed silent. Your win, Reacher said. You called it first. The rifle was a Veme outfitted with a Hensoldt scope. Odd, considering a Bushnell would have been the standard choice. I'm no gun expert, Swain admitted. What we really need is intel on the campaign. Who had a grudge against Armstrong? A tense pause followed before Swain finally broke eye contact. Nobody, he confessed. What I said earlier. Total bluff. The truth is, I wrapped up my analysis days ago. Sure, he rubbed people the wrong way. But nothing major. Just the usual political friction. Then why lie? I wanted to steer the FBI off our backs. I don't buy that this was an inside job. Our agency doesn't deserve that kind of heat. Reacher stayed silent. It was for Froelich and Crossetti, Swain added quietly. They deserved better than getting dragged through the mud. So we've got a gut feeling and a random hyphen, Reacher said dryly. Most cases I've worked had more to go on than that. What's next? Neagley cut in. If it's not political, it's personal. We shift focus. Swain hesitated. I'm not sure I can hand over that kind of intel. It's classified. Is there anything incriminating in it? Not really. If there was, it would have blown up during the campaign. Then what's the holdup? Reacher leaned forward. Is he faithful to his wife? Yes, Swain answered. And her to him? Yes. Financially clean. Spotless. Then the rest is just background noise. What's the harm in letting us take a peek? Swain exhaled. Fine. Let's go. They moved through the maze of back hallways toward the library, but before they could settle in, the phone rang. Swain grabbed it, then passed it to Reacher. Stuyvesant on the line. Reacher listened briefly, before hanging up. Armstrong's on his way. He's rattled and wants to debrief everyone who was there today. They left Swain behind and headed back to the conference room. Stuyvesant arrived moments later, still in his golf attire, Froelich's blood now dried into dark streaks on his shoes. He looked wrecked, the kind of exhaustion that comes from a career unraveling in a single day. Reacher had seen it before, decades of flawless service erased in an instant, because tragedy always needs a scapegoat. We're short-staffed, Stuyvesant muttered. I gave most of the team 24 hours off. Not dragging them back just because the VP can't sleep. 2 more agents trickled in, one a rooftop sniper, the other from the food line security detail. They exchanged weary nods, grabbed coffee, and slumped into chairs. Armstrong's arrival was a production. Radio check-ins tracked his approach, his elevator ride, his every step until his detail finally ushered him into the room. He'd changed into stiff new casual wear corduroys, a patterned sweater, a suede jacket like he'd rated a How to Dress Like a Vice President catalog. The outfit clashed with his usual effortless demeanor. He offered somber nods but stayed silent, hovering awkwardly near the table. The room tensed, waiting for whatever came next. The quiet stretched on, thick and awkward. Finally, the sniper broke it with, "How's your wife holding up, sir?" Reacher smirked to himself, classic political deflection. A smooth way to shift focus onto someone else's emotions instead of their own. It was a subtle power move too, an unspoken, "we're all in this together, but let's talk about the person who isn't." And of course, a not-so-subtle nudge for gratitude. Armstrong exhaled. "She's rattled. It was brutal. Honestly, she's been giving me hell, says it's unfair of me to put you all in danger like this." Reacher almost laughed. Textbook political reply, just vague enough to force the expected "just doing our job, sir." "Right on cue," Stuyvesant obliged. "It's what we signed up for, sir. If it wasn't you, it'd be someone else." Armstrong's voice softened. "Thank you for your professionalism today and your grace. Both of us mean that. And listen, I'm not usually the type to believe in debts, but right now, I feel like I owe you. So if there's ever anything official, personal, doesn't matter, ask. Consider me in your corner." Silence again. Then, abruptly, Armstrong shifted. "Tell me about Crossetti. Family." The sniper nodded. "Wife and a son. Kids 8, I think." Armstrong's jaw tightened as he turned away. "Damn. Is there anything I can do?" "They'll be taken care of," Stuyvesant said. "Frolics's parents are in Wyoming," Armstrong added. "No siblings, no spouse. I called them earlier, wanted to give my condolences myself before the press got involved. Didn't feel right lying about her death without their say-so. They actually liked the idea of the memorial. Insisted on going through with it." Another heavy pause. Armstrong stared at the wall like it held answers. "I'm going. And I'm speaking." Stuyvesant stiffened. "That's not advisable. She died because of me. I'm not debating this. You announced it on live TV." Armstrong's tone turned icy. "Then make it work. 3 agents, no more. No media, no spectacle. In and out." Stuyvesant opened his mouth, but Armstrong cut him off. "She knew the risks," he said, echoing Stuyvesant's own words back at him. "So do I." A beat. Then Armstrong dropped something unexpected. "Talked to the FBI director earlier. They lost the suspects." Stuyvesant shrugged. "They'll turn up." Armstrong's gaze drifted, his voice distant. "My daughter's in Antarctica. Called her today, said it's warm there. -20. Funny how you adjust, huh? Used to think that was a metaphor." The room stayed quiet. Nobody pointed out the obvious that some things, no matter how cold, never really numb you. The weight of the moment pressed down like a lead blanket. "I don't know anymore," Armstrong murmured, his voice hollow. "Today, it's going to stay with me. I'm breathing because someone else isn't." The room fell dead silent. Stuyvesant shifted uncomfortably before speaking. She made her choice. We all did. This isn't a job you get drafted into. Armstrong's laugh was brittle. Hell of a way to go out, though. She was something else, wasn't she? Stuyvesant exhaled sharply. Her replacement's ready when you are. Not now, Armstrong cut in. Maybe tomorrow. And find me 3 volunteers for Sunday people who actually knew her, who'd want to be there regardless. A beat passed before Stuyvesant gave a reluctant nod. Fine. But Sunday's gonna be a circus on top of this mess. Armstrong's security team moved like clockwork, sweeping him toward the exit with practiced precision, radios crackling, eyes scanning every shadow. 3 minutes later, the all clear came through. Motorcade rolling, Georgetown bound. Neagley's gaze locked onto Reacher as the others filtered out. They found Swain in the lobby, already shrugging into his coat. I'm out, he announced. Reacher blocked his path. Not yet. First, we see those files. The files were a deep dive into Armstrong's life, 12 folders thick, 11 stuffed with raw intel. Interview transcripts. News clippings, court depositions. The 12th was the master document, dense as an old Bible, every fact tagged with a credibility score. It started with his parents, a pharmacist mom from Oregon who built her own business, a dad who cashed out of the military to run lumber. Their daughter came first. Armstrong followed 2 years later. The family thrived in some backwater town until his dad dropped dead from a stroke. Business sold, mom retired, sister's life skimmed over like fine print. Armstrong's own story unfolded in bullet points: local schools, star athlete, straight A student. Then came Cornell, Stanford, a political science degree, and a Bismarck girl who became his wife. North Dakota launched his career, but Reacher barely glanced at the rest. Swain's voice cut through. My wife's gonna murder me if I miss Thanksgiving dinner. Reacher flipped another page. Somewhere in the margins, a coffee stain bled into the paper, someone's long night of research. A detail the original missed. Armstrong was knee-deep in his first election cycle, drowning in a stack of paperwork that could double as a doorstop. He flicked through the pages with a sigh. Nothing jumps out as a red flag? He asked, rubbing his temples. Not a thing, Swain replied, leaning back in his chair. This is all standard campaign fluff. Armstrong raised an eyebrow. Does it stay this tedious, or does it somehow get worse? Oh, it gets way worse, Swain said with a smirk. Armstrong groaned. If I pull an all-nighter, am I gonna find anything useful? Nope. Was any of this actually used in the summer campaign? Swain nodded. Every last word. It's a solid bio, that's why he was the pick. Honestly, half this stuff came straight from the campaign trail. Armstrong frowned, and nobody got bent out of shape over any of it. Not a soul. Then where's this gut feeling coming from? Who's got it out for Armstrong bad enough to make you nervous? Swain hesitated. Can't say for sure. Just a hunch. Reacher, who'd been silently absorbing the exchange, finally spoke. All right. Go home. Swain didn't need telling twice. He grabbed his coat and bolted. Left alone, Reacher and Neagley sifted through the mountain of documents, their patience wearing thin. After an hour, Neagley tossed a folder aside. Thoughts? Reacher smirked. Swain's job is about as exciting as watching paint dry. Neagley chuckled. No argument there. But something's bugging me. Campaigns are ruthless. They'll spin anything to their advantage. So why's Armstrong's mom's pharmacy career in here? And her illness? Easy. To win over independent women and small business voters, Reacher said. Makes him look like a devoted son, family values, healthcare advocate, the whole package. And his dad's lumber company. Business appeal plus environmental cred. Lets Armstrong say he gets the industry without getting his hands dirty. Exactly, Reacher agreed. They'll pander to anyone if it scores points. But here's the kicker: military service. Normally, they'd milk that for all it's worth. But Armstrong's dad? Joined, discharged, end of story. No details. Shields off. Niggly crossed her arms. The guy's been dead for decades. Why would it matter now? Because if there was anything heroic or even just usable, they'd have plastered it everywhere. A medical discharge with no explanation? That's shady. Makes you wonder what they're hiding. Niggly sighed. Fine. I'll make some calls. Still got contacts who'd love to impress us. Reacher stretched, yawning. Do it tomorrow. Get some sleep. Sleep's overrated, she shot back. Then don't wake me when you get answers. Tell me in the morning. Niggly smirked. Rough day. The worst, Reacher muttered. The night duty officer arranged their ride back to the Georgetown motel. Reacher trudged to his room, ready to crash, but not before one last thought nagged at him. What aren't they telling us? The room felt hollow, stripped of life. Everything was spotless, the bed neatly made, Joe's belongings vanished. Reacher slumped into the chair, his mind drifting to whether Stuyvesant had canceled Frolic's reservation. But the silence weighed heavier, pressing down until the absence became suffocating. Not just Frolich, though her ghost lingered the strongest. She should have been there. That morning, she'd stood right where he sat now, her voice steady. Today's the day we win or lose. His reply had been automatic, confident. Now, the words echoed like a taunt. The emptiness wasn't just about her. It was Joe, too. Maybe a dozen other things, missed chances, unspoken words. Or maybe it was just Armstrong's father gnawing at him. He squeezed his eyes shut, but all he found was the memory of Frolic's blood, a violent pink arc against the morning sun. He jerked upright, peeling off his clothes and stepping under the shower's scalding spray for the third time that day. The water ran clear, but his hands still trembled. The sheets were stiff, the mattress unyielding. He lay there, wide awake, tracing cracks in the ceiling until exhaustion dragged him under. His dreams were a fevered reel, Frolich and Joe strolling by the tidal basin, her blood suspended in the air like some grotesque ribbon. Then faces shifted. Swain, a Bismarck cop, Armstrong smiling that polished grin before the gunshot. No sound, just a slow drift of a body in the water. At 6, the alarm blared. A knock followed Niggly, already sharp-eyed, clutching coffee like a lifeline. She buzzed with restless energy, pacing the cramped space while Reacher gulped the bitter brew. Armstrong's father, she said, cutting straight to it. Drafted at the tail end of Korea. Never saw combat, but he aced officer training. Ended up commanding infantry in Alabama, some base that's dust now. Spent his days prepping for a war everyone knew was done. Reacher grunted. Let me guess. Endless drills, some blowhard scoring points like it was a damn little league game. Niggly smirked. And Armstrong Sr. Usually won, but he had a fuse shorter than a firecracker. Records called it uncontrolled temper tantrums guy, would snap over the dumbest screw-ups. Went nuclear like he couldn't help it. Command let it slide. Twice. Wasn't constant, just explosive. She paused, tapping her cup. Sound familiar? Reacher's grip tightened. Maybe too familiar. The third incident was different this time. The violence escalated beyond anything they could ignore. They booted him out, but not without a cover-up. They slapped a psychological discharge on his record, blaming it on combat stress, even though the guy had never set foot in a war zone. Reacher frowned. He must have had connections. And you must have pulled some strings to dig that deep. Spent half the night on the phone, Neagley admitted. Stuyvesant's gonna have a heart attack when he sees the hotel charges. How many victims? 3-1 for each incident. First one died in Vietnam, second passed away a decade ago in Palm Springs, and the last is pushing 80, retired in Florida. Dead end, Reacher muttered. Explains why they scrubbed it from the campaign. He took a slow sip of coffee. You think Armstrong inherited that temper? Frolich mentioned seeing him lose it. Crossed my mind too, Neagley said. There was something simmering under the surface when he insisted on going to her funeral. But if there was more to it, it would have leaked by now. The guy's been in politics forever. This only started when the campaign kicked off. Reacher nodded absently, then froze. His grip tightened on the cup as he stared at the wall for a solid 2 minutes. Neagley raised an eyebrow. What? No answer. He just stood, walked to the window, and yanked open the blinds. The gray dawn light sliced across D. Skyline. What did Armstrong actually do during the campaign? He asked. Neagley shrugged. The usual. Speeches, rallies, handshakes. How many reps does New Mexico have? 3, I think. Can you name them? Nope. Recognize them if they walked by? Not a chance. Oklahoma? 5, 6. No, any of them. One's a total jerk. Can't remember his name. Tennessee senators. Get to the point, Reacher. He kept staring outside. We've got beltway blindness. We're thinking like insiders. To most of the country, these politicians are nobodies. You said it yourself, you can't even name all 100 senators, and you care about politics. Most people wouldn't recognize their own congressman if he tripped over them. Frolich admitted nobody knew Armstrong before this. So the campaign did one thing. It put his face out there. For the first time, regular people saw him. His name. His face. Neagley leaned forward. And imagine you're some guy years ago, and some hothead humiliates you in a bar fight. You never see him again until suddenly he's all over TV. Running for VP. You've never heard of him before because you don't follow politics. But now, there he is staring back at you. What do? If you were plugged in, you'd leak it to the opposition. But you're not. So what's left? A beat of silence. Then Neagley's eyes narrowed. You go after him yourself. Reacher turned, the ghost of a smirk on his face. Exactly. The moment Reacher saw him, the memories came flooding back raw and unhealed, like an old wound that never quite closed. You're thinking payback, Neagley said, watching him. Reacher gave a slow nod. That would explain Swain's obsession with making him suffer. But what if we've all been looking in the wrong direction? Maybe this isn't about Armstrong the politician. Maybe it's deeper Armstrong the man. Personal, the kind that festers. Neagley stopped pacing and dropped into a chair. That's a stretch, she said. People move on, don't they? Do they? Reacher countered. Most do. His gaze sharpened. You haven't gotten over whatever keeps you from letting people touch you. Silence filled the room. Fine, she admitted. Normal people move on. Normal people don't kidnap women, slice off thumbs, or gun down bystanders. She exhaled. Point taken. It's a theory. But where does it take us? Straight to Armstrong, Reacher said. But good luck asking a VP-elect if he remembers every bar fight from his reckless youth. A guy with that kind of temper? He probably left a trail of chaos before he got it under control. His wife, then? They've been married forever. Reacher stayed quiet. Negley checked her watch. We've got Bannon at 7. Are we bringing this up? No, Reacher said. He'd just tune us out. Then go clean up, she ordered. He hesitated. There's something else. Kept me up last night, something missing, something we haven't done. Negley shrugged. I'll mull it over. Now get moving. He dressed in the last of Joe's suits, charcoal gray, smooth as silk paired with a crisp white shirt and a navy tie. Up close, the tie's pattern revealed tiny diagrams of a pitcher's grip ready to unleash a knuckleball. Downstairs, Negley waited in the lobby. He grabbed a muffin and coffee before sliding into the Secret Service sedan. They arrived late to the conference room, where Bannon and Stuyvesant were already seated. Bannon, still dressed like a beat cop, eyed the empty chair between them, maybe a silent tribute to Froelich. The FBI won't be in grace, Bannon announced. Armstrong's request. No circus. Works for me, Reacher said. You're chasing ghosts, Bannon warned. They know it's a trap. They won't show. Reacher shrugged. Not my first wasted trip. Don't go rogue. No rogue if there's no action, right? Bannon leaned forward. Ballistics confirmed it. The warehouse rifle fired the Minnesota shot. Stuyvesant frowned. So how'd it get here? We burned 100 man-hours, Bannon said. Didn't fly in no manifests, no suspicious private planes. They must have driven. Reacher raised an eyebrow. 1,300 miles in under a day? Impossible. That rifle was never in Bismarck. The package arrived straight from Minnesota, over 1,100 miles, covered in just 48 hours. Hell, your grandma could have made that drive, someone joked. Reacher scoffed. My grandma didn't drive. He leaned forward. Still thinking it's 3 guys? Bannon shook his head. Nah, we're sticking with 2. The pieces fit better that way. We think they split up, one in Minnesota, one in Colorado, and stayed separate after that. The guy posing as the Bismarck cop was working solo at the church. He only had the MP5, which makes sense. Once they found the decoy rifle, Armstrong would be swarmed by agents. An H&K MP5. That thing shreds through a crowd. Our guys say it's rifle accurate at 100 yards, but way deadlier. 30-round mags? He'd have cut through 6 agents easy to get to Armstrong. Stuyvesant frowned. Then why was the other guy hauling ass here at the same time? Because they're pros, Bannon shot back. They knew they couldn't guarantee a hit in one spot, so they leapfrogged ahead, covering every angle in Armstrong's schedule. Silence. Reacher crossed his arms. But they were together yesterday. You're telling me the first guy drove the van here, and I spotted the Bismarck guy on the warehouse roof? Bannon nodded. No more leapfrogging. Yesterday was their last shot. Bismarck guy must have flown in right after the Air Force dragged you back. And the MP5? Reacher pressed. He ditched it somewhere between the church and the airport. You find it? Not yet, Bannon admitted. Reacher's jaw tightened. What about the guy the troopers saw in the subdivision? Probably just some random civilian. You really think this solo guy stashed the decoy rifle, sprinted back to the church with the MP5, and set up alone? Reacher's voice turned sharp. Ever actually waited to take a shot at someone? Bannon hesitated. No. I have, Reacher said. It's not just point and shoot. You settle in, adjust, check wind, elevation, bullet drop. You lie there, staring through the scope, slowing your breath, calming your pulse. And you know what you want more than anything in that moment? Bannon raised an eyebrow. Someone watching your back, Reacher said. All your focus is ahead, you start feeling exposed. If these guys are pros like you say, no way one of them works that church tower alone. Neagley nodded. He's right. The guy in the subdivision. Probably the back watcher, circling around after hiding the decoy. The shooter was waiting for him. Reacher smirked. Which begs the question, who was on the road from Minnesota then? Bannon exhaled. Fine. 3 guys. Stuyvesant's voice was flat. All ex-Secret Service. Wouldn't surprise me, Bannon said. Reacher rolled his eyes. You're obsessed. Why not just arrest every agent who ever wore the badge? Bet there's a few left from Teddy Roosevelt's detail. We're sticking to the theory, Bannon snapped. Great, Reacher said. Keeps you off my back. Bannon's glare hardened. I warned you twice about playing vigilante. And I heard you twice. The room went still. Then Bannon's expression flickered just for a second as his gaze drifted to Froelic's empty chair. Reacher kept his gaze fixed on the polished tabletop, his voice low but firm. 2 guys make sense cleaner, tighter. 3. That's just asking for trouble. A third wheel turns this whole thing into a liability nightmare. Across from him, Bannon shifted uncomfortably before pushing back his chair and walking out without another word. The door clicked shut, leaving an uneasy silence in its wake. Stuyvesant stayed seated, fingers tapping the table like he was counting down to bad news. Neagley cut straight to it. You're cutting us loose. Stuyvesant didn't deny it. He pulled 2 crisp white envelopes from his jacket and slid one down the table with precision, 6 feet exactly until it spun to a stop in front of Reacher. The second followed, landing softer in front of Neagley. This isn't our call anymore, he admitted. It's out of our hands. Reacher didn't reach for the envelope. Instead, he pushed both back, pulled off. Give us till sunset. Why? Stuyvesant frowned. We need 5 minutes with Armstrong. Just us. About what? Something that didn't add up until now, Reacher said, his tone shifting from grim to almost amused. Turns out the only person in this whole mess with a working brain is some researcher named Swain. You ought to buy that guy a steak dinner. Stuyvesant hesitated, then pocketed the envelopes again. I can't let you near Armstrong unsupervised. Then you'll never know what we know, Reacher shot back. And Bannon. He'll keep chasing ghosts while the real problem slips right past him. A beat of silence. Outside, the faint hum of traffic filtered through the windows. Stuyvesant exhaled. Armstrong's holed up in Wyoming. Post-Thanksgiving, no press, no distractions. Getting to him won't be easy. Reacher smirked. Since when has easy ever been part of the job? Neagley leaned in. Here's the thing, your mail screening. Standard procedure, sure. But you miss the one detail that changes everything. Stuyvesant's brow furrowed. What detail? Reacher stood, chair scraping against the floor. That's what we're gonna ask Armstrong. Alone. A new tension crackled in the airport standoff, part grudging respect. Stuyvesant finally nodded, but his fingers drummed the table again, restless. Somewhere in the building, a phone rang, unanswered. The clock was ticking. Right after the morning briefing, Stuyvesant wasted no time replacing Froelich with one of her old rivals, some pumped-up guy who suddenly acted like he was running a Navy SEAL team instead of a protection detail. He played it cool in front of Stuyvesant, careful not to step on any political landmines, but behind the scenes, he threw up every bureaucratic roadblock he could find. The biggest hurdle? Some dusty regulation from the Reagan era stating that no protectee could meet visitors without at least one agent in the room. Reacher got the logic even unarmed. He and Neagley could have turned Armstrong into a human jigsaw puzzle in under 2 seconds, but they needed privacy. Badly. Stuyvesant hesitated to undermine his new team leader on day 1, but eventually he pulled rank, citing their Pentagon clearances. He compromised. 2 agents posted outside the door, close but not too close. Then he called Armstrong at home to get the green light. When he hung up, Stuyvesant frowned. Armstrong sounded off, said he'd call back. 20 minutes later, the senator did with 3 bombshells. First, his mom's condition had tanked. Second, he needed a flight to Oregon ASAP. Third, their meeting was getting cut short and pushed back 2 hours while he packed. Reacher and Neagley killed time by heading to Froelich's old office, only to find it already gutted. The new guy had moved in like a conquering general. Her plant was gone, the furniture rearranged, everything scrubbed clean, except for the faintest whisper of her perfume lingering in the air. They retreated to the lobby, slouching in leather chairs, while a muted news channel replayed Froelich's death in slow motion. Armstrong's shaky statement. Bannon's polished soundbite. They didn't need volume to know the script. Football highlights from Thanksgiving games flickered by before Stuyvesant finally summoned them back. His secretary was Mia, probably still in sweatpants, enjoying her holiday weekend. Stuyvesant's office was eerily quiet as he laid down the rules. No physical contact. Reacher smirked. Not even a handshake? Stuyvesant sighed. Fine, a handshake. But that's it. And don't breathe a word about the current mess. He's in the dark, and I want it to stay that way. Goddard? Neagley nodded. Loud and clear. And keep it civil. The man's got enough on his plate with his mother. Reacher shrugged. We'll play nice. Stuyvesant stared at the wall for a beat. Look, I don't want to know why you're here or what happens after. But for what it's worth, thanks. Your audit helped. Bismarck could have been a disaster without you. You've been solid. Silence. Then, quieter, I'm retiring. Fighting for this job isn't worth it anymore. Reacher met his gaze. Those weren't your people. I know. But I lost too. That's on me. Stuyvesant exhaled. Just wanted to say it was good meeting Joe's brother. And I'm glad you were there at the end. Reacher looked away. Stuyvesant pulled the envelopes from his pocket, hesitating. Whiming, part of me hopes you're wrong. We'll have 3 agents. Some local cops. Not much. The air thickened. Somewhere down the hall, a phone rang, unanswered. The sparse cover wouldn't be much help if things went south. He slid the envelopes across the desk. There's a car ready downstairs, he said. It'll take you one way to Georgetown. After that, you're on your own. The elevator ride down was silent. Reacher paused in the cavernous main hall, its marble floors cold and echoing, the space dimly lit and empty. His gaze flicked upward to the carved panel bearing his brother's name, then to the blank space beside it where Froelich would soon be etched. A tightness coiled in his chest before he turned away, rejoining Neagley. They pushed through the heavy door with its wired glass porthole and stepped into the waiting sedan. Outside Armstrong's house, the white security tent still stretched across the sidewalk. The driver pulled up close, murmuring into his wrist mic. Moments later, 3 agents emerged, one moving forward to open the car door. Reacher stepped out, Neagley right behind him. The agent shut the door with practiced efficiency, standing stone-faced as the car rolled away. Another agent motioned for them to freeze, his hands hovering for a quick pat down. The canvas tunnel muffled sound, casting everything in a pale, eerie glow. Neagley stiffened as gloved hands brushed over her, but the search was cursory too, rushed to catch the ceramic blade tucked in Reacher's sock. Inside, the house was deceptively spacious, its worn grandeur suggesting generations of quiet power. The hallway was cluttered with antique furniture, striped wallpaper, and framed photos, a stark contrast to the thick carpet underfoot. A battered garment bag slumped in the corner, packed and waiting for the sudden trip to Oregon. "This way," an agent directed, leading them through a maze of hallways into a sprawling kitchen that felt more like a mountain lodge than a residence. Pine cabinets, a heavy farmhouse table, and the rich scent of coffee filled the space. Armstrong and his wife sat with newspapers spread between them, steaming mugs in hand. Mrs. Armstrong wore a damp jogging suit, her face bare and weary, like the weight of Thanksgiving's chaos had settled into her bones. Armstrong, sleeves rolled up over his forearms, looked calm as he compared editorials from the Times and the Post. "Coffee, Mrs." Armstrong offered flatly, already on her feet before they answered. She moved with the practiced ease of someone used to playing hostess, though her expression stayed distant. Reacher couldn't pin down her height. She seemed to shift depending on whether she was in sneakers or heels. Armstrong finally glanced up. "Stuyvesant mentioned you wanted to talk privately." "Privacy's the idea," Reacher said. Armstrong hesitated. "Should my wife stay?" Reacher shrugged. "Depends how private you need it to be." Mrs. Armstrong exchanged a look with her husband. "Tell me later," she murmured, "before you leave, if it matters." Armstrong folded his papers with deliberate care, refilled his mug, and gestured toward the hall. "Let's go." The agents fell into step behind them, taking up posts outside the door like silent sentinels. Armstrong gave them a quick, almost apologetic glance before closing the door firmly behind him. He moved around the oversized mahogany desk, the kind that belonged in a CEO's office, but here just looked like a prop in a man's overcompensating study. The room was all aesthetic, no function. Leather-bound books arranged by color, a Persian rug that probably cost more than most people's cars, and wood paneling that whispered old money. Somewhere, an air freshener pumped out an artificial pine scent, trying too hard to mask the musty silence. Then there was the photo, framed dramatic and utterly ridiculous. A figure bundled in enough Arctic gear to survive a blizzard on Mars stood on a jagged ice floe, waving like they were on vacation. The hood's fur ruff swallowed their face, the ski mask and tinted goggles erased any identity, and the elbow-length mittens made the whole thing look like a joke. "Our daughter," Armstrong said, catching Reacher's glance. "We asked for a picture because we missed her. That's what she sent. Kid's got a sense of humor." He sank into his chair like a man bracing for bad news. Reacher and Neagley took their seats, the leather creaking under them. "This feels private," Armstrong said, fingers tapping the desk. Reacher nodded. "And by the time we're done, you'll want it to stay that way." "What's this about?" "Stuyvesant gave us rules," Reacher said. "I'm about to break them. The Secret Service intercepted 6 threats against you. First one showed up in your mail 18 days ago. 2 more followed, plus 3 hand-delivered. Armstrong didn't flinch. "You're not surprised," Reacher observed. "Politics is full of surprises," Armstrong said dryly. "Yeah, like severed thumbs," Reacher shot back. "All 6 messages were signed with 1. We tracked it to an old man in California. His thumb got chopped off and used like a stamp. Still nothing from Armstrong." "Second message landed in Stuyvesant's own office," Reacher continued. "Turns out a surveillance tech named Nendick planted it. His wife was kidnapped to force his hand. He was so terrified of what they'd do to her if he talked, he shut down completely. My guess, she was already dead." Armstrong's jaw tightened. "Then there's Swain, a researcher who noticed we were miscounting," Reacher said. "Nendick himself was a message, making it 7, not 6. Add the guy in California, that's 8. Then 2 murders on Tuesday strangers named Armstrong, 1 in Minnesota, 1 in Colorado. That's 10. Armstrong exhaled sharply. "Jesus. Except I think we're still missing one," Reacher said. 11 messages total. The first one slipped through something mailed to you before the Secret Service even caught on. Something only you'd understand. An announcement." He leaned in. "You've known all along. You know who's doing this. And why." Armstrong's voice dropped to a whisper. "People are dead. That's a hell of a thing to accuse me of." "Deny it," Reacher challenged. Silence. Reacher's gaze didn't waver. "Some things don't need to be said out loud. Imagine you're dishing out Thanksgiving turkey when gunfire erupts, some stranger collapses on you, bleeding out. Wouldn't your first thought be, who the hell are these people? What do they want? Basic questions, right? You'd be screaming them. But you didn't. We talked twice, after first in the White House basement, then your office. You asked if they'd been caught. That was it. Never who they were, never why. And why not? Only one answer, you already knew." Armstrong stayed silent. "Your wife knows too," Reacher pushed. "She was furious you risked lives not in general. She knew you knew. And she thinks you should have warned someone. Still nothing. That guilt's eating at you," Reacher said. "That's why you agreed to my TV stunt, why you're suddenly eager for the memorial service. A conscience tax. Because you kept quiet when you shouldn't have." Armstrong finally spoke. "I'm a politician. We've got enemies. Speculating's pointless." "Cut the crap," Reacher snapped. "This isn't some policy grudge. Your enemies are soybean farmers pissed about subsidies or senators you snubbed. They don't hunt people. This is personal." Armstrong's jaw tightened. Reacher leaned in. "I watched someone I cared about bleed out. I'm not here to play games." "Neither am I," Armstrong shot back. "You think you're untouchable? That your past wouldn't catch up? Newsflash, nobody knew who you were until this campaign. Your dirty laundry? Still hanging in the closet." Reacher paused. "Who are they?" Armstrong shrugged. "Fine. My guess." Reacher's voice turned icy. "You've got a temper just like your old man. Back before you learned to control it, you left wreckage. Most moved on. One didn't. They buried it deep until they saw your face on TV after 30 years. Armstrong exhaled slowly. "How much do the feds know?" "Nothing. They're chasing ghosts. We're miles ahead. And what's your plan?" "I'll help you," Reacher said flatly. "Not because you deserve it. Because of Nendick, Andretti, the Armstrongs, Crossetti, and Froelich." She mattered. Silence. "This stays between us," Armstrong asked. "For my sake, yeah." Armstrong studied him. "You're talking about something extreme." Reacher's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Welcome to the jungle." Armstrong said nothing. The air between them crackled. Somewhere outside, a car alarm wailed sharp, insistent, like an omen neither man acknowledged. "So now we've got each other's secrets," he said with a slow grin. Reacher gave a single nod. "Guess that means we ride off into the sunset together." The silence stretched between them thick enough to cut with a knife. For a full 60 seconds, Reacher watched as the polished politician facade slipped away, revealing the raw, unguarded man beneath. Armstrong exhaled sharply. "You were off base on a lot of things," he admitted. "But not everything." He bent down, yanked open a desk drawer, and pulled out a padded mailer, tossing it onto the polished surface. It slid to a stop just shy of the edge. "Consider this the opening move," he said dryly. "Showed up on election night. Secret Service gave it a once-over. Didn't see any red flags, so they handed it right to me." The mailer was standard office supply fare plain, nondescript. The label was printed in bold Times New Roman, the kind of font you'd see on 1,000 bureaucratic forms. Postmarked Utah, October 28. The flap had been peeled back and resealed more than once. Reacher pried it open, tilting it so Neagley could see inside. Nothing but a tiny wooden baseball bat, the kind you'd pick up at a souvenir shop. Honey-colored, lacquered smooth except for the jagged break near the handle. It hadn't snapped by accident. Someone had sawed most of the way through, then finished the job with a sharp twist. Armstrong's jaw tightened. "I don't have a rage problem," he said, voice steady. "But my old man, different story." He leaned back, eyes distant. "Grew up in some nowhere lumber town in Oregon, half frontier, half company town. Mill owners had their mansions, the workers crammed into shacks. My mom ran the local pharmacy. Place had its share of rough edges, whiskey, fistfights, the occasional working girl, but mostly it was just trying to pass for civilized." He paused, pressing his palms flat against the desk like he was steadying himself. "I was 18, fresh out of high school, counting down the days till college. My sister was off backpacking somewhere. We had this mailbox my dad built, little replica of the mill, all cedar strips. Real craftsmanship. Then Halloween rolled around, and some punks smashed it to pieces. Dad rebuilt it sturdier, got weirdly fixated on guarding the damn thing. Started lurking outside at night, like some suburban sentry. Neagley cut in, and they came back." Armstrong nodded. "Late August. 2 guys in a beat-up pickup, swinging a bat. Brothers, I think. Real pieces of work, the kind of kids who'd steal your lunch money and laugh while you starved. Took a swing at the box, Dad jumped 'em, and things got ugly. They started mouthing off about my mom, real sick stuff. Next thing you know, fists are flying. Dad got in a couple lucky shots. Maybe it was his army training. Maybe the bat just broke wrong." He shrugged, but his knuckles were white. Either way, those punks didn't walk away laughing. A beat of silence. Then quieter. Turns out one of them didn't walk away at all. "I figured that would be the last of it. But then he hauled those boys into the backyard, grabbed a heavy-duty chain and a couple of padlocks, and lashed them to an oak tree. They were forced onto their knees, facing each other around the thick trunk like some twisted mirror. My old man had completely lost it. Rage had taken over. He swung that splintered baseball bat at them while I begged him to stop, but it was useless. Benny sneered, telling them he'd really give them something to remember unless they pleaded for mercy. And plead they did loud, desperate, humiliating. His voice dropped lower. I was just standing there, trying to talk him down. But those boys, they stared at me like I was the one doing this to them. Like I was part of it. Their eyes pure venom. Like I'd seen them stripped bare and now I had to pay for it. Worse than hate. Like I was dead to them the second this was over. Neagly cut in. So what happened next? My dad left them there, said he'd come back at dawn to finish the lesson. Once he passed out, I snuck back out to cut them loose, but they were already gone. Must have busted the chains somehow. Never saw them again. Went off to college, barely came home after that. And your father? Died years later. High blood pressure, no surprise, the way he lived. I told myself I'd moved on, but those eyes never left me. 30 years later, when that package showed up, I knew exactly who sent it. No doubt. Reacher leaned in. You ever catch their names? Armstrong shook his head. Just a couple of local punks from some nowhere town. Why? Reacher's voice went icy. Know what I'd do? Break both your arms and walk away. Because if you'd spoken up, Froelich would still be breathing. Neagly didn't blink. So why didn't you? Armstrong's hands trembled. I didn't think it was real. Swear to God on my kid's life. I figured it was just some messed up way to rattle me, like they still blamed me for that night. Maybe they wanted to embarrass me politically. But danger? No. I'm not a paranoid man. I brushed it off. And now his voice cracked. People are dead because nobody told me. Stuyvesant should have asked. I could have given him everything. Silence hung thick in the room. You're both right and wrong, he admitted, his voice tight with tension. I knew who and why, but not the whole story, just the start and the end. The moment the gunfire erupted, it clicked. No warning, just pure shock. Like expecting a slap in the face and getting hit by a freight train instead. The world felt like it had lost its damn mind. Blame me for staying quiet? Fine. But how was I supposed to foresee this level of chaos? A heavy silence settled between them before Armstrong exhaled. Here's my dirty little secret, not that I screwed up 30 years ago, but that I didn't have the guts to connect the dots until it was too late. No one spoke. Should I loop Stuyvesant in now? Armstrong finally asked, his voice hollow. Reacher shrugged. Your call. Another pause. And the shift was almost visible, the man vanishing, the politician stepping forward. I can't tell him, Armstrong muttered. It's a lose-lose. People are dead. It looked like gross negligence on both our parts. He should have pressed harder, I should have spoken up. Reacher gave a slow nod. Then we keep it between us. Your secret's safe with me and mine with you. Armstrong smirked. And we all ride off into the sunset? More like we just keep breathing, Reacher corrected. Neagly cut in. Descriptions. Just kids, Armstrong said, rubbing his temple. Around my age back then. All I remember are their eyes cold, like they'd already decided how it'd end. The town? Underwood, Oregon. Where my mom still lives. I'm heading there soon. And these guys were locals? Armstrong shot Reacher a look. You think they'll circle back home, to wait? Thought they would, Reacher corrected. But that theory's dead now. They wanted you to remember them, but they didn't bank on you and the Secret Service being on different pages. No way they'd stick around where you could point a finger. They're long gone from Oregon, bet your life on it. So, how do we find them? We don't, Reacher said flatly. Not in time. They'll come to us in Wyoming at the memorial. Minimal security, maximum exposure. Armstrong paled. I'll be there too. Then pray it's over before you land. Armstrong hesitated. Stuyvesant, should I tell him? Reacher didn't blink. Still your call. Armstrong's jaw clenched. I can't cancel. And I can't tell him now. Reacher stood neatly mirroring him. One last thing, he added. We think these guys became cops. Armstrong froze. A flicker of memory crossed his face, something buried deep. During the beating, one of them bragged their old man was a cop. Said he could bury us. Reacher stayed silent. The agents led them out, the crisp morning air biting as they hit the empty sidewalk. Neagley tore open Stuyvesant's envelope, $5 K for consultation. Reacher's held 2 checks, the same fee, plus every cent of his expenses reimbursed. Neagley smirked. Shopping spree? Reacher pocketed his. Only if it's bulletproof. The crisp Wyoming air bit at their faces as they stood on the bustling Georgetown sidewalk, their argument cutting through the city noise. You really think we can roll into Wyoming looking like this? Neagley scoffed, adjusting her jacket. Reacher barely glanced at her. Didn't plan on you tagging along anyway. 17. Their debate spilled onto the pavement as they moved past upscale boutiques and coffee shops. What, you're suddenly my bodyguard? Neagley shot back, her voice sharp. News flash, I don't need protecting. I handle my own business just fine. Reacher kept walking. Not about your skills. Never was. Then what? My track record. Please. I could outshoot you blindfolded. You're missing the point, he said. You've got a life here, a license, an office, roots. I walk away when this is over. You can't. Neagley fell silent for a beat. You think we'll get made? Risk doesn't matter to me. But it should to you. She smirked. No risk if we don't get caught. Reacher clenched his jaw. This isn't your mess to clean up. Then why's it yours? She pressed. Because some woman your brother dated years ago got herself killed? That's flimsy, even for you. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of roasted nuts from a street vendor. Neagley stepped closer. Look, whatever screwed up code you're running on that makes this your fight. I've got the same wiring. And if our roles were reversed, you'd have my back in a heartbeat. Reacher exhaled. Only if you asked. Then consider this me asking for you, she said, pulling out her phone. Face it, you're stranded halfway across the country with no cash, no plastic, and a pocket knife. Meanwhile, I've got connections in Denver who'll hand us firepower like candy and a rental sub waiting. Admit it, you need me. They walked another block in silence before Reacher relented. Fine. I'm asking. Neagley grinned. We'll grab gear in Denver. I know a spot. By 3 p.m., Denver's skyline loomed under a steel gray sky, the high plains stretching endlessly beyond. Winter hung in the air, no snow yet, but the plows stood ready, and rental lots were stocked with 4x4s. Neagley snagged a sleek black Yukon, and they headed into the city, the urban sprawl, feeling vast after its cramped streets. Downtown, they hit an outdoor outfitter crammed with everything from hiking boots to survival gear. Reacher grabbed a scope and a topo map while Neagley rifled through racks of rugged clothing. She emerged in earth-toned layers built for the Rockies. Reacher upgraded his Atlantic City wardrobe with a wool hat and gloves, dumping his dead brother's suit in a bin without a second glance. Outside, Neagley ducked into a payphone, her breath fogging in the cold. Minutes later, they were back in the Yukon, rolling into Denver's industrial district. The stench of dog food hung thick. Processing plant, Neagley said, nodding at a smokestack. Reacher just grunted, eyes scanning the streets ahead. No kidding, Reacher muttered, as Neagley steered the SUV off a cramped side street into a sprawling industrial complex. The place was a maze of squat metal buildings, linoleum warehouses, brake repair joints, and shops advertising 4 snow tires for $99 or a $20 wheel alignment. On one corner stood a lone, low-slung workshop, surrounded by cracked asphalt, its roll-up doors shut tight. A faded hand-painted sign read, Eddie Brown Engineering. "This our guy?" Reacher asked, eyeing the place. Neagley gave a quick nod. "What's the play?" Reacher shrugged. "No need to overthink it. Grab a couple pieces, something short, something long, and enough ammo to make That'll do." Neagley pulled up to the roll-up door and tapped the horn. A burly guy emerged from a side entrance, his heavy frame pausing mid-stride when he recognized her. He had the build of a linebacker, thick neck, broad shoulders, hands like sledgehammers, but his easy grin suggested he wasn't looking for trouble. With a casual wave, he ducked back inside, and seconds later the massive door groaned upward. Neagley rolled in, the door sealing shut behind them. The interior looked legit at first glance, grease-stained concrete, scattered lathes, stacks of raw steel, but the dimensions were off. The back wall was suspiciously close, hiding something big. "Meet Eddie Brown," Neagley said. "Not my real name," the guy rumbled, grinning as he yanked on a pile of scrap metal welded to a hidden panel. The whole contraption swung open smoothly, revealing a spotless white room, lined with enough firepower to start a small war. Handguns, rifles, shotguns, and machine guns gleamed under the sterile light, the air thick with gun oil and the sharp tang of fresh brass. Reacher whistled. "Color me impressed." "Take what you need," Eddie said. "Serial numbers. Trace back to the Austrian army. After that, poof, gone." 10 minutes later, they were back on the road, Reacher's jacket draped over their haul, 2 Steyr GBs, an MP5, an M16, and enough ammo to level a block. They crossed into Wyoming after dark, cutting north on I-25 before veering west toward Laramie. Grace was still hours away, a speck on the map wedged between jagged peaks and endless plains. "We'll crash in Medicine Bow," Reacher decided. "Sounds like a fun stop." Hit Grace at first light. Medicine Bow, however, wasn't much to look at in the dead of night. They snagged rooms at a roadside motel, then hit a steakhouse where the sirloins cost less than a cocktail back in D. The place emptied fast, so they took the hint and headed back. Reacher left his coat in the truck. No need to advertise their arsenal to nosy locals. A quick nod in the parking lot, and they called it a night. Reacher crashed onto the stiff motel mattress, exhaustion hitting him like a freight train. Through the thin wall, Neagley's off-key shower serenade drifted in some pop song he vaguely recognized, but couldn't name. By 4 he was awake again, blinking at the ceiling as the water kicked back on. Does she ever sleep? He wondered, rubbing his face before dragging himself up. He cranked his shower to scalding, only to hear a yelp from next door as her water turned icy. With a smirk, he shut it off, leaning against the sink until the pipes quieted. Outside, the pre-dawn air bit at his skin, snowflakes swirling like confetti under the parking lot lights. Neagley was already by the car, arms crossed against the cold. No coffee for miles, she grumbled. An hour later, Salvation appeared, a weathered diner, glowing like a beacon beside a dirt road leading into Medicine Bow's shadowed pines. The place smelled of grease and nostalgia, its red siding peeling at the edges. They claimed a corner booth, thawing out with plates of crispy bacon and coffee strong enough to strip paint. Neagly tapped her fork against her mug. Bismarck guy is target 1. Garage footage guy is 2. We'll know 1 on sight. 2's just a guess based on his frame. Reacher shrugged. So we hummed for 1 with a shadow. Overthinking it won't help. You're not exactly buzzing with excitement here. You should bail. After dragging you out here. Please. Froelich is dead. That's not nothing. She rolled her eyes. We're up against 2 chuckleheads with a badge fetish. And you're sweating. Not sweating. Just saying they might no-show. Bannon pegged this as obvious bait. Reacher snorted. Oh, they'll come. Egos this fragile. They'll charge at us. The snow thickened as they hit the road again. Flakes caught like fireflies in the headlights. The car hummed through the emptiness, tires crunching on the uneven pavement. Casper's got cops, Reacher mused. Probably a whole squad. Neagly gripped wheel. City's bigger than you'd think. They'll handle Grace alongside state troopers? Meaning any extra cops we spot are ours. You still think they're law enforcement? Has to be. Comp bars, NSI access, government weapons, it's all there. Plus, they move like they own the place. Crowds pawed for a badge. He paused. And we missed the glaring clue, the dead Armstrongs. Family trade, just like the military. Neagly shot him a look. My dad sold insurance. Mine was Army. 50-50 odds beat most careers. The headlights flickered as the road curved, the darkness swallowing everything but the next patch of snow. Point is, we're walking into their turf. Better be ready. She grinned. Always am. Finding 2 random white guys with blonde hair, blue eyes, matching birth dates, and the exact right first and last names. That's nearly impossible unless you've got access to the National DMV database. Driver's licenses hold everything. Names, addresses, photos, birth dates. And guess who can tap into that gold mine? Cops. Neagly went quiet for a second before finally admitting, yeah, they're cops. And we're idiots for not realizing it sooner. But wouldn't cops know Armstrong? She pressed. Reacher scoffed. Why would they? Most cops only care about their own turf. If you're stuck in some backwater precinct in Maine, Florida, or even outside San Diego, you might know the Giants' QB or the White Sox's center fielder, but North Dakota's junior senator? Unless you're a politics nerd, which most people aren't. Neagly kept driving, the eastern skyline barely lightening to a dull charcoal against the black. Snowflakes drifted lazily from the mountains, swirling in the cold air. So where are they from? She asked. Maine, Florida, San Diego. If they're flying in, they won't have heavy firepower. California's an option, Reacher mused. But not Oregon, they wouldn't risk exposing themselves. Nevada, Utah, or Idaho make more sense. Any farther, and they'd be too far from Sacramento. Why Sacramento? How long does stolen ice last? Reacher shot back. Neagly stayed silent. They'd want a state line between them and where they got the thumb, he added. Feels safer. My bet. They're a long drive from here, coming in armed to the teeth. When? Today, if they're smart. Neagly remembered the bat. Mailed from Utah. Scratch Utah then, Reacher said. They wouldn't mail evidence from home. So Idaho or Nevada. Keep an eye on plates. This place is crawling with tourists. Out-of-state plates everywhere, including ours from Colorado. How do they plan to pull it off? Edward Fox style, Reacher said. They're decent shots, 120 yards in Minnesota, 90 in D. They'll take him at the church door or near a gravestone. Clean, quick. Negley turned onto Route 222T, smoother and wider, following a winding river. The eastern sky was finally brightening, Casper's glow visible ahead. The snow kept falling, slow and indifferent. So, what's the plan? Negley asked. Scout the terrain first, Reacher said, glancing at the dark landscape. They hadn't seen much since Denver. They stopped at a gas station on Casper's outskirts coffee, bathroom break, then Reacher took the wheel. He hit Route 87 north, pushing the speed limit. Dawn was already breaking, painting the sky pink, the mountains glowing in the early light. They were running late, still miles from Grace. The two of them wound their way through the rolling foothills, the vast eastern plains stretching endlessly toward Chicago, while the jagged peaks of the Rockies loomed to the west, their snow-capped summits cutting into the sky. The morning sun painted the high desert in shades of gold and lavender, sagebrush and dry grass swaying in the breeze. Ever been out this way before? Negley asked, glancing at the landscape. Reacher shook his head. Nope. She tapped the map. We need to swing east soon toward Thunder Basin. The name stuck in his mind, Thunder Basin, rolling off his tongue like something out of an old western. He took the next exit onto a narrow back road, the signs pointing toward Midwest and Edgerton. The terrain shifted, dropping away to reveal towering pines casting long, sharp shadows across the land. Scattered remnants of forgotten industry dotted the plains' crumbling stone foundations. Rusted iron skeletons. Oil and coal, Negley muttered. Shut down decades ago. Reacher squinted at the horizon. Looks flat as a pancake. But he knew better. The low sun revealed hidden contours, subtle ridges and dips where a man could vanish without a trace. They were in that strange in-between, where the mountains bled into the plains, the land still holding secrets from another age. We need it dead flat, Negley said. Reacher smirked. Except for one perfect little hill close enough to see everything, far enough to stay hidden. Wishful thinking, she replied. Always is, he shot back. Another hour passed as they pushed deeper into the emptiness, the Rockies glowing behind them like a fiery wall. The sky blushed pink and purple, the grasslands ahead stretching like a restless sea. No more snow, just open road. Then Negley pointed. Here, turn here. Reacher slowed, eyeing the dirt path cutting south into nothing. There's a town down there? According to the map, she said. He backed up, swung the Yukon onto the rough road. A mile in, the pines thinned, revealing nothing. Just endless open land. Keep going, Negley urged. 20 miles. 30. The road dipped and climbed until at last it crested a rise. Below them sprawled a massive bowl of grassland, bisected by a thin dirt road that arrowed south toward a distant river. Two other roads converged at a bridge, forming a lopsided K on the landscape, a handful of tiny buildings clustered at the crossing. Grace, Wyoming, Negley announced. Where this road meets the Cheyenne's South Fork. Reacher stopped the truck, resting his arms on the wheel. He stared ahead, silent for a beat. Feels like we should be on horseback, he mused. Negley grinned. White hats and six-shooters. I'll take the stairs, thanks, he said. How many ways in? She traced the map. North or south? The other two roads dead, and probably old ranch trails. Reacher exhaled. Which way do you think they'll come? If they're coming from Nevada, she said, they'll hit us from the south. A gust of wind rattled the Yukon's windows, carrying the scent of sage and dry earth. Somewhere out there, trouble was coming, and they'd be ready. The view stretched out before them, Idaho's rugged landscape fading into the distance. We can't just park here and block the road, Reacher muttered, scanning the horizon. Neagley squinted. They could already be down there. A single white speck stood out against the green Frolicas church, small but distinct. Reacher stepped out of the car, grabbed the birdwatcher's scope from the tailgate, and steadied it against the door. The image sharpened into a grainy snapshot, trembling slightly with each heartbeat. The town below looked like a miniature diorama, dirt roads, a stone bridge, and a scattering of weathered buildings. The church, with its white clapboard siding and stone foundation, looked like it belonged in New England rather than the middle of nowhere. Neatly trimmed grass surrounded it, dotted with headstones. Beyond the graveyard, a fence enclosed a cluster of cedar structures worn by time and weather. More buildings sprawled north, houses, barns, maybe a general store. A few trucks were parked haphazardly, and a handful of people moved lazily in the midday sun. Must have been a cattle town once, Neagley mused. Railroad stopped at Casper, so they drove herd 60, 70 miles south to load up. Reacher adjusted the scope. So what do they do now? Raise alpacas? Day trade. She took the scope, refocused, and swept it across the terrain. They'll set up south of the church, she said. Old barns, natural cover, perfect staging area. How do they plan to escape? She smirked. Roadblocks north and south? Too predictable. If it were me, I'd ditch the roads entirely. Head west, straight across open country in a beefed-up 4x4. 40 miles of nothing, then boom, hit the highway. Casper PD doesn't have choppers, and Wyoming Highway Patrol's spread thin. Reacher chuckled. Armstrong's coming by helicopter, probably from Nebraska. Yeah, but they won't waste it chasing bad guys. Standard protocol: evacuate or medevac, not pursuit. Neagley lowered the scope. Highway Patrol would set up on the main roads, but I'd blow right past them. West of the highway. 10,000 square miles of empty land. One major road, and they'd vanish before anyone even scrambled a search. Reacher grinned. Bold. You know I'd do it. Question is, will they? Or will they chicken out? Neagley shrugged. Doesn't matter. We'll get them before they decide. Reacher slid behind the wheel and fired up the engine. Time to get moving, he said. The valley stretched out wide and flat ahead of them, barely a dip in the landscape as they rolled toward town, dropping just a few dozen feet, over 20 miles. The dirt road was immaculate, packed tight and smooth, as if freshly groomed by some obsessive road crew. Probably a spring ritual, Reacher figured, after winter snowmelt and spring rains had their way with it. The kind of road you'd see in old black and white footage of early American automobiles. As they neared town, the road curved gently, leading them toward a narrow bridge, crossing the river at a perfect right angle. The bridge marked the heart of the place, a sleepy, sun-baked cluster of buildings that looked like they hadn't changed much in a century. A general store doubled as a post office and diner. Behind it, an old forge stood like a relic from the ranching days. A hardware store, a feed supplier, and a lone gas pump with a hand-painted sign. Springs repaired. Wooden sidewalks ran along the storefronts, uneven and creaky, like they'd been laid down as an afterthought. A leathery-faced local tossed groceries into his pickup bed, barely glancing their way. "They won't come here," Reacher muttered. "This place is wide open, no cover, no blind spots." Neagley shook her head. "They won't know that until they scout it. Even if they're only here 10 minutes, that's all we need. So where do we post up?" She jerked her chin toward a plain cedar building with a faded sign. "Clean rooms, weekly rates." Charming, Reacher deadpanned. "Drive around first," Neagley said. "Let's get the lay of the land." They'd already come in from the north, so Reacher swung back toward the bridge and took the eastern fork, following the river past a handful of houses before the road dissolved into a rutted trail. Barbed wire fences sagged in the tall grass on either side, marking ranchland that stretched beyond sight. The road ahead dipped and rose like a lazy roller coaster before vanishing into the horizon. Reacher turned around and took the southeast route instead. More houses closer together, but the same story. The road petered out, leaving nothing but an abandoned shed with its door missing. Inside, a rusted-out pickup sat swallowed by weeds, looking like it hadn't moved since disco was king. "All right, southbound," Neagley said. "Let's check out the church." The road stretched 70 miles toward Douglas, but they only needed the first few. Power lines hummed overhead, following the route past the whitewashed church, its graveyard, a cluster of cedar cabins, and a couple of crumbling cattle barns. Beyond the last houses, the land opened into endless prairie, not flat, but rippling with shallow gullies carved by wind and time. The dead grass stood waist-high, crackling in the breeze like kindling. "You could stash an army in that," Neagley mused. Reacher swung the car around and pulled up beside the graveyard. The church loomed ahead. Sturdy, square towered, its white paint dulled by years of sun and storms. A weather vane spun lazily on the steeple, and an American flag flapped against the sky. It looked almost identical to the one outside Bismarck, just a little more worn at the edges. A sudden gust sent a tumbleweed skittering across the road, and Reacher smirked. "Real subtle place to hide," he muttered. "Guess we'll see how desperate they are." Reacher squinted toward the western horizon, where dark storm clouds were gathering above the jagged peaks. "Snow's coming," he muttered. Neagley shook her head, scanning the surroundings. "We're blind down here," she said. The church sat low in the valley, its foundation practically the deepest point in town. The road stretched north and south, barely visible beyond 100 yards before vanishing over slight rises. "They could roll up on us before we even blink," Neagley added, tension tightening her voice. "We need eyes on the approach." Reacher didn't argue. He shoved the car door open and stepped into the biting cold, Neagley right behind him. The dead grass crunched underfoot as they crossed the graveyard, the air sharp with the promise of winter. A fresh grave plot, marked by faded cotton tape, caught his eye positioned at the end of a row of weathered headstones. 4 Froelich names, soon to be 5. He paused, picturing the hole waiting to be dug, neat and precise. Then his gaze shifted east to the empty stretch of land across the road, wide enough for a chopper to touch down. He could almost hear the rotor blades thumping, see Armstrong stepping out, striding toward the church. But the real problem lay to the south and west. Uneven terrain, hidden dips, and long grass that could hide a sniper's nest. "How good do you think they are?" Reacher asked. Neagley shrugged. "They've been sharp so far. Shooting downhill, through grass? I'd sweat anything within 500 yards. And if they miss Armstrong, they'll hit someone else," Reacher muttered. Neagley nodded. "Stuyvesant needs eyes in the sky." A surveillance chopper would spot everything. Armstrong won't allow it, Reacher said. But we've got the church tower. Forget the motel, this is our perch. We'll see them coming, day or night. It'll be over before Stuyvesant even gets here. They were steps from the church door when it swung open. A solemn-faced clergyman emerged, followed by an elderly couple. The man was tall, slightly hunched, while the woman, still elegant, her blonde hair streaked with gray, froze when she saw Reacher. Her red-rimmed eyes locked onto him, searching his face like she was comparing it to a ghost. "You?" she whispered, voice raw. "Or is it?" Reacher met her gaze. "His brother. I'm sorry for your loss." Her lips tightened. "You should be. This is Joe's fault." Reacher's jaw tensed. "How?" "He made her switch jobs," she spat. "Wouldn't date a colleague, so she had to leave. He stayed safe while she walked into danger." Her hands trembled, clutching her coat like an anchor. "And now she's gone." Reacher exhaled slowly, his breath visible in the crisp morning air. "She chose to stay," he said. "That tells you everything. A year later she could have walked away if she wanted to. But she didn't. She was good at what she did, damn good." The woman scoffed. "You think time fixes betrayal?" He shattered her trust. How could she ever face him again? Reacher stayed silent. "Is he showing up today?" she pressed. "No," Reacher said flatly. "He's not." "Good," she snapped, turning toward the dirt road. "Because he'd regret it." The minister and Froehlich's father trailed behind, but the old man hesitated, glancing back. "She knows it wasn't Joe's fault," he murmured. "Mary Ellen made her own choices." Reacher nodded. "And she was the best at it." "Really? Top of her game." The old man's shoulders relaxed slightly. "How's Joe doing?" "Met him a few times." Reacher's jaw tightened. "Gone? 5 years now. Line of duty." A heavy silence settled between them. "I'm sorry," the old man finally said. "Don't tell Mrs. Froehlich," Reacher muttered. "If ignorance helps her sleep at night." With a stiff nod, the old man turned and shuffled after his wife, his gait uneven. Neagly nudged Reacher's arm. "See, not every disaster lands at your feet." Near the church entrance, a weather-beaten notice board stood, its glass doors protecting a patchwork of typed announcements. At the top, a faded schedule listed Sunday services, first one at 8 a.m. sharp. This wasn't a congregation for the half-hearted. A fresh note had been tacked up. This Sunday service would honor Mary Ellen Froehlich. Reacher checked his watch, the cold biting through his jacket. 22 hours, he muttered. Time to move. They rolled the Yukon closer, popped the tailgate, and loaded upstairs for both, an H&K for Neagly, the M16 for Reacher. Ammo was divvied up, pockets weighted with spare rounds. Neagly hesitated. "Guns in a church. Feels wrong." Reacher smirked. "In Texas, they'd call it underdressed." Inside the church echoed the Bismarck setup, same white walls, same polished pews, same trio of bell ropes swaying near the tower. Reacher half wondered if small towns ordered their churches from the same catalog as their tractors. They climbed to the ledge, then scaled a bolted ladder leading to a trapdoor. Cozy, Reacher deadpanned, hauling himself into the bell chamber. But this wasn't Bismarck. A massive brass clock dominated the space, gears ticking like a metronome. Iron shafts stretched through the walls, driving the external hands. The machinery's rhythmic clicks sent faint vibrations through the bells, a metallic hum underscoring the tension. Neagly eyed the setup. "Think it'll chime on schedule?" Reacher grinned. "Only one way to find out." Reacher squinted through the dusty loave, the cold wind biting at his face. Not much of a view east or west, he muttered. Neagly adjusted her position, unbothered. Who needs it? The road only runs north and south. Fair point, he conceded. You take the south side. He ducked beneath the maze of iron beams and settled by the northern louver, kneeling for a better angle. The view was perfect. A straight shot of the bridge, the river, and the empty dirt road stretching 10 miles into nothing. Not a soul in sight. You good? He called over. Better than good, Neagly shot back. I can practically see Denver from here. Yell if you spot anything. Same goes. The relentless thunk of the clock tower's gears echoed through the space, each tick a layered symphony of metallic groans and high-pitched clicks. It was the kind of noise that could either lull you to sleep or drive you insane. Reacher wasn't sure which yet. Behind him, Neagly set her submachine gun down with a quiet clack against the wooden planks. He propped his rifle beside him, shifting until his stiff muscles protested less. Then it was just the waiting game. 2 hours in, the cold had seeped into his bones. The wind howled through the lures, making his eyes water. Nothing moved on the roads, just the endless ticking of that damn clock. Then Neagly's voice cut through the monotony. Got movement. SUV coming from the south. Reacher spared one last glance, north still empty, before grabbing the bird-watching scope. Heads up, he warned, tossing it in a high arc over the clock mechanism. Neagly snatched it midair without looking, pressing it to her eye. Could be a Chevy Tahoe, she called. Gold sun glare on the windshield. No ID on the driver. Reacher stretched, joints popping, then crawled over to her side. The SUV was a distant glint, maybe 5 miles out, kicking up dust. Not exactly rush hour, Neagly remarked. He took the scope, steadying it against the love. The truck looked frozen in the lens, bouncing but not advancing, its chrome grille caked in grime. The windshield was a blur of streaks and sunlight. Why is it still sunny? He muttered. Thought we were getting snow. Neagly jerked her chin west. Take a look. He pressed his face against the slats, squinting. The sky was split, inky storm clouds to the west, pale blue to the east, with beams of sunlight slicing through the haze where the two fronts collided. Unreal, he muttered. Some weird weather inversion, Neagly said. Hope it holds or we're gonna freeze our tails off up here. Storm's still 50 miles out. And the wind blows west to east. Fantastic. He checked the Tahoe again closer now, kicking up dirt at a steady 60. Well, Neagly prompted. Reacher smirked. Nice ride. That color is hideous. He tracked the approaching vehicle for another mile before passing the binoculars back. I should check the north side, he muttered, ducking beneath the clock mechanism and maneuvering back to his lookout spot. Nothing stirred in that direction, just an empty stretch of road. He shifted position, pressing his face against the wooden slats, shielding his left eye with his palm as he scanned west again. The snow clouds hung low over the mountains, creating a stark contrast between the darkened peaks and the sunlit foothills. Definitely a Chevy Tahoe, Neagly called out, slowing down now. Can you make out the plates? Not yet. Still about a mile out, but it's decelerating. Any sign of the driver? Sun glare and tinted windows, no ID. Half a mile now. Reacher glanced north, still deserted. Might be Nevada plates, Neagly added. Too much mud to read. It's crawling through town like it's casing the place. Not stopping. Still no visual on passengers. almost underneath us, dark tint on the rear windows. Losing sight of it now. Reacher pressed against the wall, angling for a better view, but the louvers created a blind spot about 40 feet deep. "Where is it now?" he called. No clue. The growl of a V8 engine cut through the wind. He strained to see as a metallic gold hood rolled into view, followed by the roof and rear window. The truck crept past, crossed the bridge at a sluggish 20 miles per hour, then hesitated before suddenly accelerating north. "Hand me the scope," he barked. Neagly tossed it over, and he steadied it against a slat, tracking the Tahoe as it shrank into the distance. The rear window was blacked out, a single arc cleared by the wiper. The chrome bumper bore the embossed Chevrolet Tahoe lettering, but the license plate was crusted with road salt, unreadable. Smudged handprints marked the tailgate, evidence of recent heavy use. "It's leaving," he announced, watching through the scope as the truck bounced over the rough terrain, growing smaller until it vanished over the horizon with a final glint of gold. "Anything else?" "Clear to the south," Neagly replied. "I'm grabbing the map." "You've got both directions. Try not to get clocked by this medieval death trap on your way down." He crawled to the trapdoor, stiff and aching from the cold, and descended the ladder. The winding staircase led him out of the church tower into the pale midday light. Limping across the graveyard, he spotted Frolica's father standing by the car, studying it like it held secrets. The old man caught Reacher's reflection in the window and turned sharply. "Mr. Stuyvesant's on the line," he said, calling from D. "Been waiting 20 minutes. I've been searching everywhere for you. Now, phone's at the house." The Froelich home stood among the white cottages on the southeastern edge of town. The old man led the way with long strides, forcing Reacher to quicken his pace. The front yard, enclosed by a white picket fence, was dotted with frost-bitten herbs and withered plants. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of dried lavender and wood polish. Wide plank floors creaked underfoot, scattered with worn rag rugs. The old man guided him to a front parlor, where an antique table held a telephone and a framed photograph, a silent witness to the urgency of the call. The phone was an antique rotary model with a chunky handset and a coiled cord wrapped in faded brown fabric. Next to it sat a faded photograph of Froelich at 18, her hair a shade lighter and slightly longer than she wore it now, her face untouched by time, eyes bright with youthful optimism. The absence of a chair nearby suggested the Frolichs were the kind of people who took calls standing up, like they had better things to do than lounge around. Reacher untangled the cord and pressed the receiver to his ear. "Stuyvesant," he said. "It's Reacher. Got anything promising for me?" "Not yet. Where do we stand?" "The service is set for 8, Reacher replied. "Though I'm guessing you already knew that." "What else should I be worried about?" "You flying in by chopper. That's the plan." "He's still in Oregon." "We'll transfer him to an Air Force base in South Dakota, then take a short hop in a military bird. Total of 8 people, including me. He only asked for 3. He'll have to deal with it. We're all her friends. Any chance of a convenient mechanical failure? Just stay put in South Dakota? He'd see right through it. Now the Air Force wouldn't risk being blamed for keeping him grounded." Reacher moved to the window, scanning the horizon. "You'll spot the church easy enough. Land east of it, there's a clear patch right across the street. From there, it's 50 yards to the entrance. I can vouch for the immediate area. We'll be inside all night. But you won't like the sight lines farther out. Wide open fields to the south and west, perfect for an ambush. Plenty of cover for anyone looking to take a shot. Silence stretched over the line. I can't do it, Stuyvesant finally said. I won't risk him or my team. I've lost enough people already. Then cross your fingers and hope, Reacher shot back. Not my style. You need to make this happen. We'll try. How will I know? No radios, no cell service out here. And this landline's a pain to keep using. Reacher hesitated. We've got a black Yukon parked east of the church. If it's still there when you arrive, turn around and leave. Armstrong will just have to cope. But if it's gone, that means we've cleared the area. Got it. Understood. Black Yukon means abort. No Yukon, we land. Do you sweep the town? Can't go door to door, but it's a tiny place. Outsiders stick out like a sore thumb. Nendick woke up, talking a little. Says the same as Andretti thought they were cops. They are cops. We're sure of that. Get any descriptions? No. He's still hung up on his wife. Didn't feel right to tell him she's probably already gone. Damn shame. I'd at least like to find her body. Give him some closure. I'm not here to make arrests. Another pause. All right, Stuyvesant said. Guess we won't cross paths either way. Good luck. You too. Reacher hung up, winding the cord neatly before turning back to the window. The view stretched north and east, nothing but rolling prairie grass swaying in the wind. When he turned, Mr. Froelich stood in the doorway, his expression grim. They're coming, aren't they? The old man said. The ones who killed my girl. Because Armstrong's headed here. Could already be here, Reacher replied. Froelich shook his head. Whole town would have noticed. You see that gold truck roll through? The old man nodded. Drove right past me, slow as molasses. Who was inside? Couldn't tell. Tinted windows. Reacher didn't linger on the old man's face, staring felt rude. Got it, Reacher said. If you catch wind of any strangers rolling into town, give me a heads up. The old-timer gave another slow nod. You will hear it the second I do. News doesn't take long to spread in a place like this. We'll be up in the church tower, Reacher told him. Froelich studied him for a beat. You here because of Armstrong? Reacher stayed silent. No, Froelich answered his own question. You're here for payback. Eye for an eye, right? Reacher shrugged. And a tooth for a tooth. A life for a life. More like 2 for 5 if we're counting, Reacher corrected. They're still coming out ahead. Froelich's gaze darkened. You good with that? Reacher shot back, are you? The old man's tired eyes drifted around the dim room before settling on a faded photo of his daughter 18, forever young. You got kids? He asked. Reacher shook his head. No, neither do I, the old man muttered. Not anymore. So, yeah, I'm good with it. Back at the Yukon, Reacher grabbed the hiker's map from the back seat and headed up the church tower. Neagley was already there, scanning the horizon like a hawk. All quiet, she said, barely audible over the ticking clock. Reacher filled her in. Stuyvesant called. He's losing it. And Nendick's awake same mo as Andretti. He unfolded the map across the bell chamber floor, pressing a finger onto Grace, Wyoming. The town sat dead center in an 80-mile square framed by highways. Route 59 ran north from Douglas through Bill to Wright, while 387 cut west from Wright to Edgerton, both decent roads. The left and bottom edges were I-25, slicing down from Montana past Edgerton, then east to Douglas before bending south toward Cheyenne. Grace's only lifeline was a thin dotted gray line of dirt road, the map labeled as an unpaved minor track. Neagley leaned in. Thoughts. Reacher traced the square, then expanded his circle another 100 miles in every direction. Nobody just passes through Grace. It's not on the way to anywhere. Casper to right. You take I-25 to 59 clean, fast. Grace just slows you down with its crappy dirt road. Hell, you might not even notice the turnoff. From the north, it looks like it leads to nowhere. Neagley tapped the map. And this is a hiker's map. Doubt it's even on regular GPS. Which means that truck didn't wander in by accident, Reacher said. They had a reason. Neagley's jaw tightened. Those were our guys. Scouting the place. Reacher nodded. Question is, did they like what they saw? He pictured it. A one-horse town with zero cover, a chopper landing zone way too close to the church, and their own Yukon parked like a neon sign Colorado plates, screaming federal presence. Bet they weren't thrilled, Reacher said dryly. So do they bail, Neagley asked, or double down? Reacher smirked. Only one way to find out. They waited. The afternoon sun faded fast, plunging the air into a bitter chill. The relentless ticking of the clock echoed through the bell tower 60 times a minute, grating on their nerves. Neagley slipped out for a quick break, returning with a brown paper bag full of snacks from the corner store. They scarfed down a makeshift meal, then adjusted their watch routine, calculating that any approaching vehicle would take at least 8 minutes to cross their sight lines. Every 5 minutes, they'd shift to the slatted windows, scanning the empty road below. Each glance carried a flicker of hope, but nothing ever came. To fight the cold, they stretched, did push-ups, anything to keep the blood flowing. The spare bullets in their pockets clinked with every move. Babble-rattle, Neagley joked. Reacher pressed his face against the wooden slats, watching the distant snowstorm roll in, the sky dark and heavy. They won't come back, Neagley muttered. They'd have to be out of their minds. Pretty sure they are, Reacher shot back. By 4 o'clock, the clock's ticking had become unbearable. Reacher grabbed his knife, scraped away layers of old paint, and yanked one of the wooden slats free. He wedged it into the clock's gears, jamming them to a halt. The sudden silence was almost overwhelming. But the cold only deepened, creeping into their bones. Reacher crawled back to the window, squinting west, then grabbed the map. He traced distances with his fingers: 40 miles, 80, 160. Slow, then fast, then slow again. Sun sets in the west, he muttered. Rises in the east. On Earth at least, Neagley deadpanned. Then footsteps. The trapdoor burst open and the vicar's head popped up, his eyes widening at the sight of their weapons. We need to talk about these, he said, voice tight. I can't have weapons in my church. He hovered halfway up the ladder, looking like a floating head. Reacher set his rifle down. I get the need for security, the vicar continued, but this is a house of worship, not an armory. Engines of destruction, Neagley echoed, raising an eyebrow. Reacher cut in. What time does the sun set? The vicar blinked. Soon. The mountains block it early here. But you won't see it today, storms rolling in. And sunrise. Before 7 this time of year. Reacher nodded. Thanks. The vicar hesitated. Did you stop the clock? Yeah. It was driving me crazy. It's my clock, the vicar said, almost apologetic. Reacher shrugged. We'll be gone by sunset anyway. The vicar heaved himself into the clock chamber, his robes catching on the iron beams as he leaned over the intricate mechanism. Reacher spotted something new, a tiny clock embedded in the gears, its adjustment lever barely visible. The vicar checked his wristwatch, tweaked the lever, and manually spun the gears until the heavy thunk-thunk-thunk resumed. The smallest bell chimed softly with each passing second. "Thanks," the vicar muttered. "1 hour max," Reacher said. "Then we're out." The vicar gave a knowing nod, squeezed back through the trapdoor, and pulled it shut behind him. Neagley shot Reacher a look. "You think we should just leave? They could roll up here after dark like it's nothing, no headlights, no warning. Maybe that's their whole plan." Reacher checked his watch. "They're already here. Or close enough." "Where?" "Come see." He yanked the louver free again and handed it to her, then ducked under the clock shaft to the next ladder, the one leading to the roof. He pushed the trapdoor open just enough to slide through, belly down on the cold lead sheathing. The wind howled, biting through his jacket. "Stay low," he warned as Neagley crawled up beside him. The roof was nearly identical to Bismarck's lead line, with drains, a flagpole anchor, and a 3-foot wall around the edge. He turned, took the louver back, and motioned for her to kneel beside him. "Shoulder to shoulder, facing west," he said. They hunched down, the clock's vibrations humming through the roof beneath them. Reacher gripped one end of the louver, Neagley the other. They inched forward, raising it just enough to peer over the wall without being spotted. "Look southwest," he murmured. The dying sun painted the grassland gold, stretching 40 miles toward a brewing snowstorm. Light fractured through the mist, casting shifting rainbows across the plains. "Watch the grass," Reacher said. "For what? You'll know." Minutes passed. The sun dipped lower. Then there, a glint of gold flashed off the roof of a Tahoe, crawling toward them through the sea of grass, lurching over uneven ground at a snail's pace. "Smart," Reacher muttered. "They checked the map, same as you. Figured the open country was their best exit." Neagley exhaled sharply. So much for slipping away unnoticed. Reacher smirked. "Guess we'll have to improvise." A gust of wind whipped past, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant snow. Somewhere below, the clock tower's bell tolled steady, relentless, counting down the seconds until everything changed. The fading sun dipped behind the distant hills, casting long shadows that swallowed the open plains whole. In an instant, the golden glow vanished, plunging everything into darkness as if someone had flipped a switch. They dropped low against the rooftop, sliding silently across the weathered lead panels before slipping back into the bell tower's cramped chamber. Neagley maneuvered around the massive clock mechanism, her fingers brushing cold metal, and scooped up the heckler and cock. "Not yet," Reacher muttered. "So when?" She shot back. "What's their next move?" Reacher exhaled, picturing the scene. "They'll inch as close as they can without tipping their hand. Find cover, hunker down, and wait." He nodded to himself. "Bet they'll swing that truck around, tuck it into a ditch a couple 100 yards out somewhere with a clean line of sight, but no risk of being spotted. Then they'll sit tight, counting the hours until Armstrong shows his face. That's a long damn wait." "Exactly," Reacher said, a slow grin forming. "Let them freeze their asses off all night. By sunrise, they'll be stiff, exhausted, and staring straight into the light. We'll come at them with the sun in their eyes, they won't even see us coming." They stashed the rifles under a pew near the church entrance, left the Yukon where it was, and trudged toward the bridge. The boarding house had 2 rooms left bare, bones but clean, with pine-paneled walls and threadbare quilts that had seen too many washes. The shared bathroom down the hall was Neagley's for the taking. Dinner was a sad affair. Microwaved meat pies and mushy vegetables from the local grocery, scarfed down at a dim counter, while the shopkeeper, convinced they were Secret Service, refused payment. The snow had started again, fat flakes swirling like confused moths in the freezing air. Back in his room, Reacher sprawled on the narrow bed as Neagley paced before, finally perching beside him. "We're walking into a setup," she said. "2 against 2, he countered. "You getting cold feet?" "It's not as simple as Bismarck," he scoffed. "I could handle this blindfolded with one arm tied behind my back. We don't even know these guys." "Sure we do," Reacher said. "Tall one's the shooter, the other's his shadow. Brothers, probably. That kind of loyalty? You don't explain that to just anybody. Can't exactly stroll up to a stranger and say, 'Hey, I need to cap this guy because his old man once threatened to shove a broomstick where the sun don't shine.'" Neagley stayed quiet, her fingers drumming against her thigh. "Nobody's forcing you into this," he added. She rolled her eyes. "You're impossible. I'm not worried about me." "Nothing's gonna happen," Reacher said. "I'll go out years from now, old and cranky, in some roadside motel with thin walls." She studied him. "This is about Joe, isn't it?" He didn't flinch. "Has to be. Armstrong's just a name." "Frolic? She was decent, but I'd never have met her if not for Joe." A beat passed. "You ever get lonely?" she asked. "Now and then. Mostly, nah." Her hand hovered, almost touching his, then stopped. She stretched that single inch into an eternity, her fingers gliding like shadows across the faded quilt until they hovered just above his. The space between them hummed with tension, the air thick enough to feel like warm honey. Her hand floated there, steady, before she let it sink just the barest brush of skin against his knuckles. Then, deliberate as a chess move, she turned her wrist, aligning her palm perfectly with his before pressing down. Heat bloomed between them. Her fingers, cool and precise, traced the ridges of his scars, the valleys between his tendons. When he flipped his hand over, she didn't hesitate. She laced her fingers through his and squeezed. He held on like she was the only anchor in a storm. 5 minutes passed in silence before she pulled away, standing with a quiet smile. "See you in the morning." Sleep never came. By 5:08. He was up, dressed in the dark, and out the door. The cold hit him like a slap, snowflakes thick as wet confetti, the town swallowed by darkness. No streetlights, no moon, just the ghostly outline of the church tower ahead. He cut through the graveyard, the frozen grass crunching underfoot, and slipped inside. The clock's ticking echoed like a deranged blacksmith's hammer as he climbed, blind, up to the bell chamber. The roof was a frozen wasteland. Wind gnawed at his skin, his breath fogging the air as he scanned the void. 30 minutes. His teeth chattered, his eyes watered. If I'm freezing, they're barely alive. Then there. The Tahoe's engine roared to life in the distance, a jarring disruption of the silence. 10 minutes of idling, heater blasting, before their fatal slip, a flicker of the dome light. A split-second glow betrayed their hideout, a dip in the terrain. 150 yards southwest. Perfect cover. Clever. Until it wasn't. He marked the spot in his mind, arms braced against the wall, then retreated past the relentless clock. Back in the nave, he stashed the rifles under the Yukon, no returning flashes tonight. By the time he reached the boarding house, Neagley was already waiting, sharp as a blade. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked. She smirked. "I never sleep." They're still out there, he confirmed. But we've got a problem. The words hung between them, heavier than the cold. We can't handle them right where they are. We've got to get them moving first. Why? Because this is way too close to town. We can't kick off World War III an hour before Armstrong shows up, and we sure as hell can't leave 2 bodies rotting 150 yards from Main Street. People here have seen us. Cops from Casper will roll in fast, maybe even state troopers. You want to risk your license? We need to lure them out, take them down somewhere empty. West, where the snow's still thick, that stuff won't melt till April. That's the plan. Far away, buried deep, and by the time anyone figures it out, it'll be spring. All right, how? They're not suicidal. They're not John Wick. They're more like cautious chess players. If we play this right, they'll bolt. By 6:30 a.m., they were back at the Yukon. Snowflakes still hung in the air, but the eastern sky was shifting from inky black to bruised purple, then charcoal, like layers of a fading bruise. They checked their gear, weapons, laced boots, coats zipped tight, rolling their shoulders to test mobility. Richard tugged on his hat and left glove, while Neagley tucked her steyr inside her jacket and slung the HK over her shoulder. "See you out there," she murmured before vanishing into the graveyard's gloom, slipping past the low fence and dissolving into the shadows. Reacher leaned against the tower's west wall, recalibrating the Tahoe's position. He pointed his arm like a compass needle, adjusting as he stepped back, keeping the SUV locked in his mental crosshairs. He set the M16 on the ground, barrel angled slightly southwest, then waited behind the Yukon as dawn crept in slow, then sudden. The horizon bled from purple to fiery red, then orange as the sun clawed its way up over South Dakota. The sky exploded in pink, streaked with crimson clouds. When the light grew sharp enough to sting his eyes, Reacher fired up the Yukon's engine, cranked the radio to full volume, and scrolled through stations until rock music shattered the morning quiet. He left the door hanging open, letting the bass thump against the silence. Then he grabbed the M16, flicked off the safety, and sent 3 rounds arcing high over the Tahoe's hiding spot. Neagley answered instantly, 3 rapid cracks from the south, the HK's staccato bark unmistakable. They traded volleys like a twisted call and response. No return fire, no headlights flaring to life. Just a ringing in his ears and Springsteen screaming from the Yukon's speakers. Reacher spun, scanning the town, nothing but porch lights flicking on, curtains twitching. He turned back, finger on the trigger, just as the Tahoe erupted from the grass like a spooked animal. New detail. As the Tahoe lurched forward, Reacher caught a glimpse of a bumper sticker peeling at the corner. Keep calm and return fire, ironic, given their current panic. Voice twist, real subtle, guys. Nothing says covert ops like peeling out at sunrise with your headlights off. Guess they skipped stealth training. The engine roared, tires churning mud and snow as the SUV fush-tailed west straight into the trap. The morning sun blazed across the Tahoe's tailgate like molten metal as it launched over a ridge, all 4 wheels airborne before slamming back to earth and tearing west. Reacher hurled the rifle into the Yukon's back seat, killed the radio, and punched the gas, plowing straight through the graveyard's wooden fence. The Sioux fish-tailed into the open grassland, tires chewing dirt as he wrenched the wheels south. The land was brutal deep ruts, and rolling swells sent the Yukon bucking like a wild horse. He gripped the wheel one-handed, yanking the seat belt tight with the other to keep from being thrown around like a rag doll. Then Neagley appeared, sprinting through the tall grass on his left. He stomped the brakes, and she wrenched open the rear door, diving inside before scrambling into the passenger seat. She barely had time to buckle in before Reacher floored it again, the SUV lurching forward as she wedged the heckler and cock between her knees. "Perfect!" she gasped, bracing against the dashboard like she was riding a bull. Reacher swung north, following the Tahoe's trail of crushed grass. The ride was pure chaos, metal groaning, suspension bottoming out, the engine howling as the Yukon catapulted over the uneven ground. The steering wheel kicked back hard enough to snap his thumbs if he wasn't careful. "See them yet?" he barked. "Not yet," Neagley shouted over the roar. "Could be 3 football fields ahead." He pushed harder, hitting 60, the Yukon practically floating between impacts. Then there, Neagley pointed. The Tahoe was a flicker of gold in the distance, bouncing through the grass like a boat in rough seas. Reacher closed the gap, using their path to his advantage. "They can run," he growled. "But they can't hide," Neagley shot back, grinning despite the battering. 10 brutal miles later, they were deep in no man's land, grace fading behind them, the highway still miles ahead. The terrain turned jagged, snow-covered ravines cutting through the landscape. The chase slowed to a crawl, both vehicles crawling down icy slopes, wheels spinning for traction. The Yukon groaned as it clawed through drifts, snow packed tight by the relentless wind. Reacher's shoulders burned from fighting the wheel, his head smacking the roof with every jolt. Neagley had given up bracing herself, arms limp to avoid broken elbows. The Tahoe was barely moving now, just 100 yards ahead, both vehicles reduced to a pathetic 20-mile-an-hour slog through the frozen wasteland. And then the ground dropped away. A deep crevasse yawned ahead, its wind scoured sides sheer and unforgiving. The Tahoe hesitated at the edge, tires spinning. Reacher smirked. Nowhere left to run. The snow swirled violently around them, sharp flakes cutting through the air like tiny blades. Neagley tightened her grip on the wheel, her breath fogging the windshield. "We're gonna be buried out here," she muttered. Reacher just smirked, his eyes locked on the terrain ahead. They made it in. They'll make it out. Visibility was a joke. The Tahoe ahead vanished every time it dipped into a gully, only reappearing when they crested a rise. 3, maybe 4 valleys ahead. No rhythm, no pattern, just 2 trucks fighting the elements like drunk wrestlers in a blizzard. They crawled forward at a snail's pace, Reacher wrestling the gear shift, tires spinning uselessly in the deepening snow. The storm to the west was a wall of white, rolling toward them fast. "Now or never," Reacher said. "One more dip, and this place disappears till spring." Neagley didn't hesitate. She cranked her window down, icy wind blasting in, and grabbed the HK, flicking the selector to full auto. Reacher stomped the gas, slamming through 2 dips before skidding to a stop on the 3rd ridge. The truck fishtailed sideways, giving Neagley a clean shot. She leaned out, bracing against the cold, and unleashed a brutal burst at the Tahoe's rear tires and fuel tank. The Souffre hesitated, just a fraction before vanishing over the next ridge. Reacher didn't wait. He gunned it, plowing through 3 more ravines before stopping again. Silence. No Tahoe. 30 seconds passed. "Where the hell did they go?" He growled. He pushed forward, engine screaming, tires clawing for traction. At the next crest, he slammed the brakes. Below them, a wide gulch stretched out, snow-packed and eerily still. The Tahoe's fresh tracks veered sharply north, disappearing behind a snow-covered outcrop. The silence was deafening. Snowflakes flew upward, defying gravity. Reacher's mind raced classic tactical hell. The Tahoe could be doubling back, setting an ambush, or circling behind them. Every second spent guessing was a gamble. He checked his watch. 30 minutes gone. 30 to get back. Armstrong's chopper was due in 35. Feel like freezing your ass off? Reacher asked. Neagley was already opening her door. Like I have a choice, she shot back, plunging into the snow. She fought through the drifts, angling to cut off the Tahoe's path. Reacher eased the truck down the slope, following the tracks. Not perfect, but the best play he had. If the Tahoe was circling back, waiting wasn't an option. And if it wasn't? Well, that's what the HK was for. Driving carefully back to the church wouldn't help. Armstrong would already be gone by then. If this was a trap, at least Neagley had his back, her submachine gun ready to take down anyone stupid enough to ambush them. That thought alone made him grin. But when he rounded the jagged rocks and turned east, there was no ambush, just empty tire tracks cutting through the snow, and Neagley 50 yards ahead, silhouetted against the sun, her gun raised high. The signal. Clear. He stomped the gas, the truck fishtailing wildly in the deep ruts left by the Tahoe. The wheels hit hidden boulders, jolting him hard against the seatbelt. A sharp tap on the brakes sent the truck sliding sideways, the front tires dropping into a snow-filled ditch. Neagley waded through the drifts, yanked the door open, an icy wind blasted inside. Go, she gasped, breathless. They've got a 5-minute head start. We're losing time. He hit the gas. The tire screamed, spinning uselessly, digging the front end deeper. Damn it, he muttered. He shifted out of low range, tried again, same result. Reverse, drive, reverse, drive. The truck rocked violently, but barely moved. Neagley checked her watch. Armstrong's already in the air. If we don't move now, he'll land before we even get close. Reacher clenched his jaw, fighting the frustration rising in his chest. Your turn, he said, grabbing his gloves. Keep it rocking. He unbuckled, shoved the door open, and dropped into the knee-deep snow. If it breaks free, don't stop, just go. He stumbled to the rear, kicking snow aside until his boots found solid rock. Neagley slid behind the wheel, working the gears with sharp precision. Drive, reverse, drive, building momentum. The truck lurched forward, then back, gaining inches each time. Reacher braced against the tailgate, hands hooked under the bumper, pushing with everything he had. Snow sprayed from the spinning tires, icy flecks stinging his face. Exhaust fumes burned his lungs as he heaved again, muscles straining. 1, 2, 3. He shoved hard, the truck lurching forward then sliding back. The tailgate slammed into his spine, knocking the wind out of him. He staggered, caught himself, and dug in again. Sweat dripped down his temples despite the freezing wind. 1, 2, 3. Another hard push this time. The truck surged forward, tires finally gripping. He stumbled as the weight vanished, landing face first in the snow. Rolling onto his back, he saw the truck already pulling away 20 yards ahead and still moving. Neagley leaned out the window, smirking. Need a ride? Reacher spat snow and grinned. Took you long enough. Neagley kept the truck moving just fast enough to stay ahead, the tires biting into the snow as Reacher fought to catch up. He veered into her tracks, boots kicking up icy spray, muscles burning as he pushed harder. The incline steepened and Neagley punched the gas to keep from stalling. He was losing ground, but then just as the truck crested the hill, she eased off, giving him a split-second opening. He lunged, fingers clawing at the door handle, and wrenched it open, half falling inside as the truck lurched forward again. The door slammed shut behind him, and Neagley floored it, sending them hurtling down the slope like a runaway train. Time, she yelled over the roar of the engine. Reacher struggled to steady his wrist, his breath ragged. The watch face blurred in his vision. No way they'd make it, they were already 10 minutes behind. The Tahoe would be circling back soon, and Armstrong's chopper was minutes from landing. Neagley drove like a woman possessed, launching them over drifts, plowing through snowbanks, the truck bucking like a wild animal. Reacher braced himself against the dash, his body slamming into the door with every jolt. The eastern sky burned gold, the sun blinding, but the terrain ahead was empty, no Tahoe, just its deep, winding tracks cutting through the snow like twin scars. Then suddenly, the tracks veered left, vanishing into a narrow ravine. Follow them, Reacher barked. Neagley hit the brakes as the slope dropped away, the Yukon skidding before she gunned it again. The ravine walls closed in, icy and steep, the Tahoe's trail leading them straight into a trap. A sharp right turn, and there it was, the Tahoe reversing into their path, blocking them. Neagley was out before the Yukon even stopped, rolling clear as the truck fishtailed into a drift. Reacher forced his door open against the snow, scrambling free just as the Tahoe's driver stumbled out, rifle in hand. Reacher drew his steyr, lining up the shot until a voice cut through the chaos. "Hold your fire." He spun. Another man stood behind him, pistol pressed to Neagley's back, her own weapon dangling uselessly in his grip. The Bismarck guy's same gaunt face, same damn coat was still struggling through the snow, but now Reacher had a bigger problem. And Neagley? She wasn't looking scared. She was smiling. "Took you long enough," she muttered, just loud enough for Reacher to hear. Then everything exploded into motion. The man from the garage surveillance footage stood before them, no question about it. Same bulky tweed coat, same broad shoulders, same compact frame. No hat this time, but that face was unmistakable, a heavier version of the Bismarck cops with the same coarse graying hair, just a bit fuller. Brothers, no doubt. "Drop the weapon, sir," the shorter one ordered, his tone textbook cop authoritative, practiced. Neagley mouthed an apology. Reacher flipped the steyr in his grip, fingers wrapped around the barrel instead of the trigger. "Drop it now," the man repeated. His brother shifted through the knee-deep snow. Rifle raised another steyr, sleek and snow-dusted, its shadow stretching long in the pale morning light. The barrel aimed unwaveringly at Reacher's forehead. So much for that quiet motel bed, Reacher thought, watching his breath fog in the freezing air. With a flick of his wrist, he lobbed his pistol high. It spun lazily before vanishing into a snowdrift. The Bismarck cop fumbled in his coat, producing a badge gold set in cracked brown leather. He flashed it before tucking it away and steadying the rifle again. "We're police officers," he announced. "Yeah, I noticed," Reacher replied, scanning the desolate ravine. The snow fell harder now, the wind whipping it into frenzied swirls. The place felt like the edge of the world. Neagley stumbled as the garage cop shoved her aside, his handgun pressed to her spine. "But who the hell are you?" the Bismarck cop demanded. Reacher ignored the question, calculating the angles instead. 12 feet between each brother, slick ice underfoot, not ideal. The cop smirked. "Here to save democracy." "Here because your aim sucks," Reacher shot back. "You hit the wrong guy on Thursday." He checked his watch, then grinned. "And now you're out of time. Too late to fix your mistake." The cop shook his head. "Police scanner in our truck. Casper PD says Armstrong's delayed weather in South Dakota. So we waited for you." Reacher stayed silent. "Because we don't like you," the cop continued, lips brushing the rifle stock. "Sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Private business. So, consider yourselves under arrest. Wanna plead guilty?" Or just beg, Reacher countered. Like you did when that bat came swinging? The cop's jaw tightened. Attitude like that won't help you. A long pause. The jury's back. What jury? Me and my brother. That's all you get out here. Whatever grudge you've got, it's 30 years old. A man pays for what he's done. The guy's dead. The cop shrugged, rifle shifting. Read your Bible. Sins of the fathers. Ever hear that? What sins? You lost a fight, that's all. We never lose, the cop hissed. Armstrong just stood there, grinning like some spoiled brat. A man doesn't forget that. The wind howled, each snowflake hissing like static. Reacher needed to keep him talking, but the wild look in the cop's eyes left no room for negotiation. The woman goes in the truck, the cop snapped. The Bismarck thug smirked, his breath fogging in the freezing air. We'll save the real entertainment for later after we handle Armstrong. But you're deading a bullet right now. Reacher didn't blink. Not with that rifle, he said, voice steady. Keep him distracted. Keep him off balance. That barrel's packed with snow. Pull the trigger and it'll explode in your face. A tense silence stretched between them. The guy's eyes flicked to the distance separating them, just a quick calculation before he yanked the rifle down, flipping it fast to check the muzzle. Sure enough, it was clogged with ice. Reacher's M16 was still in the Yukon, but the snowdrift had the door jammed shut. You really want to gamble your life on a little slush? The guy sneered. Reacher matched his tone. You do. That breech blows. It'll take your whole head off. Then I'll shove what's left of the barrel somewhere real uncomfortable. Might as well be a Louisville Slugger. The guy's face twisted, but his fingers stayed off the trigger. Step away from the car, he ordered, cop instincts kicking in. Reacher took a slow, exaggerated step back, sinking deep into the snow. Again. Now 6 feet from the Yukon, 6 feet from his rifle, 30 from his lost 9mm, Reacher scanned the scene. The Bismarck guy shifted the rifle to his left hand, then reached under his coat and pulled out a Glock. Standard issue, ugly as sin. He flicked off the safety, aiming it one-handed at Reacher's face. Not that one either, Reacher said. Keep him talking. Keep him moving. That's your service piece. Ballista'll trace it straight back to you. The guy hesitated, jaw clenched. No words, no reaction, just cold calculation. Then he holstered the Glock and raised the rifle again, backing toward the Tahoe through the snow, the muzzle never wavering from Reacher's chest. Just shoot already, Reacher thought. Let's see how funny this gets. The guy fumbled behind him, yanked open the Tahoe's rear door, and dropped the rifle in the snow. In one smooth motion, he came up with an old M9 Beretta, its finish scratched and greasy. He trudged forward, stopping just out of reach, and leveled the gun at Reacher's face. Throw down piece, he said. No records. No ties. Reacher stayed silent. Say goodnight, the guy whispered. Nobody moved. On the click, Reacher muttered, eyes locked on the barrel. He caught Neagley's slight nod in his periphery, confused but ready. The Bismarck guy grinned, finger tightening. His knuckle went bone white. Click. Reacher's ceramic knife was already out, slashing sideways across the guy's forehead. He grabbed the Beretta's barrel, wrenched it up, then smashed it down over his knee bone. Snapped, the guy howled. A shove sent him stumbling back. Neagley hadn't even flinched. The garage guy lay motionless at her feet, blood leaking from his ears. She held her HK in one hand, his pistol in the other. Good? She asked. Reacher nodded. She took a step back, avoiding the mess, and put 3 rounds into the guy on the ground. Bang! 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 2 to the head, 1 to the chest. The gunshots echoed like thunder. They turned away. The Bismarck guy was flailing blindly, forehead split open, blood pouring into his eyes, his nose, his mouth. He gasped, bubbles of red frothing on his lips, cradling his shattered arm like a broken toy. Reacher watched the man stumble blindly, blood streaming down his face as he swiped at his eyes with a shaky forearm. There was no mercy in Reacher's expression, just cold calculation. He took the Heckler and Koch from Neagley, adjusted the fire selector, and waited. The moment the guy spun around, disoriented, Reacher squeezed the trigger. The bullet tore through his throat from behind, precise as a surgeon's cut, mirroring Froelicke's fatal wound. The empty casing clattered against the Tahoe's door, and the man collapsed face first into the snow, crimson spreading beneath him. The gunshot's echo faded into the vast silence, leaving only the whisper of falling flakes. Neagley exhaled sharply. "How'd you know?" she murmured. Reacher's voice was flat. "Froelicke's gun. Stolen from her kitchen." Recognized the wear on the grip. She kept the mags loaded for years. Neagley arched a brow. "Still could have fired." Reacher smirked. "Life's one big gamble, isn't it? From the first breath to the last." The cold pressed in harder now, the adrenaline ebbing, leaving them shivering in the desolate expanse. "How long's the church service?" Reacher asked, scanning the horizon. Neagley shrugged. 40 minutes. Maybe an hour. No rush then. He trudged through the snow, retrieving his stire as the storm began burying the bodies. He rifled through Pocket's wallet, badges, wiping his knife clean on the Bismarck guy's coat, before propping open the Tahoe's doors to let the snow swallow it whole. Neagley tossed the garage guy's pistol aside, and they hauled themselves back into the Yukon. The scene behind them was already vanishing under fresh powder, nature erasing their tracks. Neagley eased the truck forward, tires crunching. Reacher flipped through the Ideas County cops from some backwater south of Boise. "Richard Wilson," he muttered, pocketing the badges. "Detective grade." The wallet held cash, credit cards, and a driver's license. The younger brother Peter had less money but the same badge. Ahead the sky cleared, sunlight glinting off distant church spires. Then a black speck in the air. Reacher squinted. A Nighthawk chopper, rotors a blur, hovering like a wasp before banking toward the steeple. He braced against the dash, watching through the tinted windshield as it descended, slow and deliberate. The hunt wasn't over yet. The Yukon jolted unevenly over the rough terrain, sending Reacher's stolen wallets tumbling to the floor, papers fluttering like confetti. Above them, the helicopter pivoted, its open door now facing the old church. Reacher snatched up a scrap of paper, squinting at the faded print. "Golf clubs," he muttered. Neagley frowned. "What?" He held it out. A UPS receipt, next day air from Minneapolis. Addressed to Richard Wilson, guessed at some cheap D. Motel. A long, narrow box. 48 inches, Reacher said. Definitely not tools. 1 set of golf clubs. His fingers brushed another scrap, and he went still. Something else. For Stuyvesant, maybe. They pulled over in the middle of nowhere, stepping out into the biting Wyoming wind. The Yukon's engine ticked as it cooled. Reacher dumped the fake badges and IDs onto the seat, then hurled the empty wallets into the brush like a quarterback tossing a Hail Mary. "Clean slate," he said. They wiped down the guns, tossing them in every direction, spare bullets arcing through the sunlight. The birdwatcher's scope followed, lost to the prairie. Reacher kept his hat, gloves, and the ceramic knife he'd gotten weirdly attached to the thing. They rolled into Grace slow and easy, past the busted fence and through the graveyard. The helicopter waited, its rotors still. Inside the church, a mournful organ played, voices rising in somber harmony. No press, no chaos, just quiet dignity. A lone Casper PD cruiser idled at a distance. A crewman in a flight suit stood guard by the chopper, too alert, too stiff. Probably one of Stuyvesant's men with a Vimac 2 stashed just inside. "You good?" Neagley asked. Reacher shrugged. "Always. You." "Peachy." They stood there, caught between the chill and the weak sun, until the organ faded and the church doors creaked open. The crowd filtered out mourners shaking hands with the vicar, murmuring condolences to Frolic's parents. Armstrong emerged, flanked by agents, Stuyvesant at his elbow. Dark coats, grim faces. Armstrong spotted them, veering over with a silent question. "Happy endings all around," Reacher said dryly. Armstrong gave a single nod. "Thank you. Don't mention it." No handshake. Just a pivot back toward the chopper. Stuyvesant lingered, eyebrow raised. "Happily?" Reacher dumped a stack of badges into his hands. "Happier than you thought. These weren't yours. Cops from Idaho, Boise area. Addresses are there. Bet you'll find a computer, a printer, maybe Andretti's thumb chilling in a freezer." He pulled out one last scrap, a grocery receipt. "Late Friday run. 6 TV dinners, 6 waters." Stuyvesant frowned. "So," Reacher smirked, "you really think they were meal prepping mid-op?" Stuyvesant grabbed the receipt and bolted toward the waiting chopper. By Monday morning, Reacher and Neagley stood in Denver International, saying their quick goodbyes. He handed her his fee check without hesitation, and she surprised him with a first-class United ticket to LaGuardia. As they walked to her gate for Chicago, the boarding announcement crackled overhead. Neagley didn't speak, just dropped her duffel at her feet and faced him squarely. Then, in a move so abrupt it almost startled him, she threw her arms around his shoulders in a stiff, awkward hug, like someone who'd read about affection but never practiced it. Just as quickly, she broke away, snatched up her bag, and vanished down the jetway without a glance back. Reacher landed in New York well after dark, the city's neon glow reflecting off wet pavement as he rode the subway to Times Square. He wandered past flickering marquees until he spotted B. King's Blues Club, the thrum of a guitar solo spilling onto the sidewalk. Inside, a quartet was wrapping up their set, fingers flying over frets with practiced ease. When the music faded, Reacher approached the guy at the door. "Any chance an older woman played here last week?" he asked. Voice like honey, maybe with a keyboardist who looked like he'd seen it all. The ticket guy just shrugged. "Nah, man. Nobody like that." Reacher exhaled, stepping back into the night. The wind bit through his jacket as he turned toward the Port Authority, the hum of the city fading behind him. Somewhere out there, a bus was waiting to take him anywhere but here.